Chapter 4240. In the canyon, the first stage of the natural secret realm posed no difficulty to Duan Lingtian and the others. Not only that, but Duan Lingtian was merely a bystander at the side. With just a few words, the group of people had already defeated the group of great demons that was originally a magnificent sight in the sky above the canyon. Once the group of great demons was killed, the rewards would be given independently. However, that was the limit of the first stage's rewards. There were no additional rewards. Additional rewards rarely appear in the earlier stages. In fact, in some natural secret realms, additional rewards will only appear in the last few stages or even the last stage. Qiu Ping from the Misty Rain Divine sect in the Divine Offering Land spoke again, as though he was trying to show off his knowledge. The reason Duan Lingtian felt that he was trying to show off his knowledge was because he noticed that every time Qiu Ping spoke, he would glance at Jiang Yue from the corner of his eyes. It wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess what Qiu Ping was trying to do. He was definitely trying to attract Jiang Yue's attention and make her admire him. Duan Lingtian knew that Jiang Yue had a high status in the Misty Rain Divine sect. Coupled with her good looks, it was normal for an ordinary Misty Rain Divine sect disciple like Qiu Ping to pursue her. However, I'm afraid Qiu Ping's efforts are destined to be in vain. Duan Lingtian was an outsider, so it wasn't difficult for him to see that Jiang Yue didn't seem to like Qiu Ping. Even when Qiu Ping took the initiative to talk to her, it was mostly perfunctory. In fact, there were a few times when Qiu Ping intentionally approached her, but she evaded him subtly. At the same time, a trace of disgust flashed in the depths of her eyes. After the first stage, the next few stages were slightly more difficult, but they weren't a threat to the group. Duan Lingtian continued to be a bystander. As for the veiled woman beside Jiang Yue, she didn't put on a stunning performance either. It was Ho Dong and Qiu Ping who had brought along the two half-step deity tribe members to sweep the area. They were domineering and arrogant. During this process, Ho Dong even took the time to mock Ho Lianyu. Even though he didn't mention her name, the meaning behind his words was none other than that Ho Lianyu had found a useless helper. Regarding this, Duan Lingtian was not angry, but indifferent. Ho Lianyu, on the other hand, couldn't keep her cool a few times. If it weren't for the fact that Duan Lingtian seemed to be fine, she would have exploded long ago. The 8th checkpoint. Qiu Ping spoke again when the two half-step ultimate gods were having a hard time. Based on the current situation and the difficulty of the previous 7 stages, the 8th stage might have an extra reward. I just don't know what the extra reward is. But what we can be sure of is that it's definitely something useful to us high-level god emperors. As Qiu Ping spoke, Duan Lingtian and the others encountered the 8th obstacle in the canyon. The previous 7 obstacles were all in the same canyon. Great demons kept appearing. Occasionally, some human experts would appear. These human experts were from the land of sanctions and were all arranged by the supreme experts. These people from the sanctioned lands had all accidentally stumbled into dangerous places in the planar battlefield. Then, they encountered spatial distortions or something, and were sucked into the mystic realm by the means left behind by the ultimate powerhouses. They were now the opponents of the mystic realm, and also the gatekeepers of the mystic realm. Only by killing them could one pass the trial. As for these people, they were all very unlucky. If they were not a match for the challengers, they would not be able to escape death. Even if they were able to defeat or even kill the challengers, they would not be able to replace the challengers. They would only be teleported out of the secret realm. Although they could escape alive, they couldn't get any benefits. Of course, it wasn't that they couldn't get any benefits. The reward for killing the gatekeepers was still substantial. When people from the land of divine remains entered the secret territory, only people from the land of sanctions would appear as gatekeepers. When people from the land of sanctions entered the secret territory, only people from the land of divine remains would appear as gatekeepers. What is this place? Where are we? Under the gaze of Duan Lingtian and the others, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared in the sky above the canyon. Then, 5 figures appeared one after another. Obviously, these 5 people didn't know each other. After they appeared one after another, they retreated vigilantly. When they came back to their senses and saw Duan Lingtian and the others below, they suddenly realized something. We've been sent into the secret territory as gatekeepers of the Xianxia land. We have to work together to deal with them. Kill them, get the reward and escape. We have to work together. Otherwise, we'll only be defeated one by one. How's your strength? I'm good at the law of space and my strength is close to that of a half-step ultimate god. My strength is close to that of a half-step ultimate god and I'm good at the law of water. I'm a half-step ultimate god and I'm good at the law of destruction. When the 5 people from the land of sanctions realized they had been teleported into the secret territory as gatekeepers, they quickly reached a consensus and gathered together. The 5 of them formed a circle with their backs facing each other. At this time, they were no longer wary of each other because there was no need to be wary. If any of them had second thoughts, not only would they get others killed, they wouldn't be able to live either. One had to know that those who could become gatekeepers in the secret territory had passed all the previous stages. Now that it was their turn, even if they couldn't pass, they were definitely not weak. Moreover, there was a certain probability that they were stronger than them. Under such circumstances, the other party had swept through all the previous stages. The 5 of them communicated through voice transmission, so they knew each other's strength. However, the gatekeepers, Duan Lingtian and the others, did not know. The only thing they knew was that these 5 people were not great demons left behind by the ultimate experts in the secret territory. They were people from the land of sanctions who were teleported from other places. Like them, these people entered the battlefield in search of opportunities and breakthroughs. This could be seen just by looking at the green light on their bodies. Among the 5 of us, only I'm a half-step ultimate god. This means that they probably didn't encounter any half-step ultimate gods before. At this time, the only half-step ultimate god among the 5 from the land of sanctions said to the other 5 through voice transmission, "When we fight later, I'll hide my strength first while you guys go all out. I'll purposely show that I'm weaker than you guys so that they won't notice me." I suspect that the other party is a half-step ultimate god. If it's only one of them, I'll be responsible for a surprise attack. That way, we can take them down one by one and smoothly kill them to escape. Hearing this person's words, the other 4's eyes lit up at the same time. Okay, I'll cooperate with you. Everyone is trying to survive. I support your plan. This is the safest way. It's worth it to get hurt in the front. I think so too. The other 4 quickly agreed. No one doubted or hesitated. This was the best way for them. If the other party was also a half-step ultimate god, they might not be able to defeat them in the end if they went all out without holding back. Hiding a half-step ultimate god as a trump card meant that even if they were at a disadvantage in the beginning, they still had a chance to turn the situation around at the critical moment. The other party was no weakling since they could wait for them. That's settled then. The half-step ultimate god from the land of sanctions heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Fortunately, the other 4 were not idiots. Of course, there's another possibility. At the same time, the half-step ultimate god felt that it was necessary to give the other 4 a heads up. That is, they have 2 half-step ultimate gods. In that case, we might not be able to survive even if we kill one of them. Of course, as long as we persevere, we still have a chance to survive. After all, according to the Secret Realm's rules, if we can't pass within 95 minutes, we'll have failed. At that time, all of us will be able to survive. Hearing this, the other 4's faces turned solemn. If they have 3 half-step ultimate gods or even more half-step ultimate gods, then we're doomed. If that's the case, we'll still benefit from killing one half-step ultimate god. The half-step ultimate god said. For a moment, the other 4's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. They knew that they had no way out. They could only fight. Either they die or they live. Fight. It's the guardians of the land of sanctions. Kill them. Among Duan Lingtian's group, Ho Dong was still the first to make a move. He unleashed his energy, and the half-step ultimate gods by his side followed suit. Kill them. Qiu Ping also moved along with the half-step ultimate gods beside him. In the next moment, Ho Lianyu and Jiang Yue also moved. Duan Lingtian and the Veiled Lady were the last to follow. During this process, the Veiled Lady glanced at Duan Lingtian. Although it was not obvious, Duan Lingtian clearly felt it. However, he did not look at her and pretended not to see it. From the beginning until now, he had a feeling that the veiled lady's true strength was not that simple. After all, she was Jiang Yue's external aid. Generally speaking, Jiang Yue's first choice for external aid would be a half-step ultimate god. It would be useless to bring in someone who was too weak. Of course, there was another possibility, that was, the other party was very close to Jiang Yue. Therefore, Jiang Yue was willing to bring her in even if she was not a half-step ultimate god. However, the problem was, if she was really close to Jiang Yue, she would most likely not want Jiang Yue to give such a good opportunity to her. She would think that it would be more beneficial for Jiang Yue if a half-step ultimate god came in with her. After all, as good friends, she would definitely think of the other party more. Of course, there was also the possibility that Jiang Yue would be stubborn under such circumstances. However, no matter what, Duan Lingtian did not take it seriously. In his opinion, even if the other party was stronger than a half-step ultimate god, she would not be a threat to him. Chapter 42-41. When Duan Lingtian and the Veiled Lady moved, Ho Dong, Xiaoping, and the other two half-step ultimate gods had already started fighting with the 5 opponents. The 5 of them also started fighting with the 5 opponents at the same time. All of them were half-step ultimate gods. None of them were half-step ultimate gods. No half-step ultimate gods. Kill them all. Ho Dong roared again. His aura was even stronger than before. The last bit of worry in his heart was gone at this moment. He was fearless. What was there to be worried about when there were no half-step ultimate gods? He was worried that a half-step ultimate god would appear in this checkpoint. That was why he kept a low profile in the beginning. He deliberately approached the half-step ultimate gods that he found to help him. Now that there were no half-step ultimate gods, he was no longer afraid and completely let loose. Xiaoping and the other 2 half-step ultimate gods also smiled. No half-step ultimate gods were a threat to them. They could just kill them all. At this moment, Jiang Yue and Ho Lianyu slowed down a little. They felt that the 4 people in front of them were enough to deal with the 5 people from the land of sanctions. Even Duan Lingtian and the Veiled Lady subconsciously slowed down when they saw Jiang Yue and Ho Lianyu slowing down. However, when the 4 of them were facing off against the 5 opponents, it was obvious that they were suppressing them. Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly focused, and his gaze locked onto the person with the weakest strength among the 5 people in the land of sanctions. He felt that there was something strange about that person. Although he seemed to be the weakest and the other 4 were taking care of him, his eyes were overlooking the entire battlefield. It was as if he was the weakest person and the core of the 5 from the land of sanctions. The Veiled Lady also stared at that person after a while. Obviously, she also noticed something strange. In the next moment, the person who was stared at by them seemed to be deliberately approaching the half-step ultimate god that Ho Dong found. The moment he got close, he suddenly exploded. Bang! A terrifying destructive energy filled the air as a giant hammer flew across the sky and heavily smashed towards the half-step ultimate god who was chasing after another person from the punishment land. Ho Dong's half-step ultimate god reinforcements did not pay any attention to the sanctioned land expert who was still some distance away from him. In his opinion, the sanctioned land expert was the weakest among the 5. His pursuers were far stronger than the sanctioned land expert. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that this seemingly weak young man would suddenly erupt with power that was no weaker than his own. Furthermore, his divine item hammer was also descending, imbued with the power of his bloodline, making it look like the hammer of the thunder god. Help me! Ho Dong's half-step ultimate god helper also sensed a life-threatening crisis. He roared and hurriedly turned around to face the incoming attack head-on. However, his movements were still too slow. The others didn't even have time to react. Bang! Another loud bang was heard as the giant hammer imbued with bloodline aura and destructive energy landed on the half-step ultimate god's body. The half-step ultimate god's hastily mobilized attack was instantly destroyed and his entire body exploded. A small rain of blood drifted in the air and swept across the faces of Ho Dong, Xiaoping, and the half-step ultimate god helper that Xiaoping found. A half-step ultimate god had fallen just like that. How is this possible? Ho Dong's expression changed drastically. He never expected there to be a half-step ultimate god among the 5 from the sanctioned land. He would have lived for so many years in vain if he still didn't know that his opponent was holding back. Kill them. At the same time, the other 4 half-step ultimate gods from the sanctioned land attacked Ho Dong and Qiu Ping before Duan Lingtian and the other 2 arrived. The 2 of them were on par with them in terms of strength. 4 against 2, they had the absolute advantage. As for the half-step ultimate god helper that Qiu Ping found, he had also set his eyes on the half-step ultimate god helper from the sanctioned land. Jiang Yue, Ho Lianyu, come quickly. Ho Dong roared again. At the same time, he was a little anxious. He did not dare to face the 4 of them head-on and immediately retreated. Qiu Ping did the same and also retreated in a hurry. The 2 of them looked a little embarrassed at that moment. They've really hidden it well. Jiang Yue's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, but she did not move immediately. Ho Lianyu wanted to move, but was stopped by Duan Lingtian. Dorosh, Jiang Yue is moving, so you should move first. Ho Lianyu was puzzled at first, but when he noticed that Jiang Yue was not moving, he could not help but frown. In the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something and his face became solemn. Jiang Yue did it on purpose. She wanted to hurt Ho Dong and Qiu Ping a little. She had selfish motives. Of course, who didn't have selfish motives? Ho Lianyu didn't? Impossible. He did not have a good relationship with Ho Dong. As for Qiu Ping, he was a stranger to the people of Misty Rain sect. There was no need for him to help them when Jiang Yue was not moving. If Jiang Yue did not move, he, Ho Dong, and Qiu Ping would not be a match for the 4 of them unless his elder brother Duan came to help. It was inevitable that they would be injured. The 4 of them chased after Qiu Ping and Ho Dong. The 2 of them were hit in the blink of an eye and blood spurted out from their mouths. At that moment, Jiang Yue finally moved. Ho Lianyu moved as well. Duan Lingtian and the veiled lady followed closely behind. Then, Duan Lingtian used the law of fire and joined forces with the other 3. In addition to Ho Dong and Qiu Ping who were injured but could still fight, they had the upper hand against the 4 from the land of punishment. They had completely suppressed their opponents. I'm sorry. I was a little distracted because I was shocked by the fact that they were half-step ultimate gods. Ho Lianyu said apologetically. Jiang Yue, who was about to say something, frowned slightly when Ho Lianyu spoke first. She then said, "Me too. I didn't expect there to be a half-step ultimate god among the 5 of them." Jiang Yue was a little puzzled at that moment. Why did Ho Lianyu suddenly become smarter? After all, when he, Qiu Ping, Ho Lianyu, and Ho Dong had traveled through the Divine Judgment battlefield together, he had a certain understanding of Ho Lianyu. He knew that although Ho Lianyu was calm and rational, most of the time he appeared to be dull and inarticulate. He did not seem like a slippery person at all. However, he seemed to be a different person now. Is it because of the external aid he found? Jiang Yue guessed. In fact, she had guessed correctly. Duan Lingtian had sent a voice transmission to Ho Lianyu and asked him to say that because Ho Dong and Qiu Ping would definitely hold him accountable if he knew about this matter. After all, Ho Lianyu and Jiang Yue had hesitated earlier. It was because of their hesitation that the 2 of them were injured. Ho Lianyu spoke first, which meant that the situation was completely different from Jiang Yue, who spoke first. If Jiang Yue spoke first, Ho Dong and Qiu Ping would definitely blame Ho Lianyu. Ho Lianyu spoke first. With Jiang Yue at the bottom, Qiu Ping would definitely not blame Jiang Yue. On the other hand, Ho Dong was afraid of the 2 from the Misty Rain Divine sect who were united. In addition, the external aid he found was dead. Therefore, he would definitely not say anything. As such, this matter was over. The 4 from the Land of Sanctions were defeated by the 4 existences who were close to half-step ultimate god's battle strength and the furious Ho Dong and Qiu Ping who were injured. They wanted to ask the only half-step ultimate god among them to help them, but the half-step ultimate god that Qiu Ping found was pinned down by the external aid and could not escape. In this kind of situation, they fought until the end and were somewhat in despair. In the end, the 4 of them died one after another at the hands of Duan Lingtian and the others. The moment the 4 of them fell into despair, They were destined to lose because they no longer had the will to fight and could no longer maintain their high-intensity battle stance. With the 4 of them dead, Duan Lingtian and the others joined the battle between the 2 half-step ultimate gods. Although the 6 of them only had the battle strength of a half-step ultimate god, the addition of this force still turned the tide of the battle. The half-step ultimate god from the land of sanctions even lost his will to fight after a while. In the end, he was killed by the half-step ultimate god that Qiu Ping found. The 8th checkpoint had been broken through. We passed. Ho Lianyu was overjoyed, while Qiu Ping and Jiang Yue were also smiling. Only Ho Dong's expression did not look too good. After all, he was the one who lost the most this time. The external aid he found, a powerful half-step ultimate god, died in the 8th challenge just like that. It also meant that he no longer had the ability to compete with the others for treasures. He could only follow behind them and drink the soup. Ho Dong took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Yue, Qiu Ping, and Ho Lianyu. He transmitted his voice to Ho Lianyu. Ho Lianyu, although we don't get along well, we must stick together now. The Misty Rain sect's strength has completely overshadowed ours. However, Ho Lianyu sneered when she heard Ho Dong's voice transmission. She did not transmit her voice and said, "Ho Dong, now that your external aid is dead, you want to work with me? How can there be such a good thing? I'm not interested in working with you." Ho Lianyu rejected Ho Dong right away, which made Ho Dong's expression turn ugly. If it was not for the fact that he could not leave the secret realm, Ho Dong would have chosen to leave on his own. Based on the current situation, not only would he not be able to reap any benefits, but his life would also be in danger. In addition, he was also puzzled. Why did Ho Lianyu suddenly become so stubborn? There's an additional reward. Suddenly, the half-step ultimate god that Qiu Ping found spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and the others followed his gaze as well. At that moment, after the reward for killing the half-step ultimate god from the land of sanctions faded, a ray of light fell from the sky along with a divine pill. The moment the divine pill entered their eyes, its alluring pill fragrance filled the entire canyon. At that moment, everyone's eyes lit up except for Duan Lingtian. Chapter 42-42. The reason why Duan Lingtian was so calm was because of the pill's fragrance. It could only be considered an ordinary emperor-level divine pill. Of course, it was considered a rare item, but it was not of much use to him. Compared to the heavenly Dao fruit he had obtained in the divine trials, it was far inferior. In fact, as long as he had enough herbs, he could refine this emperor-level divine pill. There was even a chance that he could refine it into an ultimate divine pill. Emperor Pedestal Pill. This emperor-level divine pill was called the Emperor Pedestal Pill. If a person who had just entered the upper god the arch level consumed it, they would be able to quickly consolidate their cultivation. The effect was not bad, but that was it. Furthermore, after consuming one Emperor Pedestal Pill, consuming a second one would also lose its effect. Even if one consumed an ordinary Emperor Pedestal Pill and wanted to consume a second Ultimate Emperor Pedestal Pill, the latter would not be able to do anything. Thus, even if this Emperor Pedestal Pill could be used by his friends and family, Duan Lingtian was not interested. In the future, he would have a greater chance of refining an Ultimate Emperor Pedestal Pill. Although it was very difficult for him to gather the herbs needed to refine the Emperor Pedestal Pill now, because the herbs needed to refine the Emperor Pedestal Pill were extremely rare. Even a powerful Ultimate God faction would have to rely on luck to obtain them. Perhaps only a powerful Ultimate God faction could casually take them out. Although it was difficult for him to gather the herbs now, what about in the future? He did not think that the herbs needed to refine the Emperor Pedestal Pill would be difficult for him in the future. Because of that, he had no interest in the Emperor Pedestal Pill now. It is all thanks to Brother Shen that we were able to pass this hurdle. This Emperor Pedestal Pill will belong to him. Does anyone have any objections? When everyone's eyes lit up, Qiu Ping quickly retracted his gaze and suggested with a smile. Instantly, the eyes of the half-step ultimate gods beside Qiu Ping lit up. As for the others, although Ho Dong was unwilling, he did not say anything. If the half-step ultimate god he had found was still alive, they might be able to compete for it. But now, what could they compete with? When Jiang Yue heard this, she exchanged glances with the veiled woman beside her. After the veiled woman gently shook her head, Jiang Yue did not say anything. On the other hand, Hou Lianyu looked a little reluctant, but seeing that Jiang Yue didn't say anything, and even Duan Lingtian behind her didn't say anything, she didn't say anything either. Since no one has any objections, Brother Xin, please keep the Emperor Transcendence pill. Qiu Ping looked at the half-step ultimate god next to him and said with a smile. All right. The latter smiled and nodded his head in response. After which, he immediately took action and collected the Emperor-grade pill that fell from the sky. Although the Emperor's supreme pellet is of no use to us, it is a precious treasure to those who have just entered the upper-level God-Emperor realm and have yet to stabilize their cultivation. Qiu Ping continued. Brother Xin, if you take this divine pill, you can give it to your family, friends, or even disciples. Even if I can't use it, I can still exchange it for a treasure. However, Qiu Ping's words were destined to be nonsense. This was because everyone else recognized the Emperor's supreme pellet. We have passed the 8th level, and the 9th level is coming soon. If there are no surprises, the 9th level will be the second to last level. Qiu Ping's expression turned serious. If there are no surprises, the 9th level will be even more difficult. In fact, there might even be 2 half-step ultimate gods. If the next guardian is a great demon, it will be fine. Even a half-step ultimate god great demon is not as strong as a human half-step ultimate god. If it is someone from the sanctioned land, we will leave the secret realm. If we can't win, we will leave. There is no need to fight to the death with them. In the dimensional battlefield, whether it was a natural secret realm or not, as long as everyone agreed to leave the secret realm would forcibly send them out. This was why many people liked to enter secret realms in groups. It didn't matter if it was a secret realm like this or a secret realm that required a change of location. If they could win, they would win. If they couldn't win, they would run. This way, they would be absolutely safe. However, everyone had to reach an agreement. Otherwise, even if only one person disagreed, the others would not be able to leave. Of course, dead people did not count. Dead people had no right to speak and could not speak. Because of this, many times if someone deliberately caused trouble and refused to leave at the crucial moment, they would become a thorn in the eyes of others and be besieged by others. Does anyone have any objections? Qiu Ping glanced at everyone after he finished speaking. Everyone heard him and did not say anything. Obviously, they agreed with Qiu Ping's words, including the half-step ultimate god beside Qiu Ping. Although he was strong, he was not a fool. He would not do something that would cost him his life. Furthermore, this time, he had gained the most out of all of them. He did not lose anything even if he left the secret realm. In fact, compared to the other half-step ultimate god who had died, he had gained a lot. Until now, every time he thought of that person's death, he could not help but secretly break out in cold sweat. He was glad that he was targeted and not himself. Otherwise, the one who would be smiling now would be the other party and not him. Elder Brother Duan. At this time, Hou Lianyu transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. If Qiu Ping's people are unreliable in the next checkpoint, I'm afraid we'll have to rely on you. Hou Lianyu knew. Up until now, this big brother Duan of his had only been a bystander and had not given his all. As for the reason, he understood it now. Hiding and preserving his strength. Only in the end would he unleash his full strength. At that time, even the half-step ultimate gods that Qiu Ping found might not be able to compete with his elder brother Duan when they encountered treasures. That was because his elder brother Duan had been preserving his strength. If it really came to a critical moment, how much strength would the half-step ultimate gods that Qiu Ping found be left? As for Jiang Yue, unless the veiled woman was also hiding her strength, she would not be able to compete with his elder brother Duan. In addition, he always felt that his elder brother Duan might not be an ordinary half-step ultimate god. Previously, he had seen his big brother Duan kill a high-level god emperor who was no weaker than him in a single move. This was not something an ordinary high-level god emperor could do. At least, the half-step ultimate gods that Qiu Ping found could not do that. Even the half-step ultimate gods that Ho Dong found could not do that. We'll see when the time comes. When Duan Ling Tian heard Ho Lianyu's voice transmission, his tone was neither hurried nor slow. It was as though he was never in a hurry. You're right, there's no need to rush. At this time, Ho Lianyu added, perhaps the veiled woman beside Jiang Yue is also hiding her strength. Elder brother Duan, if it really comes to a critical moment, do you think she'll make a move? It's best if she makes a move first. Duan Ling Tian was a little surprised when he heard Ho Lianyu's words. He did not expect this kid to be so smart as to think that the veiled woman beside Jiang Yue was not simple. While Duan Ling Tian and the others were waiting in anticipation, the wind and clouds above the canyon moved and a bigger spatial vortex appeared. Qiu Ping's expression changed when he saw the spatial vortex. Damn it! It's the people from the land of punishment again. So far, all the checkpoints in the canyon where spatial whirlpools appeared were basically all human powerhouses from the sanctioned lands. Those great demons did not have a spatial vortex when they appeared. They all fell from the sky as if they appeared out of thin air. The half-step ultimate god that Qiu Ping found had a solemn expression. He stepped into the air and directly attacked the spatial vortex. However, no matter how powerful his attacks were, the spatial vortex still spun faster and faster. It felt like the vortex was spinning faster because of his attacks. The half-step ultimate god that Qiu Ping found hurriedly retreated when he sensed the life energy coming from the spatial vortex. It's useless. Qiu Ping regained his senses and shook his head. There's no way to stop the spatial vortex once it appears. If you attack it, it will absorb your energy and speed up the opening of the spatial door. Let's wait and see if the people from the land of punishment are strong or not. If they are, we'll retreat. Also, they might be hiding their strength this time. So, don't rush in alone this time. It's best to wait for them to come. Qiu Ping suggested. After a while, a few figures gradually broke through the spatial vortex and entered the canyon. There were a total of 7 people. There were 2 more people than the previous time. 7 people, the same number as Duan Lingtian's group. As for the 7 human powerhouses who had entered the secret realm and acted as the gatekeepers of the 9th checkpoint, after a brief moment of panic, they calmed down. Damn it! Damn it! We're the gatekeepers of the secret territory again. A middle-aged burly man with a face full of curses cursed. As for the other 6 people, their expressions were grave at this moment. The depths of their eyes were filled with vigilance. What's your strength? At this moment, someone immediately sent a voice transmission to the bearded man. Based on the current situation, it's better for everyone to confirm their strength so that we can cooperate. 7 against 7, we may not lose to them. However, it's best if we can win with the least amount of effort. The bearded man's face turned solemn after hearing the voice transmission. He no longer cursed as he replied, "My strength is close to that of a half-step ultimate god. However, if I'm given a few breaths of time to gather my strength, I'll be able to severely injure or even kill a half-step ultimate god when he's not looking at me. My bloodline power is a little special." The eyes of the person who asked the question lit up when he heard the bearded man's words. He was a half-step ultimate god himself. Now, there was another person who could seriously injure or even kill a half-step ultimate god. How's your strength? I'm a half-step ultimate god and I specialize in the law of gold. The half-step ultimate god from the land of punishment asked the other 5 through voice transmission. Chapter 42-43. The half-step ultimate god from the land of sanctions asked the other 5 and soon found out that one of them was a half-step ultimate god while the other 4 were very close to the half-step ultimate god realm. Then, he began to contact the others and began to plan how to best deal with the 7 challengers from the world of divine remains. Going head-on was a reckless move. Have you noticed? The leading half-step ultimate god from the land of divine remains said to the other 6 through voice transmission. Among the 7 challengers from the divine remains land, 6 of them are standing together in 3 groups. Only one of them is alone. Normally speaking, secret realms opened by battle merits are usually separated from each other. It's rare to see people standing in close groups, unless it's a natural secret realm. A natural secret realm that invites people to enter. I suspect that either all 7 of them discovered the secret realm together or all 4 of them discovered the secret realm together and each of them found a helper. The reason there are only 7 of them is because one of their helpers died. The reason why we made such a guess is because when that lone man looked at us, his eyes were filled with fear. He even looked timid and retreating. He's obviously not confident. The other 6 people followed his gaze and found the same problem. Your Excellency, your observation is indeed meticulous. I'm impressed. I'll cooperate with whatever you ask me to do next. Your Excellency is amazing to see through this person's cowardice at a glance. In addition, I also noticed that the other 2 didn't look very confident. I think there's a high probability that one of them died just now. Otherwise, they wouldn't be like this. No matter what, it's better to be careful. We'll listen to your Excellency's orders. Among the 7 people, only 2 of them were half-step ultimate gods. Therefore, the others were very respectful to the leading half-step ultimate god and addressed him as your Excellency. The leading half-step ultimate god did not disappoint the others and quickly came up with a plan similar to the previous group of people from the land of sanctions, to hide their true strength. However, he guessed that the 2 half-step ultimate gods that appeared this time were most likely from the previous group of half-step ultimate gods. Therefore, a half-step ultimate god had to be involved this time. The other party would not doubt the 2 half-step ultimate gods. Of course, it would be a good thing for them if they chose to retreat after seeing that they had 2 half-step ultimate gods. It would mean that they would not have to die in the secret realm. Although they couldn't even get the benefits of the rules, to them, this was already a blessing in disguise. In the planar battlefield, how many people mistakenly entered danger zones and became gatekeepers of secret realms, only to be killed by challengers of the secret realms? It was already good enough to be able to survive such a thing. Let's attack together and test them. Qiu Ping's voice echoed in the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others. Qiu Ping and his half-step ultimate gods were the first to move. At the same time, Jiang Yue, Ho Lianyu and Ho Dong also moved, while Duan Lingtian and the veiled woman followed behind them and moved out to meet the 7 gatekeepers from the sanctioned grounds. As the crowd soared into the sky, the battle between the guardians of the sanctioned grounds finally broke out. 2 of the 7 gatekeepers from the sanctioned grounds attacked the half-step ultimate god beside Qiu Ping. The half-step ultimate god's expression changed drastically. 2 half-step ultimate gods. Let's go out. In the next moment, an illusory door loomed above his head. It was the sign of the challengers voting to leave the secret realm. It was also considered a strange phenomenon. However, it only existed in the secret realm. At the same time, an illusory door also appeared above Qiu Ping and Ho Dong's heads. Only Duan Lingtian, Ho Lianyu, Jiang Yue and the veiled woman did not have an illusory door above their heads. Obviously, they had not reached a consensus. Stop daydreaming. Let's get out of here. Ho Dong roared at Duan Lingtian and the others while fighting against a half-step ultimate god from the sanctioned grounds. He urged them to vote as well. As long as all of them passed, they would immediately leave the secret realm. However, Duan Lingtian and the others did not pay attention to Ho Dong at that moment. In fact, when the people from the land of sanctions didn't take the initiative to attack them, the 2 of them looked at each other. Duan Lingtian and Ho Lianyu glanced at Jiang Yue and the veiled woman. The other party was also looking at them. Do you have a death wish? The half-step ultimate god that Qiu Ping found was fighting against 2 half-step ultimate gods at the same time. He was not injured because he had been running away. At this moment, he looked at Duan Lingtian and the others who seemed to be in a daze. He was so anxious that he almost went crazy. Junior sister Yue. Qiu Ping couldn't hold on any longer. Right now, he and Ho Dong were surrounded by 4 people. Although none of the 4 people were stronger than him and Ho Dong, the other side had the advantage in numbers. Go to hell. At this time, another high-level god emperor who was close to a half-step ultimate god, who had been hiding in the path of the half-step ultimate god that Qiu Ping had found, chuckled and unleashed his full power. The terrifying bloodline power wrapped around a saber light. The The saber light turned into a blood moon as it swept across the void towards the half-step ultimate god reinforcements that Qiu Ping had brought. No, the half-step ultimate god Shin's face changed when he sensed the power of the blade. His first thought was, how could there be a third half-step ultimate god? That was because only a half-step ultimate god could perform such a powerful attack. I can't accept this. In the next moment, the half-step ultimate god Shin unleashed a full-powered attack and blocked the saber light. While the attacker was injured, the half-step ultimate god Shin was forced to squat on the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. At the same time, the other two half-step ultimate gods who were chasing him arrived and attacked at the same time. Two waves of energy swept across the sky and enveloped the half-step ultimate god and killed him. After the half-step ultimate god that Ho Dong found was killed, the half-step ultimate god that Qiu Ping found was also killed. What are you all doing? Ho Dong's face instantly turned pale when he saw the death of the half-step ultimate god Shin from the corner of his eyes. 3 half-step ultimate gods. Are you waiting to die if you don't come with us? Kill them. The 7 half-step ultimate gods from the sanctioned grounds were smiling after killing the half-step ultimate god Shin. It was as if they could see the dawn of victory and even felt that victory was theirs. Although they did not know why the other 4 did not choose to run away. It also gave them a chance to kill them. It was a good thing. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian, who was behind Ho Lianyu, and the veiled lady behind Jiang Yue attacked at the same time. Duan Lingtian's spatial confinement had locked down the half-step ultimate god who attacked. It was not difficult for him to see that the half-step ultimate god strength was not yet at the half-step ultimate god realm. Otherwise, his defense would not have been so weak. In addition, he could also see that the half-step ultimate god's attack was more of a bloodline power explosion. Save me. He's a half-step ultimate god. The half-step ultimate god who attacked was trapped by Duan Lingtian's spatial confinement. He could not break through the spatial confinement no matter how hard he tried. His expression changed when he felt the spatial windstorm raging in the surrounding space. At the same time, the veiled lady also went up against the 2 half-step ultimate gods from the sanctioned grounds. She was able to stop both of them by herself. Moreover, she was able to fight both of them at the same time. She was obviously stronger than the half-step ultimate god Shin that Qiu Ping found. At the same time, Ho Lianyu and Jiang Yue joined Ho Dong and Qiu Ping's battle and helped them share half of the pressure. Originally, the 2 of them could barely hold on against 4 people at once. Now, even though they had used up a lot of energy and were still under pressure in a one-on-one battle, they were still much stronger than before. They even had time to observe the battle around them. When they saw that Duan Lingtian had locked down the half-step ultimate god from the sanctioned grounds and killed the half-step ultimate god Shin in the blink of an eye, their pupils constricted. The purple-robed young man was a half-step ultimate god. He was most proficient in the law of space, not the law of fire. He was too strong. With just 1 spatial confinement, a spatial windstorm raged and killed the half-step ultimate god Shin without making any big moves. This kind of strength was definitely not weaker than the reinforcements they found. In fact, it was even stronger. On the other side, the veiled woman that Jiang Yue had found, whom they had originally underestimated, no longer used the power of the law when she attacked. She used a different law of space. Her law of water rippled as she fought against the 2 half-step ultimate gods from the sanctioned grounds alone. Damn it! At this moment, Ho Dong was cursing in his heart. He was cursing Ho Lianyu for finding a half-step ultimate god and playing the pig to eat the tiger. This was definitely intentional. It was intentional. Of course, although he was dissatisfied, he did not dare to show it. Now, he still had to rely on the other party to survive. It would not be worth it if he got killed because of the other party's anger. Therefore, Ho Dong could only complain to Ho Lianyu through voice transmission. Ho Lianyu, I didn't expect you to be so cunning at such a critical moment. Of course, he was just complaining and did not go too far. He did not say anything like, "Why didn't you ask your reinforcements to go all out earlier so that the reinforcements I found would not have died?" Although that was what he thought, he did not say it out loud as he was worried that he would fall out with Ho Lianyu. Oh no. The two half-step ultimate gods from the sanctioned lands were horrified after witnessing the death of a half-step ultimate god who could unleash an attack comparable to a half-step ultimate god. It was another half-step ultimate god who was stronger than them. Chapter 42-44. The guardians of the Land of Sanctions had already seen the light of victory and were even more certain of their victory after the opponent's half-step ultimate god was killed. However, they did not expect two more half-step ultimate gods to appear after the first half-step ultimate god was killed. Moreover, both of them were extremely powerful half-step ultimate gods. One of them killed the two half-step ultimate gods in a blink of an eye while the other fought against two half-step ultimate gods on their side and was not at a disadvantage at all. The other four guardians were in a stalemate with the other four. The problem was, the purple-clothed young man was one of the strongest half-step ultimate gods among them. He was released after killing one of their men. The release of his combat power almost made them feel hopeless. Even the two half-step ultimate gods who were fighting the veiled woman had a bitter expression on their faces when they glanced at the purple-clad young man not far away from them while dealing with the veiled woman. Their plan had come to naught. Of course, it was not that they did not gain anything as they had at least killed one of their half-step ultimate gods. I'll imprison them while you attack. Duan Lingnun teleported to the veiled woman after killing the saber-wielding superior god emperor of the Land of Sanctions and said to her calmly. Without waiting for her response, Duan Lingtian casually raised his right hand and a space storm raged in the void before crashing down and imprisoning the two half-step ultimate gods in the Land of Sanctions. The two half-step ultimate gods had just reacted when the space around them was imprisoned. They immediately used their divine weapons and combined their weapons with their divine weapons in an attempt to break the space imprisonment together. However, they realized that the space imprisonment only shook violently a few times and was not destroyed by them. Their expressions changed completely for a moment. Only then did they realize that there was still a gap between them and the purple-clad young man even if they worked together. The purple-clad young man's strength was definitely stronger than the veiled woman. As for the veiled woman, although her face was covered by a veil and her expression couldn't be seen clearly, a few ripples flashed through her beautiful eyes at this moment. At this moment, if one were to observe carefully, one would be able to see her delicate body tremble slightly. Clearly, his heart was not as calm as he appeared to be. However, she didn't let her mind wander for too long. In the blink of an eye, she came back to her senses and attacked again. Crash! The vast and stormy waves were like violent water dragons, sweeping towards the two people who were imprisoned. Under the circumstances that Duan Lingtian didn't interfere, the two of them were unable to gain the slightest advantage from the hands of the veiled woman under the circumstances of 2 against 1. At this moment, they were imprisoned. They even had to use their power to resist the spatial storms that were constantly corroding them. They were far from being able to display their full strength. Therefore, after a few breaths of time, the two of them died in the hands of the veiled woman. The rewards of the two rules also fell from the sky at the right time, enveloping the veiled woman and fusing into her body. 2 half-step ultimate gods had fallen, and the 7-man team guarding the sanctioned land was utterly defeated. At this moment, the remaining 4 upper god emperors had completely lost their will to fight because of fear. The original stalemate had been broken, and they were being beaten by Ho Lianyu and the other 3. At this time, it was normal for the 4 higher god emperors from the sanctioned lands to not have the will to fight. What a joke! Now, the other side had released 2 half-step ultimate gods, and they were not ordinary half-step ultimate gods. Have you ever seen an ordinary half-step ultimate god who could fight against 2 other half-step ultimate gods at the same time? At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the veiled woman saw that Ho Lianyu and Jiang Yue were suppressing the other party, and they did not intervene. They just watched calmly. If they intervened, the rewards of killing the other party would belong to them. Now, it was obvious that Ho Lianyu and the others could handle it even if they did not intervene, so they tacitly did not intervene. Duan Lingtun watched the battle calmly, and the veiled woman beside him kept glancing at Duan Lingtian from the corner of her eyes. The surprise in her eyes did not diminish. She had been hiding her true strength and had not revealed it. This was something that she and Jiang Yue had discussed beforehand. In the secret territory, it was fine to give up the earlier items. The more important things were the later ones. Normally, the later the items, the better. Therefore, even when the additional reward, the Emperor's Supreme Pill, was mentioned earlier, and Qiu Ping said that he had found external help for her, she did not express any objections. That was because she did not care for it. I didn't expect. She had originally thought that she would be able to suppress everyone this time and obtain the best items from the secret realm with her little sister Yue. She had never thought that there would be such a person hiding in seclusion like her. Moreover, his strength was definitely not weaker than hers. She did not even have the confidence to fight with him. Just as the veiled woman was thinking, Hou Lianyu and Jiang Yue had finally defeated the last 4 people from the land of sanctions. Originally, they did not have much chance of winning because Hou Dong and Qiu Ping were injured. However, the 4 of them completely lost their will to fight when they saw that there were 2 half-step ultimate gods on their side. They could not even exert their full strength. In the end, they were killed by them. 4 rewards fell from the sky and landed on Hou Lianyu and the others. They then absorbed them. Elder brother Duan, it's all thanks to you and this person. Otherwise, we would have lost this time. Hou Lianyu moved to Duan Lingtian's side in a flash and said with a smile as her eyes fell on the veiled woman not far away. At this time, Jiang Yue also returned to the veiled woman's side and looked at Duan Lingtian cautiously. She stared at Duan Lingtian for a moment before she looked at Hou Lianyu and said indifferently, Hou Lianyu, it seems like I've underestimated you. Initially, I thought you only found an ordinary senior divine emperor. I didn't expect you to find such a powerful half-step ultimate god. Hou Lianyu was not to be outdone. Jiang Yue, aren't you the same? The person beside you hid his strength well too. While the 2 of them were bickering, Hou Dong and Qiu Ping were standing at the same spot gloomily. Now, they finally knew why the 4 of them ignored them when they were about to leave the secret territory when they were about to leave. It turned out that they were confident in defeating the 7 people from the land of sanctions. The extra reward this time is definitely better than the Emperor Authority Elixir. At this time, Jiang Yue looked at Hou Lianyu and said bluntly, the reward this time is yours. The reward for the next challenge, which is also the last one, will be ours. What do you think? As they spoke, they had already decided to distribute the rewards for the last 2 challenges. When Hou Lianyu heard this, she said sarcastically, Jiang Yue, you've got a good plan. Who doesn't know that the further you go, the better the reward is? But you want to reserve the best reward first? Hou Lianyu was not stupid when it came to this. You can't say that. Jiang Yue shook her head. We don't know how difficult the next challenge will be. Maybe we can't pass it? If we can't pass it, there won't be any extra reward. As for you all, you've obtained additional rewards from this checkpoint. We might get better rewards, but it's still risky, isn't it? Jiang Yue said. The sarcastic look on Hou Lianyu's face became even more obvious when she heard Jiang Yue's words. I don't think we can't pass the next challenge. Why don't we give you the extra reward for this challenge and give us the extra reward for the next challenge? We're not afraid of taking risks. Hou Lianyu could not help but sneer at the end of her sentence. Did this Jiang Yue really take him for a fool? Hou Dong and Qiu Ping, who were standing far away, turned pale when the 2 of them were discussing who would get the extra reward for the last 2 challenges. They were completely out of the game. The most they could do was to get some rewards from the rules of martial arts, and they would be reduced to mere fodder. Hou Dong, Hou Lianyu from your Hou clan is not very capable. She has such a powerful half-step ultimate god by her side, but she just watched her helper get killed without any intention of helping. Qiu Ping was very upset at that moment, but he dared not vent his anger on Hou Lianyu or Jiang Yue. Therefore, he picked on Hou Dong, who was a soft persimmon. However, Hou Dong was also in a fit of anger. How could he not know what Qiu Ping was thinking? Qiu Ping, don't be so sarcastic. Hou Dong sneered. Hou Lianyu's half-step ultimate god did not help my helper. But did your junior sister's helper help you? My relationship with Hou Lianyu is just SOSO. We even have some conflicts. It's fine if he doesn't help me. I've seen how well you treat your junior sister, but in the end, she stabbed you in the back. How pitiful. Ho Dong was no weaker than Qiu Ping when it came to talking. Qiu Ping was naturally enraged when he heard Ho Dong's words. He almost attacked Ho Dong but forced himself to calm down in the end. If he attacked Ho Dong now, the other four might be disgusted. There was no need for that. Ho Dong grinned when he saw Qiu Ping keeping quiet. It was as if the haze in his heart had been swept away. "They're here." At the same time, Ho Dong narrowed his eyes. Even Qiu Ping subconsciously raised his head at that moment. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and the others also saw the thing that floated down from the sky. It was a fruit that flickered with a faint light and emitted a refreshing fragrance that made one feel relaxed and happy. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt this fruit was similar to the heavenly Dao fruit he had obtained previously. However, it was a different kind of fruit. He racked his brains to recall the various heavenly and earthly treasures he had learned about before. It did not take long before he confirmed what this fruit was. The Heaven Ascension Fruit. Chapter 42-45. Heaven Ascension Fruit. It was a divine fruit that was similar to the Heaven Path fruit. It could help a high-level God Emperor to break through to the ultimate God realm. It was an absolute treasure for a high-level God Emperor. A half-step ultimate God who was not talented enough would not be able to break through to the ultimate God realm on their own. However, for those who were extremely close to the ultimate God realm, once they consumed the Heaven Ascension Fruit, they would be able to break through the shackles of their talent and break through to the ultimate God realm. It's the Heaven Ascension Fruit. When Duan Ling Tian recognized the divine fruit that fell from the sky, someone else also recognized the Heaven Ascension Fruit. It was said to be a divine fruit that could help a high-level God Emperor reach the ultimate God realm in one step. Even Ho Dong and Qiu Ping's eyes were wide open. Their eyes were filled with greed. However, after a while, they glanced at the purple-robed young man and the veiled lady from the corner of their eyes. They sighed in disappointment. They stood no chance with the two of them around. It would be great if the two of them fought and perished together. Ho Dong's heart was filled with anticipation. Even though the hope was slim, it did not stop him from fantasizing about it. Jiang Yue's eyes were shining with the light of a wolf. However, the veiled woman did not act rashly after she glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Instead, she sent a voice transmission to Jiang Yue to inform her of the situation. Jiang Yue received the voice transmission from the veiled lady and looked at Ho Lianyu. She asked again, "Ho Lianyu, are you sure you want to give us the Heaven Ascension Fruit? If you're sure, you can't go back on your word." As Jiang Yue finished speaking, her eyes also flashed with waves of scorching light. Ho Lianyu frowned when he heard Jiang Yue's question. Originally, as far as he was concerned, Jiang Yue was obviously trying to take advantage of him and Big Brother Duan when she said that she wanted the extra reward for the final hurdle. Therefore, he casually said that he wanted the extra reward for the last checkpoint. The reward for this checkpoint could be given to Jiang Yue. Now, the reward for the last round was the Heaven Ascension Fruit. To a high God Emperor, this was an extremely precious treasure. Even he did not dare to rashly make a decision for his elder brother Duan. Just as Ho Lianyu was in a dilemma, she suddenly heard a voice transmission by her ear. The moment she received the voice transmission, Ho Lianyu's pupils shrank sharply, and a look of shock appeared on her face, but she quickly concealed it. Then, he subconsciously glanced at Duan Ling Tian before looking at Jiang Yue. "Jiang Yue, we want the reward for the 9th challenge." Hearing his words, Jiang Yue's eyes lit up. The veiled woman's eyes also lit up. "However, whether or not the reward for the final trial will belong to you, will require you to agree to our conditions," Ho Lianyu said again. The faint smile on Jiang Yue's face instantly froze when she heard Ho Lianyu's words. Then, her face filled with anger. "Ho Lianyu, what do you mean by that? We'll give you the extra reward for the 9th challenge, but you're still talking about conditions with us about the reward for the final challenge." At this moment, it was not only Jiang Yue who was angry. Even the veiled woman's autumn eyes had a hint of coldness. At the same time, she glanced at Duan Ling Tian again. This idea could not have been suggested by Ho Lianyu himself. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian just happened to casually catch the Heaven Ascension Fruit that fell from the sky and directly put it into his spatial ring without any reservation. Although the Heaven Ascension fruit was similar to the Heaven Dao fruit, it would be a waste for him to use it. However, even if he could not use it, it did not mean that his family could not use it. This thing would not expire. Moreover, this kind of good thing could only be encountered and not sought. After putting away the Heaven Ascension fruit, Duan Lingtian did not say anything. His gaze met the veiled woman's indifferent eyes for a moment before he withdrew his gaze. He did not feel guilty at all. At this moment, Ho Lianyu had already continued. Jiang Yue, why are you in such a hurry? It's not too late to listen to my conditions. Although the extra reward for the 9th challenge is the Heaven Ascension fruit, which is very precious, the reward for the final challenge will definitely not be inferior to the Heaven Ascension fruit. It might even be 2 or more Heaven Ascension fruits. When she heard Ho Lianyu's words, Jiang Yue snorted coldly. Then tell us, what are your conditions? At this moment, even Ho Dong and Qiu Ping, who did not have any right to speak, looked at Ho Lianyu curiously. They were puzzled as to what conditions he had mentioned. Ho Lianyu said unhurriedly, it's not impossible for you to get the extra reward for the final challenge. However, you have to pass that challenge by yourselves. Elder Brother Duan and I will not make a move. As long as you pass the challenge, the extra reward for the final challenge will be yours. When Ho Lianyu said this, Jiang Yue's expression changed instantly. The cold light in the veiled woman's eyes became even more intense. What a joke! Let alone the final challenge, even if Ho Lianyu's reinforcements did not make a move, it would still be impossible for them to pass the 9th challenge even with Ho Lianyu's help. The final challenge would definitely be more difficult than the 9th challenge. How could the few of them pass it? Ho Lianyu. Jiang Yue was so angry that her face trembled slightly. Aren't you a little shameless to say this? Don't tell me we didn't make a move for the 9th challenge? You want to slack off for the 10th challenge? Jiang Yue was furious, and so was the veiled woman. At this moment, even Ho Dong and Qiu Ping felt that Ho Lianyu had gone overboard. However, they did not dare to speak recklessly. If they offended Ho Lianyu, they would definitely die if Ho Lianyu asked his reinforcements to make a move on them. Wait for me to finish. Ho Lianyu shook her head as she continued. If you guys feel that you're unable to pass the final hurdle, then Big Brother Duan will be the one to pass the final hurdle. If he can pass the final hurdle by himself, then the extra reward for the final hurdle will belong to him. If he can't pass the challenge, then he and I will work together with you to pass the final challenge. We promise to spare no effort. After we pass the challenge, the extra reward will belong to you. The conditions I'm negotiating with you are nothing more than giving Elder Brother Duan a chance to pass the challenge on his own. Jiang Yue and the other 3 were shocked when they heard Ho Lianyu's words. They all looked at Duan Lingtian. This person wants to pass the final challenge on his own? Is he that confident in his own strength? Even the veiled woman's beautiful eyes were filled with heartfelt shock at this moment. After a while, she said to Jiang Yue through voice transmission, judging from the difficulty of the 10th challenge, unless he has the strength of a lower ultimate god, it's impossible for him to pass the final challenge on his own. If he has the strength of a lower ultimate god, to put it bluntly, we won't be able to compete with him even if he tries to snatch the extra reward for the final challenge. So, we agree to their conditions. We don't have any other choice. We'll bet on his blind confidence that he won't be able to pass the final challenge. Jiang Yue felt that the veiled woman's words made sense. She looked at Ho Lianyu and said, I agree to your conditions. I hope you'll keep your promise. Ho Lianyu smiled faintly when Jiang Yue agreed. You can rest assured that we'll keep our promise. At this time, even he was still shocked in his heart. When his elder brother Duan asked him to raise the condition, he knew that his elder brother Duan was confident that he could pass the final challenge on his own. He did not know why he had such blind confidence in his elder brother Duan even though he had not known him for long. Qiu Ping, do you think he's really capable? Ho Dong was completely scared out of his wits. After a moment, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked Qiu Ping with some difficulty through voice transmission. I don't know. Qiu Ping looked at Ho Dong angrily. Did this guy forget that he just offended me? Now, he's chatting with me as though nothing happened. Is he being careless, or does he think that I, Xiaoping, have no temper? The 10th checkpoint was also the last checkpoint of this natural secret realm. In the end, no one from the sanctioned lands appeared at this checkpoint. Instead, a total of 10 great demons appeared. These great demons were not very large in size, but they gave off an extremely frightening, baleful aura. These 10 great demons were all humanoid great demons. The smallest one was about 3 meters tall, while the largest one was about 5 to 6 meters tall. Instead of saying that they looked like humans, they looked more like apes and monkeys. At this moment, each of the 10 great demons was holding a long rod in their hands. Each of the long rods was more than 10 meters long and exuded a thick and majestic aura. One could even vaguely see a faint soul moving on the long rods. However, it was not solid and was faintly discernible. They're all half-soul high-grade divine artifacts. Ho Lianyu exclaimed. Let's test their strength. At this moment, Jiang Yue spoke. As she stepped into the air, she glanced at Ho Dong and Xiaoping. When the two saw her gaze, although they were unwilling, they still followed her into the air. The veiled lady also moved at the right time. Unlike before when she followed behind Jiang Yue, she took the lead this time. She went past Jiang Yue, Ho Dong, and Xiaoping to meet the 10 great demons in the sky. Woo woo, roar! When the 10 grand demons saw someone rushing towards them, they also roared loudly. Then, they swung the upper-grade half-soul swindler in their hands. When they moved, they smashed the half-soul swindler fiercely at the veiled woman. Bang, bang, bang. The 10 great demons smashed the veiled lady's attack. Among them, 5 of the 10 strikes not only broke the veiled lady's attack but also sent her flying. The other 5 strikes were weaker and slower. After the veiled lady was sent flying, they all missed their target. However, just this one move was enough to let others see their strength. 5 half-step ultimate gods. 5 great demons who were close to the half-step ultimate gods. Most importantly, they were different from the previous great demons who did not have any divine artifacts. They all had half-soul high-grade divine artifacts. Chapter 42-46. The veiled woman was the strongest amongst Jiang Yue's group of 4 that had made a move now. However, even she was repelled by a single blow. Furthermore, it was obvious that he was injured. When Jiang Yue, Ho Dong, and Xiaoping saw that the veiled woman had been defeated, not only did they stop in their tracks, they even hurriedly retreated. What a joke! Even a powerful half-step ultimate god like the veiled lady was forced to retreat, let alone them. The 10th obstacle is indeed more difficult than the previous one. Ho Dong could not help but sigh after retreating. However, he was not nervous as there was still a powerful half-step ultimate god on their side who had yet to make a move. Junior sister. Even Xiaoping looked at Jiang Yue helplessly as he retreated. The 4 of us are no match for them. Let's let Duan Lingtian try and see if he can kill these grand demons on his own. Xiaoping transmitted his voice to Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue did not respond to Xiaoping immediately, nor did she greet Duan Lingtian or Ho Lianyu. Instead, she looked at the veiled lady. At that moment, the veiled lady was injured after being sent flying. However, she was full of energy again after taking a healing elixir. Obviously, her injuries were not too serious. The veiled lady did not choose to give up and immediately attacked again. The bloodline power around her vibrated and spread in all directions, causing the void to tremble. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but frown slightly at that moment. Previously, the veiled lady had also used her bloodline power, but it was not this kind of bloodline power. The bloodline power she used before was weaker. However, the bloodline power she used now was obviously of a different level. At that moment, the 2 bloodline powers were superimposed on her body at the same time without any signs of conflict between them. They were very harmonious. Moreover, the 2 bloodline powers were unleashed at the same time and raised the veiled lady's strength by a whole level. She's still hiding something? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised as he did not expect his opponent to be so secretive. He did not even use his full strength when facing the 2 half-step ultimate gods from the sanctioned land. If she had used her bloodline power earlier, the two half-step ultimate gods would not have been her match even if they worked together. In fact, he might not even be able to last 10 moves against her. Her strength is infinitely close to an ordinary lower ultimate god. If she can master the embryonic form of any of the four Tao of heaven and earth, I'm afraid she can compete with the weakest lower ultimate gods. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. With such strength, if I choose to defeat them one by one, I might be able to kill all 10 of them. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the 10 giant apes again. He was also somewhat perplexed. Logically speaking, the test of the 10th checkpoint shouldn't be so simple. In his opinion, excluding the two half-step ultimate gods, the rest of the 10 giant apes might not be as strong as the 7 guardians from the sanctioned land in the 9th checkpoint. 4 half-step ultimate god giant apes and 5 half-step ultimate god giant apes were likely to defeat the guardian of the 9th level. However, it was only slightly more powerful, and the difference was not huge. Even with the addition of a half-step ultimate god ape, it was not much stronger. In fact, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who felt the test was too simple. Even the veiled lady felt the same way. Because of this, when she activated another bloodline power and attacked the 10 giant apes, there was a faint joy in the depths of her eyes. That was because she was confident that she could kill all 10 of them one by one while taking them down one by one. Her strength was infinitely close to a lower ultimate god. Not in terms of cultivation base, but in terms of strength. According to her mother, she only needed a small improvement in her strength to be comparable to the weakest lower ultimate god. I thought the last checkpoint would require the strength of a lower ultimate god to pass. I didn't expect it to be so simple. I alone am enough to pass this checkpoint. The veiled lady attacked again. Her momentum was even stronger than before. At this moment, even Ho Lianyu, Ho Dong, and Qiu Ping could tell something was amiss. She's still hiding her strength? Another kind of bloodline power? She has 2 bloodlines? Born with 2 bloodlines? There aren't many people like that. I've only heard of them but never seen one. I didn't expect to see one today. The natives of the Plains of Gods were all born with bloodline power as long as they were not innately weak or came from a lowly background. Among those who had bloodline power, there was a very small group of people who had 2 bloodlines at the same time. They inherited one from their father and one from their mother. Among these people, there were some who could not use both bloodline power at the same time. However, there were some who could use both bloodline power at the same time without any conflict. They could be even more powerful in actual combat. The veiled lady was obviously one of these people. She's so strong, Ho Dong exclaimed. It was the veiled woman. She chased after one of the half-step ultimate god giant apes and knocked the giant ape's staff away. She even almost killed the giant ape. The giant ape's hands were broken and dripping with blood. It was only thanks to the help of the other 4 half-step ultimate god giant apes that it was able to escape in time. The injured huge ape suddenly let out a sharp cry. Its voice shook the sky, and in an instant, it caused the originally bright sky to darken. Then, under the gaze of Duan Lingtian and the others, a giant ape's silhouette appeared in the void. It looked like the apparition of an ultimate god, but it was not an apparition of an ultimate god. After the giant ape's silhouette appeared, it walked across the void. As for the 10 giant apes, although they were glaring fiercely at the veiled woman, they all gave up on her and soared into the air, flying toward the giant ape silhouette. Although the veiled lady did not know what was going to happen next and the giant ape's silhouette did not show any signs of life, she had an ominous feeling in her heart. Because of that, she did not hesitate and immediately moved out to stop one of the half-step ultimate god giant apes. However, at this moment, the giant ape light figure that had fallen from the sky, which had no signs of life, stiffly beat its chest with its hands, and at the same time, let out a low, mechanical roar from its mouth. The roar was not loud, but a golden light gushed out from its mouth at a frightening speed. In the blink of an eye, the golden light enveloped the 10 giant apes that were rushing towards it. After being shrouded by the golden light, the 10 giant apes instantly turned into 10 different colored lights and were carried by the golden light into the giant ape's body through its mouth. In the next instant, the originally illusory figure of the giant ape actually began to solidify. In the end, it even turned into a real ape. The giant ape's silhouette was very large, but the ape that was solidified was not that big. It was even shorter than most humans, only about 1.6 meters tall. In its hand, it was holding a 2-meter-long staff. On the staff, there was a solid soul that was about to come out. A full soul high-grade divine weapon. Ho Dong exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, it was not only Ho Dong, but even Duan Ling Tian and the others could see that the staff in the ape's hand was a genuine complete soul prominent grade divine weapon. Although the ape's body was small, its entire body was extremely well equipped and gave off a more terrifying feeling than the previous 10 giant apes. Human, how dare you hurt my doppelganger? You must die. The ape's eyes seemed to be flashing with a bloody light as it stared at the veiled woman. At the same time, its divine power rose from its body. When its divine power appeared, the veiled woman's delicate body suddenly trembled. Jiang Yue, who was not far away, could not help but exclaim in shock, "An ultimate god great demon." That was right. At this moment, the divine power that rose from the average-sized ape's body was the divine power of a lower ultimate god. The divine power broke out of its body and turned into a soaring flame in the blink of an eye. It was obvious that this Yuan Lei great demon was proficient in the law of fire. Moreover, as soon as its law of fire appeared, the veiled woman showed a look of fear because it was extremely close to the law of fire's power of 100,000 miles. If it went one step further, it would show signs of 100,000 miles of weak light. In terms of the law of fire, it was already stronger than her. Of course, her dual bloodline powers and law of fire were not necessarily inferior to the other party's law of fire. However, the problem was, she had a full soul high-grade divine weapon, but so did the other party. Her divine power was inferior to the other party's. Even if she could see that the other party's divine power was unstable, it was still the divine power of a lower ultimate god even if it had not completely consolidated its cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. I'm no match for it. The veiled woman's figure moved and quickly retreated. At the same time, she looked at Duan Lingtian from afar and said in a slightly cold voice, "If you're confident, you can fight on your own. If not, save your strength and join forces with me. If we can split the rewards later, I'm willing to share half of it with you." It was not that the veiled woman was very generous. She added the last sentence because she was worried that Duan Lingtian would overestimate himself and rush forward when he was no match for the great demon in front of him. If Duan Lingtian was seriously injured, she would not be able to do anything to the great demon even if she attacked again. Once that happened, no one would be able to get the rewards of the last checkpoint. That was something she did not want to see. She believed that the other party did not want to see that happen either. Unless he's really confident, otherwise, he won't choose to fight alone. If I can really kill this great demon alone, I'll accept it if I can't get the final reward. That was the veiled woman's current state of mind. Her eyes never left Duan Lingtian as she was worried about what choice he would make next. However, when she asked Duan Lingtian to make a choice, the great demon in front of her did not intend to cooperate with her. After letting out an angry roar, it turned into a ball of flames and rushed toward her. The flames burned the sky and a terrifying heat spread out, causing Ho Lianyu and the other upper-level god emperors who had not reached the half-step ultimate god realm to retreat. Chapter 42-47. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Duan Lingtian had been observing the changes in the ape-type great demon since the beginning. Because of that, he was completely relieved. Previously, he had already felt that the final hurdle was a little too simple. It turned out that this was the real difficulty of the last hurdle. The 10 ape-type great demons had merged into one. In other words, the 10 ape-type great demons were only the clones of the ape-type great demon in front of him. Now that all the clones had merged into one, the ape-type great demon had displayed the cultivation of a newly cleansed ultimate god. Even the law of fire that it had mastered was extremely powerful, close to the level of 100,000 miles of weak light. However, the power of this law was slightly weaker than his own power of law. His comprehension of the law of space had reached the level of 100,000 miles of weak light. Are you still not going to attack? In the face of the ape-type great demon's attack, the veiled woman's pupils shrank slightly. While escaping, she looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. When she spoke again, her tone was a little anxious. She was no longer as calm as before. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Then with a teleport he blocked the ape-type great demon's path and stopped it. Of course, when the ape-type great demon saw that someone was blocking its path, although it stopped, it still waved the long staff in its hand. Burning flames filled the sky as it smashed down on Duan Lingtian. Bang! When the staff fell, it was earth-shattering and the void shook. Even the space began to fluctuate as if it would crack at any time. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also swung his sword. The seven-colored sword light was dazzling as it swept through the void like a seven-colored rainbow. It crossed the air and blocked the flaming long staff falling from the sky. Bang! Another loud noise was heard as the flaming long staff fell and hit the seven-colored sword light, causing the sword light to waver for a while. However, the flames on the long staff were constantly being consumed. Although the seven-colored light on the seven-colored sword light was also being consumed, the consumption was not as fast as the flame on the long staff. Human, the one I want to kill is not you. The ape-type great demon withdrew his staff and stood there, staring at Duan Lingtian. In his pair of bloody eyes, there was actually a hint of fear. It was to the extent that his hands, which were holding the staff, were trembling faintly. Only it knew what it had just experienced. Even though it did not use all of its strength in that strike earlier, it still used 70 to 80% of its strength without holding back. Even so, it was still easily blocked by the other party. In fact, Xianxia hadn't even used his bloodline ability yet. Although the other party was only a upper-level god emperor, the law of space that he had comprehended was above his law of fire. More importantly, it had clearly discovered the traces of the four Daos of heaven and earth in the other party's attack, Sword Dao. At this moment, other than Hou Lianyu and the veiled woman, Jiang Yue, Ho Dong, and Qiu Ping could not help but gasp when they saw that the ape demon did not gain any advantage over Duan Lingtian. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with shock. This Duan Lingtian was actually so powerful? Even the veiled woman had no choice but to flee in front of this greater demon. However, in a head-on confrontation with the ape demon, he actually had the upper hand. His strength. In the distance, the veiled woman looked at Duan Lingtian's back and sighed in her heart. The scene that she did not want to see the most had happened. The other party's strength was indeed comparable to an ordinary ultimate god. Even though the ape demon had obviously not used all of its strength, the purple-clad young man had not used his bloodline ability from the beginning to the end. It was obvious that he was still holding back. Hou Lianyu, who was standing at the side, could not help but feel a little shocked even though she knew what was going on. Was this elder brother Duan really that powerful? A upper-level god emperor with strength comparable to an ultimate god? Go all out. Duan Lingtian looked calmly at the ape demon in front of him and said indifferently, if you want to kill her, you'll have to go through me first. Even though the ape demon was a little afraid of Duan Lingtian, it was still angry. Human, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. In the next moment, it roared and then a 10-meter-tall ultimate god apparition appeared and replaced its original body. The long staff in its hand also grew in size. The 10-meter-tall giant ape stepped into the air. Every step it took caused the void to tremble and the wind to blow in all directions. It held a 20-meter-long staff in its hand and casually swung it as if it was going to sweep the heavens and suppress the world. Human, die. The giant ape roared and the long staff in its hand vibrated. Flames raged and gathered in the sky. At the same time, crimson light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and streaks of fiery light that resembled stars appeared in the surrounding space. These flames quickly extended into rays of light and intertwined with each other. It was as though they had transformed into a huge net that enveloped Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted to use this net to bind Duan Lingtian and prevent him from escaping. Bang! The long staff crashed down like a falling pillar in the sky. It was going to split the sky into two. Tiny spatial cracks had already appeared in the void. This showed how powerful the staff was. The ape demon was completely enraged. At this moment, it no longer held back and attacked with all its might. So powerful! If it were the weakest lower ultimate gods, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to withstand the great demon's attack if they were to face it head-on. He won't be smashed to death, right? If he's really dead, we'll have to get out as soon as possible. While Ho Dong, Xiaoping, and Jiang Yue were still in shock, the shadow of a door had already appeared above their heads. They had already voted to leave the secret realm. As long as Duan Lingtian died, the veiled woman and Ho Lianyu would activate the door at the same time. The 5 of them would be immediately transported out of the natural secret realm. However, at this moment, there was no shadow of a door above the veiled woman and Ho Lianyu's heads. Their attention was completely focused on Duan Lingtian. Ho Lianyu's eyes were firm. He was convinced that his elder brother Duan would win. Therefore, he ignored Ho Dong's voice transmission and asked him to activate the door to leave the secret realm. As for the veiled woman, she was staring at Duan Lingtian with curiosity. She was very curious. Could this person really deal with this greater demon? At this moment, even if this person's strength was comparable to the weakest lower ultimate god, he would at most be able to fight to a draw with the great demon. It was almost impossible for him to defeat the great demon. Under such circumstances, it was impossible even with Ho Lianyu's help. Ho Lianyu was not even a half-step ultimate god. If she acted rashly, not only would she not be of help, but she might even become a burden. If he only fights to a draw with the great demon, I'll still have to take action later on. At that time, the bonus reward for the last checkpoint will still be mine. The veiled woman thought to herself. However, even if I want to take action, I'll have to wait until both of them are injured. Otherwise, even if I help Duan Lingtian to kill the great demon and get the bonus reward, I might not be able to win against him. The veiled woman's thoughts flashed through her mind. She had already planned out her next steps. However, she also knew that the premise of everything was, her opponent could fight to a draw with the great demon. If his strength could crush the great demon, there was nothing for her to do next. As for Duan Lingtian being injured after killing the great demon, she did not have any thoughts about it. She did not intend to fight for the bonus reward for the last checkpoint under such circumstances. She had her own principles. One must always guard against others and never have the intention to harm others. She had always followed this principle. Your strength is no weaker than an ordinary lower ultimate god. Facing the full-force attack of the great ape god's illusory body that he could not dodge and had locked onto him, Duan Lingtian still had a faint smile on his face as if everything was in his hands and he was fearless. Then he made his move. A cold sword light rose into the sky, bringing along a spatial storm. The way of control also instantly combined with the law of space to control the surrounding space. During this process, the speed of the giant ape's net of fire that was binding Duan Lingtian began to slow down. The way of control. At this moment, the great ape also let out a cry of surprise. Who the hell are you? A mere higher god emperor has mastered 2 of the 4 daos of heaven and earth. At the same time that the giant ape cried out in alarm, the long rod in his hand had already come crashing down to meet the cold sword light. At this moment, the great ape was no longer confused as to why Duan Lingtian's sword light was 7-colored earlier. If it had looked deeper, it would not have been difficult to discover that Duan Lingtian was not using the same high-grade divine sword that was filled with full souls. Bang! The great ape's staff landed on the cold sword light. In the next instant, where the staff and sword collided, the air seemed to have been sucked away in an instant. A terrifying power wreaked havoc in the surroundings, and the aftermath of the power spread out. Even Ho Lianyu and the other 3, who were watching the battle from afar, were sent flying. Ho Lianyu, who was closer to the battle, spat out a mouthful of blood when she was sent flying. Her face turned pale in an instant. However, his eyes never left the battle. That's his law avatar? He's not a native of the realms of gods. The veil on the veiled woman's face was lifted slightly by the wind, revealing her beautiful and flawless face. At this moment, a horrified expression appeared on her face. Initially, she thought Duan Lingtian must be a noble from the divine offering land who did not reveal himself. Therefore, she had never heard of Duan Lingtian. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian's law avatar appeared, she immediately realized Duan Lingtian was not a native of the realms of gods. Only those who rose to prominence in the lower dimensions could form law avatars. His strength is far stronger than an ordinary lower ultimate god. The great ape sighed inwardly. Almost at the same time, the great ape staff landed on the Duan Lingtian swordlight and was in a stalemate. At the same time, another Duan Lingtian appeared behind the great ape. At the same time, a seven-colored swordlight bloomed behind the great ape. Chapter 42-48. At this moment, Jiang Yue, Ho Dong, and Qiu Ping were not the only ones who were shocked when the second Duan Lingtian appeared behind the ape-type great demon. Even Ho Lianyu had a shocked expression on her face. Elder brother Duan is from a lower secondary realm? He's not a native of a realm of gods, but he's already so strong. Ho Lianyu knew that this big brother Duan wasn't even older than her. Since when was it possible for such a peerless genius to appear in the lower planes? The ape-type great demon let out a roar that shook heaven and earth. However, even though it noticed Duan Lingtian's clone had blocked its attack and teleported behind it, it was too late. Even if it was not too late, there was nothing it could do. This was because Duan Lingtian's clone was also wielding a full soul prominent divine sword. Moreover, it was no weaker than the ape-type great demon. The seven-colored sword Qi shot out like a scythe of the Grim Reaper. It instantly penetrated the ape-type great demon's body as though it was the scythe of the Grim Reaper reaping its life. In the next moment, hundreds and thousands of light spots appeared all over the ape-type great demon's body. These light spots were densely packed, and in just a blink of an eye, they shot out tiny seven-colored sword Qi. The sword Qi vibrated in the great demon's body and instantly killed it. The powerful ultimate god great demon's aura completely disappeared at this moment. Another roar shook heaven and earth. Unlike the previous roar, this roar was filled with unwillingness and desolation. After the roar, everything returned to silence. It was an incomparably huge figure of an ape that appeared in the void and then fell to the ground with a loud crash. It was the heaven and earth phenomenon of a fallen ultimate god. If this happened in the realm battlefield, this heaven and earth phenomenon would definitely alarm everyone. However, in a natural secret realm, only those inside the secret realm would be able to see it. When the second roar died down, the entire place fell into silence as well. Everyone's eyes were filled with mixed feelings, shock, horror, and disbelief as they all fell on the purple figure in the void. At this moment, the young man in a purple robe was standing in the void. He was bathed in the boundless rewards of the rules. He was like a peerless god of war, standing firm and unyielding. I'm not as good as him. The veiled woman looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. After sighing in her heart, she silently added, far inferior to him. As for Jiang Yue, Ho Dong, and Qiu Ping, all three of them were panting heavily. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that there was actually such a great god hidden by their side. Ho Lianyu, where did you invite this great god from? When they thought of this, they couldn't help but look at Ho Lianyu. There was a hint of envy in the depths of their eyes. Although Ho Lianyu might not be able to reap more benefits than them in this trip to the mystic territory, getting to know such a person was an intangible and huge fortune. At the very least, even the three of them didn't dare rashly become enemies with Ho Lianyu now. Who knew if this great god would stand up for Ho Lianyu? They were able to tell that this person truly had a friendship with Ho Lianyu. From the very beginning, he had been getting along well with Ho Lianyu. As for Ho Lianyu, she also addressed him as Elder Brother Duan affectionately. Elder Brother Duan, you're the most powerful upper god emperor I've ever met. Meanwhile, Ho Dong's eyeballs spun before he stood out and gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Big Brother Duan, let me solemnly introduce myself. I'm Ho Dong, and I'm from the same clan as Ho Lianyu. We're brothers that grew up together, And if big brother Duan has any errands in the future and needs little brother's help, then within little brother's ability, little brother will absolutely not refuse. When Ho Dong finished speaking, even Jiang Yue and Qiu Ping had a hint of disdain in their eyes when they looked at him. This Ho Dong had no integrity at all. Earlier, he was still arguing with Ho Lianyu. Based on his words, it was obvious he looked down on this great god that Ho Lianyu had found. However, in just a blink of an eye, his attitude had completely changed. He had become a bootlicker. Even Ho Lianyu was stunned when she saw Ho Dong's behavior. She said snappily, "Ho Dong, if elder brother Duan needs anything, I'll be there. You won't be needed. Stop trying to worm your way into being friends with him," Ho Lianyu said to Ho Dong rudely. Ho Dong was not angry when he saw Ho Lianyu's behavior. Instead, he looked at Ho Lianyu with a gentle smile on his face. His earlier arrogance was nowhere to be seen. "Here comes the bonus." Qiu Ping suddenly raised his head and exclaimed. In the next instant, a crimson-red ray of light descended from the horizon. A thick and heavy piece of metal floated down from the ray of light. The piece of metal looked ordinary, but the aura it emitted was terrifying. It seemed to carry an extremely sharp aura. It even caused the divine weapons in Duan Ling Tian and the others' hands to begin to vibrate. The artifact spirits appeared one by one and then hid within the artifacts. "Master, this is the embryo for forging a supreme artifact." Just as Duan Ling Tian was wondering what it was, he heard the voice of Huang, the sword spirit of the seven orifices exquisite sword. At this moment, Huang Er's voice was trembling. The embryo for a supreme artifact? Duan Ling Tian could not help but be stunned. He had heard of the supreme artifact more than once, but what was the embryo for a supreme artifact? "It's the embryo for a supreme artifact." Ho Lianyu's exclamation came at the right time. In the next instant, Duan Ling Tian discovered Ho Lianyu was not the only one whose eyes were shining brightly. Everyone else's eyes were shining brightly as well. There was a hint of greed in their eyes as well. "Elder brother Duan, hurry up and collect the embryo for this supreme artifact." Ho Lianyu's voice sounded in Duan Ling Tian's ear. "Although they probably won't dare to snatch it, it's better to be safe than sorry. If they destroy it and hide it in their storage rings, even if they die, you will miss it." As soon as Ho Lianyu said this, Duan Ling Tian did not care what it was and immediately collected it. In fact, in the process of collecting it, the space energy that he had gathered in his hand was mostly annihilated by the sharpness of this seemingly inconspicuous piece of iron. Is this the embryo for a supreme artifact? The embryo is already so terrifying. How strong would a real supreme artifact be? Duan Ling Tian knew about supreme artifacts. They were divine weapons that ultimate experts hid in their bodies and nurtured for many years. Their power was far greater than that of a superior artifact. A supreme artifact, even without an artifact soul, could easily destroy a superior artifact with a full soul. The most powerful divine artifact was also recognized as the most powerful divine artifact in this world. Generally, they were in the hands of ultimate experts. Of course, there were also a small number of upper-level ultimate gods who were given supreme divine weapons due to their close relationship with the supreme divine weapons. These upper-level ultimate gods were considered the best among the upper-level ultimate gods in this world with the help of their supreme divine weapons. Elder brother Duan. After Duan Ling Tian put away the embryo for a supreme artifact, Ho Lianyu's voice continued. "Supreme artifacts are divine weapons nurtured by ultimate experts." Ho Lianyu could see how calm Duan Ling Tian was when he saw the Supreme Powerhouse's embryonic divine weapon. She knew he did not know how precious the Supreme Powerhouse's embryonic divine weapon was. For this reason, she thought Duan Ling Tian might not know about the Supreme Powerhouse's embryonic divine weapon. For this reason, he did not hesitate to tell Duan Ling Tian about how precious and rare the Supreme Divine Weapon was. Then, he began to introduce the embryos of ultimate divine weapons. Because ultimate divine weapons are extremely difficult to nurture, and the cycle required is also very long, some ultimate divine weapons have started to nurture embryos of ultimate divine weapons. Embryos for a supreme artifact are all peerless materials. For example, Elder Brother Duan, that seemingly unremarkable piece of metal you just obtained, if I'm not mistaken, it should be extreme black gold. It is one of the most precious materials for forging weapons in this world. Any one of these embryos will increase the power of a full-soul high-grade divine artifact. When all 9 embryos are fused into a full-soul high-grade divine artifact, it will transform into a true supreme divine artifact. Giving birth to embryos of Omega artifacts is much simpler than giving birth to Omega artifacts. The period of giving birth is much shorter as well. Thus, many Omega experts will give birth to embryos of Omega artifacts and toss them into the planar battlefield as a reward. A very long time ago, it was said that the planar battlefield used to give out overgod artifacts as rewards. However, later on, because it took too long to nurture an overgod artifact, the planar battlefield only gave out embryos of overgod artifacts as rewards. In the planar battlefield, these embryos for ultimate artifacts are considered peerless treasures. Even high-level ultimate gods would kill for it. After Hou Lianyu's explanation, Duan Lingtian also understood what the embryos for ultimate artifacts meant. He immediately took out the embryos for ultimate artifacts and summoned the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. How will the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword fuse with the embryos for ultimate artifacts? The moment Duan Lingtian asked, Huang's tone became somewhat urgent. Master, intend to fuse the embryos for ultimate artifacts into the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword? After all, she was the sword soul of the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. Once the embryos for ultimate artifacts were fused into the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, she would also benefit greatly. If 9 embryos for ultimate artifacts were fused into the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, she would even be able to leave the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword after it became a supreme artifact and become a completely independent living being. She would be no different from an ordinary human or any other independent living being. At that time, she would also possess a cultivation level only lower than the original owner of the artifact. She would even be able to cultivate on her own and raise her cultivation level. Of course, if the owner of the artifact was an ultimate artifact, she would at most have the cultivation level of a medium god. If she wanted to become a higher god, she would have to rely on herself. Moreover, at that time, as long as her master was willing, she could even regain her freedom. At that time, it would not make much of a difference whether the artifact in the hands of the artifact's owner had her as its artifact soul, because ultimate artifacts did not rely on artifact souls. If the artifact soul was present, it would still be strong. If the artifact soul was not present, it would still be strong. Ultimate divine weapons were also known as divine weapons that had returned to their original state. Chapter 42-49. When Duan Lingtian asked Huang how to integrate the embryo of the supreme weapon into the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, he could clearly sense that the sword soul of the supreme-grade divine sword used by his space law doppelganger was slightly agitated as well. This was because as Duan Lingtian's sword soul, she could clearly hear the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. Of course, although she heard it, she didn't say anything because she knew that it was useless to say anything. She hadn't been with this master for long, but the other sword soul had been with this master for a long time. Master, it's actually not difficult to integrate the embryo of the supreme weapon into the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. Master, you just have to hold it in your hand and allow my power to envelop it. Next, I'll just digest and absorb it. After I've completely absorbed it, the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword will also reach a higher level. At that time, I'll be able to help you fight your enemies. When Huang spoke again, there was a hint of excitement in her voice. Although she had been loyal to Duan Lingtian from the moment she called herself Duan Lingtian's divine weapon soul, she could not help but feel excited when she realized that she would one day be independent of the divine weapon and have her freedom. Based on her understanding of her current master, if the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword really became a supreme weapon one day, her master would probably be willing to let her regain her freedom. All right. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately took out the embryo of the supreme divine weapon. As soon as the embryo appeared in his hand, he could feel Huang Er's energy surging out and shrouding it before it was absorbed by Huang. The huge embryo was completely integrated into the seven-colored light. During this process, Duan Lingtian could sense that the sword soul of the other divine sword used by his space law doppelganger was slightly agitated, but it did not act rashly in the end. Duan Lingtian was quite satisfied with this. At least the sword soul of the divine sword was tactful. In his heart, the sword soul of this divine sword that he had just obtained was naturally far from being comparable to the sword soul of Huang Er's seven orifices exquisite sword. Congratulations, elder brother Duan. The first person to congratulate Duan Lingtian was not Ho Lianyu, but Ho Dong. At this moment, Ho Dong looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of smiles, and he had a warm and respectful appearance. Ho Lianyu frowned. However, he still took the initiative to congratulate Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan. Ho Lianyu looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "If you have time in the future, come find me at the Ho family." He knew that after leaving this secret realm, they would have to part ways. If they wanted to meet again in the future, they would have to rely on fate. Unless they agreed to meet at a nearby military camp, it would be very difficult for them to meet again. All right. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. When he heard Ho Lianyu's words, he smiled and nodded at him. "I owe you a favor for this trip to the natural secret realm. I will repay this favor in the future." Duan Lingtian knew very well that if Ho Lianyu had not invited him into this natural secret realm, he would not have had such a great harvest. Not only did he obtain a divine fruit comparable to the heavenly Tao fruit, but he also obtained the embryo of a supreme divine artifact, which allowed the seven orifices exquisite sword's power to reach a new level. The seven orifices exquisite sword's power had reached a new level, which meant that his strength had also reached a new level. Elder brother Duan. Before everyone was forcefully sent out of the secret realm, Ho Lianyu said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, "Your divine sword has been fused with the embryo of a supreme divine weapon. If you use it again in the future, people will be able to see through it. If others can seize your divine sword, even if the sword soul is destroyed, the embryo of a supreme divine artifact can still be forcefully removed. Therefore, in front of those experts whom you are not confident of defeating, try not to reveal your divine sword. It's best to use other divine swords." Since Duan Lingtian could not even recognize the embryo of a supreme divine artifact, Ho Lianyu could not help but transmit a reminder to Duan Lingtian. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not know about this. However, now that he heard Ho Lianyu's words, he became more cautious. He was not a reckless man. Naturally, he knew that there were some risks that he should not take if he could avoid them. Duan Lingtian. While everyone was waiting for the secret realm to send them out, the veiled woman suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian. "Can we talk in private?" Duan Lingtian was startled at first, but then he nodded. Then, under the guidance of the veiled woman, they went to the side of the canyon. Their backs were facing Ho Lianyu and the others. When they arrived at the side of the canyon, the veiled woman removed the veil on her face in front of Duan Lingtian, revealing a beautiful and flawless face. She was so beautiful that it was enough to move the hearts of most ordinary men. However, Duan Lingtian did not feel anything when he saw her face. After all, he had never seen a woman more beautiful than her in his life. Although the woman in front of him was good-looking, she was still not as good as her. "Duan Lingtian, I'm Luoyun. The name that Sister Yue introduced me to is my alias. I'm from the Luo clan in the Divine Offering Land. The patriarch of the Luo clan is my father." The veiled woman introduced herself in front of Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard her self-introduction, he could not help but feel surprised. The Luo clan in the Divine Offering Land. If she didn't remember wrongly, the Luo clan was one of the most powerful ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. It was as famous as the Xia clan and the Yun clan. There were 3 clans among the most powerful ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. They were the Luo clan, the Xia clan, and the Yun clan. The 3 clans were equally powerful as they were all powerful ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. Just as Duan Lingtian was wondering if the Luo clan was another Luo clan, Luo Yiyun spoke again. The Luo clan I'm from is one of the 3 most powerful ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. It has a long history and has an extremely powerful ancestor. She paused for a moment and looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Duan Lingtian, you're from a low-level secondary plane and are not well known in the Divine Offering Land. I don't think you've joined any decent clans. In her opinion, if Duan Lingtian had joined any clans, even if it was an ordinary ultimate god clan, Duan Lingtian's talent would be well known. She could also clearly sense that Duan Lingtian was younger than her. Moreover, he was much younger. Such an existence was definitely a monster among monsters. Today, I, Luo Yiyun, on behalf of the Luo clan, would like to invite you to join us. If you join us, the Luo clan will definitely treat you well. I'll ask my father to adopt you and make you the young master of the Luo clan. Your status in the Luo clan won't be lower than my brother's. Compared to my brothers and me, the treatment you can enjoy is definitely better, not worse. Luo Yiyun tried to win Duan Lingtian over and made all kinds of promises. She seemed to be able to make all the decisions for her father. Oh, it's the daughter of the Luo clan. My apologies for not recognizing you. Duan Lingtian nodded to Luo Yiyun and then smiled faintly. However, I'm not interested in joining your Luo clan. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Luo. Luo Yiyun did not expect Duan Lingtian to reject her so bluntly. She could not help but frown for a moment before quickly relaxing. Duan Lingtian, if you think my conditions are not enough, you can mention some of yours. If it's appropriate, I can promise you on behalf of my father. Luo Yiyun obviously did not plan to let Duan Lingtian go just like that. In her opinion, if Duan Lingtian entered the Luo clan, with his monstrous innate talent, it was very likely that he would become a supreme powerhouse in the future. Even if he could not become an ultimate expert, if such an existence became a high-level ultimate god with the help of the Luo clan's ultimate divine weapon, who below the ultimate expert level could defeat him. At that time, the Luo clan would have one more ultimate expert. Now, in the Luo family, the only one who could be called the strongest person in the family was her ancestor, who she had never met before. Conditions? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Miss Luo, do you mean that I can name my own conditions? I can name any conditions I want? You can name any conditions you want. Luo Yiyun saw that Duan Lingtian seemed to be a little moved, and her originally silent thoughts suddenly became active again. She was afraid that Duan Lingtian would not name his conditions. If he did, everything could be discussed. At least there was hope. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, his eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed in them. Miss Luo, if the Luo clan can help me kill someone, I can join the Luo clan. Who do you want the Luo clan to kill? Luo Yiyun asked. Although it was not too difficult for the Luo clan to kill someone, unless the other party was an ultimate expert or an outstanding high-level ultimate god. Even an ordinary high-level ultimate god could be killed by the Luo clan. However, she deliberately asked who Duan Lingtian wanted to kill. After all, other than those who were powerful, the Luo clan could not kill those who were not powerful but had a strong background. Therefore, when she heard Duan Lingtian's condition, which she did not think was harsh, she wanted to confirm it. Moreover, she also felt that if Duan Lingtian could not kill someone, the person would not be simple. Duan Lingtian looked at Luo Yiyun calmly and said slowly, the first young master of the Yun clan in the world of divine remains, Yun Qingyan. If the Luo clan can kill him for me, I'll join the Luo clan. When Duan Lingtian mentioned Yun Qingyan, Luo Yiyun's eyes widened in shock. It was only when Duan Lingtian finished speaking that she regained her senses and smiled bitterly. The Luo clan can't kill this person for you. Although the person's strength was not strong, his identity was not to be underestimated. If her memory served her right, her grandfather's generation and the elders of the Yun family had a marriage alliance with the Yun family. In fact, she and Yun Qingyan were cousins. Yun Qingyan could be considered her cousin. Do you have a grudge against him? Luo Yiyun could not help but ask as she felt it was a pity. Chapter 4250. Luo Yiyun regretted her question as soon as it left her mouth. It seemed like she had asked an unnecessary question. If there was no enmity between them, why would Duan Lingtian ask for such a condition? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he heard Luo Yiyun's question. He glanced at her indifferently before he ignored her. At the same time, he felt that this woman was a little stupid. If there was no enmity between them, why would he ask the Luo clan to help him kill Yun Qingyan? It seemed like she had asked an unnecessary question. Can't you change the condition? Luo Yiyun asked, feeling slightly dissatisfied. The Luo clan had the strength to kill Yun Qingyan, but they would not do such a thing for this freak in front of them. If this matter was not handled properly, it would cause a rift between the Luo clan and the Yun clan. In the eyes of the Luo clan, unless the person in front of them was a supreme powerhouse, there was no reason for them to break ties with the Yun clan. Let's drop this topic at this point. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that the sky above the canyon was beginning to stir. It seemed like they would be sent out of this natural secret land soon. During the process of being sent out of the natural mystic realm, several spatial scenes may appear. You'll be rewarded for clearing any of the spatial scenes. Duan Lingtian had heard about this from his third senior brother, Yang Yuqin, so he was mentally prepared. Naturally, the spatial scenes that would appear during the process of being sent out had a time limit. One had to clear them within a certain time limit to obtain the reward. Otherwise, one would not be able to obtain anything. The later the spatial scenes were, the more difficult it would be to enter them. I wonder how many spatial scenes I'll be able to see and what kind of reward I'll obtain. Duan Lingtian was curious about this. However, he knew it would be impossible for a reward like the embryo of a supreme divine weapon to appear. Even a reward like the Heaven Ascension fruit would be hard to come by. He would only be able to obtain a reward like the Heaven Ascension fruit if he could clear all the spatial scenes during the process of leaving. Elder Brother Duan will be sent out of this secret land soon. Ho Lianyu's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Next, during the process of being sent away, we will each enter a separate space. He thought that Duan Lingtian was not clear about this, so he reminded Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian quickly interrupted him, indicating that he knew about this. Hearing this, Ho Lianyu also felt relieved. After Duan Lingtian and the rest waited for a while, the teleportation power finally descended from the sky above the canyon and enveloped Duan Lingtian and the rest. At the same time, a line of words appeared in their minds. Congratulations on clearing the stage. Duan Lingtian. At this time, Luo Yiyun's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears again. In the future, if you need my help or even the Luo family's help, you can come to the Luo family to look for me. As long as it's within my power, I will definitely not refuse. Although it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to join the Luo family now, it was definitely beneficial for the Luo family to be on good terms with such a peerless genius. Thank you, Miss Luo. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew what Luo Yiyun was thinking. He expressed his gratitude through voice transmission. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian and the rest only felt the teleportation power enveloping them and then bringing them into a colorful passage. Moving forward in the passage seemed to have no end. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian could still see the others, but after a while he could no longer see anyone else. After a while, Duan Lingtian realized that the colorful passage in front of him had disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy black stone prison surrounded by huge black stone pillars that formed a cage and imprisoned him. Roar! In the black stone prison, there was a giant beast that exuded a terrifying aura. After seeing Duan Lingtian, it woke up from its sleep and roared. Without giving Duan Lingtian any time to prepare, it directly pounced on Duan Lingtian. This great demon's strength was close to that of a half-step ultimate god and its strength was not bad. However, it was nothing in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not even make a move. With a thought, the 7 orifices exquisite sword flashed out and Huang Er's figure appeared. Then Huang Er used her body to control the sword and directly killed the great demon. During the process, Duan Lingtian could also clearly feel that the 7 orifices exquisite sword had undergone subtle changes, but it was not obvious. Master, the 7 orifices exquisite sword has only absorbed 1% of the supreme artifact's embryo. Once it fully absorbs it, there will be an even greater transformation. Huang said as if she could see Duan Lingtian's thoughts through Duan Lingtian's eyes. Yes. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. Although it's only 1%, it's already a little obvious. If it fully integrates, the 7 orifices exquisite sword's power will definitely reach a new level. By then, his strength would also increase by another level. After killing the great demon, the rewards of the laws swept over and a divine elixir fell from the sky. However, it was just a divine elixir that Duan Lingtian did not care for. He casually kept it and did not look at it again. Moments after receiving the rewards, Duan Lingtian found himself in the colorful passage again. Then, different spatial scenes appeared in front of him. In those spatial scenes, there were no gatekeepers from the land of punishment. They were all great demons that were killed by Duan Lingtian one after another. The first few spatial scenes did not give him any surprises. However, the last spatial scene before he exited gave Duan Lingtian a small surprise. It was a branch of the Divine Tree of Life. Although it was just a branch of the Divine Tree of Life, the life energy on it was terrifyingly rich. This branch of the Divine Tree of Life must be from a Divine Tree of Life in a realm of gods. Otherwise, the life energy would not be so rich. Duan Lingtian had been to the ruins of a realm of gods and obtained a damaged Divine Tree of Life there. Even now, the Divine Tree of Life had taken root in his little world for a long time. However, the life energy in it was not very rich. After the previous consumption, it barely reached the level of the life energy in this branch of the Divine Tree of Life. It should be able to nourish the Divine Tree of Life in my body, right? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian threw the branch of the Divine Tree of Life he had just obtained into his little world and directly threw it to the top of the Divine Tree of Life. In the next instant, the withered Divine Tree of Life extended a suction force and directly sucked the branch of the Divine Tree of Life into its little world. Then, the withered Divine Tree of Life once again bloomed with vitality. It actually works. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He was also pleasantly surprised. He did not expect his spur-of-the-moment idea to actually give him such a pleasant surprise. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian threw the branch of the Divine Tree of Life into his little world for the Divine Tree of Life to absorb, he officially exited the teleportation passage in the Natural Secret Realm and appeared in the Divine Judgment Realm. The Natural Secret Realm that he had entered first was near a military camp. Although it was said to be near, it was still quite a distance away. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, Hou Lianyu, and the others who had been with him earlier were also teleported to the vicinity. Naturally, the timing did not match with Duan Lingtian's time. If there were no surprises, Duan Lingtian should be the first to exit the Natural Secret Realm. This was because, on the way out, the spatial scenes that appeared one after another showed him instantly killing the great demons that blocked his way. As for the others, even if they were no match for him, they would only be able to exit the Natural Secret Realm with a single thought. As long as they were not greedy, they would not die. The teleportation passage was merely an extra reward for the people in charge of managing the secret realm. The purpose was not to kill but to reward people. Of course, whether or not they could obtain the reward depended on themselves. At this moment, in a very mysterious place in the land of sanctions, a towering tree that seemed to be able to support the heavens and the earth radiated extremely rich vitality. In fact, the vitality had even turned into liquid in this place. Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared at the top of the towering tree. It was the figure of an elderly woman. "Granny, why did you come out?" A beautiful figure appeared soundlessly in this place and looked at the old woman's illusory figure in confusion. "Little girl." The old woman's gaze softened when she saw the beautiful figure in front of her. She shook her head and said, "I can sense that the branch you took from me in the past has been devoured by another Divine Tree of Life. Someone obtained the divine tree of life through other means and planted it in their little world. I can sense that the divine tree of life's growth is on the right track. Perhaps it'll be the next you. The old woman's gaze softened as she looked at the beautiful figure in front of her. In the past, the beautiful figure in front of her had accidentally entered the ruins of a realm of gods and obtained her. Since then, she had entered the beautiful figure's little world. Not only had she recovered from her injuries, but she had also recovered to her peak. After that, she had made great strides in her cultivation and became a supreme expert. Then her little world had transformed into a realm of gods. The land of sanctions. The next me? The beautiful figure smiled faintly when she heard the old woman's words. I hope he'll be able to reach this stage. Over the years, many people have accidentally entered the ruins of a realm of gods and obtained the divine tree of life. However, very few people have managed to reach this stage. Now that the situation in the outer realm is dire, it's good that we have another supreme expert. However, it's still difficult to become a supreme expert with the help of the divine tree of life. Even I had to rely on the clear heaven's divine tree and you to become a supreme expert. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Duan Lingtian had sent the divine tree of life to the divine tree of life. After all, Duan Lingtian's act of feeding the divine tree of life in his little world had alarmed the divine tree of life in the land of punishment in the realms of gods. Chapter 4251. It feels like the divine tree of life has not only fully recovered, but it's even stronger than before. The vitality in my little world has also increased a lot. After leaving the natural secret realm, Duan Lingtian took a look at his little world and discovered the divine tree of life had not only fully recovered, but it was also much stronger than before. It seems like it has improved a lot after absorbing the branch from the divine tree of life. The branch from the divine tree of life must be a divine tree of life in its prime for it to improve so much. A mature divine tree of life. Duan Lingtian knew a lot about the divine tree of life. Previously, he had encountered the divine tree of life and the world-cleansing divine water in the divine tree of life in the ruins of the realm of gods. He had learned many secrets about the divine tree of life from the world-cleansing divine water. The divine tree of life usually existed in the little world of a supreme powerhouse. If one was not a supreme powerhouse, it was possible to obtain the divine tree of life. However, not many people were so lucky. Duan Lingtian had obtained the divine tree of life in his body out of pure luck. If one was not a supreme powerhouse and had obtained the divine tree of life, as long as one had sufficient innate talent and comprehension skills, one would have a chance to become a supreme powerhouse. However, this path was not easy. It was much more difficult than the 5 divine elements and the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. The 4 Tao of heaven and earth were widely recognized as shortcuts to becoming a supreme powerhouse. The 5 divine elements' final form was the 5 divine elements' final form. After that, one would have to obtain the divine tree of life and other unconventional paths. The divine tree of life. Even if one didn't have the divine tree of life in their little world and relied on other paths to become a supreme powerhouse, the divine tree of life will be born in their little world after they become a supreme powerhouse. If one obtained the divine tree of life before becoming a supreme powerhouse, the divine tree of life won't be born again since the divine tree of life already exists in their little world. Duan Lingtian had learned all this from the world-cleansing divine water. For this reason, he knew a lot about the divine tree of life. Every one of the supreme beings is an outstanding divine alchemist. That's why most of the rewards in the planar battlefield are divine alchemists. Not to mention anything else, Duan Lingtian's trip to the natural secret realm this time had given them a lot of extra rewards, most of which were divine pills. As for the others, they did not gain anything from the beginning. However, when they came out and entered the individual spatial scenes, they more or less gained some benefits. Moreover, their gains were basically all divine pellets. On top of that, supreme beings can nurture supreme beings. Therefore, supreme beings are also the most outstanding divine artifact masters in this world. This time, the harvest is not bad. Let's see if we can enter 1 or 2 more secret realms. Based on my current progress, it shouldn't be difficult for me to enter the lower ultimate god realm before the chaotic area opens. Currently, they were getting closer and closer to the opening of the 10-year area that was connected to many realms of gods. At that time, there would be better mystic realms and better opportunities to appear. In the various realms of gods, there were many people who did not usually enter the realms of gods. They would only enter the realms of gods when the area opened to search for opportunities. Holianyu, if there's a chance in the future, I'll have to return the favor. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he thought about how he had to thank Holianyu from the Ho clan, a heavyweight ultimate god clan in the Divine Offering Land, for this trip to the natural secret realm. In the end, it was all thanks to Holianyu's invitation that he was able to gain so much this time. If Holianyu had not invited him, he would not be able to gain any benefits no matter how strong he was. As for the others, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, other than Holianyu, the others, including Luo Yiyun from the Luo clan, a heavyweight ultimate god clan in the Divine Offering Land, were just passers-by in his life. Perhaps they would not cross paths again in the future. For the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian did not give himself any pressure. He would find a place to cultivate and comprehend the sword principle and control Tao. Even the law of space continued to improve with the help of the supreme divinity in his body. The original owner of the supreme divinity. Even the weakest supreme divinity would have reached the point of illuminating tens of thousands of miles with the power of law. It might even have reached the perfected stage. However, even if it's the perfected stage, it should only be the small perfection and not the great perfection stage. The comprehension of the power of law and the great perfection stage were divided into the small perfection and the great perfection stage. The small perfection stage was the perfected stage of the power of law. The great perfection stage was the perfected stage of all the power of law. At least, as far as he knew, no one in this world had reached the great perfection stage of any power of law because it was very, very difficult. Once one's power of law reached the great perfection stage, it meant that one had reached the pinnacle of that power of law. Since the birth of this world, there shouldn't have been such a person. This was also what third senior brother Yang Yuchen had said to Duan Lingtian. Because of this, the great perfection stage of the power of law was completely a legend, a myth. Obtaining the supreme divinity seems to be a way to become an supreme expert. I have many ways to become an supreme expert in my hands, but I don't know which way I'll use to become an supreme expert in the future. However, according to Sister Shui, it's best to use the 4 principles of heaven and earth to become an supreme expert. Using the 4 principles of heaven and earth to become an supreme expert would also be the strongest among those who had just become an supreme expert. Although Duan Lingtian also hoped that he could use the sword principle or control Tao of the 4 principles of heaven and earth to become an supreme expert, he also knew that he could only try his best. When the time came, other paths would be better, and he would still choose another path. Even after becoming an supreme expert, one could continue to comprehend the 4 principles of heaven and earth. No matter what realm one reached, it was only a matter of time. It would not affect one's future strength too much. I'll continue to accumulate battle merits. When the time comes, I'll use up all my battle merits to open a secret realm. Duan Lingtian had been killing all the existences in the land of punishment to accumulate battle merits. His goal was clear. Before the chaotic area opened, he would use up all his battle merits to open a secret realm and indirectly exchange them for various treasures. Of course, before opening the secret realm, he had another goal: step into the ultimate god realm. Oh no! This time, Duan Lingtian was flying over a valley in the dimensional battlefield. Suddenly, he felt the air around him tremble. In the next moment, an extremely powerful suction force swept out from the valley and enveloped him in the blink of an eye. He wanted to teleport immediately, but he didn't succeed in doing so. The suction force came too quickly. It's not a powerhouse? It's purely the force of nature in the valley? When he was enveloped by the suction force, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He thought he was being targeted by a powerhouse. However, after a while, he realized that no one had made a move. It was purely the force of nature in the valley. Before Duan Lingtian could continue to think, he suddenly realized that the suction force enveloping him was shaken. Then, it forcefully tore the space apart and opened a spatial black hole. Then, an even stronger suction force from the spatial black hole enveloped him. He was sucked into the spatial black hole without being able to resist at all. I'm going to be sent to the secret realm of the land of punishment's high-level god emperors to be the guardian of the secret realm? Before he was sucked into the spatial black hole, this was the only thought left in Duan Lingtian's mind. At the same time, he smiled bitterly in his heart. He did not expect this day to come. Really, every dog has its day. Next, I'm going to be surrounded and killed by the land of punishment's challengers. It should be the high-level God Emperor challengers, right? I've never heard of anyone being sent into a secret realm as a guardian. It's based on strength. I've heard that it's based on cultivation level. Please don't send me to the secret realm of the middle-level God challengers. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but worry after being sucked into the spatial black hole. He was worried that he would be sent to the secret realm of the middle-level god challengers. Although his strength was enough to kill the weakest of the middle-level gods, he could not do anything to the stronger middle-level gods. If there were too many of them, he would definitely die. Therefore, he could only pray silently in his heart that he would be sent into the secret realm of the land of punishment's high-level god emperor challengers. Even if that was not the case, it would be the secret realm of the lower-level god challengers. Just as Duan Lingtian's thoughts were spinning, the darkness in front of him did not last long. Soon, light and clarity were restored. What is this place? At the same time, he heard a cry of surprise. He focused his eyes and saw that there were 3 other people around him. Behind the 4 of them, a huge spatial black hole was rapidly shrinking. In just 2 breaths' time, the spatial black hole had completely shrunk and disappeared. In addition, Duan Lingtian also saw that there were 3 groups of people standing below the void where they were. Each group had 2 people and there was a total of 6 people. We've been sent into the secret realm of the land of punishment's challengers and have become challengers in the secret realm. Next to Duan Lingtian, another guardian of the land of divine remains finally regained his senses. At the same time, his expression changed drastically. The other 2 did not look too good either. Only Duan Lingtian looked calm and did not seem to panic at all. It was as if he was not afraid of what was going to happen next. He had no choice but to remain calm. This was because Duan Lingtian had just discovered that the 3 guardians of the land of divine remains who were sent into the secret realm with him were only high-level god emperors. As for the 6 people below, it was not difficult for him to confirm their identities after scanning them with his divine consciousness. They were all high-level god emperors. Chapter 4252. There are 4 guardians from the divine offering land in the next challenge. There should be at least 1 half-step ultimate god, right? Below Duan Lingtian's group of 4 who suddenly appeared, the 6 upper divine emperors looked at Duan Lingtian's group from afar. Their eyes were indifferent and their faces were calm. It seemed like they were not nervous at all. The guardians from the divine offering land just now were 5 half-step ultimate gods. Now that there are only 4 of them, I'm sure at least one of them is a half-step ultimate god. Maybe even 2 of them are half-step ultimate gods. His tone was incomparably calm, as if he was talking about something unimportant. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, another person said faintly when he heard the words of the person who was exploring the secret realm with him. The 6 of us are all half-step ultimate gods. Only 3 of us were able to kill the 5 people in the first checkpoint within 10 breaths of time. For this trial, the 6 of us will attack together. From the moment we attack, we should be able to finish the battle within 5 breaths of time. The 3rd challenger from the land of sanctions to speak smiled indifferently and fearlessly. 5 breaths of time? The 4th person shook his head and said, I think you're underestimating yourself and us. We have 6 half-step ultimate gods. Even if there are 2 half-step ultimate gods among the 4 of them, it'll be difficult for them to survive for more than 3 breaths of time, let alone 5 breaths of time. Unless we give them a chance to escape. We have someone who's good at the law of space among us. Even if they have someone who's good at the law of space, it's impossible for them to teleport. Even if they have someone who's good at the law of wind, we have 2 people who are good at the law of wind. In terms of speed, even if they have 2 half-step ultimate gods who are good at the law of wind, we won't lose to them. As soon as the 4th person finished speaking, the other 4 nodded in agreement. I'm talking about if we don't cooperate. The person who said 5 breaths of time smiled awkwardly. If we had discussed beforehand and cooperated to deal with them, it would have taken less than 3 breaths of time. If we're in a state of disunity, it should have taken more than 3 breaths of time. The people from the 6 sanctioned lands spoke as if there was no one else present. Furthermore, they did not send voice transmissions to each other. They spoke directly. As a result, their voices were all heard by Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian was only slightly surprised as he did not expect all the people from the 6 sanctioned lands to be half-step ultimate gods. The other 3 gatekeepers from the divine offering land like Duan Lingtian were shocked. They have 6 half-step ultimate gods. It's over. It's over. At that moment, the 3 of them were terrified. This was because the 3 of them were only upper-rank divine emperors who were close to becoming half-step ultimate gods. They were still a distance away from becoming half-step ultimate gods. Are you half-step ultimate gods? One of them glanced at the Duan Lingtian trio and couldn't help but ask. Another person shook his head. I'm not. Even if all 4 of us are half-step ultimate gods, do you think we can survive this time? Based on what they're saying, the 5 gatekeepers from the divine offering land are all half-step ultimate gods like us. There's no half-step ultimate gods among them. If I'm not mistaken, there should be at most 2 half-step ultimate gods among the 4 of us. There might even be only 1 half-step ultimate god. Let me say this first, I'm not a half-step ultimate god. The 3rd person spoke. He glanced at the first person who spoke and then looked at Duan Lingtian. The first person who spoke noticed the 3rd person's gaze and turned pale. Don't look at me. I'm not a half-step ultimate god either. As soon as he finished speaking, all 3 of them, including him, looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian gently nodded as he looked at the 3 of them. I should be considered a half-step ultimate god. Should be. When Duan Lingtian's words entered into the ears of the 3 of them, they were undoubtedly words of modesty. This was because, in their opinion, if they were not half-step ultimate gods, Duan Lingtian must be a half-step ultimate god. It's over. A half-step ultimate god. With the 3 of us, I'm afraid we won't even be able to withstand a single blow from the 6 of them. I can't believe I'm so unlucky to have accidentally entered a secret realm like this. I might have had a chance if I came in a few later. Now I'm dead meat. Even after confirming that Duan Lingtian was a half-step ultimate god, the 3 of them from the divine offering land were not happy at all. They were all dejected and thought they were going to die. The 4 of them did not use voice transmission to communicate with each other. Therefore, the 6 of them in the land of sanctions heard everything clearly. Only 1 half-step ultimate god among the 4 of them? I overestimated them earlier. I think that even if we only send 3 people, we'll be able to finish them off in 10 breaths' time. If the 6 of us work together, I feel like we'll be able to kill them in a single breath's time. At this moment, 4 of the 6 from the land of sanctions stared at Duan Lingtian and the others with a mocking smile on their faces. Only the 2 of them maintained a calm expression. Extraordinary one of the 2 spoke at the right time. It's best not to be careless. This time, the 6 of us will attack them together again. We can't assume they're only half-step ultimate gods just because they said they're only half-step ultimate gods. Indeed. Another person who looked equally calm also spoke. We still have to be careful. The 6 of us will attack together and discuss our cooperation beforehand. We'll try to take them down in the shortest time possible. It's best to treat all 4 of them as half-step ultimate gods. Although the other 4 felt they were being overly cautious, They did not reject their suggestion as it was not a big deal to be careful. If that's the case, let's attack together. One of the four with a mocking smile grinned. What's the plan next? I'll follow your lead. The other three with a mocking smile looked at the two who had remained calm so far. Their gazes were the same as if they were following orders. The two of them looked at each other before one of them said, I'm good at the law of space. I'll be responsible for disrupting the space and cooperating with them to hunt down the fastest among them. The two of you are good at the law of wind. You'll be ready to chase down the escaping ones at any time. As for the others, we'll kill them directly. He did not deliberately transmit his voice when he was talking about the plan. Although he felt they had to be careful, he also felt there was no need to be secretive. Even if the opponents were 4 half-step ultimate gods, they could still take them down without hiding anything. This time, the 4 gatekeepers of the divine offering land would definitely die. The 6 from the land of sanctions were making plans as if no one was around. Duan Lingtian and the other gatekeepers from the divine offering land heard their plan clearly. For a moment, the 3 of them who were already in despair became even more desperate. They think we're deliberately deceiving them. Unfortunately, I'm really not a half-step ultimate god. It doesn't matter if they have a plan or not, we're all going to die this time. I regret it. I shouldn't have entered the dimensional battlefield if I knew this would happen. The 3 gatekeepers' faces were pale and their hopes were dashed. Even when they saw the divine power rising from the 6 gatekeepers from the land of sanctions, their bodies did not show any signs of abnormality. They were still maintaining their weak divine power in the air and did not show any signs of battle. It was as if they had completely given up on resisting. Duan Lingtian was the only one who took a step forward. The divine power on his body swept out and waves of dimensional storm raged around him. Duan Lingtian stepped out and took the lead to face the 6 gatekeepers from the land of sanctions alone. The 3 gatekeepers from the divine offering land who were originally in despair seemed to have been influenced by Duan Lingtian. A fierce look appeared on their faces at that moment. This master doesn't intend to wait for death. We can't embarrass the divine offering land. Even if we can't win, we'll fight them. Even if we die, we'll die a glorious death. Master, let me help you. The 3 gatekeepers from the divine offering land who were prepared to die a moment ago also stepped forward and stood side by side with Duan Lingtian after Duan Lingtian stepped forward to protect them behind him. However, Duan Lingtian was not influenced by the 3 gatekeepers' willingness to die. Instead, he was stunned. Did the 3 of them misunderstand me? Did they think I was willing to die? The 6 gatekeepers from the land of sanctions also broke through the air and charged toward Duan Lingtian and the other 3. I think we're being too careful. Those 3 were obviously waiting for death. If it wasn't for the half-step ultimate god who stepped forward and influenced them, they would have given up on resisting. The mocking smile on one of the gatekeepers' face became even brighter. Don't be careless. We'll follow the original plan and do our best to kill them. Yes. A lion will use its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Don't underestimate anyone. I'll shake the surrounding space. The 2 of you who are proficient in the law of wind, keep an eye on them and prioritize the deserter among them. Fortunately, I'm not proficient in the law of space or the law of wind. I don't have to go through so much trouble and can directly fight them. The 6 half-step ultimate gods from the land of sanctions broke through the air and charged toward Duan Lingtian and the other 3 with absolute confidence. In their opinion, what awaited them next would be a complete crushing victory. Even the 2 gatekeepers who were calmer thought so. At this moment, among Duan Lingtian's group of 4, apart from Duan Lingtian, the other 3 had already made up their minds to die a glorious death. However, the depths of their eyes were still filled with despair. In the face of death, their hearts were still filled with despair even if they pretended to be tough and no longer feared. Chapter 4253. Although the 6 people from the land of sanctions felt that they would definitely win the battle, they did not hold back as 3 of them were on standby while the other 3 made the first move. The high-grade god items that were full souls began to shine brightly, and the power they unleashed was even more dazzling than before. The three half-step ultimate gods immediately rushed forward with the intention of killing Duan Lingtian and the other three. Meanwhile, the other three people didn't stay idle as well. In the beginning, they were just watching from the sidelines. However, when they noticed none of Duan Lingtian's group of four was escaping, they followed suit and charged towards Duan Lingtian's group of four. Let's fight it out with them. Let's kill this one who's good at the law of fire together and drag him down with us before we die. Kill him. The other three upper-rank god emperors from the land of divine offering next to Duan Lingtian stared at one of the three who led the charge. The one who was good at the law of fire was the only one among the three who was good at the law of fire. However, their imposing auras were completely annihilated in the next instant. This was because Duan Lingtian's spatial windstorm swept them away and sent them away from the battlefield. At the same time, he became a protective barrier in front of them. The three of them were confused at first as they did not understand why their own people would attack them. However, they immediately realized what the only half-step ultimate god among them was going to do when they were sent to the back. He was going to take on the 6 half-step ultimate gods from the land of sanctions alone. Why did he have to do this? It doesn't matter if we die early or later. Does he think we can still live if he dies? Forget it. His efforts have been wasted. Let's let him shine for the last time and then let him die. The three of them had no complaints and did not feel it was a pity that they did not kill the other half-step ultimate god who was good at the law of fire. This was because the possibility of them killing him was almost zero. After all, there were still 5 other half-step ultimate gods on the other side. They could not just watch the 4 of them kill the half-step ultimate god who was good at the law of fire. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what the 3 of them were thinking. He didn't even bother to control the stunned gazes of the 6 from the land of judgment. A spatial storm swept out from his body, and in an instant he controlled the surrounding space. Then, a rainbow-colored light sword whizzed out of his body and floated in the void. A beautiful figure wearing a rainbow-colored robe appeared. "It's your bad luck to meet me." In the next instant, Duan Lingtian said calmly as he looked at the 6 eminent ultimate gods who had regained their senses and were charging toward him. Among the 6 of them, only 2 of them were slightly frowning with vigilance while the other 4 were sneering. "A half-step ultimate god wants to fight the 6 of us? A mantis trying to stop a chariot? You overestimate yourself. Ridiculous." However, the disdain and indifference on their faces did not last long. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian swung the rainbow-colored light sword in his hand. The rainbow-colored sword light whizzed out, causing the void to tremble and tiny spatial cracks to appear. The sword light continued to expand and become more and more dazzling as if it could cover everything in its path. The 6 half-step ultimate gods from the land of judgment were only in a stalemate for a moment before they were completely crushed by the rainbow-colored sword light. At the same time, a faint light swept across the entire heaven and earth as if it had shrouded a large area that could not be seen by the naked eye. 100,000 miles of dim light. The 3 from the land of divine offering who were protected by Duan Lingtian behind him cried out in horror. "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" At the same time, the 2 calmer ones among the 6 from the land of judgment shouted almost at the same time. Then, the 2 of them took the lead to retreat. However, the other 4 were still a little slow to react. The rainbow-colored sword light destroyed everything in its path. It was invincible and directly engulfed the 4 half-step ultimate gods who had yet to fully recover from their shock. No, impossible. After the 4 half-step ultimate gods fell, their final unwilling screams echoed in the ears of the people in the secret realm. "Let's go!" At the same time, the remaining 2 half-step ultimate gods from the land of judgment looked at each other and said in unison. In the next moment, they released their divine powers and formed a thick defense in front of them. An illusory door appeared above their heads in a timely manner. Another rainbow-colored sword radiance swept over, shattering the defenses that the 2 of them had condensed in front of them. However, just as the sword radiance shattered their defenses and was about to land on their bodies, their figures disappeared into thin air. The rainbow-colored sword light missed its target and continued to slash downwards. It landed on a continuous mountain range below, directly severing the mountain range. After the dust settled, a terrifying ravine appeared. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen, and its length could not be seen, breaking a mountain with a single slash. They're quite vigilant. When the dust had settled, Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. It was as though he was not bothered by the fact that the two people from the Judgment Land had fled. His eyes were calm, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It did not matter to him whether or not he killed those two. He was sent into the secret realm as a gatekeeper. As long as he could survive, there was nothing more he could ask for. At this moment, the three people who were also from the land of divine remains were completely dumbfounded. They originally thought they were going to die. After all, the 6 people from the land of judgment were all half-step ultimate gods. On their side, there were not only 4 half-step ultimate gods, but only 1 half-step ultimate god. They had even decided to die with the only remaining half-step ultimate god in the world. However, they did not expect the other party to send them to the back as if to buy them more time to survive. At least, they thought so at that time. They all thought the other party was also prepared to die and just wanted to die first. Although they could not figure out why there was such a person, they did not suspect the other party was that kind of person. After all, there was no place that did not exist in this vast world. It was only at this moment that they finally understood. The other party was not the kind of weirdo who liked to die alone. The other party did not send them to the back to die first so that they could die later. It was because he was confident in dealing with the 6 half-step ultimate gods from the land of judgment. He crushed the attack of 6 half-step ultimate gods with 1 strike and killed 4 half-step ultimate gods at the same time. The remaining 2 half-step ultimate gods would have died if they didn't activate the secret realm's law in time and leave the secret realm. Those 2 are very fast. Even if they were a little slower, they would still be killed. That's terrifying. Although this master is only a high-level divine emperor, I'm afraid his strength is comparable to some lower-level ultimate gods. Maybe this master can even kill an ordinary lower-level ultimate god. Today, even an ordinary lower-level ultimate god would not be able to kill the 6 of them so easily. After the 3 of them regained their senses, they looked at each other and spoke one after another. Their voices were full of shock and their eyes were still filled with disbelief. "Thank you, Master, for saving our lives." One of them was the first to regain his senses and rose to the sky to thank Duan Lingtian. The other 2 hurriedly followed and bowed to thank Duan Lingtian. They also introduced themselves and solemnly promised that if Duan Lingtian needed their help in the future, they would not hesitate to risk their lives. However, Duan Lingtian merely smiled faintly. He did not mind at all. To him, the 3 of them were just passers-by in his life. You don't have to do this. The fact that you're still alive today means that you're not fated to die. Master, may I know your name? One of the 3 men asked Duan Lingtian anxiously when the spatial whirlpool appeared and a suction force swept out. What's the matter? Master, even if you don't want anything in return, you should at least let us know the name of our savior, right? Said the other person. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian did not deliberately hide his name. My name is Duan Lingtian. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 of them, including Duan Lingtian, were enveloped by the sucking force of the whirlpool and were taken away from the secret realm. As for the other 3, as they were taken away, they also engraved the name Duan Lingtian in their hearts. This time, if it were not for this master, they would have died without a doubt. If they were to tell others about this after they got out, they would definitely be shocked beyond words. Perhaps not many people dared to believe that there would be such a terrifying upper-level god emperor in the world. Even if there were people who believed that there was such a terrifying upper-level god emperor, they might not believe that they would coincidentally meet him. This time, they were swept into the secret realm where the people from the land of punishment were exploring and the experience of being the gatekeepers. This experience was unforgettable for them. That elegant and unrestrained purple figure who seemed to be invincible was also destined to be unforgettable for them. Duan Lingtian himself did not think much of it. Even if he had saved the 3 of them, it was just a small effort. If the 3 of them had died, he would have dealt with the 6 people from the land of punishment all the same. Saving the 3 of them was just a matter of convenience. What a magical dimensional battlefield. After Duan Lingtian was sent out, he realized that he was no longer in the sky above the valley where he had been swept into previously. He appeared in a barren stone forest. In the stone forest, there were huge rocks everywhere. The big ones were like pillars that supported the sky, and the small ones were 7 to 8 meters tall. In this place, it was very easy to hide one's body. Duan Lingtian did not stay there for long. He quickly left the stone forest and continued his journey in the dimensional battlefield. Along the way, he continued to cultivate and continue to comprehend. In actual combat, he discovered his shortcomings and improved himself. Time passed quietly. The day when the chaotic area would open was getting closer and closer. 3 years before that day, Duan Lingtian finally stepped into the final bottleneck of the upper Divine Emperor realm. He was only 1 step away from the lower Divine Emperor realm. Next, I'll go into seclusion, consume the heavenly Tao fruit, and step into the ultimate God realm. Duan Lingtian left the inner area of the battlefield and returned to the outer area. He found a secluded place, set up layers of formations, and went into seclusion. As long as the formations did not move, he would not be awakened. If there was any movement, even if it was just the slightest movement, he would be the first to wake up. Since he was outside, he naturally could not be reckless. He always had to have a backup plan. The 3rd heavenly Tao fruit. With my current cultivation, I'll definitely enter the ultimate God realm after digesting all of its medicinal efficacy. Divine fruits like the heavenly Tao fruit could only be consumed 3 at most. Consuming the 4th would greatly reduce the medicinal efficacy. It was also because of this that Duan Lingtian did not consume the heaven ascension fruit he had obtained in the natural secret realm. 2 divine fruits of the same type would develop a resistance to each other. If there was no resistance, he would have already entered the ultimate God realm with 1 heavenly Tao fruit and 1 heaven ascension fruit. There was no need to wait until now. Chapter 4254. The Heavenly Adjudicator Battlefield was the battlefield where the divine offering land and the sanctioned land intersected. In this place, people from the world of divine remains and the sanctioned lands were fighting everywhere. Not only outside, but even inside the secret territory, it was the same. Only those who came from the same realm of gods could enter the secret realm at the same time. There were 2 types of secret realms. One was for people from the same realm of gods who did not know each other to enter the secret land at the same time. After the secret land was opened, they would enter the secret land together with other strangers. During this process, they would face all kinds of challenges in the secret land. Some of the challenges would even be the gatekeeper of the secret land. The other type of secret land was even crueler. 2 people from different realms of gods would enter the secret land at the same time and appear in a certain scene to kill each other. After killing each other, not only would they be rewarded, but they would also receive additional rewards. In the end, if one side was annihilated and the other survived, they would be able to obtain additional rewards. This type of secret land was also the cruelest. Only when one party was killed would the journey in the secret land be considered over. Before that, one could not even choose to surrender. For this reason, one had to bear the risk of entering the secret land. Naturally, this was not the only type of secret land. Even the secret land was just as dangerous. It was a one-on-one secret land. 2 people would enter the same secret land and kill each other. The winner would receive additional rewards. The more battle merits one accumulated, the better the additional rewards one would receive in the secret land. Whether it was a secret land or a secret land, it was the same. However, there were many people like Duan Lingtian who had been accumulating battle merits in the multi-person secret realm before they finally opened the multi-person secret realm. This was because they might not be matched with other people like Duan Lingtian. Once you accumulated 100,000 or even 1 million battle points, you would be able to open the multiplayer secret realm. If no one had accumulated enough battle points to open the multiplayer's secret realm, the multiplayer's secret realm would not open. Under such circumstances, it would be easier to open the secret land. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian had been accumulating his battle merit points while waiting for the last secret realm to be opened. It was a single-person secret realm. He had no intention of opening a multi-person secret realm. Perhaps, when he went to open the multiplayer's secret realm, the chaotic area would have already opened before the others could open the multiplayer's secret realm. While Duan Ling Tian was in closed-door cultivation to break through to the ultimate god stage, in a multi-person secret realm, a beam of light suddenly shot out in all directions and shook heaven and earth. Moreover, it was the kind of secret realm where many people were fighting each other. Originally, there were 6 people fighting each other, 3 against 3. At this moment, one of the 3 people, a graceful figure with a veil over her face, glowed brightly. Her divine power seemed to have risen by an entire level in the blink of an eye. Breakthrough! The expressions of the 3 people on the other side changed greatly, and they all retreated at the same time. On the other hand, the other 2 people on the woman's side who were wearing a veil and had obviously made a breakthrough during the battle revealed expressions of wild joy. There's hope to turn the tables. Who would have thought, who would have thought? Ever since they entered this multi-person secret realm, they had gone from being in high spirits to being in despair. It could be said that they had experienced ups and downs in their emotions. 5 people against 5 people. 2 of them had died, so the remaining 3 were against 3. However, the 3 people on the other side were obviously stronger than the 3 of them. Just a moment ago, the 3 of them were barely holding on and were about to lose. However, they did not expect the strongest female expert among them to make a breakthrough during the battle at the critical moment. In the blink of an eye, the divine power breath of a mid-level ultimate god had already swept across all directions. Take advantage of her breakthrough and kill the other 2. Fight the other 2 to death, and the 3 of us might have a chance if we join forces. The 3 lower-level ultimate gods from the land of sanctions who originally thought that victory was within their grasp chose to charge forward after subconsciously retreating for a moment. Now they had no other choice. They could only fight. If they fought, there was still a glimmer of hope. If they did not fight, they would definitely die when the woman fully familiarized herself with the power of a mid-level ultimate god and joined forces with the other 2. Kill! At that moment, the 3 lower-level ultimate gods from the land of sanctions were like mad dogs as they pounced on the 2 people from the land of divine remains. Only the woman who was still in the midst of her breakthrough was abandoned by them. The 2 people from the land of divine remains turned pale as they subconsciously rushed in the direction of the woman's breakthrough, thinking that she would be able to help them block the attacks. However, the woman seemed to have fallen into a strange state. Although she was in the midst of a breakthrough, the energy emanating from her body seemed to be reversing time. One of the lower-level ultimate gods from the land of divine remains approached her, and half of his black hair instantly turned white. It was even to the extent that the other half of his face that originally had the appearance of a young man seemed to have experienced countless years at this instant, and it became extremely old and covered in wrinkles. How can this be? Not only is she having a breakthrough in her cultivation base, but even her temporal law energy is also improving. Why does it feel like there's no end to her temporal law energy's improvement? But it doesn't seem right. The 2 people from the land of divine remains who were close to the woman narrowed their eyes in shock as they could not figure out what was happening. Do you think she has mastered the infinite Tao of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth? One of them asked the other through telepathy as they were fleeing. The other person's eyes widened when he heard the question. When we saw her attack earlier, we suspected that she had mastered the embryonic form of the infinite Tao. Otherwise, with her attainments in the law of time, even if she had her clone, she might not be much stronger than us. However, even though her clone was destroyed, her strength is still stronger than us. At that time, I suspected that she had mastered some kind of 4 Tao of heaven and earth. However, we were too blind and her side did not show it clearly. That's why we couldn't tell. Don't go near her. I feel like the temporal law energy around her is in the midst of a breakthrough in the infinite Tao. Endless years passed in an instant. Earlier, I felt that not only was half of my lifespan slipping away, but even the divine power in my body had also weakened. The infinite Tao is terrifying. We just have to make sure that the three of them don't catch up to us. As long as she successfully completes her breakthrough, the three of us can easily defeat the three people from the land of sanctions. The two people on the woman's side did not dare to get too close to the woman. They kept a distance from the three lesser ultimate gods from the land of sanctions and started a tug of war. Of course, calling it a tug of war was an understatement. The two people from the land of divine offering were running for their lives. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that the woman is in a strange state and hasn't woken up for a long time to kill her? If she dies, the other two will have no chance of survival. The three lesser ultimate gods from the land of sanctions saw that they would not be able to find an opportunity to attack the other two people from the land of divine offering. They wished that they had mastered the law of wind and the law of space so that they could catch up to the two people from the land of divine offering. Alright, let's kill her first. Let's stay away from her and not get too close to her. One of the people from the land of sanctions earlier had visibly aged half of his body when he got too close to her. Previously, I thought this woman's law of time was strange. Now, it seems like she has mastered the embryonic form of the infinite Tao. Now, it seems like not only is her cultivation base breaking through, but her infinite Tao is also transforming. After the transformation, she might be able to truly master the infinite Tao. I underestimated her earlier. I didn't expect her to master the infinite Tao. If she really breaks through to the intermediate ultimate God realm and masters the infinite Tao, she might be able to easily kill us all on her own. Let's kill her first. At this moment, the three people from the land of sanctions noticed that the woman might be completely mastering the infinite Tao of the four heavenly and earthly Tao. Their expressions turned solemn. A hint of fear flashed in the depths of their eyes. In the next moment, the three of them gave up on pursuing the other two and joined forces to attack the woman. The two people from the land of divine offering were horrified when they saw that the three of them had suddenly abandoned them and attacked the woman. They instinctively wanted to help the woman. However, it was too late for them to make a move now because they were too far away. Oh no! One of the people's expression changed again. On the other hand, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the woman. Miss Kerr, wake up. Just break through your cultivation base. It won't be too late to comprehend the infinite Tao after we kill them. Of course, he also knew that the woman might have entered a mysterious state of enlightenment. That was why she showed signs of completely mastering the infinite Tao. If she forcefully stopped, she might miss the opportunity to comprehend the infinite Tao. It would be extremely difficult for her to comprehend it again. However, there was no other choice now. If the woman continued to comprehend the infinite Tao, the three of them would definitely die if they joined forces. At that time, even if she comprehended the infinite Tao before she died, what could she do? Sometimes, some things had to be given up in the end. Although he felt sorry for the woman, he had no choice but to wake her up now. She also believed that if the woman was saved, even if she lost this fortuitous encounter, she would absolutely not blame him. At the same time, as the people from the world of divine remains transmitted their voices to the woman, she opened her eyes in an instant. There was a mysterious glow in her eyes that was extremely strange. In the next moment, her eyes were clear as she saw the three people from the land of punishment joining forces to attack her. At this moment, the three of them were attacking her with all their might. The void trembled, and the terrifying energy caused the surrounding space to shake as though it would collapse at any time. Just a little bit more. The woman let out a sigh. Her calm eyes suddenly flickered with a cold, murderous intent. Originally, I could have completely mastered the limitless Tao and improved my strength further. It's all because of you that my enlightenment was forcefully interrupted. You obstructed my progress and might interfere with my plan 100 years later. All of you deserve to die. Chapter 4255. Although she had not fully comprehended the infinite Tao, she was close to reaching the final step. However, he had also reached the final step. Compared to before, he could not be mentioned in the same breath. She had even regained her cultivation base of a medium ultimate god. In her previous life, she had chosen to walk the path of death. Before she reincarnated, she had already entered the medium ultimate god realm and had completely consolidated her cultivation base. Even in the entire world of divine remains, her talent was still outstanding. In her previous life, her achievements were much higher than Yun Qingyan's. For this reason, Yun Qingyan wanted to have her. If he had her, he would be able to gain the Xia clan's support and stabilize the Yun clan so that he could smoothly become the clan leader. As a woman with a man in the family, it might be difficult for her to take charge of the Xia clan. However, as long as she was strong enough, her authority in the Xia clan would not be weaker than the clan leader. Yun Qingyan had his eyes on this point. Just like before, I don't need to consolidate my cultivation base after entering the medium ultimate god realm. Once I break through, it's completely consolidated. Is this the foundation of my previous life? Kerr had only confirmed one thing after she came to the divine offering land. Every time she made a breakthrough in her cultivation base, she did not need to spend time consolidating her cultivation base. Therefore, she suspected it had something to do with her previous life. In her previous life, when she chose the path of reincarnation, she had just consolidated her cultivation base of a medium ultimate god. Therefore, in this life, she did not need to spend time consolidating her cultivation base until she reached the medium ultimate god realm. Now, she had confirmed this conjecture. Although she had just entered the medium ultimate god realm, her cultivation base had been completely consolidated. Her divine power was stable, and she could use it freely without any discomfort. At this moment, Kerr was in a trance as she circulated her divine power. It was as though she had returned to her previous life when she chose to reincarnate and went through the ordeal of death. Father, why did he treat me like that? Just because I'm not Auntie's biological daughter? With a sigh in her heart, Kerr sensed that the 3 attacks were getting closer and closer. She completely returned to her senses. The void in front of her trembled, and a slender brush appeared in her hand. This brush was jade green in color, and there was a faint white light lingering around it. A condensed soul was also faintly discernible. At first glance, this condensed soul looked more like the soul of a little girl. After that, the brush in Kerr's hand seemed to have come to life. It moved like a dragon, and with just a casual stroke, the space in front of her seemed to have solidified. The 3 ferocious attacks froze in the void in the blink of an eye. Although they broke through the bindings, their speed was still very slow. Seeing this, the faces of the 3 cultivators from the land of sanctions changed. How is this possible? It wasn't difficult for the 3 of them to notice that the middle-level ultimate god in front of them had a very stable divine power. There wasn't the slightest bit of sluggishness when he attacked. This was something that was almost impossible. It was difficult for a lower ultimate god to step into the middle ultimate god realm. Not only was it difficult to consolidate one's cultivation base, but it also required time to familiarize oneself with the newly transformed divine power. Because of this, they thought that they might be able to kill the middle-level ultimate god realm expert even if the 3 of them worked together. However, they only realized how naive they were at that moment. Let's give it our all. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape death. One of them roared, and his ultimate god illusory body appeared. It was more than 10 meters tall. At the same time, his attacks seemed to have been boosted in an instant. Rays of crimson light wandered around his body. His aura was overbearing. The other 2 cultivators did not hesitate. Their ultimate god illusory body appeared and their bloodline power appeared. They were going all out. Competing with the ultimate god illusory body? Ku'er smiled faintly. Immediately, her supreme god phantom also appeared. The supreme god phantom was more than 100 meters tall, like a peerless goddess of war. She looked down at the 3 supreme gods that were more than 10 meters tall, like an adult looking down at 3 children. She has really consolidated her cultivation base. How is this possible? The three lower ultimate gods from the world of divine remains were shocked when they saw Kerr's 100-meter-tall ultimate god illusory body. At that moment, the last bit of hope they had in their hearts was gone. Initially, they thought they were mistaken. The middle-level ultimate god illusory body's divine power was just a little stable but not really stable. However, they no longer had any doubts when they saw the middle-level ultimate god illusory body perfectly presented. The middle-level ultimate god illusory body had indeed consolidated her cultivation base. She had just broken through to the middle ultimate god realm and had already consolidated her cultivation base? They could not help but feel their scalps go numb when they thought about it. They were not the only ones who felt their scalps go numb at that moment. Even the two cultivators from the world of divine remains were so shocked that they froze in their tracks. Even their attacks were dispelled halfway. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? How is this possible? The two of them only came back to their senses when they saw Kerr's 100-meter-tall ultimate god illusory body attack. A brush as tall as a mountain slashed across the sky and easily crushed one of the lower ultimate gods from the land of sanctions. They were not dreaming. They did not enter an illusion or anything. All of this was real. Boom. The lower ultimate god fell. A huge ultimate god illusory body avatar appeared and let out an unwilling roar before crashing to the ground. Blood rained down from the sky. A lower ultimate god was killed in an instant. At that moment, the other two lower ultimate gods from the land of sanctions were in complete despair. Take two more of my brushes. Kerr's indifferent voice shook the heavens and the earth. The 100-meter-tall divine venerate phantom casually waved her hand. Immediately, the mountain-like writing brush fell with a loud rumble. Boom! A brush light fell and enveloped one of the lower ultimate gods. The lower ultimate god illusory body's first reaction was not to resist but to escape. However, when the brush light hit the void, it caused the space around him to stagnate and controlled the flow of time in the void where he was. This was the profundity of the temporal law. Of course, in order to control the opponent, one must be stronger than the opponent. Otherwise, if one's strength was weaker than the opponent, it would be difficult to control the flow of time in the space where the opponent was. The profundity of the temporal law was similar to the spatial law's imprisonment profundity. If one's strength was weaker than the opponent's, it would be difficult to imprison the opponent. Even if one was lucky enough to imprison the opponent would be able to break the imprison with greater strength. When one's strength exceeded a certain level, any technique would be useless. One could defeat 10 techniques with brute strength. No, the lower ultimate god from the land of sanctions was shocked when he felt the flow of time around him had slowed down. Even his own movements had begun to slow down. In the next moment, he wanted to attack, but his attack was still affected by the flow of time. Of course, when he attacked, the flow of time restriction was obviously not as strong. After all, the flow of time originated from Kerr. However, if someone tried to break it with brute strength, they would still be affected to a certain extent. As for how much of an effect it had, it would depend entirely on the strength of the person who attacked. A lower ultimate god would be affected, but it would not be much. There was still a long way to go before he could break the flow of time. Boom! When Kerr's brush light fell on the lower ultimate god, it not only crushed the lower ultimate god's attack that was affected by the flow of time but also completely enveloped him. In the next moment, after being enveloped by the brush light, the lower ultimate god visibly aged. In the end, he even turned into a skeleton. The skeleton then turned into ashes and dissipated between heaven and earth as if he had never existed. The power of time had completely washed him away. He was erased from this world. In an instant, it was as if he had been cut off from eternity. This was the epitome of a stroke cutting off eternity. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! The last lower ultimate god from the land of sanctions was in complete despair. Facing the stroke that fell on him again, his face was blank and his hopes were dashed. This time, Kerr's brush light did not even encounter any resistance and directly crushed him to death. It was just like the previous person. A stroke cutting off eternity. Under the washing of the power of time, the lower ultimate god who originally looked like a middle-aged man turned into an old man in an instant. Then, he turned into a skeleton and finally, he turned into ashes. 2 lower ultimate gods were killed in 1 or 2 breaths' time. The heaven and earth anomaly of their deaths also appeared one after another within a breath's time. 2 unwilling cries shook heaven and earth. Then 2 huge figures suddenly fell. 2 more lower ultimate gods had fallen. A rain of blood fell and blew on the faces of the other 2 lower ultimate gods from the land of divine remains, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that this woman who called herself Duan Quer, who had been silent since the beginning, would be so terrifying. In the beginning, she kept a low profile and later displayed strength that was even stronger than theirs. Later on, when they thought they were going to die, not only did she make a breakthrough to the medium ultimate god realm, but she also completely consolidated her cultivation base at the same time. This was completely beyond their understanding. They had never even heard of such a situation before, let alone witnessing it with their own eyes. Even if an immortal expert recultivated, I'm afraid it's nothing more than this? One of them could not help but let his imagination run wild. Could the woman in front of him be an immortal expert who recultivated from the beginning? If that was the case, it would make sense. Other than that, he really could not think of anyone else who could be so nature-defying. All the extra rewards will be mine. At that moment, Kerr's ultimate god apparition dissipated. She calmly glanced at the other 2 people who came from the land of divine remains like her and asked, "Do you have any objections?" Her gaze seemed calm and without any hostility, but when it fell into the eyes of the 2 people from the land of divine remains, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. At the same time, they quickly expressed their stance. No objections, no objections. Of course, no objections. Today, if it weren't for Master Kerr's help, we would have died. It's only right for you to take the extra rewards. Chapter 4256. Kerr did not expect to become a medium ultimate god during this trip to the secret zone. Initially, she had thought it would be good enough if she could make a breakthrough before the chaotic region where the realms of gods converged. She did not expect to make a breakthrough in advance. As for the reason for her breakthrough, it was none other than the fact that the opponents she encountered in the multiplayer's secret realm were too strong, causing her to feel a fatal threat. Thus, she broke through under the heavy pressure. This was not the first time she had made a breakthrough. Over the years, she had made a breakthrough in the realm battlefield several times when she was on the brink of death. The reason she was so lucky was because she had the foundation from her past life. Otherwise, she would not have been so lucky time and time again. It's also because I didn't encounter opponents that are too strong. Otherwise, even if I'm lucky enough to make a breakthrough, I would still die if I'm not a match for my opponent. After obtaining the generous reward, Kerr left the secret zone. Her eyes shone brightly as she thought to herself, "Now that I've regained my cultivation base from my past life, my mastery of the law of time is stronger than before, and I have the embryonic form of the infinite Tao. I'm much stronger than before. Now, even in the family, I have a certain amount of authority. Now, there's still some time before that chaotic area opens." Lin Fan said, "I haven't been back since I left the divine offering land and entered the realm battlefield. It's time for me to visit my parents, Sister Fei, Si Ling, and the others." "That girl, Si Ling, is all grown up now? We haven't seen each other for so many years. I wonder if she still remembers me as her mother." Kerr's eyes were filled with tenderness when she thought about her daughter. At the same time, she felt a stab of pain in her heart. When she left her daughter was still very young. At the very least, the time she spent with her daughter was far less than the time she left. "Si Ling, I hope you can understand me. I left you so that we can reunite after 100 years. Kerr sighed before she made her way to the nearby military camp. She was going to use the teleportation formation in the military camp to return to the divine offering land. Then she would return to the Xia clan. When Kerr left the world of divine remains. In a remote area of the world of divine remains, the wind and clouds were surging. Terrifying auras tore apart the formation and spread out. It even startled a group of people nearby. This aura is so strong. This is a high-level god emperor breaking through to become a supreme god. I wonder if they're from our sanctioned land or the world of divine remains. It doesn't matter which side he's from, it's better for us to leave as soon as possible. If he's from the world of divine remains, we'll definitely die if he targets us. Since this area was only the outer region of the battlefield, very few ultimate gods would appear here. Although there were many emperor gods, they immediately made way when they realized that an ultimate god had appeared. Regardless of whether it was the people from the world of divine remains or the land of sanctions, none of them dared to linger in the vicinity for fear of being targeted by the other party. If the other party was from a realm of gods, they would not be able to escape death. The terrifying energy spread out like a whirlpool, constantly expanding to the surroundings. At this moment, at the center of the raging energy storm, the various formations that were previously used to assist the cultivator in his closed-door cultivation had been ruthlessly destroyed. It was even to the extent that even a large expanse of the surrounding mountain range had been swept into a flat area by the terrifying and raging unstable energy. When looked at from afar, the entire expanse of land was covered in desolation and extremely dilapidated. Waves of visible whirlpool energy were still swirling in the void, stirring up a sandstorm that filled the sky. At the center of the sandstorm, a figure was sitting cross-legged in the void with his eyes closed as he cultivated. Is this the ultimate god's divine energy? It's so powerful. Suddenly, the figure's owner opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as lightning. If there was anyone present, they would not dare to look him in the eye. It was a young man in a long purple robe. He had dashing eyebrows, bright eyes, and a handsome face. His aura was outstanding and radiant. Everything around him seemed to pale in comparison as he stood there. I, Duan Lingtian, have finally entered the ultimate god realm. From now on, I can be considered an expert in the realms of gods, Duan Lingtian said. In the realm of gods, there were many powerhouses. However, only those who had entered the ultimate god realm could be considered as true powerhouses. Of course, even before his breakthrough, Duan Lingtian's combat strength was enough to kill a medium-level ultimate god. It was enough for him to be recognized as a powerhouse in the realm of gods. However, Duan Lingtian did not feel the same way. He also felt that only those who had entered the ultimate god realm could be considered as powerhouses in the realm of gods. They were powerhouses who could rule over a territory and rule over it. It's completely different. My soul energy has also undergone a transformation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the difference between the ultimate god realm and the upper god realm. His perception was now 10 times stronger than before. Even his eyesight and hearing had improved to a whole new level. Also, the Supreme Godhead has merged with my body. Apart from that, when Duan Lingtian was breaking through to the ultimate god stage, he wanted to take out the supreme powerhouse divinity to comprehend the law of space. He did not expect the supreme powerhouse divinity would fuse with his body as soon as it came into contact with his godly venerate divine energy. It even entered his sea of consciousness and transformed into a force similar to soul energy before merging with his soul. Of course, Duan Lingtian initially thought the Supreme Godhead had merged with his soul. However, when he subconsciously used his soul energy to observe his soul, it was not difficult for him to discover the Supreme Godhead was still there. It was just that it was enveloped by his soul energy. The Supreme Godhead that had transformed into a force similar to soul energy became a part of his soul after merging with his soul. At the same time, it returned to its original state and existed in his soul. I didn't expect the Supreme Godhead to merge with my soul after entering the ultimate God realm. Moreover, it's constantly deepening my understanding of the law of space. This was something Duan Lingtian had just discovered. In the past, he could only use the Supreme Godhead to comprehend the law of space when he fell into a deep slumber to deepen and improve his understanding of the law of space. However, the Supreme Godhead had merged with his soul and was constantly deepening his understanding of the law of space. Moreover, the speed of deepening was not any slower than when he had entered a deep slumber. If this continues, my understanding of the law of space will be faster than before. I won't even have to spend too much time on it. Duan Lingtun was shocked and pleasantly surprised when he thought of this. Perhaps, it won't be long before my law of space reaches the point where it can illuminate 1,000,000 miles. Duan Lingtian's law of space was not weak at all. After all, even a medium ultimate god would not be able to control the law of space that could illuminate 100,000 miles. Moreover, he had just entered the lower ultimate god realm. However, I've just broken through and my divine power is still unstable. There's no shortcut for me to quickly consolidate my cultivation. I'll have to rely on myself to do so. Of course, although I haven't consolidated my cultivation, the strength of my divine power is much stronger than before. Now, I'm not completely powerless even if I'm up against some slightly stronger mid-level ultimate gods. Of course, I'm definitely no match for top medium ultimate gods like Third Senior Brother. Although Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had broken through, he was not as excited as before when he thought about how he was still no match for some of the more powerful medium-level ultimate gods. I'll familiarize myself with this unstable divine power and use all the battle merits I've accumulated to open a single-person's secret realm. If I'm not mistaken, the single-person's secret realm I'll enter won't be a secret realm where I can compete with a lower ultimate god from another sanctioned land. After all, it's basically impossible for a lower ultimate god to be as bored as me and only open a secret realm after accumulating so many battle merits. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian entered the inner circle and began to look for opponents. After searching for a few days, he did not meet anyone from the sanctioned land. He did meet someone from the divine offering land, but he did not attack. A few days later, he met another person from the divine offering land who was also a lower ultimate god. This time, Duan Lingtian could not help but move to intercept his opponent. According to his plan, the people from the divine offering land should be sparring and not killing. Otherwise, when would he be able to find a suitable opponent? Your Excellency, we're both from the divine offering land. Do you want to fight with me? The lower ultimate god from the divine offering land was a middle-aged man with a faint gray light shining around his body, indicating his identity as a person from the divine offering land. However, at this moment, his expression was not very pleasant. Let's spar. Duan Lingtian grinned. I've just broken through to the ultimate god stage, so I wanted to find an opponent to familiarize myself with the divine energy in my body. However, after searching for some time, I didn't find anyone from the land of sanctions. Instead, I met two people from the divine offering land. Let's just spar and not get serious. What do you think? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Just made a breakthrough? However, the middle-aged man's frown instantly relaxed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. There was a hint of playfulness in the depths of his eyes. He did not expect the lower ultimate god in front of him to be a lower ultimate god who had just broken through to the ultimate god realm. Now that he had deliberately observed and sensed his opponent's restless divine power, he confirmed that his opponent had just stepped into the ultimate god realm and his divine power had yet to stabilize. Boy, I'm not interested in sparring with you. A cold light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes and his expression changed in the blink of an eye. Since you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Let's fight to the death. Chapter 4257. In the dimensional battlefield, people of the same cultivation level and from the same realm of gods would rarely take the initiative to fight each other unless they had a personal grudge against each other. After all, even if one killed the other party, one would not be able to take the other party's battle merits. Moreover, the other party had self-destructed their storage ring. Even if one was lucky enough to kill the other party, the most one could do was to take the other party's divine weapon. Moreover, one could be injured in the process of fighting. It was fine if it was just a light injury, but if it was a slightly more serious injury, it could very well bring about a lot of hidden dangers in the future. If he met someone of the same cultivation level as him in the sanctioned lands, he might not be afraid of the other party, but because of this, he might be slightly weaker than the other party, or even be in danger of dying. Therefore, even if the lower ultimate god in front of Duan Lingtian met Duan Lingtian and found out that Duan Lingtian was also from the divine offering land and was also a lower ultimate god, the lower ultimate god had no intention of attacking Duan Lingtian. Even if he killed the other party, the most he could do was to take the other party's divine weapon and he might even be injured. Just entered the lower ultimate god realm? However, the lower ultimate god that Duan Lingtian met now wanted to kill Duan Lingtian when he heard that Duan Lingtian had just entered the ultimate god realm. In his opinion, killing a lower ultimate god like Duan Lingtian would be effortless and he would not be injured at all. Under such circumstances, he could obtain a full soul high-grade divine artifact without any effort at all. Fight to the death? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the other party's words. He immediately guessed what the other party was thinking and smiled faintly. If you want to fight to the death, I have no objections. However, I'll give you a chance. If you agree to my request to spar, I won't take your life when we fight later. Otherwise, don't blame me for not holding back. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone was still calm, and his expression was as calm as before. However, the other party did not seem to appreciate it. Instead, he sneered with a look of disdain. Boy, you've just entered the ultimate god realm. How dare you talk nonsense in front of me? Do you think I'll be afraid of you just because you said that? Ridiculous. Now, I can confirm that you've just entered the ultimate god realm. You haven't even consolidated your cultivation base yet, and your divine power is unstable. Do you really think you can kill me? Without waiting for Duan Lingtian to speak, the other party immediately attacked. The void trembled as scorching flames burned the void, whistling towards Duan Lingtian. It was unknown whether it was because Duan Lingtian's words earlier had alerted him or because he wanted to end the battle quickly. As soon as he attacked, he used his high-quality god artifact, a god artifact that could be called an elite weapon. It was a folding fan. He held the folding fan in his hand, and as he opened it, he seemed to be able to control the flames of the world. The flames burned the sky, enveloping the entire world, and converged towards Duan Lingtian. In addition, his divine power was stable when he attacked. It was obvious that he was a lower ultimate god who had completely consolidated his cultivation base. Compared to Duan Lingtian's divine power, it was not on the same level. Although this person's strength is not the best among the lower ultimate gods, he's not bad. Duan Lingtian's expression did not change when he saw his opponent attack. He had a rough idea of his opponent's strength. Normally, I can overpower him without using the 4 heavenly Dao. I won't use my avatar to fight with him. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Duan Lingtian's unstable divine power vibrated. The moment the space law appeared, signs of 100,000 miles of dim light appeared, covering an area of 100,000 miles. Then, the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand. With a shake of the sword, his divine power and the space law merged. In the form of a rainbow energy, the sword light condensed into a sword to meet the sweeping flames. Dim light of 100,000 miles. Duan Lingtian's opponent had a mocking smile on his face at first. He felt that the lower ultimate god in front of him was overestimating himself and dared to provoke him. However, the mocking smile on his face disappeared when he saw Duan Lingtian's space law phenomenon. It was replaced by a solemn expression. You're not completely useless after all. You've mastered the space law to such an extent. However, you can't kill me with just this little bit of strength. As his opponent sneered, flames condensed and collided head-on with Duan Lingtian's rainbow sword light. When the two collided, dazzling fireworks bloomed as beautiful as fireworks. The two of them were evenly matched in their first confrontation. I've underestimated you. However, with your strength, even if your bloodline power is extraordinary, you'll only be able to fight me to a draw. You're not qualified to kill me. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's opponent no longer dared to underestimate Duan Lingtian. He completely regarded Duan Lingtian as his opponent. In fact, when Duan Lingtian displayed the space law of 100,000 miles of dim light, his opponent knew that it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian with his strength. Even if he was stronger than Duan Lingtian, it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian in a short time. Moreover, Duan Lingtian could escape and it would be difficult for him to catch up. After all, Duan Lingtian was an expert in the space law. In terms of speed, the wind law was first, followed by the space law and time law of the four supreme laws. If he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, his opponent's bloodline power would have to be very weak. The possibility of that was very, very small. Of course, even if he was aware of this, he did not think that Duan Lingtian had the ability to defeat him, let alone kill him. Therefore, he did not admit defeat. He did not think it was necessary. Even if he wanted to stop, he had to wait for Duan Lingtian to take the initiative to give him a way out. He would not take the initiative to stop. After all, he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian. Waves of blood mist wrapped around his body at an unknown time. Then his body changed and revealed a 10-meter-tall ultimate god phantom. Only a lower ultimate god who had completely consolidated his cultivation base could manifest the ultimate god phantom. Duan Lingtian did not have this ability at the moment. Boy, your power of law is amazing. However, you haven't completely consolidated your cultivation base and your divine power is unstable. You're still no match for me. The lower ultimate god who had manifested the ultimate god phantom sneered and attacked with his ultimate god phantom. The flames in the sky surged and raged as if they could burn heaven and earth. At that moment, Duan Lingtian was engulfed in a sea of fire. The flames in the sky were surrounded by waves of blood mist. Soon, the blood mist merged with the flames and further increased the power of the flames. It was breathtaking. It was obvious that the bloodline power of a lower-rank ultimate god was capable of increasing the power of the laws. When his bloodline power merged with the power of law, although it had not reached the stage of 100,000 miles of dim light, there was already a faint outline of a vision. However, the vision did not appear for a long time. Such a situation would usually only happen to those who had mastered the power of law to the stage of 100,000 miles of dim light. At that moment, the lower ultimate god had achieved this with the help of his bloodline power. Not a bad bloodline power. However, just when his opponent thought he had defeated Duan Lingtian and that Duan Lingtian could only escape, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and continued to attack. He did not use his avatar. He did not use the four Tao of heaven and earth. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian attacked again and was constantly suppressed by his opponent. He was completely at a disadvantage. Boy, if you don't use your bloodline power, you'll die in less than 30 moves. The lower ultimate god said in an indifferent tone. His contempt and disdain were obvious. In fact, although he said so, he was confident that he could kill his opponent who had not used his bloodline power in 10 moves. The reason why he said that was just a ploy. He wanted to see if the other party would be careless because of this. If his opponent was careless, he would have a chance to kill his opponent before he activated his bloodline power. He could see it now. The reason why the purple-clad young man in front of him had not used his bloodline power was because he wanted to use him to test his newly transformed divine power. When he had just entered the lower ultimate god realm, he had also found someone to practice with. However, the person who practiced with him at that time was his elder, allowing him to test his divine power to his heart's content. However, his opponent was not related to him. He did not have the time to test his divine power with his opponent. My divine power is indeed my shortcoming since I just broke through. However, Duan Lingtian acted as if he did not hear his opponent at all and continued to test his divine power. At the same time, he kept sighing in his heart during the process. If this continues, I won't be able to stop his attacks in less than 10 moves. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already realized his current shortcomings and knew that he would soon be crushed by his opponent's attacks. At most, 3 moves will be enough to crush his attacks. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's opponent was filled with excitement. A hint of excitement could be seen in the depths of his eyes. In his opinion, as long as he crushed his opponent's attacks, he would be able to seriously injure him. After that, even if his opponent used his bloodline power, he would not be able to escape under his nose. At that time, his opponent would definitely die. I won't play with you anymore. Just when Duan Lingtian's opponent thought that he was about to seriously injure his opponent, Duan Lingtian spoke in a calm tone. At the same time, the aura of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand suddenly changed. Earlier, the 7 orifices exquisite sword had actually been hiding its strength. At least, it had not shown the increase in power after the supreme artifact embryo was integrated into its body. Now, it was showing its full power. Naturally, this display alone would not be able to turn the situation around. At most, it would only delay the time it would take for the 7 orifices exquisite sword to be defeated. However, the reason Duan Lingtian did this was because he wanted to personally experience the improvement of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. When Duan Lingtian's opponent heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was still a little wary. However, after sensing the changes in the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he was first stunned and then sneered in his heart. In his opinion, his opponent's artifact soul was still hiding its true strength. However, even if it did not hide its true strength now, it would only last a few moves at most. Even if he did not notice the danger, his artifact soul has. It seems that it will be difficult to keep him here. At this moment, he felt a little regretful. He felt that the prey in front of him was about to escape, and he would not be able to kill his opponent. End of chapter. Chapter 4258. However, when he realized that the space around him was trembling and a strange and terrifying power seemed to be controlling the space around him, his expression changed completely. This is the Tao of control of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth? Although the purple-clad young man was at a disadvantage, the purple-clad young man was still looking at him calmly. His heart shuddered when he thought about what the purple-clad young man had said earlier. "I'm done playing with you." Previously, when he heard the purple-clad young man's words, he thought the purple-clad young man was just bluffing. However, when he saw the purple-clad young man's divine weapon, he thought the purple-clad young man was trying to escape. Perhaps, the purple-clad young man was using his bloodline energy to fight him to a draw. At this moment, the purple-clad young man finally understood the purple-clad young man's words. His strength is, at most, slightly weaker than mine. Now that he's using the Tao of control, he's definitely stronger than me. Most importantly, he hasn't used his bloodline energy yet. In his opinion, the purple-clad young man's bloodline energy should be able to fight him to a draw. However, the purple-clad young man's Tao of control, which was obviously not in its embryonic form, was more than enough to surpass him. Even if the purple-clad young man did not use his bloodline energy, it was more than enough to surpass him. Coupled with his bloodline energy, the purple-clad young man would definitely die. "Sir, I was just joking earlier." The purple-clad young man Duan Lingtian's purple-clad young man's expression changed rapidly. Finally, he forced a smile that was uglier than a crying face. "After all, both of us are from the same realm of gods. Let's just spar." At the same time, the purple-clad young man's divine energy surged as flames raged on his body. He was ready to flee. He was waiting for the purple-clad young man's reply. He would flee as soon as he sensed something was amiss. Although his chances of escaping were slim, he knew he would die if he stayed. He had no choice but to flee even if he had a slim chance of survival. "Are you going back on your word?" Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. "It's not that I didn't give you a chance earlier. You're the one who didn't cherish it." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the purple-clad young man's expression darkened. The flames on his body surged as he tried to flee. The purple-clad young man's 10-meter-tall ultimate god illusory body transformed into a huge fireball before it exploded. Bang! However, following a loud bang, the entire space seemed to be restricted by something, causing him to crash into the space above, causing the space to tremble. However, he did not manage to escape far away. Bush, 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 bush. Streaks of sharp and dazzling sword lights whizzed over and sealed off the surrounding void as if forming a sword formation. Coupled with the space control power, it trapped the escaping underground ultimate god of the divine offering land and prevented him from escaping. At that moment, the lower-rank ultimate god from the world of divine remains turned pale. Sword principle. He was a lower ultimate god after all and was not a blind person. It was not difficult for him to see that this was another branch of the four heavens and earth Tao, the sword Tao. It was not weaker than the control Tao and its attainments were not low. At the very least, it was not inferior to the Tao of control that the other party had displayed earlier. This person I met. What kind of monster is he? Such a monster has just entered the ultimate god realm? In other words, this person has mastered such attainments in sword principle and control Tao before entering the ultimate god realm? Where did such a monster come from in the world of divine remains? I've never heard of such a monster even in those giant ultimate god forces. Whether now or in the past, I've never heard of such a thing. At that moment, the lower rank ultimate god who realized that it would be difficult for him to escape completely panicked. He regretted being so forceful earlier and agreeing to spar with the other party. That way, things would not have turned out this way. Judging from the other party's posture, it was obvious that the other party did not intend to fight to the death and only wanted to spar with him. After all, the other party was very polite at the beginning. Judging from the other party's current strength, even an ordinary medium ultimate god would not be a match for the other party. If such a person really wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to spar with him. Your Excellency, the low-rank ultimate god from the world of divine remains forced a smile on his face and tried to make himself smile brightly. It's my fault for failing to recognize Mount Tai. You're a great man, so please forgive me. He was really panicking. Judging from the current situation, if the person in front of him really wanted to kill him, he might not be able to withstand more than 3 moves if he went all out. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him. He looked at him calmly and directly answered with his actions. Thousands of 7-colored sword rays gathered and attacked the other party. Bush, 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 bush. The 7-colored sword rays pierced through the air. In the face of obstacles, the tyrannical spatial energy helped to clear them first. The lower-rank ultimate god resisted with a pale face and repeatedly called out, "Your Excellency, however." Duan Lingtun was not interested in listening to the other party's introduction. Before the other party could finish his sentence, the space law clone had teleported behind the other party and then a cold sword light swept past and chopped off the other party's head. After that, the 7-colored sword rays that filled the sky swept down and turned the other party's body into a rain of blood. Blood poured down like rain. A tall, illusory figure, with the strength to support the heavens and earth, let out a cry of unwillingness, and then crashed to the ground. The lower-rank ultimate god from the world of divine remains had fallen. He fell with regret. If Duan Lingtian had asked him to spar in the beginning, even if he was not very willing, Duan Lingtian would not be too interested in making things difficult for him as long as he did not go overboard. However, the problem was, Duan Lingtian asked him to spar and he actually wanted to take Duan Lingtian's life. From the moment he said that there was no need to talk about life and death, his fate was already sealed. Although the divine power of a lower-rank ultimate god is not very stable, it's not comparable to the divine power of an upper-rank ultimate god. With my current strength, except for some powerful middle-rank ultimate gods, most of the middle-rank ultimate gods and existences below the middle-rank ultimate god are no longer a threat to me. After a series of experiments, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of his current strength and was quite satisfied with it. The improvement of my cultivation base and strength is not too slow. Now, there's still 100 years before the spatial passage between the realms of gods and the Devata realms reopens. I'll strive to become a middle-rank ultimate god after 100 years. Duan Lingtian knew very well. Although he had successfully become a lower-rank ultimate god, the path of cultivation would be much more difficult after he became a lower-rank ultimate god. Moreover, he would no longer have such a high-efficiency external force to help him advance. Even if he could kill someone with the same cultivation base or a higher cultivation base to obtain rewards, it would be like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood for an ultimate god cultivator. Although there were still external forces, they would not be as effective for ultimate gods as they were for god emperors. I hope the opening of the personal secret realm and the chaotic area will bring me some luck. I still have 90 years to go. I hope my luck will be better. Otherwise, it won't be easy for me to become a middle-rank ultimate god in 100 years. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he thought about this. After becoming an ultimate god, it would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation speed even if he had many fortuitous encounters. Even if there were powerful supreme experts who were still alive and well, they would only be able to help him enter the medium ultimate god realm and consolidate his cultivation base 100 years later. It was almost impossible for him to improve his cultivation. Let's open the personal secret realm. I'll consume all my battle merits and see what kind of personal secret realm I can open. After killing the lower rank ultimate god in the divine offering land and causing the heaven and earth phenomenon, Duan Lingtian did not stay in the same place. He teleported a few times and left the area. Then, he entered the inner area and found a secluded place. He took out his battle merit token and consumed all his battle merits to open the personal secret realm. In the divine offering land, in an icy plain that was still some distance away from the Xia clan, a giant ultimate god clan. A graceful figure cut across the sky and headed towards the Xia family. However, in the void that was still some distance away from the Xia clan, there were a few people who spread out and guarded the four directions. Suddenly, the person who was guarding the east side narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Over there, a swift figure was rushing over at lightning speed. Is it Miss Ning Shui from the Xia clan? Has become a middle-rank ultimate god? And she has consolidated her cultivation base? It was an old man. At this moment, his expression changed drastically and he quickly sent out 5 messages at the same time. 3 of the messages were sent to 3 different directions around the Xia clan. The other 2 messages were sent to the west and crossed a very long distance to reach another giant ultimate god clan in the divine offering land, the Yun clan. Xia Ning Shui has become a middle-rank ultimate god? And she has consolidated her cultivation base as a middle-rank ultimate god? Xia Ning Shui was a genius in her previous life. Now that she has reincarnated, she has become even more of a genius? How long has it been since she reincarnated? She has recovered her cultivation base from her previous life? Yun Bin is no match for her now that she has recovered her cultivation base. 3 silhouettes flew towards the east of the Xia family from 3 different directions. Their divine powers filled the sky and their speed was extremely fast. In the east side of the Xia clan, the old man stopped the graceful figure that was heading toward the Xia clan. The graceful figure stopped after being stopped by the old man, revealing her graceful figure and beautiful face. She stared at the old man and frowned for a while before her eyebrows relaxed. "Are you from the Yun clan?" She had some impression of the old man in front of her. In her previous life, she seemed to have seen him when the Yun clan came to visit the Xia clan. However, she could not remember his name. She only vaguely remembered that he was an elder of the Yun clan. Yunbin greets Miss Ning Shui. The old man bowed slightly as a greeting, but the divine power around his body began to fluctuate without any concealment. Chapter 4259. Xia Ning Shui, also known as Kerr, who had just left the divine offering land and was about to return to the Xia clan, glanced at the old man who bowed and nodded. She was about to walk past the old man and return to the Xia clan. However, as soon as she moved, she was stopped by the old man again. "Are you trying to stop me?" Kerr's calm face darkened slightly at this moment. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. When she spoke again, her tone was cold. "Miss Ning Shui." The old man, Yun Bin, an elder of the Yun clan, had a solemn expression on his face. The clan leader asked me to wait for you here and invite you to our Yun clan as a guest. Miss Ning Shui, please don't make things difficult for me. Uncle? Kerr frowned slightly when she heard Yun Bin's words. The current clan leader of the Yun clan was her uncle. After all, after returning to the divine offering land in this lifetime, her uncle had not interfered with the matter between her and Yun Qinyan. She did not expect her uncle to find someone to stop her on her way back from the divine offering land. Something must have happened. Ku'er knew in her heart that something must have happened. Otherwise, her uncle would not act like this. He actually wanted to stop her outside the Xia family and bring her back to the Yun family. If I hadn't regained my strength from my past life, I'm afraid this person would have made a move and forcibly brought me back to the Yun clan. Kerr looked at the old man in front of her. It was not difficult to see the fear in his eyes. Clearly, he had discovered that she had regained her strength from her past life. Uncle is looking for me. Tell him to come to the Xia clan. Although Kerr did not know what had happened, she could not help but have an ominous feeling. Could it be that something had happened to her parents, Sister Faith, and her daughter? Did the Yun clan stop her because they did not want her to know about this? Kerr's expression changed drastically when she thought of this. At the same time, she no longer cared about being stopped. With a sway of her body, she tried to go around the old man. Miss Ning Shui, please come with me. The old man moved and stopped Kerr again. You can't stop me. Kerr glanced at the old man with disdain. After which, a brush appeared in her hand. With a single stroke, the space around the old man froze, and the old man froze in place. Time stopped. Almost at the same time, the old man's pupils shrank rapidly, and his face was filled with shock. Light circulated around his body, and it was obvious that he wanted to resist the power of time that enveloped him. However, even though he resisted with all his might, the effect was minimal. He could only force himself to slow down his movements. At this time, Kerr glanced at him indifferently and then flew away. Her current strength was not considered weak even among medium ultimate gods. At the very least, there were only a handful of medium ultimate gods in the Yun clan who could defeat her. The Yun family elder in front of him was obviously not one of them. However, just as she moved a distance away, Kerr instantly stopped. Her face revealed a solemn expression. Then, there was an additional sense of urgency in the depths of her eyes. Those who stop me shall die. With a cold shout, Kerr moved again. She did not hold back against the three people in front of her. The brush in her hand moved like a dragon. Wherever the brush touched, the void froze and time stood still. Let's join forces and break through her power of time. The Yun family elders who were rushing over from the other three directions of the Xia clan were all shocked. One of them said calmly to the other two. Immediately, the three of them joined forces, and the three forces merged together. Almost instantly, they broke through the imprisonment of Ku'er's power of time and surrounded Ku'er. 3 Yun family elders, 3 medium ultimate gods. They trapped Kerr in the middle of the encirclement. Miss Ning Shui. At this time, the power of time gradually dissipated as Kerr left. The Yun family elder, Yun Bin, who was finally free, managed to break through the shackles of time and caught up with her. We have no ill intentions. We just want to invite you back to the Yun clan as a guest. This is the Patriarch's order. Please don't make things difficult for us, Miss Ning Shui. The old man went forward and joined the other 3. 4 Yun family elders, 4 medium ultimate gods. They surrounded Kerr and stared at Kerr fiercely. At this moment, the 4 of them had a shocked expression on their faces. They could not help but secretly communicate with each other through voice transmission. This Miss Ning Shui is really monstrous. She has reincarnated for less than 1,000 years. Not only has she returned to the peak of her cultivation in her previous life, but her strength has also increased by another level. Did you notice? Her power of time isn't as simple as the weak light of 100,000 miles. I feel that it's almost on par with the power of 1,000,000 miles of light of time. That's a kind of amplification power. If I'm not wrong, it should be the infinite Tao of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. However, Miss Ning Shui probably hasn't mastered it completely. Otherwise, it would be even more powerful. It's indeed the infinite Tao. I feel that she's only half a step away from mastering it completely. In the current generation of the Xia family, including the clan leader, no one is as talented as her. It's a pity that she's a girl. Otherwise, she'd be a great leader of the Xia family. No wonder both the patriarch and young master Qin Yan wanted her to enter the Yun family. If such a monster could become young master Qin Yan's wife, it would not only be young master Qin Yan's fortune, but also our Yun family's fortune. Moreover, when she grows up, she'll have an important say in the Xia family. She can bring the Yun family and the Xia family closer together. At this moment, the 4 medium ultimate gods elders were shocked by Ker's current strength. They did not expect her to grow to such a level in such a short time. This news must be sent back to the family immediately. Without any hesitation, the 4 of them sent a message back to the Yun family. The Yun family is quite bold. When Ku'er saw that the Yun clan had sent 4 medium-level ultimate gods to stop him from entering the Xia clan, she felt that something was amiss and wanted to return home as soon as possible. Without any hesitation, she sent out a series of messages. Some were sent to her third uncle Xianxia, some were sent to the subordinates of her third uncle Xianxia, and some were sent to the elders in the family. As for her father, she hesitated for a moment but did not send out a message in the end. Although he was her biological father, she did not feel close to him even in her previous life. In fact, she felt closer to her third uncle Xianxia than to her biological father. Furthermore, the Yun family's actions this time were extremely daring. Perhaps her father also knew a thing or two about it. Her uncle had, in all probability, spoken to her father. Oh no! Suddenly, Ker seemed to have noticed something and her eyes narrowed slightly. They've set up a formation around here to prevent me from sending a message back. What are they trying to do? At this moment, Ker could no longer remain calm. Her entire body's divine power surged as the power of temporal merged with her divine power. Through the divine brush in her hand, she struck again. During this process, she was so anxious that when she used the limitless Tao of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth again, she entered the same mysterious state that she had entered before. Moreover, in this state, her limitless Tao grasped this opportunity and successfully transformed. She had completely mastered the limitless Tao. Originally, Ker was a little powerless against the 4 members of the Yun family. However, after completely mastering the limitless Tao and summoning her avatar of the power of temporal, her strength was overpowering and slightly overpowering the 4 of them. What a monster! This Lady Ning Shui is too monstrous. She has completely mastered the limitless Tao. Is this the limitless Tao of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth? How terrifying! She has mastered the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. With Lady Ning Shui's talent and comprehension, it's not impossible for her to become an ultimate expert in the future. The 4 members of the Yun family became more and more shocked as they fought. In the end, all 4 of them activated their bloodline power and barely managed to overpower Ker, who had broken through the limitless Tao. However, they only managed to overpower her by a little. With their strength, it was impossible for them to defeat Ker or even restrain Ker. Now, we can only wait for the clan leader to send someone over or personally come over. With just the 4 of us, it's difficult for us to forcefully bring Lady Ning Shui back. I didn't expect us old men would be defeated by a little girl one day. If Miss Ning Shui and young Master Qin Yan can become husband and wife, it will be a great blessing for the Yun family. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that his wife, Ker, had left the divine offering land and returned to the Xia clan. Moreover, he was stopped by the members of the Yun family near the entrance of the Xia clan. Currently, Duan Lingtian was focused on entering the solo secret zone that he had opened with all his battle merits. He wanted to improve his strength before the chaotic zone opened. Once that area opens up, I'm sure the people from the realms of gods, including the divine offering land and the sanctioned land, will head there in search of more fortuitous encounters. Even Ker will probably go. Perhaps, at that time, I'll be able to find Ker and reunite with her. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about this. It had been almost 1,000 years. He and his wife Kerr had not seen each other for almost 1,000 years. After all, he and his wife Kerr had only been together for a few decades, and even then, they had spent more time apart than together. Even so, it did not affect his unwavering love for his wife Kerr. In fact, the reason he had been able to overcome so many obstacles along the way was because of his wife Kerr. Wait for me. We'll meet again soon. Duan Lingtian's eyes were sharp and determined as he entered the solo secret zone that had been opened with all his battle merits. Almost at the same time, on the other side of the realm battlefield, a lesser ultimate god from the divine offering land and a young man had also entered a solo secret zone. A solo secret zone that has been opened with a lot of battle merits must have a lot of brothels. This time, I must strive to become a medium ultimate god. Chapter 4260. Similar to the Shengang land and the world of divine offering, there were many powerful ultimate god forces in the sanctioned land. Almost all of them had the protection of living supreme experts. Ning Yixuan came from the Ning clan, a powerful ultimate god family in the sanctioned land. Although he was not a direct descendant of the Ning clan master, his status was even more honorable than the descendants of the Ning clan master. It was said that his lineage had once produced a supreme expert. Ning Yixuan was the recognized genius of the Ning clan. He was also recognized as the first genius in the history of the Ning clan. He became an emperor god when he was 1,800 years old. He became an ultimate god when he was 3,000 years old. Now, he was not even 4,000 years old, but his cultivation level was close to becoming a medium ultimate god. He was only one step away from becoming a medium ultimate god. Moreover, not only was his cultivation talent incredible, but his comprehension was also incredible. He was not even 4,000 years old and was only a lower ultimate god, but he had already comprehended the law of life to the point where he could illuminate 1,000,000 miles, creating a precedent for the Ning clan. In the Ning clan, there had never been anyone who had comprehended the law of life to the point where they could illuminate 1,000,000 miles before the age of 4,000. Recommend the book chasing app that I have been using recently. Source changing divine artifact app. Read in cached mode, read aloud offline. There had never been anyone who had comprehended the law of life to the point where they could illuminate 1,000,000 miles with just the cultivation level of a lower ultimate god. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that he had also mastered the Spear Dao, one of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth, the Weapon Dao. He had completely mastered it instead of just grasping the embryonic form. In addition, there was a high-level profound divine metal in his body. There were even rumors. It was said that Ning Yixuan was valued by the supreme expert behind the Ning clan and had even stayed with the supreme expert for more than 1,000 years. During this period, he could receive the supreme expert's guidance at all times. Ning Yixuan was very famous in the sanctioned land. He was not only the pride of the Ning clan, but he was also recognized as the child of destiny by the people in the sanctioned land. There weren't many who didn't envy Ning Yixuan, and there weren't many who didn't envy Ning Yixuan. In the Ning clan in the sanctioned land. Clan master. In the quiet courtyard, an old man looked at the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes who was slowly walking in and quickly bowed. His tone was filled with reverence. Fourth uncle. As for the luxuriously dressed middle-aged man, he bowed respectfully before the old man. You are an elder. There is no need for you to bow to me in private. The patriarch is the patriarch of the Ning family. We can't ignore the etiquette. The old man shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man asked, Patriarch, did you come this time for that child, Yixuan? The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. I just came out of seclusion when I heard that he had returned. Patriarch, you're late. The old man smiled bitterly. He came back 60 years ago. However, not long after he returned, he left the clan and went to the planar battlefield. Judging from his words, he's planning to break through to the medium-level ultimate god realm in the dimensional battlefield. As the old man spoke, there was a hint of worry between his brows. You're going to break through to medium-level ultimate god? The middle-aged man in luxurious robes, who was the current head of the Ning clan, a giant godly venerable rank clan in the land of sanctions, could not help but light up when he heard the old man's words. So soon? I remember, he's less than 4,000 years old, right? As expected of the most monstrous existence in the history of our Ning clan. The head of the Ning clan sighed. The old man could not help but smile bitterly. I do hope that he can be more ordinary. He's good at everything, but he can't stay idle and always likes to go outside. The head of the Ning clan smiled. If he didn't like to go outside and explore, he wouldn't be where he is today. Fourth uncle, don't worry. Yixuan will be fine. Perhaps the next time we see him, he'll already be a medium-level ultimate god. The head of the Ning clan comforted. He knew that the monstrous youth of their Ning clan would not die so easily. Not to mention his heaven-defying luck, there was still someone behind him. He knew that the ultimate powerhouse behind their Ning clan valued the other party very much. Furthermore, the other party had followed that ultimate powerhouse for many years. Even if he really encountered an undefeatable opponent, he might still have some life-saving means that ultimate powerhouse had bestowed upon him. Everything else aside for now. An ultimate expert's divine power was definitely not lacking. Although it was easier for him to obtain an ultimate expert's divine power than ordinary people, he still felt inferior compared to Ning Yixuan, even if he was the current head of the Ning clan. Perhaps, the Ning clan will have a second ultimate expert in this generation. The head of the Ning clan muttered to himself. Naturally, the old man beside him could not hear his mutterings. Even with the head of the Ning clan comforting him, the old man's eyes were still filled with worry. His clan was once glorious, but since that ultimate expert died, it seemed that their luck had been bad. Even if there were experts who rose up, they all fell in the outworld one after another. Now, their bloodline was only left with that one seedling. If something happened to him, their clan would be completely cut off. In the battlefield of the gods' adjudication. The battlefield where the divine offering land and the land of sanctions met. Ning Yixuan had been accumulating battle merits in the battlefield of the gods' adjudication for many years. He wanted to open a single secret realm and strive to enter the medium ultimate god realm before the chaotic area where more people from the realms of gods gathered. Now that the time had come, he did not care about his battle merits and directly opened the single secret realm to enter. I've accumulated so many battle merits to open this single secret realm. It shouldn't be possible for people from the divine offering land to enter at the same time and fight to the death with me, right? After entering the single secret realm, Ning Yixuan looked at the picturesque scenery around him and narrowed his eyes slightly. If there really is someone, then he can only blame himself for being unlucky. No matter how strong a lower ultimate god is, he won't be able to escape death when he meets me, Ning Yixuan. I've killed many medium ultimate gods in the battlefield of the gods' adjudication this time. A mere lower ultimate god is no match for me. Ning Yixuan was very confident. He indeed had the confidence to do so. After all, he was not an ordinary lower ultimate god. He was the pride of the Ning clan in the land of sanctions. He was also recognized as the strongest person among the younger generation in the land of sanctions, a peerless genius. Even in the land of sanctions, many people said that it was not just the land of sanctions. It was difficult to find another person who was more outstanding than Ning Yixuan in the realms of gods or even the entire heaven and earth. It was even difficult to find someone who was as outstanding as Ning Yixuan. Just as Ning Yixuan was waiting for the arrival of the first checkpoint, he realized that it did not appear for a long time. This made him have a guess in his heart. Could it be that there's really someone from the land of divine remains who is so unlucky as to enter the same single secret realm as me? To be able to enter this single secret realm with me. This means that he has also spent a long time accumulating battle merits to finally open this secret realm. I spent more than 50 years accumulating battle merits. He should have accumulated them for hundreds or even thousands of years. In Ning Yishuan's opinion, it was definitely not easy for a lower ultimate god to accumulate so many battle merits. He could accumulate them so quickly because he was strong enough to be almost invincible among the lower ultimate gods. Now, I'm looking forward to meeting him. Ning Yishuan's eyes were filled with anticipation. I wonder if he's a man or a woman. There's a high probability that he's a man. While Ning Yishuan was filled with curiosity and anticipation, in another place within the secret realm where he was, a purple figure stood in the air on a boundless plain. There hasn't been a checkpoint for so long? The young man in purple was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had been in this secret realm for some time, but after waiting for some time, he did not encounter any checkpoints. Although he had killed some lives in the secret realm, he only received some additional rewards. Moreover, those lives were scattered everywhere and did not look like a secret realm checkpoint at all. This situation, could it be that someone from the land of sanctions entered this single secret realm with me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he thought of this. How could a lower ultimate god from the land of sanctions be so bored? Even a lower ultimate god with some strength would have to spend at least hundreds or thousands of years to accumulate so many battle merits, right? He has accumulated so many battle merits to open this single secret realm. If I'm not mistaken, he's preparing for the opening of that chaotic area. What a pity. It's a pity that he met me. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the lower ultimate god from the land of sanctions was destined to be unlucky to have met him this time. With his current strength, he was not afraid of a lower ultimate god no matter how strong he was. Moreover, he did not think that a lower ultimate god could be that strong. At least, he had not heard of any lower ultimate god who could easily kill a medium ultimate god when he was in the Shengang land. Even if there were a few lower ultimate gods who could kill a medium ultimate god, they had killed those who had not consolidated their cultivation base. They were incomparable to his current strength. The single secret realm is a duel between me and him. Everything in this secret realm is just icing on the cake. With so many battle merits to open this single secret realm, the extra rewards will definitely be very generous once we decide the winner. Next, I'll find him directly. I hope he's not hiding too deeply. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian moved as fast as lightning. Almost at the same time, in another place in this secret realm, a young man in a blue robe was surrounded by light. His figure swayed, and he flew out with the wind. That lower ultimate god from the land of the gods should have realized that this is a single secret realm for a duel with me. I'm not afraid of anything else, but I'm afraid he's hiding. I'll try to find him before he hides. Otherwise, I'll have to wait until the final moment before the secret realm closes and force him to appear before I can find him. In a secret realm that was neither too big nor too small. Two lower ultimate gods were looking for each other. Chapter 4261. Outside the Xia family. A slender figure was fighting against four people. Although she was at a disadvantage, she was undefeatable. At every critical moment, the law of time combined with the limitless Tao was enough to save her from danger. Even so, the owner of the slender figure still had an ugly expression on her face. She knew that if this continued, she would not be able to escape the fate of being captured when the Yun family arrived. Time passed quietly. At some point, a divine artifact flying ship arrived at the speed of a high-level ultimate god. Then two figures walked out of the ship. One of them was a middle-aged man while the other was a young man. Both of them looked similar. The young man was respectfully following behind the middle-aged man. When he saw the slender figure in the distance, his eyes were filled with shock. However, after the shock, his eyes shone brightly. Cousin's abilities are indeed stronger than she was in her previous life. The middle-aged man who was walking in front sighed. If Ning Shui was a man, the Xia family would definitely reach new heights under her leadership. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, it's also because she's not a man that you and the Yun family have a chance. Today, I'll capture her and bring her back to the Yun family. I'll find a high-level ultimate god who's skilled in the soul Tao and use a secret technique on her. I'll try my best to erase part of her memories from this life and her previous life so that she'll return to her teenage years. If you still can't win her heart under such circumstances, then you'll have to take another step and make her pregnant with your child. The young man's eyes narrowed when he heard the middle-aged man's voice transmission. Then, he said bitterly, "Father, you know cousin's character? If we force it, even if she doesn't have her memories, I'm afraid she'll choose to die together with us." The middle-aged man replied calmly, "That's why we have to find a way to erase her memories. After she's forgotten her extreme actions from her previous life and her memories from this life, you can interact with her again. Try your best to make her like you and not reject you as much. Under such circumstances, no matter how much you force it, even if she's unhappy, she won't go to extremes." He was well aware of his niece's personality. As such, he could not allow her to go to extremes. Otherwise, the relationship between the Yun family and the Xia family would reach a stalemate or even break apart. Although his brother-in-law did not dote on his niece as much as he did his nephews, she was still his daughter after all. It was impossible for him to leave her in the lurch. There were many things that he wouldn't dare to do if he wasn't confident. He had originally intended to do good deeds. If he were to fail in his attempt to draw a tiger and end up looking like a dog instead, that would not be what he wanted. Shwe. The middle-aged man appeared and raised his hand. The 4 mid-level ultimate gods from the Yun clan stopped fighting and stood behind the middle-aged man as if they were his followers. At the same time, Kerr, who was besieged by 4 people, stopped and looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. "Uncle, why did you ask them to stop me? Did you kill my husband's parents?" This was what Kerr was most worried about. Otherwise, why would the Yun family stop her from returning to the Xia family? She was worried when she thought of this possibility. Currently, the soul pearls of her parents-in-law, Sister Fei, and even her daughter, Duan Si-Ling, had lost their effectiveness as time passed. For this reason, she could not confirm if they were still alive through the soul pearls. The middle-aged man, who was the clan leader of the Yun clan, shook his head lightly. "Shwe, they're still alive and well. I can assure you of this." "Then why did you ask them to stop me? Why didn't you let me send a message back?" Kerr asked coldly. In her past life, even if she was unwilling to marry her cousin, Yun Qingyan, she still respected her uncle as an elder. However, the respect she had for her uncle was now gone because of his actions. "Shwe, you'll find out about this in the future. Why don't you follow me back to the Yun clan and be a guest for a while?" The clan leader of the Yun clan said with a smile that was as refreshing as a spring breeze. At the same time, there was a faint glimmer in the depths of his eyes that was captivating. Even Kerr was slightly dazed at this moment. At this moment, the originally hostile scene suddenly became deathly silent. At this moment, the clan leader of the Yun clan had cast the soul-assimilating mystic technique with his soul energy that was considered top-notch among high-level ultimate gods. He intended to temporarily distract his niece and forcefully bring her back to the Yun clan before deciding what to do next. He was afraid she would go to extremes at this moment. This was something he was worried about and did not want to see. A mere high-level ultimate god dares to distract my master? At this moment, a voice reverberated in Kerr's ears. The voice was cold and childish. At the same time, a faint ray of light shot out of Kerr's body and swept toward her soul. Bang! As the pen light shot out, the strands of external soul energy were immediately severed. A single stroke was enough to sever one's soul. At this moment, Kerr's mind was completely clear. As for the culprit, the clan leader of the Yun clan, he could not help but change his expression. Shwe's divine weapon can actually restrain the soul-assimilating mystic technique? At this moment, he suddenly felt that things were going to be difficult. This divine weapon was obviously obtained by his niece in the dimensional battlefield. Before this, although she had also obtained a divine weapon from her previous life, it was not this godly brush. This godly brush was not an ordinary divine weapon. It gave him the feeling that it might have been fused with the embryo of a supreme divine weapon. However, it did not strengthen itself but instead gave it the ability to destroy souls. If the embryo of a supreme divine weapon was fused with a high-level divine weapon, it could strengthen the weapon or give it some kind of ability. Even if I bring her back to the Yun clan and find a high-level ultimate god who specializes in soul-assimilating mystic techniques, can they really interfere with her memories? At this moment, he was doubtful. It seems that if I want to succeed, I'll have to take away her divine weapon first. He sighed in his heart, feeling that things were going to be a little tricky. A full soul superior divine weapon was not something that could be easily taken away. It was a divine weapon that could be fused with its owner's body and be compatible with its owner. Unless the owner of the divine weapon was willing, the only way to make the divine weapon independent was to kill the owner. What a clan leader of the Yun clan! At this moment, Kerr, who had regained her senses, realized what had happened to her with the reminder of the divine weapon's soul. When she looked at the clan leader of the Yun clan again, her eyes were cold and she no longer addressed him as uncle. You actually used the soul-assimilating mystic technique on me. It seems like you want to forcibly restrict my freedom. At this moment, I'll make my stance clear. If you want to take me away by force, it's impossible. Over my dead body. If I want to commit suicide, even the clan leader of the Yun clan can't stop me. As she spoke, a cold smile appeared on Ker's face. Cousin. At this moment, the young man standing behind the clan leader of the Yun clan, Yun Qingyan, the great young master of the Yun clan, said, My father is your uncle. He's your senior. How can you speak to him in such a manner? In the Yun clan, the clan leader of the Yun clan's younger sister was not the only one who had married the clan leader of the Xia clan. Moreover, the clan leader of the Yun clan's first wife, who was also Yun Qingyan's biological sister, was also married to the clan leader of the Xia clan. She was also the first wife of the clan leader of the Xia clan. After the death of his first wife, the clan leader of the Yun clan's second wife was married to the clan leader of the Xia clan. Naturally, Kerr was not the child of the two wives of the clan leader of the Xia clan in her past life. She was an illegitimate daughter whom the clan leader of the Xia clan had brought back from outside. For this reason, she did not address the clan leader of the Yun clan as uncle. She usually addressed him as uncle. Since her biological father was the first wife of the clan leader of the Xia clan, it made sense for her to address the clan leader of the Yun clan as such. Kerr merely glanced at Yun Qingyan indifferently when she heard his reprimand. Yun Qingyan, do you know how I viewed you in my past life? She did not wait for Yun Qingyan's reply and continued to say, In my eyes, you're just a piece of trash who grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. In my past life, you wanted to marry me because of my strength and innate talent. I killed myself in hopes of reincarnating so that I could fulfill my father's wish and destroy our engagement. However, I didn't expect you and the Yun clan would not let me go. Kerr's voice grew colder as she spoke. Yun Qingyan was not angry when he heard her words. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, Cousin, you were stubborn back then. Neither I nor the Yun clan promised you that we would destroy our engagement if you successfully reincarnated. Back then, this cousin of his had threatened his uncle that she would die to repay him with her flesh and blood. After all, she was only able to appear in this world because of him. Back then, it had caused a huge commotion. Many people, including him and the Yun clan, had tried to stop her, but they could not shake her determination. At that time, when his cousin had died, he had thought that it was impossible for her to reincarnate successfully since it was a path of certain death. He did not have the guts to do so. However, he didn't expect that his cousin would succeed. Of course, he knew that his cousin had succeeded because his cousin's cultivation base had increased to a certain level in this life. That was how he found out through the means of the Yun clan and the Xia clan. At that time, he had thought that since his cousin was so unwilling and had lost her cultivation base after reincarnating, it would be fine if she did not continue with the engagement in her past life. However, at that time, his father had come to him and told him that as the saying went, destruction is the key to creation. If there were no accidents, his cousin would become even more monstrous after experiencing the calamity of life and death. At that time, he was tempted again. He could not help but be tempted. Later on, when he saw his cousin in this life and learned that she had found a husband and had a child with him, he was enraged and jealous. The woman in his life had been snatched away by someone else. If his cousin had not threatened him with her life, he would not have let that person off so easily. Chapter 4262. Although Yun Qin Yen did not have strong feelings for his cousin, he was still in love with her. However, the marriage contract in his past life had made him view his cousin as his personal property. He would not allow anyone to take her away from him. For this reason, when he learned that his cousin had a husband and a child with him after reincarnating, he was so furious that he wanted to kill her more than once. He even thought that even if his cousin really wanted to die, he would still vent his anger on her. However, whenever he thought about his father and how he would have to rely on his cousin to take charge of the Yun clan in the future, he suppressed his anger. Later on, he brought his cousin back to the realms of gods. However, since his uncle, the clan leader of the Xia clan, had spoken, he had no choice but to send her back to the Xia clan. Moreover, he had left the hostages related to Duan Lingtian behind in the Xia clan. Of course, before he left, his uncle, the current patriarch of the Xia clan, had promised him that after 1,000 years, when the planar battlefield closed, he would marry his cousin. At that time, the Xia family would also use the hostages he had captured to threaten his cousin. Only then did he feel at ease leaving the Xia clan. However, he did not expect such a drastic change would occur in the Xia clan a few hundred years later. A powerhouse from the land of sanctions had gone to the Xia clan to look for trouble with his uncle, the clan leader of the Xia clan. Meanwhile, the third master of the Xia clan had seized this opportunity to send the hostages he had captured who were related to Duan Lingtian out of the divine offering land. From then on, the trump card that was used to coerce his cousin was gone. If his cousin found out about this, she would never marry him again. Initially, he had thought he could wait until the realm battlefield closed and the passageway between the realms of gods and the lower realms of gods opened. At that time, he would be able to capture Duan Lingtian and his family members and coerce his cousin. It would only take him a little more effort. His father had agreed with his plan. However, he did not expect this to happen. Duan Lingtian, his cousin's husband in this life, who was as insignificant as an ant in his eyes, had risen to prominence in less than 1,000 years. Last time, he had almost killed him. If it wasn't for the fact that his father had left something in his hands, he would have died then and there. After that incident, he felt a lingering fear. It was also after that incident that his father overturned his previous plan, because the plan to capture and threaten Duan Lingtian and his family again was no longer realistic. Duan Lingtian's growth was simply beyond their control. Now, even if the dimensional battlefield was closed, the Xia clan could only send people to the lower planes. Those who were not suppressed were only medium-level ultimate gods. With Duan Lingtian's speed of growth, he would most likely enter the medium ultimate god realm by then. Duan Lingtian came from a lower secondary plane, so he could form law avatars. As long as he had a law of space avatar to protect his family, the people they sent to the lower secondary planes were destined to be unable to do anything to them. They might not even be able to return. Please recommend the book app I've been using recently, Source Changing Artifact. Lots of books, complete books, and fast updates. The original plan was overturned. The new plan was launched. The new plan was to strike first to gain the upper hand. The first step was to send people to guard near the Xia clan to prevent his cousin, Xianxia, from returning to the Xia clan. They would not let her know that Duan Lingtian's family was no longer in the Xia clan and was no longer under threat. Once his cousin knew about this, everything would be out of their control. With his cousin's character, without something to threaten her, their engagement was destined to be a joke. One had to know that his cousin had no qualms in her previous life. She was even willing to give up her life to resist the engagement. If such a strong person did not have a soft spot, no one could make her do anything she did not want to do. The second step was to find an expert who was good at soul techniques to erase his cousin's memory after threatening her. Then they would have a child. After that, even if his cousin's memory was restored, as long as the child stayed in the Xia clan, it would be enough to bind her. In the future, with that child in his hands, it would be equivalent to having another trump card to threaten his cousin. He knew his cousin's character very well. If it was really her own child, she would not sit by and do nothing. However, based on the current situation, his cousin seemed to have had a fortuitous encounter in the dimensional battlefield. She had obtained a divine weapon that could break soul techniques. Now, even his father had told him through sound transmission that things were getting tricky. There were only two options left. The first option was to not let his cousin know that Duan Lingtian's family had left the Xia clan and escaped their control. Then he would force her to marry him. The second option was to seize his cousin's divine weapon and continue with the second step of the original plan. Obviously, comparing the two options, the second option was more unrealistic. Shui, the head of the Yun clan, glanced at Kerr indifferently and said, "Some time ago, I went to find your father and personally brought your husband's parents to the Yun clan. Don't you want to go to the Yun clan to see them?" The head of the Yun clan was already thinking of tricking his niece into leaving first. When she was not as vigilant as she was now, he would then make his move and imprison her, preventing her from committing suicide. Now, he had a feeling that if he dared to use force, his niece would most likely choose to die. Therefore, he could only lie to her now. Kerr laughed mockingly. "Head of the Yun clan, I don't dare to believe your words. Today, before I see the members of the Yun clan, I will not leave with you. I still want to know why you are preventing me from returning to the Xia clan. What happened in the Xia clan?" Kerr's attitude was very firm. There was no room for negotiation. From beginning to end, there was a sharp energy accumulating in her body. If the head of the Yun clan dared to make a move against her, she would not hesitate to end her own life. She also believed that the head of the Yun clan would not dare to take the risk and force her to her death. Therefore, she had him firmly in her grasp. Only in this way would she be able to contact the Xia clan and find out what had happened there. The head of the Yun clan could not help but frown slightly when he saw Kerr's determination and vigilance. Even Yun Qingyan was starting to panic. He sent a voice transmission to the head of the Yun clan. "Father, what should we do now?" Based on her attitude, if we don't let her see the Xia clan and return to the Xia clan, she will really choose to die again. Father, based on her stubbornness in her past life, she is really capable of doing that. If possible, Yun Qingyan did not want his cousin to die. Once she was dead, she would no longer be of any use to him. "Of course, I know that." The head of the Yun clan snorted coldly. His voice was filled with anger as he said, "I'm the head of the Yun clan. I can't believe there would be a day when I would threaten a little girl. If word of this gets out, I won't be able to face anyone anymore. In the end, it's because you are useless. If you had worked harder, with her talent and comprehension, I wouldn't have needed to rely on you." He knew his son was not only inferior to him, but he was also inferior to the patriarchs of the Yun clan. Even if he became the head of the Yun clan, he would not have much of a deterrent force. He and the patriarchs of the Yun clan would not be able to protect his son forever. Therefore, he had chosen his niece, Xia Ningshui, who was not related to the Yun clan by blood, for his son. He wanted her to be a great help to his son. However, he did not expect his plan would cause so many problems. Yun Qingyan was silent when he heard his father's reprimand. He did not dare to speak. But in his heart, he was not convinced. "Am I that bad?" "What? You're not convinced?" As Yun Qingyan's father, how could the head of the Yun clan not see through Yun Qingyan's thoughts? Let's not talk about Xia Ningshui. Let's talk about her husband in this life. Can you compare to Duan Lingtian? You can't even compare to Duan Lingtian's little finger. Although I don't know how he rose to prominence, he's definitely a monster among monsters to be able to rise to where he is today from a mundane realm in less than 1,000 years. At the very least, I know some legendary supreme powerhouses who rose from mundane realms might not be as glorious as him. If nothing goes wrong, Duan Lingtian is destined to become a supreme powerhouse given enough time. The head of the Yun clan paused for a moment before he continued. Originally, If Xianxia was determined not to marry you in this life, it's not a big deal for me to give up. However, the problem is you have offended Duan Lingtian. He has great potential to become a supreme powerhouse. In fact, in my opinion, he has a higher chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse than me and Xiaoyu. In the future, if he wants to take revenge on you and the Yun clan, it won't be difficult. Now, I can only take the Yun clan with me and follow you to the end. Today, I've allowed you to marry Xianxia not only so that you'll have a formidable force in the Yun clan in the future, but also so that you can lure Duan Lingtian out. The most important thing now is to kill Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian will become a huge problem for you and the Yun clan. The head of the Yun clan's tone turned gloomier as he spoke. Yun Qingyan's face turned pale when he heard his father's words. However, he knew his father's worries were justified. Based on the speed at which Duan Lingtian grew, he would definitely become a huge problem for him and the Yun clan in the future if he was allowed to do as he pleased. Father. Yun Qingyan sent a voice transmission to his father. Why don't we ask the old ancestor to kill Duan Lingtian? The old ancestor is a supreme powerhouse. Isn't it easy for him to kill someone? Yun Qingyan said. In his opinion, the old ancestor of the Yun clan was a supreme powerhouse and was extremely powerful. There were not many people in this world that he could not kill. If the old ancestor was willing to make a move, it would not be difficult for him to find Duan Lingtian and kill him. Yun Qingyan stared at his father with burning eyes. His face and eyes were filled with anticipation. Chapter 4263. Look for the old ancestor? The patriarch of the Yun family indifferently glanced at his son. Do you believe that if the patriarch knew that because of your stupidity, the Yun family had offended a young man with astonishing potential, he would first erase you before killing the other party? As the clan leader of the Yun clan, he knew a lot about the old ancestor's temper. He had only met him once. This was because there were older people in the Yun clan who were more familiar with the old ancestor. Moreover, the clan leader of the Yun clan had many records of the old ancestor's temper. Therefore, he knew the old ancestor's temper very well. If the old ancestor found out that the Yun clan had offended such a monstrous young man because of his son, the old ancestor would rather kill the young man than let his son go. Yun Qingyan fell silent when he heard his father's words. Although he really wanted Duan Lingtian to die, he was unwilling to do so if he had to pay with his own life. Father, what should we do now? Yun Qingyan glanced at his cousin, Xianxia, and asked his father worriedly through voice transmission. She wasn't even afraid of death in her previous life. Now, if she makes up her mind, she'll kill herself. Father, why don't you talk to Uncle? Uncle, you should still support marrying her to me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to coerce Duan Lingtian's family and friends into marrying my cousin. Yun Qingyan said. Upon hearing his son's words, the clan leader of the Yun clan's eyes were filled with disappointment. Did this foolish boy really think that his uncle supported his daughter marrying him? After all, after his niece had decided to commit suicide and break off the engagement, his brother-in-law's attitude toward him and his son had become much colder. Although he did not say anything, he must have complained a lot in his heart. Last time, when his son had returned, he had also gone to the Xia family and had spoken to his brother-in-law. There was no lack of threats in his words. Only then did his brother-in-law relent. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, his brother-in-law wouldn't allow his son to disturb his daughter's life. However, his foolish son was unaware of this. With this thought in mind, the clan leader of the Yun clan no longer bothered with Yun Qingyan. He turned to look at the woman standing nearby and said, Shui, I can ask your father to come here personally. Don't be rash. As soon as he finished speaking, the head of the Yun family sent out a message. However, during this process, Kerr had a vigilant look on her face. Clearly, she didn't believe her uncle's words. She was prepared to unleash her power at any moment. Not long after, a figure arrived in the sky with an overbearing aura. Only then did the accumulated power in Kerr's body slow down. The person who came was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes. His face was firm, and his facial features were very handsome. One could see some of Ker's features on his face. Looking at this middle-aged man, it was not hard to tell that he must have been a rare handsome man when he was young. However, at this very moment, when he appeared, he glanced at Ku'er and frowned slightly. "Shui, are you all right?" He opened his mouth. His voice was low, but there was some gentleness in it. "Father, I'm fine." Ker looked at the man who had just arrived. A conflicted look flashed across her eyes, but she still addressed him respectfully as father. This was a habit that she had developed subconsciously in her previous life. Naturally, she was very displeased with her father. Let's end it here. The man who had just arrived was the head of the Xia family, Xiayu. He glanced at the head of the Yun family, who was standing in the distance. His tone was casual, but there was no room for doubt. "Brother-in-law." The head of the Yun family grinned. Since Shui is still unwilling to marry Yen, or even after experiencing 2 lifetimes, the Yun family and I will not force this matter. Shui and Yen's marriage will be called off. When the head of the Yun family said this, not only was Ker stunned, but even the head of the Xia family, Xiayu, was taken aback. He looked at the head of the Yun family and asked, "Do you mean what you said?" Initially, when he found out that his daughter had successfully reincarnated, he had no intention of forcing his daughter to marry his nephew, Yun Qinyan. However, when the head of the Yun family came looking for him and threatened him with the safety of the supreme powerhouse, the old ancestor of the Xia family, he had no choice but to compromise. Although the supreme powerhouse from the Yun family might not have the guts to do such a thing, if he really did, the old ancestor of the Xia family would most likely die. Even if the other supreme powerhouses wanted to punish him, they would not make him pay with his life. The supreme powerhouses were the top forces in the God-defying realm. They were the pillars of the God-defying realm in the outer land. Any one of them was extremely important. Even if a supreme powerhouse killed another supreme powerhouse, the killer would most likely not be executed by the other supreme powerhouses. At most, the killer would be sent to guard a perilous place in the outer land for a certain period of time. Of course, it's true. The head of the Yun family nodded with a smile. At the same time, he no longer spoke. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Xiayu and said, "Brother-in-law, I only have one request. That is to avenge Yen and kill Shui's husband from the mundane realm." That lowly commoner from the mundane realm blasphemed the noble bloodline of the Xia family. He should be killed for this crime. Xiayu's heart skipped a beat when he heard the head of the Yun family's words. He knew the head of the Yun family very well. He knew that the head of the Yun family would not let his son, Yun Qinyan, lose the chance to marry his daughter, Xia Ningshui, just to kill a mediocre person from the mundane realm. Of course, the mediocre person was a mediocre person. What did that boy do to make him pay such a high price? Xiayu was slightly confused. However, Xiayu looked at the head of the Yun family and sent a voice transmission to the head of the Yun family. "Tell me, why are you so insistent on killing that person and willing to pay such a high price? Tell me the truth. There's no point in lying to me." The head of the Yun family was not surprised by Xiayu's straightforward question. "You're indeed the head of the Xia family. You're very meticulous." "That's right. I have my reasons for being willing to pay such a high price to kill that person. I won't hide it from you. That person is now a lower ultimate god and almost killed Yen last time. A lower ultimate god who's not even 1,000 years old. I don't want to let such a potential threat grow." The head of the Yun family said. Xiayu was taken aback by the head of the Yun family's words. That boy from the mundane realm has become a lower ultimate god? He found it hard to believe. Although his third brother, Xianxia, had told him in the past that his son-in-law was not an ordinary person, he had only chuckled when he heard it and did not take it seriously. How could a native from the mundane realm achieve anything even if he was not an ordinary person? It was already good enough for him to make a name for himself in the Devata realm. However, He was shocked when he heard the head of the Yun family's words. He found it hard to imagine how a native from the mundane realm could achieve such a feat in just 1,000 years. At the very least, he had never heard of anyone breaking through to the ultimate god stage before the age of 1,000. Even the natives of the realms of gods had never done such a thing. That boy's innate talent is monstrous indeed. He's a good match for Shui. At this moment, even Xiaoyu didn't know why, but this thought popped up in his mind. The clan leader of the Yun family's expression changed when he saw Xiaoyu's thoughts. Don't even think about matchmaking them, Shui. Can choose not to marry Yen, but Duan Lingtian must die. Moreover, you must cooperate with me to get rid of Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, if something happens to that senior from the Xia family while he's on duty, it'll be a big deal. You know what I mean. Once again, the patriarch of the Yun family once again used this matter to threaten Xiaoyu. A cold glint flashed across Xiaoyu's eyes. At the same time, there was a hint of unwillingness in the depths of his eyes. However, in the end, he gave in. On one hand, there was the Xia family's biggest backer. He was the only surviving supreme powerhouse in the Xia family. His existence was crucial to the Xia family's prosperity. On the other hand, there was a peerless genius who would be extremely powerful in the future. However, after weighing the two options, he could only choose the former. What do you want me to do? Xiaoyu asked in a low voice. Before the patriarch of the Yun family could speak, Yun Qingyan, who was standing by the side, was stunned when he heard that the patriarch of the Yun family would not force his cousin, Xia Ningshui, to marry him. Father! Yun Qingyan raised his voice and asked, Why? Why? He could not figure out why his father would suddenly change his mind and say that the Xia family would not force his cousin, Xia Ningshui, to marry him. Everything happened so suddenly. He did not even have time to react. Therefore, at this moment, he lost his composure. Shut up! The clan leader of the Yun family glared at Yun Qingyan and reprimanded him. You have no right to question my decision. The clan leader of the Yun family explained to Yun Qingyan through voice transmission. Do you want to marry Xia Ningshui and face an enemy like Duan Lingtian? Or do you want to lose Xia Ningshui and let that Duan Lingtian die? Insert a perfect copy book chasing artifact old version changeable source app, changeable source artifact, 2 choices. Choose one of the two. If you choose the former, I will immediately change my words. On the battlefield of divine judgment. In a one-man secret realm. 2 silhouettes that were sometimes swift and sometimes hidden finally met after crossing mountains and valleys. They found each other as they wished. Duan Lingtian looked at the young man in front of him, his eyes shining brightly. I finally found this guy. This guy actually didn't hide? Was he very confident in himself? At the same time, the young man standing opposite Duan Lingtian, Ning Yishuan from the sanctioned Ning family, was also staring at the purple-clothed young man before him. His thoughts were no different from Duan Lingtian's. This guy didn't hide? Was it that easy to find? Furthermore, when he saw him earlier, he actually took the initiative to greet him. Chapter 4264. Of course, without waiting for Yun Qingyan's reply, the clan leader of Yun clan continued, even if you choose the former, I'm afraid your uncle won't support you in marrying your cousin. His words cut off Yun Qingyan's last shred of hope. I'm afraid we've crossed his bottom line by intercepting Shui, or outside the Xia clan's estate. Earlier, when the clan leader of Xia clan, Xiaoyu, had appeared, he had said, let's stop here. It was clear Xiaoyu had made it clear that he would not force his daughter to marry him even if he did not care about Yun Qingyan's threat. In fact, Yun Qingyan had already guessed this would happen before he brought Xiaoyu here. He knew his brother-in-law's character very well. In the past, he had succeeded in threatening Xiaoyu because his brother-in-law had not interacted with his daughter in this life. Now that his daughter had regained her memories and cultivation base from her previous life, she was still determined not to marry into the Yun clan. It would be difficult for him to threaten his brother-in-law again. Perhaps, in a fit of anger, Xiaoyu would take the risk and threaten him with the life of a direct descendant of the Yun clan. Today, Yun Qingyan had changed his mind at the last minute because he had sensed Xiaoyu's unyielding attitude. He did not only ask Xiaoyu to help him kill Duan Lingtian. Now, it was almost impossible for him to force Xiaoyu to marry his daughter off again. On the other hand, if he wanted to kill someone he did not have any feelings for, the chances of success were slim. After the clan leader of Yun clan told Yun Qingyan the truth and analyzed the pros and cons, Yun Qingyan had no choice but to accept his fate. "What do you want me to do?" Xiaoyu, the clan leader of Xia clan, asked in a low voice as he stared coldly at the clan leader of Yun clan. Hearing those words, the Yun family's master knew that the other party had agreed. He wasn't surprised at all because it was all within his expectations. "I hope you won't let Shui know that Xiajie has released Duan Lingtian's family. Let's seal her in a spatial tunnel left behind by the Ling clan. What do you think? With the two of us working together, it'll be difficult to break the seal unless a supreme powerhouse makes a move. Even I, without you, would not be able to undo the seal. In addition, even if there were many existences at our level, it would be impossible to break the seal in a short period of time. That little bit of time would be enough for us to rush over. Shui is sealed there, so you don't have to worry about her safety. You also don't have to worry about her cultivation. That place is very suitable for cultivating and comprehending the various laws. You should be aware of this." The Yun family's patriarch transmitted his voice to Xiaoyu. Hearing this, Xiaoyu said in a deep voice, "You've thought it through. And then? Spread the news and let that Duan Lingtian save Shui?" Facing Xiaoyu's question, the head of the Yun family replied, "Of course not. I sealed Shui, because I didn't want Shui to cause more trouble. To the public, our two families have been spreading the news of Shui and Yan-er's wedding. The news will be spread after 100 years, when the planar battlefield closes. I suspect that Duan Lingtian is currently in the planar battlefield, and he might not know if we spread the news outside. Moreover, he should already know that Shui entered the planar battlefield first. Perhaps he's currently in the planar battlefield looking for Shui. So even if he receives the news now, he might not believe it. 100 years from now, when the planar battlefield closes, will be the best time to spread the news. 10 years after the planar battlefield closes will be the wedding date in the news we spread. At that time, our Yun family and your Xia family will hold a grand banquet and invite everyone." The Yun family's patriarch pondered for a moment before saying these last words. "Of course, if we do this, even if we kill that Duan Lingtian, it will damage Shui's reputation. At that time, I'll personally explain that Duan Lingtian has killed many of our Yun family's direct descendants, so our Yun family must kill him, and your Xia family is merely helping. What do you think?" As the Yun family's patriarch finished speaking, he stared at Xiaoyu with a look of certainty, as if he wasn't worried at all that Xiaoyu would refuse. As for Xiaoyu, although he seemed to be moved, he was still hesitant. At this moment, the Yun family's patriarch looked at the woman standing not far away and said in a low voice, "Shui, from today onwards, Yan will never bother you again. However, your actions in this lifetime are too negative for our Yun family. To give the rest of the Yun family an explanation, I will join forces with you and seal you in a space tunnel. Don't worry, it's very safe there, and it won't affect your cultivation, comprehension of the laws, or the 4 daos of heaven and earth. Just for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, your father and I will return you your freedom." As the Yun family's patriarch spoke, Xiaoyu also looked at his daughter not far away. His gaze was calm, but it seemed like he was also seeking her opinion. At this moment, Kerr heard the Yun family's patriarch's words and was first stunned, then she felt that it was somewhat unbelievable. It was that simple? Only sealing her for 1,000 years? The Yun family would completely give up on the idea of marriage with her and the Xia family? No matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem realistic. After all, when she returned in the past, her father's attitude and the Yun family's attitude had once made her feel hopeless. She never thought that after a lifetime, they would still not let her go. But now, When she compared the two, she felt that it was very unrealistic. Father. Kerr looked at Xiaoyu. She knew that this matter could only make the Yun family compromise because of her father's efforts. Otherwise, the Yun family would not have compromised like this. They're fine. Xiaoyu seemed to be able to read the meaning in his daughter's eyes. He said bluntly, "Back then, not long after you went to the dimensional battlefield, an enemy of mine in the land of sanctions came looking for me. He fought with me, and your third uncle took the opportunity to send them all out of the divine offering land. He forcefully tore open space and sent them back to the mundane realm." Xiaoyu said, "If you don't believe me, you can go back and ask your third uncle yourself." Your third uncle entered the dimensional battlefield to look for you after that. You can ask the people around him." A hint of joy appeared on Kerr's face when she heard Xiaoyu's words. Then, a slight frown appeared on her face. She could roughly guess how her third uncle had sent them away. There was a certain risk involved. After all, they would be sent to an unfamiliar mundane realm. It was almost impossible to accurately send them back to the Saint Province realm. Shuer. At this moment, the clan leader of the Yun family said with a smile, "Follow your father back to the Xia family. After you've confirmed that they're fine, your father and I will send you to a place to be sealed. The reason I sent people to stop you is because I'm worried that you won't want to talk to Yen and the Yun family after you know they're gone. We've gone overboard this time. Your father is angry as well. Let's call off the marriage agreement. As for the Yun family, you only need to be sealed for 1,000 years. In the Heavenly Adjudicator battlefield, it was a single-person secret realm that required a lot of battle merits to open. Two young men stood facing each other. "Young man, you're considered unlucky to have met me." Ning Yixuan stared at the purple-clad young man in front of him with a faint smile on his face. It seemed that he did not intend to attack directly. Or rather, he was confident enough that he was not worried that his opponent would attack him first. "Can you tell me why you're accumulating so many battle merits to open this single-person secret realm? Is it to seek opportunities to prepare for the opening of the chaotic area?" Ning Yixuan asked with a smile. "So many battle merits?" Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Ning Yixuan's words. He almost wanted to ask why Ning Yixuan had said what he wanted to say. "Is this little bit of battle merits considered a lot?" Duan Lingtian replied with a question. His tone was natural and calm. "Is it not a lot?" Ning Yixuan smiled. "It would take an ordinary lower-level ultimate god like you at least a few hundred to 1,000 years to accumulate so many battle merits, right? Even if your strength is good and you're considered an upper-class lower ultimate god, it would be difficult for you to accumulate so many battle merits in less than 100 years. What? Are you going to tell me that you've only spent less than 100 years to accumulate these battle merits? If that's the case, I'll have to look up to you. You've accumulated so many battle merits in less than 100 years. Ning Yixuan's smile became even brighter as he spoke. Although he was smiling, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Obviously, he did not think that Duan Lingtian had accumulated so many battle merits in 100 years. It was impossible to accumulate so many battle merits in 100 years if one did not have the strength to kill an ordinary middle ultimate god. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Ning Yixuan's words. He then looked at him deeply. "What you mean is, you didn't spend much time to accumulate those battle merits." He also knew that even a top lower ultimate god would find it difficult to accumulate so many battle merits in 100 years. However, judging from Ning Yixuan's behavior, he obviously did not believe that he could accumulate so many battle merits in 100 years. Coupled with his confidence, there was a high probability that he was one of the top lower ultimate gods. It might have taken him more than 100 years to accumulate those battle merits. "No wonder you're so confident. When you saw me, you immediately ran up to me. Do you think I'm a lamb waiting to be slaughtered?" Duan Lingtian secretly laughed. "Not bad." Ning Yixuan smiled faintly in response to Duan Lingtian's question. "Although it took me some time, it's definitely shorter than yours. Let me introduce myself. I'm the most dazzling person in the land of sanctions Ning clan. Although Ning Yixuan was introducing himself, he did not mention his name because he knew that he was very famous even in the land of divine remains. As long as the ultimate gods in the land of divine remains were not those who had been in closed-door cultivation for more than 1,000 years, or those who did not interact with others, there was a high probability that they would not know about him. You didn't even mention your name. Is that a self-introduction? Duan Lingtian was a little speechless when he heard Ning Yixuan's self-introduction. Or, do you think I should know about you, the most dazzling person in the land of Xianxia's Ning clan? If that's the case, I'm sorry, I've never heard of you. Chapter 4265. You've never heard of me? Duan Lingtian's words stunned Ning Yixuan completely. You've never heard of me, Ning Yixuan? In his opinion, there should be very few people in the various planes of gods who had not heard of him. After all, his talent and comprehension were shocking in the various planes of gods. As long as one was in public, there were very few who did not know of him. Especially in the circle of ultimate gods and above, those who did not know of him were even rarer. But now, he had actually met one? Moreover, he felt that the other party did not seem like an old antique. He even had a feeling that he was mistaken. The other party seemed to be younger than him. Of course, he only treated it as an illusion, because he felt that it was impossible. One should know that he was not even 4,000 years old. A lower ultimate god under 4,000 years old, looking at the past history of the various planes of gods, the number of people who had appeared could be counted on one hand. Apart from him, there was no one else in the current generation. Even among the group of older generation living in the current generation, including some of the strongest experts he knew, no one had entered the lower ultimate god realm before 4,000 years old. 3,000 years ago, the Xia clan's proud daughter, Xianxia, who had appeared in the world of divine remains, had only entered the lower ultimate god realm after 4,000 years old. At that time, it had shocked the entire world of divine remains, and even many people in the land of sanctions had mentioned it, until his appearance completely overshadowed Xianxia's limelight. Because of that, in the various planes of gods, except for those old antiques who had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time, there were very few existences above the ultimate god realm who had not heard of him. He's pretending? Strange? Ning Yixuan stared at the purple-clothed young man in front of him and felt that there was no reason for him not to have heard of him. He must be pretending not to have heard of him. However, if he had really heard of him, there was no way he could be so calm at this time, right? Who did not know that although Ning Yixuan was only a lower ultimate god, he had the strength to fight against most medium ultimate gods. Many of the weaker medium-level ultimate gods were no match for him. So your name is Ning Yixuan. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Why don't you introduce yourself? Ning Yixuan now completely believed that the person in front of him was acting. He must have heard of him and deliberately pretended not to have heard of him. I want to know who you are to have the courage to be so calm in front of me, Ning Yixuan. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard that. He's just a nobody. My name is Duan Lingtian. You're far away in the sanctioned lands, so you definitely haven't heard of me. Duan Lingtian said. Although he was famous in the Mystic Star Land, this was not the Mystic Star Land after all. Moreover, the person before him was from another realm of gods. This time, even if the chaotic region of the sanctioned lands opened, it would not mix with the profound handle region. Insert a perfect copybook chasing artifact old version changeable source app, changeable source artifact. He had already understood this point. After some time, the other realms of gods that formed the chaotic region with the divine offering land and the sanctioned lands did not have the mystic star land. Duan Lingtian? Ning Yixuan was startled when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then his pupils shrank slightly. The first thing that came to his mind was a rumor from the mystic star land that he had heard some time ago. Although the dimensional battlefield had opened and the spatial passageways between the realms of gods had been sealed, it was still very easy for existences above the ultimate god level to travel between the realms of gods. They only needed to transit through the dimensional battlefield. Even if it was different dimensional battlefield, as long as they found the weak point of the spatial barrier, they could travel freely. Not to mention existences above the ultimate god realm, even many powerful god emperors could easily do this. Therefore, Ningxuan had also heard some rumors about the mystic starland. A peerless genius had appeared in the mystic starland. He was not even 1,000 years old and was already a higher god emperor. This achievement had even surpassed Ningxuan's. One had to know that even Ningxuan had only just stepped into the god emperor realm when he was 1,000 years old. Even he had only broken through to the lower god emperor realm when he was 1,800 years old. Many people might not think much of this rumor or even believe it when they heard it. However, Ningxuan remembered it in his heart. He even had someone go to the mystic starland to confirm it and finally confirmed that it was an indisputable fact. Only then did he realize that someone who was not even 1,000 years old had surpassed him back then. Of course, he did not care. Even if someone who had stepped into the higher god emperor realm before the age of 1,000 years old might not necessarily be able to step into the ultimate god realm. Now, the reason why he was shocked was because, as far as he knew, the name of the higher god emperor monster who was not even 1,000 years old in the mystic starland was Duan Lingtian. Impossible. He's from the world of divine offering, not from the mystic starland. At this moment, Ningxuan even thought that the person in front of him was the monster from the mystic starland. However, on second thought, the other party came from the world of divine offering, so it was impossible for him to be that person. It was not that he did not guess at that moment that the other party might have run from the mystic starland to the world of divine offering and then entered the god's adjudication battlefield as a person from the world of divine offering. However, as soon as this thought appeared, it was dispelled by him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If this person was really that person, then wouldn't he have stepped into the ultimate god realm before the age of 1,000? Wouldn't his record of being the fastest person to step into the ultimate god realm in all the planes of gods be broken by someone else? It could not be that person. Therefore, at this moment, although he did not think that the other party was that person, at the same time, he told himself that the other party was not that person. Don't tell me that you know me. Although Ningxuan's complicated expression changed in an instant, it was still caught by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh mockingly. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Ningxuan, who did not intend to ask if the other party came from the mystic starland, asked this question out of curiosity. You came from the mystic starland? Faced with Ningxuan's question, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. It can't be, right? This person really knows me? Am I so famous now? Even the land of punishment knows about me? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. It was impossible for him to imagine that the reason the other party had heard of him was because the other party was a genius and had paid attention to some of the monsters that appeared in the plains of gods. This was especially so for someone like him, who had become a high-level god emperor faster than the other party. What's with your expression? Seeing Duan Lingtian's stunned expression, Ningxuan's originally calm expression suddenly froze. Then he raised his voice. Don't tell me, you really came from the mystic starland. Although he still did not quite dare to believe it, the other party's expression was enough to express many things. Duan Lingtian also came back to his senses at this time. His expression returned to normal as he said indifferently, if the Duan Lingtian you heard of from the mystic starland came from the mystic starland's Myriad Law Academy, then it should be me. Mystic Starland. Myriad Law Academy. At this moment, Ningxuan was completely sure. It's him. It's him. It's him. It's really him. Ningxuan's heart trembled. Then, his voice trembled slightly. Didn't you just become a high-level god emperor not long ago? Actually became a lower-level god emperor? At this time, Ningxuan took a closer look at the person in front of him. It was not difficult to see that although the other party was a lower-level god emperor, his divine power was obviously very unstable. This was clearly a lower-level god-emperor who had yet to consolidate his cultivation. Everything made sense now. The other party was really that peerless monster Duan Lingtian from the mystic Starland. I had some fortuitous encounters after entering the planar battlefield. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. It's just that I didn't expect that there would still be people in the distant land of sanctions who have heard of me, Duan Lingen. When Duan Lingtian said this, Ning Yishuan's expression became complicated. Then he asked somewhat unwillingly, Duan Ling, tell me the truth, you really haven't heard of me, Ning Yishuan? Not only was Ning Yishuan not reconciled, he was also somewhat unwilling to give up. Duan Lingtian shook his head. No matter how many times you ask me, it's the same. I really haven't heard of you. Are you very famous? Are you really famous, or do you think you're famous? Duan Lingtian was somewhat puzzled. In fact, Ning Yishuan's fame was naturally very great. It was just that Duan Lingtian's environment made it impossible for him to hear of Ning Yishuan's existence. If Duan Lingtian mingled with the ultimate god-level forces in the mystic Starland or the world of divine remains, it would definitely be easy for him to know of Ning Yishuan's existence. However, he was in the Myriad Law Academy. Moreover, he was in the Myriad Law Academy's internal division. Everyone in the internal division was a monster. Although Ning Yishuan was also a monster, he was still not worthy of being praised by Yang Yuchen, the third senior brother of the internal division, in front of his junior brothers and sisters. No matter how high one's talent was, it would be in vain if one couldn't grow. Moreover, many people were very talented in the early stages and made rapid progress. However, in the later stages, they might be stuck in a certain cultivation realm and not make any progress. At this moment, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Ning Yishuan wanted to vomit blood. What did he mean by he was really famous? Or did he think he was famous? Duan Lingtian. Ning Yishuan furrowed his brows and shouted angrily, I've heard that you're very strong and can fight enemies above your level. Although you've just entered the lower-level ultimate god realm, I won't treat you as an ordinary lower-level ultimate god. In addition, you must have entered the dimensional battlefield not long ago, less than 100 years. If I'm not mistaken, your strength shouldn't be weaker than some of the weaker medium ultimate gods. However, this time I, Ning Yishuan, am destined to kill you. Even if I don't gain anything else this time, it's worth it to spend so many battle merits to kill a monster like you. As Ning Yishuan finished speaking, a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, divine power rose from his body along with a terrifying aura of life. Then, a vision appeared and shrouded the surroundings, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to become solemn. The power of the law of life illuminated millions of miles. Chapter 4266. The power of law illuminated 1,000,000 miles. It was Duan Lingtian's first time encountering such an existence in the dimensional battlefield. Even among the medium-level ultimate gods he had killed before, none of them had comprehended the power of law to the point where they could cover 1,000,000 miles. At most, they could only cover 100,000 miles. Today, however, he had seen such an existence. Moreover, the other party was not a medium-level ultimate god, but a lower-level ultimate god. Even third senior brother's power of law was only close to covering 1,000,000 miles when he entered the dimensional battlefield with me. It was still at the level of covering 100,000 miles. Duan Lingtian was amazed by the scene before him and could not help but sigh. At least, his third senior brother's comprehension of the power of law was not as good as the other parties when they were at the same cultivation level. Moreover, the other party had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the life law. Duan Lingtian did not know when, but a long spear had appeared in Ning Yishuan's hand. It was 2 feet longer than an ordinary 7-foot-long spear. It was a full 9-foot-long spear. The long spear's tongue was dark green and surrounded by green light. The tip of the spear was bright gold and flashed with another color of light. It was like the light of a golden sword condensed and flashed. A condensed soul was faintly discernible and was about to come out. Bang! There was an earth-shattering sound as the terrifying power of law condensed under Ning Yishuan's feet. It shook the void and made it seem as if it was about to shatter. In the next moment, Ning Yishuan's entire body shot out. The 9-foot-long spear in his hand shook the air, causing the air to stagnate. The terrifying power of law gathered and gradually condensed at the tip of the long spear. The void was torn apart and there were bursts of ear-piercing sounds in the air. Tiny spatial cracks were faintly discernible. Whoosh! Wherever the long spear passed, an even more mysterious power appeared, causing the spatial cracks to become more obvious. It was as if the long spear could tear the space apart with a simple shake. At that moment, the power of the long spear increased by a level. Spear principle. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also confirmed that the person in front of him had another shocking technique. He had actually mastered the spear Dao of the 4 Dao of weapons of heaven and earth. The Dao of the spear was the same as the Dao of the sword and the Dao of the saber. They were all part of the Dao of weapons, and there was no difference in strength between them. The difference in strength completely depended on the comprehension level of the person who comprehended the Dao. Now that Ning Yishuan had displayed his spear Dao, Duan Lingtian was surprised. It wasn't hard for him to confirm that Ning Yishuan's spear Dao was inferior to his sword Dao. It could even be said that it was inferior. His opponent's spear Dao had clearly only just been fully comprehended. It was only recently that the embryonic form of spear Dao had officially transformed into the true form of spear Dao. Very strong. You've already surpassed most of the medium-level ultimate gods I've met. Seeing Ning Yishuan's strength, Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He was definitely the most powerful lower ultimate god he had ever met. Just like him, Ning Yishuan had the strength to kill a medium-level ultimate god. In the face of such a strong Ning Yishuan, Duan Lingtian's face turned solemn. He teleported a second time and dodged. Facing Ning Yishuan, who continued to attack him, a 3-foot-long green sword surrounded by colorful light appeared in his hand. The 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. The 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword was overflowing with light. A sharp sword essence rose as if it could tear and destroy everything. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's strength skyrocketed and turned into bursts of spatial storms. It seemed to be able to distort the surrounding space, causing the surrounding space to darken. One could vaguely see that many spaces were folded together and swaying like pieces of paper. The Dao of control was also displayed at the right time. Although Duan Lingtian's divine power and power of law were inferior to his opponents, the existence of the Dao of sword Dao and the Dao of control were enough to allow Duan Lingtian's strength to catch up with or even surpass his opponent. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian used his body to control the sword. Wherever they passed, the space was torn apart. At the same time, there was also the spatial energy to open a path, seal and imprison the space in front of them. The purpose was naturally to obstruct Ning Yishuan's attack. It's useless. Ning Yishuan charged with his spear, his tone indifferent. So what if you've exhausted some of my attack? My life law is endless. Small losses can be recovered in an instant. The truth was just as Ning Yishuan said. Although Duan Lingtian had exhausted a portion of Ning Yishuan's attack, this portion of power was quickly regenerated, as if he had instantly recovered to his peak state. The law of life, the power of life, grew and multiplied endlessly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also deeply realized the power and terror of the life law. The life law that he had mastered was on a completely different level from the life law that he had mastered, yet it was powerful to such an extent. It should be known that he had also mastered the life law and had the sacred tree of life in his body. He also had a deep understanding of the power of life. But this time, facing the life law that Ning Yishuan had displayed, Duan Lingtian realized that the life law that he had previously understood was only a drop in the ocean. The life law not only had astonishing recovery ability and long life, but its attack power was also extremely frightening. It was as if the attack power was not afraid of being exhausted. Even if it was just a single power, it was enough to give one a headache. Moreover, during this process, Duan Lingtian discovered that the rapid recovery of Ning Yishuan's attack consumed very little of Ning Yishuan's energy. It could even be said that it was negligible, and he recovered in an instant. The life law is amazing. Sighing in his heart, Duan Lingtian no longer used small paths to exhaust his opponent's attack. He directly chose to meet force with force, his sword whistling as it swept out, meeting force with force. The space law was no longer hidden. A 100,000-mile heaven and earth anomaly appeared. The sword principle appeared, and a terrifying sword essence soared into the sky, as if it could pierce through the heavens. The way of control followed like a shadow, and together with the space law, it further increased the power of the space law. It was no weaker than the space law that illuminated millions of miles. So powerful! At this moment, Ning Yishuan's face was unprecedentedly solemn as he faced Duan Lingtian's sword that was prepared to meet force with force with force. If he did not face it personally, he would find it hard to believe that a guy who had just entered the lower ultimate god realm and had not consolidated his cultivation base could display such terrifying battle power. The battle power displayed by his opponent was no weaker than his. He's stronger than me. Deep in Ning Yishuan's heart, such a thought popped up for no reason. He did not feel that the person in front of him was stronger than him, but he felt that the person in front of him could achieve such achievements at such a young age and was stronger than him. As for strength, he did not feel that he was weaker than his opponent. Kill him. I, Ning Yishuan, am still the most dazzling and outstanding genius in this world. There can't be two tigers on one mountain. This person should not exist. Kill. Ning Yishuan's originally calm eyes were entwined with blood qi at this moment, and instantly turned into blood-red eyes with an awe-inspiring killing intent. Around him, streaks of blood qi shot up into the sky. It was his bloodline power. After Ning Yishuan's bloodline power shot up into the sky, it did not envelop and merge into his body. Instead, it condensed into a giant beast above his head. The bloodline power condensed into a giant beast that looked like a cat. It also looked a little like a tiger, but more like a cat. As soon as this big cat appeared, its eyes glowed with a faint blue light. Then 2 blue light beams shot out from its eyes. Once the 2 blue light beams shot out from the cat's eyes, they spread out in the air and turned into 2 layers of waves that enveloped the area. The blue light that covered the sky and earth seemed very thin and faint, but after it enveloped the area, it seemed to be all-pervasive. It directly swept through Duan Lingtian's attack. Moreover, it was not affected at all. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian realized that although his soul was not directly attacked, it was still somewhat affected. Even his entire body seemed to have stiffened at this moment. This is a bloodline power? Duan Lingtian's pupils contracted sharply. There were many kinds of bloodline power. Some were directly integrated into the body to fight against the enemy, and some were displayed through divine ability means. Some of them were very terrifying and had astonishing characteristics. And at that very moment, his body was affected by it. In the blink of an eye, it was as if he was frozen in place. This was not space imprisonment, nor was it time stop. It was a manifestation of a characteristic of a bloodline power. With his body frozen, Duan Lingtian's attack naturally stopped in the void. It was greatly affected and even showed signs of stagnation. It was no longer as indomitable as before. In this kind of battle, suddenly stopping was undoubtedly a destructive blow. And Ning Yishuan also took advantage of this opportunity to explode all his strength. The 9-foot-long spear in his hand shook the air, and the condensed life force shot toward Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, it suppressed the sword radiance whizzing out from Duan Lingtian's 7 orifices exquisite sword. Duan Ling, today I, Ning Yishuan, will kill you here and now. Ning Yishuan's eyes revealed a hint of madness. At the same time, a drop of terrifying power also appeared in an instant and fell on his body, causing his attack to greatly increase. An ultimate expert's divine power. At this moment, Ning Yishuan even used an ultimate expert's divine power, causing the divine power in his body to increase by a level in an instant. It was comparable to a medium ultimate god's divine power. Obviously, in order to kill Duan Lingtian, he did not intend to hold back. Even teleportation can't be used. This bloodline power is really impressive. At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian didn't panic, and a figure that emitted an extremely formidable aura whistled out from within his body. It was his space law doppelganger, which had also used an ultimate expert's divine power. It held another soul-grade upper-grade divine sword in its hand and attacked at lightning speed. He attacked with all his strength. He did not hold back. In the next moment, Ning Yixuan, who was originally suppressing Duan Lingtian's original body, had a slight change in expression, but he quickly regained his composure. "Do you think I don't know that you have a Dharma doppelganger?" As his voice fell, his bloodline power rolled up a branch with rich life force that appeared out of thin air and met Duan Lingtian's Dharma doppelganger head-on. This branch exploded in mid-air, and then the shadow of a towering tree appeared and blocked Duan Lingtian's Dharma doppelganger. Chapter 4267. The Divine Tree of Life. As the silhouette of the towering tree appeared in the air, Duan Lingtian, who was originally calm, had a change of expression on his face. Ning Yixuan actually possessed a branch from the Divine Tree of Life. Moreover, the branch was not simple. Otherwise, he would not have been able to summon the Divine Tree of Life's apparition to defend himself. Duan Lingtian attacked with all his might, intending to destroy the Divine Tree of Life's apparition. However, the Divine Tree of Life's apparition seemed to have the ability to repair itself. No matter how powerful Duan Lingtian's apparition was, it could still repair itself and prevent Duan Lingtian's apparition from helping his main body. Of course, it was not unlimited. During this process, Duan Lingtian noticed that the speed at which the Divine Tree of Life repaired itself could not keep up with the speed at which his apparition was destroying it. Even so, it would be difficult to destroy it without a certain amount of time. Duan Lingtian's main body was in imminent danger. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian could feel death approaching him. This was the second time he felt death approaching him since he entered the ultimate god realm. Even the previous time when he faced the Yun clan leader in the Divine Offering Land was not as dangerous as this. "Duan Ling, I know you very well. I know what you're capable of. Now, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve?" Ning Yixuan had a victorious smile on his face as he continued to attack Duan Lingtian with the 9-foot-long spear in his hand. Duan Lingtian was the only celestial emperor he knew who was more talented than him. Therefore, after hearing about Duan Lingtian, Ning Yixuan had done a thorough research on Duan Lingtian. He knew Duan Lingtian was not a native of the realms of gods and Duan Lingtian was from a mundane realm. He knew Duan Lingtian did not have a bloodline to rely on, but he had his apparition. From the beginning, Ning Yixuan had calculated everything he knew about Duan Lingtian. Therefore, Ning Yixuan felt victory was within his grasp. There was almost no suspense. Whoosh! After Duan Lingtian's feeble attacks were mostly destroyed, Duan Lingtian finally regained control of his body. The sword light on the 7 orifices exquisite sword rose again. Although Ning Yixuan's bloodline mystique was powerful, it couldn't restrict Duan Lingtian forever. There was a time limit, and after using it once, he needed to recover for a long time before he could use it again. Otherwise, wouldn't he be heaven-defying? In this world, there was no such exaggerated bloodline power. Even the descendants of the most powerful masters could not have such exaggerated bloodline power. It's useless. It's too late. Ning Yixuan smiled faintly. His unstoppable offensive instantly suppressed Duan Lingtian's later offensive, completely suppressing Duan Lingtian. It seemed that if this continued, Duan Lingtian would definitely lose, or even die. At this time, the illusory figure of the sacred tree of life was still entangled with Duan Lingtian's spatial law doppelganger. As for Duan Lingtian's other law doppelgangers, even if they were to come out, they would not be of much use. They were too weak to block the opponent's powerful attacks. If they were to come out, they could only be cannon fodder, and the useless kind of cannon fodder. Your strength is beyond my expectations. I didn't expect you to have the branch given to you by the sacred tree of life, At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian sighed. It was not difficult for him to see that the branch of the sacred tree of life came from a complete and powerful sacred tree of life. And that kind of sacred tree of life only existed in the small world of an ultimate master. Obviously, Ning Yixuan had a close relationship with an ultimate master. Otherwise, he would not have been given such a treasure. Such a treasure could not only be used for healing, but it could also be used against enemies. Just like now, it easily blocked the attack of his law doppelganger. If he did not have any other means to rely on, he would definitely die today. It seems like I can only rely on the power of the sacred tree of life again. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Then he opened the small world in his body, and the life-divine energy on the sacred tree of life surged and swept out, shrouding the aggressive Ning Yixuan. The life-divine energy of the sacred tree of life was endless, attacking and counteracting the law of life on Ning Yixuan's body. At the same time, it consumed a lot of its own energy. This was because the life-divine energy came from the same source. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to counteract such a level of law of life. The sacred tree of life. At this moment, Ning Yixuan's expression changed completely, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "You have a complete sacred tree of life in your body." Ning Yixuan naturally knew what this meant. It meant that although the person in front of him was not an ultimate master, he already had the shadow of one. This was because the sacred tree of life in the small world in the body was a characteristic of an ultimate master. Of course, the opponent was not an ultimate master. This meant that the opponent had found a complete sacred tree of life through other means and made the sacred tree of life recognize him as its master, willing to guard the small world in his body. Sush. At the same time, after Ning Yixuan's attack was counteracted by more than half, Duan Lingtian's counterattack instantly turned the tables and suppressed Ning Yixuan's attack. Then he swept his attack toward Ning Yixuan. In just a blink of an eye, not only was the situation reversed, but Duan Lingtian even gained the upper hand. In fact, it seemed like Duan Lingtian was about to kill Ning Yixuan. Ning Yixuan's eyes flashed with a hint of reluctance. If I hadn't exhausted so much of my profound divine metal last time and it's still in a deep slumber, I might have been able to kill him this time even with the help of the sacred tree of life. What a pity! What a pity! Not only was Ning Yixuan talented, but his luck was also heaven-defying. He had obtained a piece of profound divine metal in his early years and successfully transformed it into a high-grade profound divine metal. In the Ning clan, he was widely acknowledged as the most likely person to become an ultimate master. This was because he had mastered one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, the weapon Dao and the spear Dao. This was because he possessed a high-grade profound divine metal. At this moment, Ning Yixuan was unaware that his opponent also possessed a high-grade profound divine metal that was in a deep slumber. In fact, his opponent not only possessed a profound divine metal, but he also possessed the other 4 divine elements. Moreover, all of them were in a deep slumber. Otherwise, the divine elements could easily destroy or even devour the profound divine metal in his body. Ning Yixuan's law of life was being counteracted by the sacred tree of life in Duan Lingtian's little world, making it impossible for him to block Duan Lingtian's attack. A hint of struggle flashed on Ning Yixuan's face before a jade talisman appeared in his hand. As soon as the jade talisman appeared, Duan Lingtian felt as though it contained a terrifying aura. It was as though a dreadful beast was hiding inside. Before he could react, Ning Yixuan had already crushed the jade talisman. The jade talisman shattered into pieces as a terrifying explosion reverberated through the skies. After which, an incomparably gigantic face appeared in the air. It was faintly discernible, as though it was an illusory image, yet at the same time, it also seemed as though it was real. It was the face of a middle-aged man. His calm eyes glanced at Duan Lingtian, causing Lingtian's heart to palpitate. Then he shifted his gaze to Ning Yixuan. "Old ancestor, I'm useless. I've embarrassed you." In front of this giant face, Ning Yixuan appeared a little dejected, even restraining his strength. Duan Lingtian's attack and the Sacred Tree of Life's attack were blocked by an invisible barrier. The invisible barrier appeared out of nowhere like an impenetrable wall. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt powerless. At the same time, the Sacred Tree of Life in his body trembled and withdrew its life force. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel that the Sacred Tree of Life was trembling in fear. It was as if the huge face in front of him was some kind of scourge. This is a supreme expert? Just as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he saw the huge face blow out a breath. It tore open the space in the secret realm and took Ning Yixuan away. A spatial crack appeared. Then, a terrifying suction force extended out and forcibly took Ning Yixuan away. The gigantic face glanced at Duan Lingtian calmly again before it vanished again. It was as if it had never appeared. In the next moment, the spatial crack that sucked Ning Yixuan in also disappeared. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian was stunned. What was going on? He was only guessing before, but at this moment he was completely sure that the huge face that appeared just now was definitely a supreme expert. Otherwise, it would not have been able to take Ning Yixuan away. This was a secret realm in the dimensional battlefield. Once it was opened, even the top upper ultimate gods would not be able to intervene, let alone save someone. What is this? A supreme expert is cheating? Duan Lingtian frowned. Although he did not attack me, I did not kill Ning Yixuan either. Will this single-person secret realm still give me the rewards I deserve? Just as Duan Lingtian was frowning and lamenting the darkness of this world, in the battlefield of the divine judgment, a middle-aged phantom was preparing to leave through space with a young man. However, just as he was about to attack, a gentle energy appeared out of thin air and stopped him. It prevented him from attacking and shattering the space. Ning Yunheng, you've crossed the line. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion appeared. He looked at the middle-aged phantom and spoke indifferently. At the same time, a tall and handsome young man in green appeared. He glanced at the middle-aged phantom and said coldly, Ning Yunheng, are you deliberately provoking us today? Chapter 4268. Ning Yunheng. The Ning clan was one of the most powerful godly venerable rank clans in the land of sanctions. The God's Judgment battlefield was a planar battlefield formed by the intersection of the Divine Offering Land and the Sanction Land. It was the handiwork of many supreme experts from the two planes. Usually, there would be two supreme experts stationed at the God's Judgment battlefield to monitor the surroundings. The purpose was to prevent other supreme experts from interfering in the battlefield of planes and destroying the fairness of the battlefield of planes. The battlefield of planes was a place they created to train their juniors so that more supreme experts could be born. With more supreme experts, the probability of a supreme expert being born would naturally be higher. Now, the two supreme experts in charge of the battlefield of divine judgment had appeared to stop Ning Yunheng, a supreme expert, from interfering in the battlefield of divine judgment. They had clearly seen Ning Yunheng's previous actions through some of the arrangements in the battlefield of divine judgment. Ning Yunheng had interfered in the fight between two geniuses in a single-person's secret realm. When one of them was about to die, he had hastily intervened and saved him. He had even brought him out of the single-person's secret realm and avoided death. Fellow Taoists. As for Ning Yunheng, who was preparing to leave with his Ning family's genius junior, Ning Yixuan, when he saw the two of them appear in such an aggressive manner, not only did he not get angry, he instead sighed. This is the most outstanding descendant of my Ning family in history. I don't wish for him to die in the planar battlefield at this time. I'm sure both of you have heard of this descendant of mine. As long as there are no accidents, the probability of him becoming a supreme expert in the future is extremely high. The planar battlefield exists to nurture even more monstrous geniuses. If a genius like my descendant were to perish there, wouldn't it be too much of a pity? Although Ning Yunheng was a supreme expert, he was very humble at this moment. First, it was because he was only a projection of his divine power as a supreme expert, while the other two had come in person. Second, It was because he was in the wrong and had violated the rules of the battlefield of plains. Ning Yixuan. At this time, the old man of the two supreme experts who had just arrived also calmed down a little in the face of Ning Yunheng's humble attitude. At the same time, he looked at Ning Yixuan beside Ning Yunheng and said, "I've heard of him. He is indeed a good genius. Even when he fought in the single-person secret realm earlier, his skills were astonishing and even stronger than ordinary medium-level ultimate gods." Right after the old man's words left his mouth, the young man who was the last to arrive declined to comment. "Compared to his opponent, I'm still much weaker. Wasn't the Tree of Life and the escape methods Ning Yunheng left for him?" The young man paused for a moment before looking at Ning Yunheng. "Ning Yunheng, how do you think your descendant compares to his opponent?" Hearing this, Ning Yunheng was silent for a moment, then gently shook his head. "You also know that I'm not as good as you. If we're talking about becoming an omnipotent, that person's potential is much greater than your descendants. Today, you rashly interfered in a fair fight between them, violating the rules of the planar battlefield. If you were him, what would you think? Now, as long as he's not stupid, I'm afraid he'd have already guessed that you're an omnipotent. What's the difference between your actions and suppressing him? Now that you've taken your descendant away, although that secret realm will give him a reward in the end, do you think that's fair to him?" As soon as the young man finished speaking, the old man looked at Ning Yunheng. "Ning Yunheng, take something to compensate that little fellow. At the same time, the two of us will call for an omnipotent meeting to reveal your actions. In the end, you'll definitely have to bear some additional responsibility. Even if the two of us are willing to make things easier for you, the truth can't be concealed forever. Instead of being found out later and being held accountable by the three of us, it's better to directly resolve this matter publicly. What do you think?" the old man asked. Seeing that Ning Yunheng seemed to be hesitating, the old man continued, "Of course, you have another option. That is to send your descendant back and no longer interfere in the fight between him and that young man. Under such circumstances, you can just compensate that young man with something. There's no need to call for an omnipotent meeting to hold you accountable." The old man gave Ning Yunheng two options. The young man did not speak, but it was obvious that he agreed with the old man. At this moment, Ning Yixuan, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. "Patriarch, send me back. I didn't know that you would be held accountable for saving me. If I knew, I would never have crushed the life-saving jade token you left for me." Ning Yixuan regretted it. Although he did not know what the omnipotent meeting was and did not know what responsibility he, the patriarch, would have to bear, since it was a responsibility agreed upon by the omnipotent meeting, it would not be a simple responsibility. Perhaps there would even be a certain degree of danger. If this patriarch encountered danger and something happened to him, it would be a great blow to the Ning clan. At that time, he, Ning Yixuan, would become a sinner of the Ning clan. Although there were only two people left in his lineage, because of the glory of his lineage in the past, although his lineage no longer had the glory of the past, it still received all sorts of courtesy and preferential treatment in the Ning clan. If he became a sinner of the Ning clan, not only would he let down the rest of the Ning clan, but he would also let down the ancestors of his lineage. However, as soon as Ning Yixuan finished speaking, Ning Yunheng raised his hand and knocked him unconscious and took him away. At the same time, Ning Yunheng's divine power projection shattered the space and left behind two metal pieces before taking Ning Yixuan away. These two embryos of omnipotent divine artifacts are the compensation I gave him back then. You can start the omnipotent meeting at any time. I, Ning Yunheng, will bear any punishment." These were the words Ning Yunheng left behind for the two of them before he left with his people. The old man, who was standing in the same spot, put away the two embryos of omnipotent divine artifacts and sighed. It seems that this guy sees his descendant as the hope of the Ning clan. Last time, it seems that he was seriously injured and left a way out for the Ning clan. The old man sighed, and a bitter expression appeared on his face. It seems that it won't be long before another old friend leaves this world. "I can see that," the young man said calmly. The young man spoke with a calm expression. I only hope that his descendant doesn't disappoint him. I don't think so. The old man shook his head. I've heard of that Ningyuan. He's indeed a good seedling. With his help, there's a chance that he'll become a superior ultimate god within 3,000 years and an omnipotent expert within 10,000 years. An omnipotent expert within 10,000 years. The young man smiled faintly. It's not that easy to become an omnipotent expert. Who among us didn't go through hardships to become an omnipotent expert? I'll take my leave first. You can finish the rest. It's best not to let that little guy harbor any resentment. He's a good seedling and may become one of our comrades in the future. Before the young man's figure faded and disappeared, 2 streams of light shot toward the old man. Give these 2 embryos of omnipotent divine artifacts to him as well. After the young man disappeared, the old man looked at the 2 embryos of sword-shaped omnipotent divine artifacts in his hands and couldn't help but gasp. Is this guy going to invest in that little guy? He thinks so highly of him. Just because that little guy mastered such a sword principle when he just entered the lower ultimate god realm? I don't understand these guys who practice the sword. The old man's figure began to fade on the spot and then disappeared. At the same time, a voice muttered to himself and gradually dissipated. Should I also give him 1 or 2 embryos of omnipotent divine artifacts as an investment in him? In the single-person's secret realm, Duan Lingtian was still in a daze. It wasn't until the sky was filled with rosy clouds and beams of light fell like a meteor shower that he regained his senses. So many rewards? In fact, Duan Lingtian wanted to get 1 reward the most, not multiple rewards. Multiple rewards meant that the rewards had to be shared. After sharing, the value of each reward would be reduced accordingly. But now, there were 7 rewards falling down at the same time. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Just now, the omnipotent expert had forcefully intervened to save the other party. But now, even the rewards had become 7. Could it be that the omnipotent expert was behind this too? Because I almost killed his people? Now, without guessing, Duan Lingtian could also guess that the arrogant guy named Ning Yishuan must have been saved by the omnipotent expert behind the Ning clan or the omnipotent expert's other friends. Thinking about how the other party had not only taken the person away, breaking the rules, but also causing trouble with the rewards of the secret realm, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his heart. Of course, although he was a little angry, he also knew that he could only endure it. That was an omnipotent expert, an existence that could kill him with a flick of a finger. Although angry, now that the rewards had fallen, Duan Lingtian didn't ignore them. Even if they were shared and each reward was very ordinary, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Even if he couldn't use it, it was fine to keep it for his family and friends. However, when Duan Lingtian lazily took the rewards, he was stunned again. Other than a fist-sized aquamarine bottle with a cork, there was nothing special about it. The other 6 items all gave him a familiar feeling. These are the embryos of the omnipotent artifacts. It hadn't been long since he had obtained the embryos of the omnipotent artifacts. Therefore, when Duan Lingtian held these 6 ordinary-looking pieces of metal in his hand, he recognized them immediately. Are the rewards of this single-person's secret realm so generous? It can't be, right? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as if he was dreaming. Didn't they say that the embryos of the omnipotent artifacts were very hard to come by? How did he get 6 of them in such a short time? Including the one that merged with the 7 orifices exquisite sword, there were a total of 7. In other words, if 2 more embryos of the omnipotent artifacts merged with the 7 orifices exquisite sword, as long as the 7 orifices exquisite sword was given a certain amount of time to digest them, it would directly transform into an omnipotent artifact. Chapter 4269. Last time, in the extremely rare natural secret realm, the last test that was as difficult as ascending the heavens for an ordinary upper god emperor was only rewarded with 1 embryo of a supreme divine weapon. However, this time, Duan Lingtian had received a total of 6 embryos in this single person's secret realm. Even though he knew that this single person's secret realm had cost a lot of battle merits to activate and that the rewards were extraordinary, Duan Lingtian did not dare to believe that there would be such a generous reward. The value of this reward, excluding the unknown bottle, could be said to be more than half a supreme divine weapon. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was puzzled and confused. Could it be that the supreme divine weapon who abducted the person gave me an extra reward because he was in the wrong? Right when this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, an aged voice seemed to resound out of thin air by his ears. The 6 supreme divine weapons came from me and 2 other people. One of them was the person who abducted your opponent. That person was his descendant and extremely talented. He was also the hope of their clan's future, so he could not bear to see his descendant perish just like that. After all, he broke the rules, so he left behind 2 embryos of supreme divine weapons as compensation. To you, this should be considered a good thing, not a bad thing. As for the other 4 embryos of supreme divine weapons, 2 non-sword-shaped ones were given to you by me, and the other 2 sword-shaped ones were given to you by a sword practitioner like yourself. I won't introduce myself. In the future, if you become in supreme divine weapon one day, you will naturally know about us. The old voice seemed to ring in the air, but in the blink of an eye, it seemed to have returned to dead silence. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, finally came to a realization at this moment. So this was the truth. The 6 embryos of supreme divine weapons did not count as the reward for this single person's secret realm. To be able to let me hear his voice, this old man should also be in supreme divine weapon. The sword practitioner he mentioned is most likely also in supreme divine weapon. As this thought appeared in his mind, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and cupped his hands slightly toward the vast void in front of him. Then he said sincerely, "Thank you, Senior. Senior, please thank that sword cultivator Senior on my behalf." As for the supreme expert who took Ning Yishuan away, the other party did not thank him, because in his opinion he and the other party were at most a transaction. The 2 embryos of the supreme divine artifacts were nothing more than the money he gave to his descendants to buy their lives. With that, Duan Lingtian summoned the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Huang, fuse these 6 embryos into the sword as well. Take your time to absorb them. I will try my best to obtain 2 supreme divine artifact embryos for you as soon as possible so that you can officially transform into a supreme divine artifact. The supreme divine artifact embryo was used to increase the quality of ordinary divine artifacts. Therefore, Duan Lingtian did not intend to keep it. All of them fused into the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Thank you, Master. Huang Er's figure appeared in a flash as she repeatedly thanked Duan Lingtian. There was a hint of excitement in her tone. At that moment, Duan Lingtian could also clearly feel that the other full soul superior grade divine artifact hidden in the space law doppelganger was also getting restless. Sensing this, Duan Lingtian said faintly, "When I have gathered 9 embryos of the supreme divine artifact for the 7 orifices exquisite sword, I will give you the next embryos of the supreme divine artifact. My doppelganger of the laws of space will eventually need an ultimate divine artifact." If it had been in the past, Duan Lingtian would have felt that he was getting carried away if he thought of obtaining a second supreme divine artifact, but this time he had obtained 6 embryos of the supreme divine artifact at once, and he saw the hope of completing a supreme divine artifact. The first supreme divine artifact was very close. Would the second be far away? With Duan Lingtian's cooperation and Huang Er's efforts, the 6 embryos of the supreme divine artifact had all been integrated into the 7 orifices exquisite sword. As long as the 7 orifices exquisite sword completely absorbed and digested all of them, its power would rise to another level. Huang how long do you think, these embryos of the supreme divine artifact, will you be able to completely absorb and digest them? Duan Lingtian asked. If I am in seclusion and can't come out to assist Master in battle, it will be faster. But like now, it will be slower. It will take at least 10 years to barely absorb and digest all of them. Huang said. Huang Er's words enlightened Duan Lingtian. It was no wonder that Huang Er had yet to completely integrate the first embryo of the supreme divine artifact. It turned out that it would take such a long time. Of course, only Duan Lingtian felt that it would take a long time. Even if one embryo of the supreme divine artifact took 10 years to integrate, 9 embryos would only take 90 years. For an ordinary cultivator, 90 years would pass in the blink of an eye. But for Duan Lingtian, 90 years was more than 1/10 of the time he had experienced in his life. This bottle is the reward for the solo secret realm this time. After Huang Er returned to the 7 orifices exquisite sword and put it away, Duan Lingtian's attention returned to the bottle that he had obtained along with the 6 embryos of the supreme divine artifact. This bottle was green and round. It was the size of his fist and had a cork on it. Is this a divine elixir? Duan Lingtian's first reaction was that this was a bottle of elixir, although this bottle of elixir was very different from the elixir bottles that he usually saw. Let's see what it is. Curious, Duan Lingtian opened the elixir bottle. Of course, he opened it slowly. When he opened the cork a little, a soft and sweet smell wafted out of the bottle and into Duan Lingtian's nostrils. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt that the divine power in his body was flowing smoothly and he felt refreshed. With Duan Lingtian's eyesight, he could clearly see that the bottle did not contain any divine elixir but a pool of liquid that filled the entire bottle. Of course, this liquid was not the supreme divine power. It should be drinkable, right? Duan Lingtian took a drop of the liquid from the bottle and after confirming that there was no problem, he swallowed it into his body. In the next moment, the liquid released a magical medicinal effect in his body, causing the divine power in Duan Lingtian's body to boil even more. He felt as if his divine power was burning. When the medicinal effect was completely absorbed, although the change in his divine power was minimal, Duan Lingtian could still feel the changes within. It can increase divine power? It can even increase an ultimate god's divine power. As far as I know, even those so-called supremacy divine elixirs that claim to be able to increase divine power have very little effect. Even if they are refined into supreme supremacy divine elixirs, the medicinal effect will not increase much. Moreover, any kind of supreme supremacy divine elixir usually requires rare medicinal herbs as the main ingredient. Even a powerful ultimate god faction may not be able to gather enough medicinal herbs to refine a cauldron of such a divine elixir in 10,000 years. Most importantly, even if the refinement was successful, the improvement would not be significant. When one reached the ultimate god realm, the improvement of divine power was more dependent on oneself. External help would not be of much help. However, Duan Lingtian realized that just one drop of the liquid in the elixir bottle had made a slight improvement in his divine power. If he swallowed all of it, there should be a definite improvement. Although it was impossible to completely consolidate his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god, it should be close. If I can use this, so can other lower ultimate gods. Some lower ultimate gods who are close to becoming a medium ultimate god can also be closer to becoming a medium ultimate god if they consume this liquid. Just as this thought came to his mind, Duan Lingtian saw a spatial crack appear not far in front of him. It then turned into a spatial whirlpool and a suction force attacked him. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian immediately plugged the cork of the bottle in his hand and put it into his storage ring before being sucked into the spatial whirlpool. After all, he was not leaving the natural secret realm this time. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not have to go through any tests in the space. He was directly sent out of the space. After being sent out, Duan Lingtian found himself in the sky above a vast barren mountain. After coming out, Duan Lingtian did not stay idle. He immediately poured the remaining liquid in the bottle into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Duan Lingtian dared to do so because the unknown liquid's medicinal effect was not strong and was even very gentle. This time, I've gained quite a lot. At least, I got what I wanted. Moreover, this bottle of liquid is a treasure for an ultimate god. If a divine pill is to achieve the same effect as this bottle of liquid, I'm afraid it would take at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of years of effort by a powerful ultimate god force to collect the herbs needed to refine a supreme-level divine pill that can enhance divine power. Moreover, my gains this time are not much compared to my previous ultimate god cultivation base. After all, it only helped me to quickly consolidate half of my cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. Duan Lingtian had long known that it was difficult to cultivate as an ultimate god. However, he entered the secret realm this time with ambition to completely consolidate his cultivation base. Now, his ambition had not been realized, or it could be said that he had only achieved half of it. I just have to wait for the chaotic area to open. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. That area has been open for 10 years. In addition, there are many people from the realms of gods in that area, so the speed of obtaining battle merits will be much faster. Moreover, there are more opportunities in that place. It's said that there are ultimate gods taking special care of that place. Ultimate gods. When he thought of ultimate gods, Duan Lingtian could not help but recall the scene earlier. A huge face appeared. It seemed real and illusory at the same time. It might not have been the real person, but it gave him a sense of oppression. It was as if the other party only needed to glare at him if he wanted to kill him. It's not difficult to see that even ultimate gods have the same emotions and desires as ordinary people. Duan Lingtian did not expect Ning Yixuan to be able to get an ultimate god to help him. Also, the branch from the divine tree of life that he detonated earlier must have come from the divine tree of life in the ultimate god's little world. Chapter 4270. After further confirming that the person who saved Ning Yixuan was a supreme expert, Duan Lingtian was able to understand some of Ning Yixuan's previous tricks. The branch from the divine tree of life obviously did not belong to Ning Yixuan himself. The jade slip that he crushed had even attracted the attention of a powerful supreme expert. It seems like he wasn't bragging. He's definitely not an ordinary person to be able to get a supreme expert to leave him with so many life-saving tricks and even break the dimensional battlefield's rules to save him. Duan Lingtian finally understood why Ning Yixuan was so surprised that he had never heard of him. He even seemed unwilling to believe it. A person who could get a supreme expert to help him was definitely not an ordinary person even in the Ning clan of the Land of Sanctions. Even the current head of the Ning clan, that supreme expert, might not have left him with such life-saving tricks. He's also the strongest lower ultimate god I've ever met. It seems like there are still some monsters in this world that I didn't know about. I can kill a medium ultimate god with the cultivation of a lower ultimate god. There are also upper ultimate gods who can do the same. After fighting with Ning Yixuan, Duan Lingtian was certain that Ning Yixuan's strength was stronger than an ordinary medium ultimate god even without using the branch from the divine tree of life given to him by a supreme expert. Right now, there are still 2 years before that chaotic region opens. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not know when the chaotic area where multiple planes of gods converged would open after coming out of the single person's secret realm. He only found out when he went to a nearby military camp. He was currently in a military camp in the inner area. There were very few military camps in the inner area and they were all surrounded by formations. Anyone who left the camp would be concealed by the formations. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to track someone down and kill them. Of course, this also limited the cooperation of some people. This was because no one could walk together after leaving the camp. Even if 2 people were to leave the camp hand in hand, they would be forcibly separated by the outer formation the moment they left the camp. This was a formation left behind by an absolute powerhouse. Even a high god emperor would not have the ability to resist it. After Duan Lingtian obtained the information he wanted, he was about to leave and enter the inner area to search for more fortuitous encounters when he heard a voice calling out to him. Before he had even left, a loud and clear voice rang out beside his ears. It was actually a burly man with a face full of curly beard who was bragging with a grin on his face. The last time I met a beautiful woman in the upper god emperor realm, her looks were really not bad. Most importantly, her daughter was even more peerlessly beautiful, making people drool. It's a pity that she ran away with her daughter in time. Otherwise, I might be able to capture that pair of mother and daughter alive and have them warm my bed together. It's a pity that I didn't make a breakthrough the last time I was in seclusion. If I had become a half-step ultimate god, that mother and daughter pair wouldn't have been able to escape from my grasp. Fourth brother Chiu, you've been bragging about this for years. An old man immediately exposed the other party as soon as he spoke. Moreover, every time you used your divine power to create their appearances, yet no one recognized them. You wouldn't have purposely made up a story and created two women to deceive us just to brag about it, right? As soon as the old man said that, many people immediately hissed. Some people even chimed in. Fourth brother Chiu, stop bragging. I'm sick of hearing it. Why don't you change the story next time? Fourth brother Chiu, why don't you create their appearances again? Who knows, maybe someone can recognize them now. The person who said this had a mocking expression on his face. Clearly, he was dismissing the curly-bearded man. However, it was unknown whether the curly-bearded man was really not lying or felt that what the other person said made sense, but he actually used his divine power to sketch out the appearances of the two women in the void. They were two women with graceful figures and beautiful appearances, especially the younger one. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. It was as if she could make people fall head over heels for her. Even the beautiful woman had a different kind of charm that made people's hearts flutter. The crowd was silent for a moment before someone laughed and said, Fourth brother Chiu, looks like you've really seen such beauty somewhere before. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't be able to draw them. Fourth brother Chiu, I believe you've seen them before. However, I'm not sure if it was in the dimensional battlefield. What a pair of beautiful sisters. If I can get them, it'll be worth it even if I'm killed by the lightning punishment in the next 1,000-year tribulation. Everyone present, including the group of men, was mesmerized by the women that were drawn in the void. More and more people gathered to watch. Even some of the women felt ashamed of their inferiority when they looked at the two figures in the sky. Some of them looked envious and many of them looked jealous. If there was anyone who was calmer than Duan Lingtian right now, it would be none other than him. Duan Lingtian looked at the women in the void. His heart was extremely calm. However, this calmness was formed because his heart had sunk. The reason for that was because she had seen one of the two women drawn by the curly-bearded man before. She was none other than Linghu Chuyin. In the profound Handle Land, she was the daughter of Linghu Renfeng, the younger sister of the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie. At the same time, according to Linghu Renjie, she was also Ker's twin sister. This beautiful woman looks like she's Linghu Renfeng. This was also the first time Duan Lingtian saw what Linghu Renfeng looked like. Even in front of Linghu Renjie back then, Linghu Renjie had never drawn his sister's appearance. However, he had seen Linghu Chuyin before. She looked exactly the same as Ker. There was almost no difference. Regardless of whether it was in terms of appearance or temperament, there was not much difference. It was also because of this that when he first saw Linghu Chuyin back then, he had thought that she was his wife, Ker. Where have you seen them before? Duan Lingtian stepped forward and arrived near the curly-bearded man in the blink of an eye. He stared at him coldly and asked in a quiet voice. When the curly-bearded man heard someone speak to him in such a manner, his first reaction was to frown and reveal a cold expression. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian, he extended his divine sense and probed the powerful divine power that covered the surface of Duan Lingtian's body. His expression instantly returned to normal and a flattering smile appeared on his face. In that instant, he was certain that the other party was a godly venerable expert. Even if he was only a lower ultimate god, he was not someone he could afford to offend. He was only a upper-level god emperor who had yet to become a half-step ultimate god. Lord Supreme God. The curly-bearded man hurriedly spoke and said to Duan Lingtian, I met them 5 years ago in the southern part of this military camp, near the edge of the inner circle. Lord, could it be that you know them? The curly-bearded man asked curiously. At the same time, he could not help but feel a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would not have bragged. Could it be that this person knew the mother and daughter pair and had a good relationship with them? However, on second thought, it was not a big deal even if he knew them. Duan Lingtian could not touch him even if he wanted to. This was a military camp. Even a upper-level god would not dare to touch him, let alone a lower-level god. In the military camp, once someone attacked someone, they would be punished by the formation left behind by a supreme expert. At that time, when the killing formation was activated, even a upper-level god would die. While the others were also looking at Duan Lingtian curiously, Duan Lingtian ignored the curly-bearded man. After glancing at him indifferently, he left the military camp. It was as if he wanted to carve the curly-bearded man's appearance into his heart with that one glance. The curly-bearded man panicked when he saw that. Could it be that he had guessed correctly? However, when he thought that even if Duan Lingtian left the military camp, he would not be able to find him, he felt relieved. Unless he was really unlucky to have met him. Otherwise, this dimensional battlefield was so big that it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack for Duan Lingtian to find him. The others also saw the clues at this time. Could it be that that person knows the mother and daughter pair that fourth Qiu Laosi created? Should be. Otherwise, why would he have such a reaction? Fourth Qiu Laosi, looks like you accidentally offended that person just now. That person seems to know the mother and daughter pair, and they might have a good relationship. Actually, it might not be so, right? Maybe that person just now also took a liking to the mother and daughter pair? If that's really the case, fourth Qiu Laosi should be careful. If that mother and daughter pair did not exist and you can't find them, he might come looking for you when he meets you in the future. Actually, there's no need to worry. The dimensional battlefield is so big. Unless fourth Qiu Laosi is really unlucky, it's very difficult to meet him. That's true. Within the army camp, while many people were still discussing Duan Lingtian had already left the army camp and was walking towards the edge of the inner circle. According to the bearded man, Linghu Renfeng was now a high god emperor, but her strength was not as strong as his. 5 years ago, she was wandering around the edge of the inner circle. Now she might still be there. High god emperors were not weak in the dimensional battlefield, but they were definitely not strong either. Rashly entering the inner circle, it could be said that 9 out of 10 people would die. She came here to find Kerr. She will either wander around the edge of the inner circle or the outer circle. For the next year, I will wander around the edge of the inner circle and see if I can find them. Although he had not met Linghu Renfeng face to face, in the past, Linghu Renfeng had personally come to him to give him a half-soul high-grade god artifact. Furthermore, Linghu Renfeng might be Kerr's mother in her previous life, so he could not personally see Linghu Renfeng in danger. Especially when she was in danger now, and it was because of Kerr. Kerr was his wife. She could be considered his mother-in-law. He had the responsibility to find her, send her out, and tell her that all she needed to do was to stay and look for Kerr. Let's see how lucky I am. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that in such a huge dimensional battlefield, wanting to find a person was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It could only depend on luck. Chapter 4271. Now, there were only 2 years left until the chaotic region formed by the intersection of many realms of gods opened. Duan Lingtian did not have much time left. Spending a year to find Linghu Renfeng and Linghu Chuyin was more or less enough. He could not spend any more time because he still had to make preparations for the opening of the chaotic region. Moreover, if he could not find them in a year, he might not be able to find them in 2 years. Most importantly, when the chaotic region opened in 2 years, Linghu Renfeng might also bring Linghu Chuyin there. In the following year, Duan Lingtian began to wander around the periphery of the inner area, focusing on finding Linghu Renfeng. Occasionally, he would encounter people from the sanctioned lands, but he could not be bothered to kill them. Time passed quietly. Day after day passed. but Duan Ling Tian did not find anything. He even suspected whether Ling Hu Renfeng had entered the inner area or returned to the periphery, waiting for the chaotic region to open before entering the inner area. Kerr entered the realm battlefield because she wants to become stronger and recover her previous life's strength as soon as possible. She will definitely go to the chaotic region. Up until now, Duan Ling Tian had only heard of Kerr's whereabouts twice. One of the times was when he heard someone from the Xia family mention Kerr and said that he had met Kerr. However, Kerr did not go with him. The other time was when a distant relative of the Xia family saw Kerr and recognized Kerr. However, Kerr did not have much interaction with him. The two of them did not know where Kerr went after that. Looks like I can only go to the chaotic region to see if I can find them successfully. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was not only looking for Kerr, but also Ling Hu Renfeng and Ling Hu Chuyin. After all, it was not safe for them to stay in the realm battlefield. Battlefield of the Gods' Judgment. In a military camp, a figure appeared. The moment he appeared, many people recognized him and exclaimed, "It's Ning family's young master Ning Yishuan." It really is young master Ning Yishuan. Young master Ning Yishuan, when did you leave? Now, you've come in again? Young master Ning Yishuan is definitely here for the chaotic region that will open a year later. This time, he should be able to enter the medium ultimate god realm, right? I've long heard that young master Ning Yishuan is very close to becoming a medium ultimate god. He'll most likely be able to step into the medium ultimate god realm during the opening of the chaotic region and become the youngest medium ultimate god in our sanctioned land. It's said that young master Ning Yishuan has the potential to become the second supreme expert of the Ning clan. After Ning Yishuan entered, he heard a group of people from the land of sanctions greeting him. Moreover, their words were all flattering and praising him. If it was before, Ning Yishuan would be secretly happy about this, but on the surface, he would have a natural attitude, as if he was used to it. However, when he heard these words today, he felt somewhat irritated and his heart was filled with anxiety. If these people knew that he was defeated by a guy who was not even 1,000 years old a year ago, would they still be praising him like this? If these people knew that the guy who defeated him was not a native of a plane of gods, but a nobody from a mundane realm, perhaps they would not be praising him like this. Instead, they would think that he was a piece of trash. Duan Ling Tian. Although it had been a year since he left the realm battlefield and the Ning clan's ancestor had advised him to adjust his mentality, how could he adjust his mentality in such a short time? Since the last battle, the name Duan Ling Tian had been like a nightmare that coiled around his heart. He could not let it go. At that time, if he had not used the branch from the divine tree of life given to him by the ancestor to block Duan Ling Tian's space law clone, he would have most likely lost. Even so, he was still defeated and almost killed. After all, Duan Ling Tian had a complete divine tree of life in his body. If he had not used the life-saving method left behind by the ancestor, he would have died. Ning Yishuan knew that even if he had the profound divine metal, he would not have been a match for Duan Ling Tian without the branch from the divine tree of life given to him by the ancestor. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian was not weak at all. Duan Ling Tian was not even 1,000 years old. Moreover, he was from the lowest mundane realm in the lower realm. Ning Yishuan's life had been smooth sailing for thousands of years. No one could compare to him. His peers could only eat his dust. However, in front of Duan Ling Tian, Ning Yishuan, who was dazzling in the Ning clan and even in the land of punishment, had become a joke. It was the biggest joke in the world. The #1 genius of the younger generation in the land of punishment? That's just a joke. Until now, Ning Yishuan's state of mind was still somewhat broken, and he had not completely recovered. A year's time was not short, but it was definitely not long either. I'll strive to enter the medium ultimate god realm as soon as possible. At that time, if the profound divine metal recovers, even without the branch from the divine tree of life given to me by the ancestor, I might not be weaker than Duan Lingon. Ning Yishuan was still comforting himself. At this moment, he had deliberately forgotten the age difference between him and Duan Ling Tian. Of course, it was only for a moment. After a while, he could not help but think about it. At the same time, he felt depressed and could not calm down for a long time. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that Ning Yishuan had entered the battlefield of the divine judgment again. He also did not know that Ning Yishuan's mentality had collapsed because of their previous battle. Currently, he had spent a whole year looking for Ker and Ker's mother, Linghu Renfeng, but to no avail. At this time, he had temporarily given up. Maybe it'll be easier to find them when the chaotic area opens. Thinking of this, he prepared to enter the inner area and find a secluded place to cultivate in seclusion. He would sort out his cultivation during this period of time and allow the 7 orifices exquisite sword to fuse with the embryo of the supreme divine tool faster. Along the way, Duan Lingtian had encountered some people from the divine offering land and the sanctioned land. Duan Lingtian ignored the people from the divine offering land. There was not a single lower ultimate god in the sanctioned land, so he ignored them. On the other hand, when the people from the sanctioned land saw him, they were so scared that their faces turned as white as a sheet of paper. After Duan Lingtian walked for a while, another person appeared in front of him. This person was from the divine offering land. Originally, Duan Lingtian planned to ignore him. However, when he got closer and saw the other party's appearance clearly, his eyes flickered. Then, he teleported a second time and directly appeared in front of the person, blocking his way. The person who was blocked had a drastic change of expression. His pupils shrank rapidly and he looked flustered. However, when he realized that the person who blocked his way was also emitting the same light as him, he was secretly relieved. They were all from the divine offering land, so they should not make things difficult for him. Moreover, the person was obviously an ultimate god expert, so he should not make things difficult for him. Master? As soon as he spoke, he felt that the person looked familiar as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he could not recall where. Do you have something to ask me? Master, if you have any questions, please ask. I'll tell you everything I know. The person who was blocked by Duan Lingtian was none other than the curly-bearded man who boasted in front of a group of people that he almost kidnapped Linghu Renfeng and Linghu Chuyin in an inner area military camp that Duan Lingtian visited a year ago. However, a year had passed and he had only seen Duan Lingtian briefly, so the curly-bearded man did not have a deep impression of Duan Lingtian. Of course, now that he felt that Duan Lingtian looked familiar, he did have some impression of Duan Lingtian, but he could not recall who Duan Lingtian was. A year ago, we met in a military camp. Duan Lingtian looked at the curly-bearded man in front of him calmly and said indifferently, "That time, you said that you almost got a mother and daughter pair." As soon as Duan Lingtian said that, the curly-bearded man was stunned at first. Then, the blurry memory from a year ago suddenly became clear. At the same time, he finally remembered why he found the person in front of him familiar. The person in front of him was the ultimate god expert who asked him where he had met the mother and daughter pair a year ago. Master. After remembering who the person was, the curly-bearded man immediately panicked. I lousy like to brag. What I told them was all lies. I don't have such intentions. I really don't have such intentions. Although he was not sure what the relationship between the person in front of him and the mother and daughter pair was, he still felt that the person did not have good intentions and subconsciously began to save himself. Do you know who they are? Duan Lingtian ignored the curly-bearded man and asked him with a smile. The curly-bearded man heard and shook his head. I don't know. But, Master, I really don't have any thoughts about them. I was just bragging. Moreover, I didn't lie to you. I really did see them at the edge of the inner area. Master, I didn't lie to you. I really didn't lie to you. At that moment, the curly-bearded man was completely flustered. They are my mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Duan Lingtian's expression was still calm and his tone was still indifferent. However, when those words fell into the curly-bearded man's ears, it was no different from a bolt from the blue. That mother and daughter pair were the mother-in-law and sister-in-law of this ultimate god expert in front of him? This, at that moment, the curly-bearded man's mentality collapsed. At the same time, his expression changed drastically. At the same time, he released his divine energy and the power of law as he planned to escape at once. However, as soon as he moved, he realized that he was imprisoned in a confined space. The terrifying confined space originated from the law of space. Even when he attacked with the full force of his divine weapon, it only caused the confined space to tremble slightly. However, there were no signs of it being broken at all. "Master, please spare my life." "Master, I have no intention of offending your mother-in-law and sister-in-law." End of chapter. Chapter 4272. Even if the bearded man knew he was not lying or boasting, he could not help but admit that he was boasting. What a joke! Now that the ultimate God expert in front of him had said they were his mother-in-law and sister-in-law, he would be digging his own grave if he still insisted that he was not boasting. However, even though he was boasting, it was obvious that the other party was not going to let him go so easily. "Master, I'm really just boasting." When the bearded man saw that he was still unable to break free from the spatial profundities binding him even after using his bloodline power, despair filled his heart, but he still continued to explain. In his opinion, his last straw of hope was whether or not the other party was willing to believe him. "How strong were they when you met them?" Duan Lingtian stared calmly at the bearded man and asked indifferently. When the curly-bearded man heard this, he quickly said, "When I first met them, there were only 2 of them. However, when they discovered me, your mother-in-law took your sister-in-law into her little world. Therefore, I'm not sure how strong your sister-in-law is, Master. As for your mother-in-law, she should have just consolidated her cultivation base in the Upper Divine Emperor realm not long ago." The bearded man seemed to have recalled something and hurriedly continued. "However, when she attacked, I told her I meant no harm. After that, I left on my own. After all, she's from the divine offering land just like me. We might have a chance to work together in the future, so there's no need for us to kill each other." What the bearded man said was, of course, half true and half false. The front part was true while the back part was false. In fact, when he first met the 2 of them, even if they were from the divine offering land, he was still attracted to them. After all, the mother and daughter were definitely the most beautiful women he had ever met in his life in terms of appearance and temperament. As a man, how could he not be attracted to them? At that time, when he wanted to capture the 2 of them, the mother hid her daughter into her little world and started to escape. She was lucky enough to escape from him. As for him, he was unable to catch up to her because his cultivation base had not reached the half-step ultimate god realm. That was the reason why he could not let it go. He was so close to entering the half-step ultimate god realm. He had already entered the half-step ultimate god realm and thought he would be safe even if he was alone in the inner region. However, he didn't expect to meet the person in front of him. "Milord, everything I said is true. I'm definitely not lying to you." The bearded man looked at the purple-clothed youth in front of him. Although his face was serious, the depths of his eyes were filled with apprehension. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Now, his life and death were in the hands of the other party. And the current Duan Lington, after hearing the words of the curly-bearded man, muttered to himself in a low voice, "He has already consolidated his cultivation of Upper Divine Lord Realm? That's good. In the inner region, as long as you keep a low profile, you should be able to protect yourself." Although he had yet to meet his mother-in-law, he felt that she was definitely not a reckless person. Otherwise, she would not have been able to survive until today. After all, his mother-in-law was from the Linghu clan, which was considered mediocre among the forces in the realms of gods. To be able to survive until today, she was definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, after meeting the person in front of him previously, she must be more vigilant now. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, the worry in his heart lessened slightly. However, his gaze towards the curly-bearded man grew colder and colder. The bearded man's expression changed again when he sensed Duan Lingtian's gaze. "Milord," however, just as he was about to speak, he suddenly stopped. This was because the space windstorm suddenly raged in the confinement space, forcing him to divert his attention to defend himself. He did not have the time to speak to Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian looked at the bearded man who was busy defending himself in the confinement space. He calmly raised his hand and casually pointed a finger at the bearded man. In the next moment, the lower ultimate god divine energy, the space law that had yet to be fully displayed, and the sword principle turned into a sword ray that pierced into the confinement space. As the space law had yet to be fully displayed, the 100,000-mile heaven and earth phenomenon did not appear. For the bearded man, the confinement space's barrier was extremely tough and could not be broken through. However, it was useless in front of the sword ray from Duan Lingtian's finger. In the next moment, the sword ray entered the confinement space. On the other hand, the curly-bearded man noticed Duan Lingtian's attack as well, and he emitted a miserable howl that tore through the sky and seemed to be extremely horrifying. At this moment, he could barely fend for himself and did not have the energy to defend himself against the sword ray. Spurt! The sword ray broke through the bearded man's body and bloomed. In an instant, the bearded man's body was shredded into pieces, leaving behind a cloud of blood that drifted in the air before completely evaporating. Only a divine artifact was left behind and fell from the sky. Duan Lingtian casually put away the divine artifact and glanced sideways. Unknowingly, a young man had brought an old man to the vicinity. Judging from the dim light on their bodies, they were obviously from the world of divine remains. We're both from the world of divine remains. Why did you kill him? The young man stood there and frowned at Duan Lingtian. He asked in a deep voice, moreover, he's only a higher ultimate god. You're already a lower ultimate god. What's in it for you to kill him? Judging from the turbulent divine energy on the young man, he was obviously a lower ultimate god. Like Duan Lingtian, he was a lower ultimate god who had yet to consolidate his cultivation base. As for the old man behind the young man, he was a medium ultimate god. A medium ultimate god who had consolidated his cultivation base. Perhaps that was why the young man dared to question Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian indiscriminately killing his compatriots. After all, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian was just a lower ultimate god like him. Even if he was not as good as Duan Lingtian, the old man behind him could easily suppress Duan Lingtian. Faced with the young man's question, Duan Lingtian glanced at him indifferently and said unhurriedly, "Is it any of your business who I kill?" Duan Lingtian's words angered the young man. "What's with your attitude? You're in the wrong." Now, you're saying it has nothing to do with me? I'm also from the world of divine remains. If you're really that powerful, why don't you kill me too? The young man sneered as he spoke. Young man. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, the old man behind the young man spoke first. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. You've crossed the line. We're all from the world of divine remains. If our cultivation bases are the same, it's understandable that you killed him for the reward. However, he's only a higher ultimate god. You won't gain anything by killing him. Don't tell me you're doing this for his divine weapon? The old man's eyes turned cold as he spoke. But, do you know him? Duan Lingtian asked as he stared at the old man. Before the old man and the young man could speak, Duan Lingtian continued, if you know him and want to avenge him, you can just do it. Why are you wasting time here? If you don't know him, this has nothing to do with you. If you want to fight for justice and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, you can also attack me. Duan Lingtian's eyes left the old man and glanced at the young man. His tone was as indifferent as before. It was as though he did not show any emotion from the beginning until the end. Duan Lingtian no longer paid any attention to the two young men after he finished speaking. With a sway of his body, he prepared to teleport away. However, as soon as he tried to teleport away, he discovered that the space around him was unstable. He could not teleport at all. Duan Lingtian's eyes instantly landed on the young man. His originally calm gaze turned cold in an instant. You really want to stop me? The young man glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. So what if I stop you? When you killed the people from the divine offering land, you should have thought about the possibility of being killed by them one day. Today, I, Yun Qingpeng, will represent the Yun clan to kill you for killing your own people. The young man said coldly as a spatial storm appeared around him. It was obvious he was skilled in the law of space as well. Due to this, he was able to interfere with Duan Lingtian's teleportation earlier. Yun clan? Yun Qingpeng? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the young man's words. Then, an expression of shock appeared on his face. Yun Qingyan? What's your relationship with him? He's my cousin. The young man sneered. What? You're not going to tell me that you know my cousin, are you? It's useless even if you know him. You'll definitely die today. As soon as the young man finished speaking, a 4-foot-long saber appeared in his hand. A soul could be vaguely seen on the saber. The saber gleamed coldly as though it was indestructible. Duan Lingtian looked at the young man deeply. If I told you that the person I killed earlier had a grudge against me and that's why I killed him, would you think it's pardonable and not hold it against me now? It doesn't matter if he has a grudge against you or not, you'll still die. The young man said coldly. I understand now. Duan Lingtian smiled as he came to a sudden understanding. I was wondering, could it be that the members of the Yun clan are so different? Some of them hold their heads high and are arrogant for their entire lives, yet there are also some that bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind, and like to do justice for the heavens? Now, it seems like it's just an excuse. They're all jackals of the same tribe. In fact, Duan Lingtian had only asked the young man this because he wanted to see if the young man was really compassionate and seeking justice on behalf of the heavens. Now, it seemed like the young man was just looking for an excuse to kill Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, even if the young man did not see him kill Duan Lingtian, he would not have shown mercy when he encountered him. The people from the Yun clan were all jackals of the same tribe. It seems like you're not my cousin's friend. Yun Qingpeng could not help but sneer when he heard that. The young man had said that he was arrogant and haughty. Was that not the character of his cousin Yun Qingyan? Even Yun Qingpeng himself was no different from a grandson in front of his cousin. You're very lucky. You'll be my first whetstone after I become a lower ultimate god. Yun Qingpeng shouted coldly as his body moved with his saber. The spatial windstorm condensed and turned into a saber ray that continued to expand. Finally, it seemed like it was going to break through the heavens and the earth. Chapter 4273. Yun Qingpeng made his move. The space windstorm condensed into a gigantic saber light that slashed through the air with terrifying power. He stared into Duan Lingtian's eyes as though he was looking at a dead man. Although the old man behind Yun Qingpeng did not attack together with him, he stood by the side to support Yun Qingpeng. His divine power was stirred up. The old man was a medium ultimate god elder in the Yun clan. He was also Yun Qingpeng's father, the second master of the Yun clan. Although he was already a medium ultimate god when he entered with Yun Qingpeng 800 years ago, he had yet to consolidate his cultivation base completely. It was not until some time ago that he had an opportunity to successfully consolidate his cultivation base and improve his strength to the next level. In his opinion, even if his young master was no match for the purple-clad young man who was also a lower ultimate god, he could easily suppress the purple-clad young man. By then, he could either kill him or let his young master kill him. After all, they had the other party completely under their control. At this moment, Duan Lingtian smiled disdainfully at Yun Qingpeng who had attacked him. Even your cousin Yun Qingyan has to behave himself in front of me. Let alone you. Duan Lingtian made his move as soon as he finished speaking. Of course, he remained motionless on the spot while his space law doppelganger attacked with his sword. He had been waiting for a long time to unleash his power. The saber light dimmed where the sword light pointed. The sharp sword pierced through the air and caused the void to tremble. Countless tiny spatial cracks appeared. At the same time, the heaven and earth vision of 100,000 miles appeared. The sword light was like the waves of the sea. Wherever it passed, the saber light was extinguished like a flame being extinguished by water. At the same time, it continued to envelop Yun Qingpeng. Yun Qingpeng's attack was shocking, as though his saber could split heaven and earth. However, at that moment, his power was not worth mentioning in front of Duan Lingtian's space law doppelganger's power. Overpowered? Completely overpowered. No. When Yun Qingpeng came to his senses, his expression changed drastically. He wanted to teleport away but realized that the space was affected by the space energy and could not teleport at all. Duan Lingtian? He was good at the space law. Even Yun Qingpeng could affect Duan Lingtian's teleportation? There was no doubt that Duan Lingtian could stop him from teleporting away. Elder Yun Zhang? Save me. Yun Qingpeng shouted anxiously. At that moment, he could feel that death's approach. Even though he had activated his bloodline power and infused it into his attacks, he was still unable to withstand the attack head-on. At that moment, he felt that he was not facing a lower ultimate god at all. He was a top existence among the top experts among the lower gods. Even when compared to his cousin, he was not a Lingtian. Coupled with the fact that the other party had mentioned his cousin again, he was almost certain that his cousin was not as good as the other party. Otherwise, he would not. Yun. He's elders. He wanted to save the other party. However, just as he was about to move, he was stopped by another figure who had moved ahead of him. It was Duan Lingtian himself. Due to the urgency of the situation, Yun Zhang did not dare to hesitate at all. He immediately unleashed his full strength. Flames raged in the sky as the Divine Venerate's silhouette appeared. The Divine Venerate's silhouette that was more than 100 meters tall charged toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, it moved to save Yun Qingpeng. In order to save Yun Qingpeng, he used his divine weapon, a pair of meteor hammers. The meteor hammers shot out with a terrifying might, blocking the sword light of Duan Lingtian's law avatar that was about to kill Yun Qingpeng. The sword light was shattered, and Yun Qingpeng was saved from danger. I didn't think that you would be so powerful. However, no matter how powerful you are, you still aren't a match for Elder Yun Zhang. After Yun Qingpeng averted the danger, the fear on his face disappeared and was replaced by indifference and disdain. At the same time, he wanted to mock Duan Lingtian. However, before he could finish speaking, he stopped. This was because in the next moment, he saw Duan Lingtian's main body transforming into a sword. The seven-colored sword light shot up into the sky and pierced through the foot of Supreme God Yun Zhang's illusory avatar. Then, before Yun Zhang could retract his attack to save himself, an even more terrifying power exploded and directly annihilated Yun Zhang's Supreme God image. Impossible! Yun Zhang's shocked and disbelieving voice was heard. In the next moment, his Supreme God image was completely annihilated. His entire body turned into ashes. At the same time, a huge illusory figure rose into the sky and let out an unwilling cry before crashing to the ground. A medium ultimate god had fallen just like that. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Yun Zhang had just saved Yun Qingpeng and died in the next moment. In fact, if he did not save Yun Qingpeng, even if he was no match for Duan Lingtian's main body, he could still hold on for a while if he gave it his all and concentrated. However, he had underestimated Duan Lingtian and saved Yun Qingpeng, causing him to walk into a dead end. He was almost killed by Duan Lingtian's main body with a single blow. No. Impossible. Impossible. Yun Qingpeng's mocking smile towards Duan Lingtian completely disappeared and was replaced by a pale face that was trembling non-stop. Even his body was trembling. What did he just see? Yun Zhang, a medium ultimate god who had completely consolidated his cultivation base, was killed by a single blow. Even if Yun Zhang's carelessness played a part, was this not too ridiculous? This lower ultimate god was just like him. He had just entered the lower ultimate god realm and had not even consolidated his divine power. However, in the blink of an eye, he had killed a medium ultimate god who had consolidated his cultivation base. Yun Qingpeng felt his soul trembling at that moment. A lower ultimate god like that would be as rare as a phoenix's feather or a unicorn's horn even in the various divine planes. However, he had encountered one today. Moreover, he had taken the initiative to provoke him. If he could turn back time, Yun Qingpeng felt that he would never provoke him again even if he was given 1,000 times more courage. Initially, he had wanted to fight with Duan Lingtian, who had just entered the lower ultimate god realm, and use him as a stepping stone. However, he did not expect to lose the medium ultimate god who was guarding him in the blink of an eye. What a strong bond between a master and his servant. Duan Lingtian chuckled as his law avatar returned to his body. He flew out and came in front of Yun Qingpeng as he stared deeply at him. He wouldn't have died so quickly if he didn't save you. Yun Qingpeng was so frightened that he took a few steps back when he saw Duan Lingtian approaching him. His face was pale as he asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" "The man who almost killed your cousin, Yun Qingyan." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly before he said with a regretful expression, "It's a pity that your Yun clan leader left him a way out. Otherwise, he would have died earlier than you." His words were tantamount to sentencing Yun Qingpeng to death. Initially, Yun Qingpeng was wondering if he could threaten Duan Lingtian by mentioning the Yun clan, a giant ultimate god family in the divine offering land, so Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill him. However, Duan Lingtian's words sent a chill down his spine as he realized Duan Lingtian was not afraid of the Yun clan. "Your Excellency," Yun Qingpeng took a deep breath and tried to suppress his fear. "You won't get much out of killing me. If you're willing to spare my life, I can help you kill Yun Qingyan. Since you've attacked him before, I'm sure Yun Qingyan and my uncle must be very careful now. It'll be difficult for you to find an opportunity to attack Yun Qingyan again. If you spare my life today, I can repay you with Yun Qingyan's life. I'll help you kill him. He will be wary of others, but he won't be wary of me at all. With my help, it won't be difficult for you to kill him." The more Yun Qingpeng spoke, the calmer he became. At the same time, a hint of fanaticism could be seen in the depths of his eyes. If he could kill Yun Qingyan, there would only be benefits and no disadvantages. Yun Qingyan was a vengeful person. Yun Qingpeng had offended Yun Qingyan because of a small matter when he was a child, and Yun Qingyan had held a grudge against him ever since. If he was not the son of Yun Qingyan's uncle, the second master of the Yun clan, he might have been killed by Yun Qingyan a long time ago. Even so, Yun Qingyan did not like him and would humiliate him whenever he had the chance. Even if Yun Qingyan died, the position of the Yun family patriarch would not fall into his hands. After all, his uncle, who was the patriarch of the Yun family, still had other sons. However, if Yun Qingyan died, he would be happier than anyone else. At the very least, he would not be bullied like a grandson anymore. "It seems like you don't have a good relationship with Yun Qingyan." Duan Lingtian had planned to kill Yun Qingpeng. However, when he heard Yun Qingpeng's words and saw the fanaticism in the depths of his eyes, it was not difficult for him to figure out what Yun Qingpeng was thinking. He could tell that Yun Qingpeng was not lying. Yun Qingpeng's emotions were most likely real. If this was all fake, then Yun Qingpeng was too good at acting. "To be honest with you, sir," Yun Qingpeng said in a deep voice, "I can't wait for Yun Qingyan to die. If you're confident you can kill him, I don't mind creating an opportunity for you. Of course, I'm also afraid of death. I'll only help you after I find an opportunity to escape unscathed. I won't hide this from you. I won't lie to you," Yun Qingpeng said. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. Then he smiled faintly. "In that case, let's exchange soul pearls so we can contact each other when we return to the divine offering land." "All right." Yun Qingpeng's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He knew his life was saved. At the same time, he realized Duan Lingtian really wanted to kill Yun Qingyan. How did Yun Qingyan offend Duan Lingtian? Yun Qingpeng's heart was filled with curiosity about this. However, he was not surprised. After all, with Yun Qingyan's character, it was normal for him to offend someone. Chapter 4274. Although Duan Lingtian wanted to kill Yun Qingpeng, Yun Qingpeng's desire to live made him think it was better to keep Yun Qingpeng alive than to kill him. Even if Yun Qingpeng's hostility toward Yun Qingyan was just an act, he would only have to kill one lesser ultimate god. The death of a lesser ultimate god would only bring him limited rewards. Even if he could obtain a divine weapon, he did not lack any ordinary divine weapons. Even if Yun Qingpeng was only willing to help him kill Yun Qingyan, Duan Lingtian would let him go. Even if Yun Qingpeng was willing to help him, he would still let Yun Qingpeng go. To Duan Lingtian, Yun Qingpeng's life was not important. However, Yun Qingyan, Yun Qingpeng was on his kill list. One day, he would kill Yun Qingyan. It did not matter who was behind Yun Qingyan or what force he belonged to, Duan Lingtian's original intention would not change. I'll look for a military camp and leave now. You can contact me when you return to the Divine Offering Land. I should have a plan to lure Yun Qingyan out by then. After reaching an agreement with Duan Lingtian, Yun Qingpeng was no longer afraid of Duan Lingtian. He smiled before he turned around and left. Although Duan Lingtian seemed free and easy, his back was drenched in cold sweat. Duan Lingtian watched Yun Qingpeng leave calmly. He did not say a word from the beginning until the end. To him, it was not a big deal if Yun Qingpeng went back on his word. It would be a pleasant surprise if Yun Qingpeng kept his word and helped him. Next, I'll look for a place to cultivate in seclusion. The chaotic zone will open in a year. At that time, I'll not only have to face people from the Divine Offering Land and the Land of Punishment, but people from the other realms of gods as well. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself after Yun Qingpeng's figure disappeared from his sight. Naturally, there was no Xianxia land in the other realms of gods. I wonder how Ke is doing now. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt a sense of loss. Although there was no way to confirm whether his wife Ke was dead or alive, because Ke's soul orb had already lost its effect with the passage of time, there was no way to determine whether she was dead or alive. However, he had a strong premonition. Ke must still be alive. However, he didn't know how Ke was doing now. Once the chaotic realm opened, as long as Ke was in the god's judgment battlefield, he was almost certain that Ke would definitely go there. After all, Ke's purpose in coming here was to become stronger. He wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was now focused on the chaos zone that would open a year later. At the same time, deep in his heart, he also hoped to meet Ke there and reunite with her. Not long after separating from Yun Qingpeng, Duan Lingtian finally found a place that he was satisfied with. He began to cultivate in seclusion, waiting for the opening of the chaotic region a year later. Currently, Duan Lingtian only needed to focus on improving his cultivation base and the 4 daos of heaven and earth. With the Supreme Divinity constantly increasing his understanding of the law of space through his soul, there was no need for him to spend any extra effort. This was a good thing that only happened to him after he became a divine venerable. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion for a year. In this year, you'll focus on smelting the 7 embryos of the supreme divine weapons and strive to improve the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Before going into seclusion, Duan Lingtian reminded Huang. Huang immediately responded, Master, Huang understands. I'll definitely give you a pleasant surprise in a year's time. Huang said seriously. At the same time, another soft voice sounded. It was the sword soul of the supreme divine weapon that Duan Lingtian's avatar used. If you and Sister Huang don't mind, I can also help the 7 orifices exquisite sword refine the embryos of the supreme divine weapons. Helping me refine the embryos will consume a lot of your energy. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Huang spoke first. Whether I'm at my peak or not, my help to master is limited. Sister Huang, on the other hand, upgrading the 7 orifices exquisite sword will be of greater help to master. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could guess what the sword soul of the other divine weapon was thinking when he heard what it said. It wanted nothing more than to curry favor with him. After all, although he had many supreme divine weapons in his possession, most of them had lost their weapon souls when their owners died and became ordinary supreme divine weapons. He couldn't be bothered to spend the effort to suppress and subdue the supreme divine weapons that still had their weapon souls. Therefore, under such circumstances, as long as there were no accidents, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword would become a supreme divine weapon in the future. Duan Lingtian's next step would naturally be to upgrade its original divine weapon. Since you're willing, you can help Huang refine the embryos of the supreme divine weapons with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Although he knew what the sword soul was thinking, he didn't point it out. Besides, this was a good thing for him, not a bad thing. If the two sword souls worked together to refine the embryos of the supreme divine weapons for the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, it would definitely be more efficient than Huang alone. Yes, master. The sword spirit responded, and his tone became more respectful. The battlefield of the gods' Inquisition. The inner area. A little further into the inner area, at the foot of a towering mountain, there was an inconspicuous cave hidden behind many vines. If someone came nearby and used their divine sense to investigate, they would definitely discover that there were several layers of formations set up above the vines. At this moment, behind the formations, there were two figures hiding in the depths of the cave. You shouldn't have come with me. An elegant and beautiful woman sat cross-legged on a bed in the depths of the cave. She looked at the young and beautiful woman beside her and sighed. The battlefield of the gods' Inquisition is too dangerous after all. Especially the inner region. Last time, if I hadn't left quickly, we might have been captured by the upper god emperor from the divine offering land. At this point, the beautiful woman's eyes were still filled with fear. Last time, she and her daughter had almost been captured by a bearded man who had come from the divine offering land like them. Judging from the other party's intentions, it was obvious that he had come with ill intentions. If they fell into his hands, they would definitely not end well. Mother. The young woman shook her head. It's precisely because I know that this place is dangerous that I want to follow you. Mother, if anything happens to you, even if Chuyin isn't by your side, I won't live to see another day. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman's face was filled with heartache, but there was also guilt in the depths of her eyes. As her other daughter had not been by her side since young, she had given double the love and care for her daughter. As a result, she rarely cut ties with outsiders and was especially reliant on her. Now, it seemed that all this was not a good thing for her daughter. Forget it. The beautiful woman sighed. Anyway, 100 years won't make much of a difference. If we can't find your sister within 100 years, we'll have to leave this place. I only hope that she's still alive and well. The beautiful woman said. Mother, don't worry. Sister will definitely be fine. The young woman comforted her. In the divine offering land. The Xia family. Xia Yu had just returned from the old site of the Ling family. He had acted together with the patriarch of the Yun family to seal his daughter, Xia Ningshui, in a spatial tunnel in the old site of the Ling family. Although he looked calm, there was guilt in the depths of his eyes. Shui, I'm sorry. I owe you too much. Xia Yu sighed. I'll make it up to you in the future. I promise. Ever since his daughter's previous life, although he did not seem to care about his daughter on the surface, in fact, he cared a lot about her in his heart. However, he was worried that if he cared too much, it would make others feel unbalanced. For example, his current wife. He could not be by his daughter's side all the time. Therefore, he could only protect his daughter in this way. However, he did not expect his daughter to be so staunch. In order to break the engagement, she actually gave up her life and chose the almost certain death path of reincarnation. Before that, even he thought that the so-called reincarnation was just a legend. Although it was a secret method passed down in the Xia family since ancient times, even the supreme expert of the Xia family himself said that the secret method was not necessarily true. In the history of the Xia family, many people used the secret method when they were about to fail the heavenly tribulation. However, none of them successfully reincarnated. Therefore, when his daughter chose the path back then, he also thought that his daughter would not succeed. However, he did not expect that a few decades later he would hear the news that his daughter was still alive. Originally, he did not want to allow his daughter to be kidnapped by her previous life's engagement. However, the master of the Yun family had used the safety of the powerful cultivator behind the Xia family as a threat, forcing him, the master of the Xia family, to make a choice between the Xia family and his daughter. At that time, he chose the family. He gave up the small to choose the big. Until a few days ago, when he found out that his daughter had been stopped by the Yun family at the entrance of the Xia family and had vowed to die, he felt guilty and decided that he would no longer be threatened by the patriarch of the Yun family. This time, he would choose his daughter. However, he did not expect that the patriarch of the Yun family would take the initiative to cancel the engagement and no longer threaten his daughter. At the same time, although he had threatened him again, he had only threatened his daughter's freedom for 1,000 years. In his opinion, that was a small matter that was not even worth mentioning. As for his daughter's husband in this life, he had looked down on him from the beginning. He felt that he had cheated his daughter. Until he found out from the patriarch of the Yun family about the achievements of his son-in-law. Although he was shocked, he did not have any feelings for him. Compared to the supreme expert of the Xia family, it seemed insignificant. Therefore, he was once again threatened by the patriarch of the Yun family. So much so that he and the patriarch of the Yun family had sealed up his daughter in order to help the Yun family lure out his son-in-law after the dimensional battlefield closed. End of chapter. Chapter 4275. In this world, there were a total of 18 realms of gods. Usually, there would be 9 realms of gods that intersected. Every 100 years, there would be a period of 10 years when the 9 realms of gods would be divided into 3 groups and intersected to form a chaotic zone where people from 6 realms of gods would coexist. In other words, there would be 3 chaotic zones. In each chaotic zone, people from 6 realms of gods would coexist. In these 3 chaotic zones, it was said that there were more and better opportunities left behind by supreme experts. If one could obtain great opportunities in these chaotic zones, it was possible for one to soar into the sky. Therefore, when the chaotic zone opened, not only would a group of godly venerable experts enter, but most of the god emperors would also enter. Multi-source app, Mimi read. Even when the chaotic zone opened in the inner area of the realms of gods, there were still many god emperors who entered to take the risk. Most of these god emperors were eager to become stronger. Among them, many of them were those who did not have much confidence in facing the next heavenly tribulation. They wanted to further increase their strength before the heavenly tribulation arrived, so as to reduce the risk of being seriously injured or dying in the heavenly tribulation. They had cultivated to their level and lived for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, they would not be willing to die in the face of death. Living in this world was a fight against the heavens. Unless they did not break through to a higher cultivation base, they would not face the heavenly tribulation and would not be in danger. However, how many talented people would be willing to stay at a lower cultivation base? The profound Zen battlefield. It was also the realms of gods where the profound gangland and the pilgrimage grounds intersected. When the chaotic zone opened, there was also a zone in the inner area of the profound Zen battlefield that intersected with the other 2 realms of gods. The people from 6 realms of gods gathered together. When the chaotic zone opened, the people from the 3 realms of gods swarmed in like a swarm of bees. Of course, it was more of a swarm of bees than a swarm of bees. Since the realms of gods were very big, the inner area was very vast. Even if a group of people entered, it would not be very lively. I wonder how little junior brother is doing. After the chaos zone opened, the 10,000 Law Academy's vice headmaster Yang Yuchen, who was also the current 3rd senior brother of the 10,000 Law Academy's inner palace, also entered. Right now, Yang Yuchen was alone. His 2 sworn brothers had left after coming out of the natural secret realm. With their strength, There was no need for them to travel together in the planar battlefield. To them, traveling together was the greatest luxury and waste. That was because if they stayed together, even if they were lucky enough to encounter an opportunity, it would be shared among the three of them. He might as well travel alone. Whatever he encountered would belong to him. Furthermore, the chances of encountering a fortuitous opportunity would also be higher. Just like before, Yang Yuchen had encountered a natural secret realm and invited them to enter together. If Yang Yuchen had spent most of his time with them, he might not have had the chance to encounter that natural secret realm. Of course, the natural secret realm that Yang Yuchen encountered had a lot to do with sending Duan Lingtian to the battlefield of the God's Inquisition. Or it could be said that if he hadn't sent Duan Lingtian to the battlefield of the God's Inquisition, he wouldn't have had the chance to find that natural secret realm. Not long after entering the Chaos Zone, Yang Yuchen arrived outside a mountain range and felt a violent energy fluctuation in front of him. It was obvious that there were experts fighting. This divine power aura. 2 medium ultimate gods. Yang Yuchen was surprised and couldn't help but move closer out of curiosity. After entering the mountain range, Yang Yuchen finally saw the 2 figures in the storm. The battle between the 2 medium-level ultimate gods was in full swing. After a while, their power of law erupted and 2 heaven and earth anomalies appeared at the right time, illuminating millions of miles. Yang Yuchen's expression changed as soon as the power of law appeared. He naturally knew what it meant. It meant that they were at the peak of the medium ultimate god. Unless both of them had not mastered the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, it would be difficult for him to defeat them with his power of law that could illuminate millions of miles. Boom! Rumble! The 2 medium ultimate gods were fighting. 2 ultimate gods who were more than 100 meters tall were fighting each other. The power of law shrouded millions of miles and the momentum was vast. Every blow caused the surrounding mountain range to tremble. Countless rocks flew up, and many mountain peaks were shattered. With every step they took, many mountain peaks were directly crushed into flat ground. Yang Yuchen realized that the 2 were not to be trifled with and was about to retreat to watch the battle so that they wouldn't notice him. However, he suddenly noticed that one of the figures looked familiar. This is... Yang Yuchen took a closer look at one of the figures and suddenly frowned. It's her. The 2 figures fighting in front of him were a man and a woman. At this moment, Yang Yuchen's eyes fell on one of them, which was the woman. Her power of law has illuminated millions of miles? She won't lose, right? I'd better not watch in case I'm discovered. Let's turn around and leave. Yang Yuchen felt that his luck was a little bad. Why did he meet her here? Wasn't she in closed-door cultivation? Could it be that she came out because of the breakthrough in her power of law? You haven't entered the upper ultimate god realm yet. Didn't you say that you wouldn't come out until you entered the upper ultimate god realm? Yang Yuchen felt a headache coming on. However, just as Yang Yuchen was about to turn around and leave, the woman who was fighting fiercely suddenly spoke and looked in Yang Yuchen's direction. Yang Yuchen, I saw you. Seeing your woman being bullied, you turned around and left. Are you still a man? The woman's voice was loud and magnetic. She had the spirit of a heroine. The middle-aged man who was fighting with the woman suddenly changed his expression. Someone was coming? Moreover, he knew his opponent? Have I been discovered? Yang Yuchen's body stiffened and then he sighed in his heart. He turned around and stepped into the air and flew toward the battle. Since he had been discovered, there was no way to hide. Otherwise, if the woman complained to his first senior sister in the future, he would be in deep trouble. Don't talk nonsense. Yang Yuchen stepped into the air and said in a low voice, It doesn't matter if I'm a man, but you're a woman. You should care more about your reputation. What if you can't get married in the future? The woman giggled as she fought with her opponent. I'll definitely marry you. Yuchen, we're destined to be a couple. Otherwise, why would I immediately meet you when I just entered the planar battlefield a few days ago? I heard that you entered the planar battlefield. That's why I came. The woman smiled. Yang Yuchen's face darkened when he heard the woman's words. he cursed in a low voice. It must be that fellow who betrayed me. Brother? To think that I invited him to enter the natural secret realm with me. So you entered the natural secret realm. The woman came to a realization. Yu Chen, you didn't ask me to come because you didn't want to disturb my cultivation, right? Yu Chen, you're still the one who cares about me. Unlike my father who saw that the chaotic area of the planar battlefield was about to open and directly interrupted my closed-door cultivation so that I could enter to seek opportunities to break through. As the woman spoke, her words were clearly expressing that she felt that her father was inferior to Yang Yuchen. When Yang Yuchen heard this, he felt a wave of exhaustion in his heart. Didn't you say that you came to find me because you heard that I entered the planar battlefield? A woman's mouth was a liar. Bang. A loud bang resounded. The woman exerted all her strength and blocked the opponent's somewhat agitated attack. It's difficult for me to defeat you alone. However, my fiancé is here. You'll definitely lose. The middle-aged man's expression was extremely unsightly at this moment. Since this young man that just arrived was her fiancé, his strength shouldn't be weak, right? Retreat. Without any hesitation, the middle-aged man's heart sank, and he prepared to retreat at the first possible moment. However, he just turned around when he was stopped by Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen's speed seemed to have increased greatly in the blink of an eye, and he blocked the middle-aged man's path. At the same time, a phenomenon of the power of laws appeared and illuminated 1,000,000 miles. Yuchen, your power of laws has broken through as well? The woman was slightly surprised and pleasantly surprised. In this way, it'll be even easier for us to take down this fellow. Illuminate 1,000,000 miles. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Yuchen who was blocking his path with disdain. This bit of power of laws was far inferior to his. However, just as he was about to break through Yang Yuchen's encirclement, he realized that once Yang Yuchen's power of laws was released, its strength was not inferior to his power of laws at all. This is the Tao of control. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Now, he finally knew why his opponent, the woman, was so confident in this young man. This young man had mastered an extremely powerful Tao of control. Without any hesitation, the middle-aged man immediately took out a drop of the Supreme Powerhouse's divine power. His strength erupted as he prepared to escape. However, almost at the same time, Yang Yuchen took out a drop of the Supreme Powerhouse's divine power. Even the woman did the same. When the middle-aged man saw this, his expression changed again. At the same time, he did not try to escape. Instead, he took out a jade slip and crushed it. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. As for Yang Yuchen and the woman, they looked enlightened. At the same time, they did not use the Supreme Powerhouse's divine power that was floating in their hands. As the jade slip was crushed, an extremely powerful force that caused one's heart to palpitate appeared. Then, a huge face appeared. It glanced at the middle-aged man coldly before looking at Yang Yuchen and the woman. When it swept past Yang Yuchen, it did not seem like much. However, when its gaze landed on the woman, it frowned slightly. Old Shui's descendant? Junior Shuang greets Senior. The woman looked at the huge face that was staring at her and bowed slightly. Senior, are you planning to intervene in the dimensional battlefield and save your descendant? Needless to say, the woman knew that the middle-aged man was definitely the descendant of this supreme powerhouse. Moreover, he was definitely a descendant that was highly valued. Otherwise, he would not have such a life-saving technique in his hands. Chapter 4276. One had to know that it was not easy even for a supreme powerhouse to condense such a jade slip with the projection of the original body. Every jade slip required a long time to be nurtured. Moreover, only one jade slip could be nurtured every once in a while. Unless it was someone highly valued by the ultimate powerhouse, it was impossible to possess a jade slip that was projected by the ultimate powerhouse. Of course, Shui Ying also had such a jade slip. However, she had it because the supreme powerhouse ancestor of the Shui family valued her and treated her as his own granddaughter. As for why he valued her, it was because she was one of the two most outstanding people in the current generation of the Shui family. As a woman, she was not weaker than the heir of the Shui family. Moreover, she had a deeper relationship with the supreme powerhouse ancestor of the Shui family because the supreme powerhouse ancestor was the ancestor of her lineage, and they were closer by blood. Yang Yuchen of the inner palace of the Myriad Law School in the Xianxia land greets Senior. At this time, Yang Yuchen followed Shui Ying and bowed slightly to the giant face that appeared in the void in front of him. At the same time, there was a hint of envy in the depths of his eyes. Look at her. Seeing that she was about to be killed, she crushed a jade slip and her life was saved. When will our inner palace be able to produce such a powerful expert? Senior sister, is there hope? I hope senior sister won't be too reckless in the outside world. If she dies before becoming a supreme powerhouse, then I will lose a backer who may become a supreme powerhouse. If senior sister becomes a supreme powerhouse, I will ask her for 8 or 10 jade slips with the projection of her original body. I won't have to worry about being killed a few more times. Yang Yuchen was secretly looking forward to it. That's not right. Suddenly, Yang Yuchen thought of something. Now, I've found another little junior brother for the inner palace, and 4th junior sister. Both of them are weaker than me. Even if eldest senior sister really becomes a supreme powerhouse and can take out the jade slip with the projection of her true self, I'm afraid she'll give it to them first, right? Thinking of this, Yang Yuchen felt a headache and helplessness. Inner palace of the Myriad Law School? Finally, the giant face that appeared in the void opened its eyes to size up Yang Yuchen for the first time. In the depths of its eyes, which Yang Yuchen did not notice, there was a hint of fear. A moment later, he nodded at Yang Yuchen and said, I've long heard that the inner court branch is filled with talents from the lower planes. It's not bad that you've achieved this at such a young age. At this moment, what was the attitude of this utmost powerful being towards Yang Yuchen? It was obvious that he was much more easygoing. As for Yang Yuchen, he thought that the other party was doing it for Shui Ying's sake. A moment? The giant face's gaze? Would it fall on Shui Ying again? The girl from the Shui family? I'm Shangguan Mingdao? Is this my direct descendant in the Shangguan family? Do me a favor and let him leave? What do you think? Shangguan Ming said. Hearing the giant face's words, Shui Ying's eyes flashed. So it's a senior from the Shangguan family of Red Maple Land. Senior, even the projection of your true body has appeared? Of course, I have to give you face. But this time, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop your descendant by myself. It's fine on my side. At this point, Shui Ying paused for a moment and looked at Yang Yuchen. She smiled and said, I'm afraid Senior will have to show some sincerity on my fiancé's side. Red Maple Land? The Shangguan family's utmost powerful being, Shangguan Mingdao. She knew this person. He was an utmost powerful being whose strength was slightly inferior to her Shui family's utmost powerful being, so she was not too afraid. She would directly ask for benefits from the other party. She also firmly believed that the other party would definitely bleed. In the dimensional battlefield, even if an utmost powerful being appeared, they would not dare to make a move easily. Once they made a move, it would alarm everyone and attract the dissatisfaction of other utmost powerful beings. If the situation was bad, they would be severely punished. Although utmost powerful beings stood at the peak of this world, they could not do whatever they wanted. There were many other utmost powerful beings who could keep them in check. Even if their strength was shocking, a group of utmost powerful beings could still suppress them. Of course, if an utmost powerful being's projection appeared in the dimensional battlefield, as long as they did not make a move, it would not alarm other utmost powerful beings. Right now, this expert from the Shangguan clan clearly did not plan to do anything. He only wanted her and Yang Yuchen to let his descendant go. In this kind of situation, even if it could be said that he had interfered, there would not be any negative consequences for him. However, as the descendant of an utmost powerful being who was still alive, How could Xue Ying let the other party save her descendants so easily? Did he not want to bleed? Impossible. Fiancé. Hearing Xue Ying's words, the expression on the huge face changed rapidly. Then he smiled and said, "Sincerity is naturally necessary. I can't let you give me face for free." As soon as he finished speaking, the huge face in the void shook and then condensed into a human figure. It turned into a dignified middle-aged man who was faintly discernible and seemed both real and illusory. Take these 2 embryos of the supreme divine artifacts as compensation for you. Shangguan Mingdao glanced at Yang Yuchen, then raised his hand and threw out 2 embryos of utmost divine artifacts, which floated in front of Yang Yuchen. When Yang Yuchen saw this, his eyes instantly lit up, but he still looked calm on the surface and bowed slightly to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior." He did not mean to be polite. There was no need to be polite. Even if he did not get what he wanted, the other party might not feel that he owed him a favor. After all, the other party was an utmost powerful being. If this was not the dimensional battlefield and the other party did not dare to make a move easily, the other party would not be so polite. "Thank you, Senior." At this moment, Xue Ying also smiled and expressed her gratitude. It was as if Yang Yuchen had gotten the embryos of utmost divine artifacts. She was happier than she had gotten the embryos of utmost divine artifacts. "Let's go." Shangguan Mingdao nodded and then looked at his descendant, the middle-aged man. "You have to be careful in the dimensional battlefield." Don't think that you can do whatever you want in the dimensional battlefield just because you're one of the best among middle-level ultimate gods and can even fight against ordinary high-level ultimate gods. This time, it can be considered a lesson for you. When the middle-aged man heard Shangguan Mingdao's words, he had a guilty expression on his face. After all, it was because of him that his ancestor had taken out 2 embryos of utmost divine artifacts. It should be known that it was not easy for even an utmost powerful being to nurture embryos of utmost divine artifacts. After taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man bowed slightly to Shangguan Mingdao's projection before he left. However, before he left, his gaze was cold when he glanced at Yang Yuchen and Xue Ying. After all, it was because of these 2 people that he had to crush the jade slip that his ancestor had left him with the projection of an utmost powerful being's true body and caused his ancestor to lose 2 embryos of utmost divine artifacts. If it wasn't for the 2 of them joining forces, I wouldn't be afraid of either of them. I, Shangguan Fusu, will get my revenge one day. The middle-aged man's name was Shangguan Fusu. He was the most outstanding genius among the younger generation of the Shangguan clan in the Red Maple Land. That was the reason why he was protected by the utmost powerful beings. He had originally thought that with his strength, he would be able to do as he pleased in the Chaos region, where the 6 gods of God realms coexisted. He did not expect to meet a woman whose strength was on par with him as soon as he entered the chaotic region. When the woman said her name, he knew she was on par with him. After all, she was the precious daughter of the Xue clan, an overlord ultimate god clan in the mysterious gangland. She was one of the 2 most outstanding people among the younger generation of the Xue clan. As for the other person, Yang Yuchen from the inner branch of Wanfa Law Palace, he had never heard of him. He had only heard of the first disciple of the inner branch of Wanfa Law Palace. She was also a woman with amazing strength. Even the Shangguan clan's high-level ultimate gods praised her. Even his father, who was second only to the master of the Shangguan clan in terms of strength, admitted that he was not a match for the first disciple of the internal palace of Wanfa Law Palace. He's that person's junior brother. Sooner or later, I'll find a chance to spar with the 2 of you alone. Although he had left, Shangguan Fusu's heart was filled with unwillingness. If he were to meet any one of them alone, he would not be afraid of them. However, the 2 of them were able to team up against him. After seeing Shangguan Fusu leave, Xue Ying and Yang Yuchen would not be able to catch up with him. The projection of the Shangguan clan's ultimate expert, Shangguan Mingdao's original body gradually disappeared. However, before he left, he took a few more glances at Yang Yuchen. Just like Xue Ying and Yang Yuchen, in his eyes, Yang Yuchen, who was not the descendant of an ultimate expert, was more worthy of his attention. Phew! After Shangguan Mingdao's original body projection disappeared, Shui Ying heaved a sigh of relief. An ultimate expert after all. Even if it's just a original body projection, it's still hard to breathe. When Yang Yuchen heard this, he deeply agreed. At the same time, he sent out the 2 embryos of ultimate divine artifacts that he had just obtained and let them float in front of Shui Ying. Keep them for yourself. Shui Ying waved her hand and said, "These things are useless to me." Useless to you? Hearing Shui Ying's words, Yang Yuchen felt as though his heart had been pierced by 10,000 arrows. You have ultimate divine artifacts? If you have ultimate divine artifacts, why didn't you use them just now? If you had used them, even if you were alone, you would have been able to easily defeat Shangguan Fusu. By now, Yang Yuchen had already guessed the identity of the middle-aged man who was able to make an ultimate expert of the Shangguan clan appear. Only the number 1 person of the Shangguan clan's younger generation, Shangguan Fusu, would have such a card. No. Shui Ying shook her head. If I had ultimate divine artifacts, I would have used them to kill Shangguan Fusu just now. Clearly, Shui Ying had also guessed the identity of the other party. Shangguan Fusu, even in the upper circle of the various divine planes, was a well-known figure. No matter what, he was still a genius of the Shangguan clan. Then you, Yang Yuchen frowned. I only have 3 supreme divine weapon embryos so far. Even with these 2, it's impossible for me to gather 9 supreme divine weapon embryos before I become a higher ultimate god. Shui Ying shook her head and said, "Not long ago, the elder ancestor promised me that as long as I become a higher ultimate god, he would give me a ultimate divine artifact. So, these things are useless to me. I'll give you the 3 embryos of ultimate divine artifacts that I have. They are useless to me." As soon as Shui Ying finished speaking, not only did she return the 2 embryos of ultimate divine artifacts to Yang Yuchen, she also took out the other 3 embryos of ultimate divine artifacts and handed them to Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen was dazzled by this, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Deep in his heart, a faint sense of inferiority arose spontaneously. They were all humans. They were all medium ultimate gods. Why was the difference so huge? Chapter 4277. The Chaos Region. Duan Lingtian entered the Chaos Region from the inner region where the people from the 6 planes of gods were from. His state of mind had changed from the initial calm to a slightly disturbed state. After all, the Chaos Region of the dimensional battlefield was even more chaotic than the usual dimensional battlefield. Many people even called it the meat grinder. The Emperor God's meat grinder. It was also the ultimate god's meat grinder. With his strength, it was difficult to find a worthy opponent among the lower ultimate gods. However, in the Chaos Region, there were not only lower ultimate gods, but also intermediate ultimate gods and even high-level ultimate gods. In this 1 year, the one that improved the most is still the space law. Although Duan Lingtian wanted to improve his cultivation base in the past year of closed-door cultivation, the time was too short. Even if he used up the accumulated rewards in his body, it did not improve much. After entering the ultimate god realm, every step forward in cultivation was harder than ascending to the heavens. On the other hand, the space law had successfully transformed and reached the stage of illuminating 1,000,000 miles. Now, my understanding of the space law that I'm most proficient in has already surpassed Third Senior Brother's understanding. I wonder if Third Senior Brother has also mastered the law of illuminating 1,000,000 miles. The improvement in the space law had also improved Duan Lingtian's strength. Although there was still a long way to go before he could completely consolidate his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god, there were very few medium ultimate gods who could be his match. Of course, those top intermediate ultimate gods like his Third Senior Brother Yang Yuchen were not inferior to him. Suddenly, a cry of unwillingness rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next moment, he saw a faintly discernible shadow soaring into the sky in the distance. After letting out a cry of unwillingness, it crashed to the ground with a loud crash. The heaven and earth vision of 100,000 miles loomed in front of him. Just by looking at the fallen figure, Duan Lingtian could easily tell that a lower ultimate god had fallen. He had seen many similar scenes before and was very familiar with them. What a mess! I've been in the dimensional battlefield for quite some time. Although I often create such scenes, it's rare to see such scenes created by others. Now, this is my first day in the Chaos region. I never expected to see such a scene. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Of course, he also knew that this was because this area was densely populated. Just this area? The people from the 6 universes were gathered in this place? This meant that he could encounter enemies from 5 different places at any time. No matter who it was the same. If Kerr is still in the planar battlefield, even if he hasn't come in yet, he should be here soon. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. And my mother-in-law and sister-in-law, thinking of Linghu Rinfeng and Linghu Chuyin? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but have a headache. Was it supposed to be a trip to find his wife? Now, it had become a trip to find his wife, mother-in-law, and sister-in-law. Of course, he knew as well. It was not Linghu Rinfeng's fault. Linghu Rinfeng, as Kerr's mother in her previous life? The reason why she took the risk to come here was because she was worried about Kerr's safety. Moreover, she didn't know that this son-in-law of his could grow so strong in such a short time. That year, before Linghu Rinfeng came to the battlefield of the God's Judgment, she had looked for him in the Xingang territory and left him some things. Although he didn't want to meet her face to face, he could feel the good intentions of this mother-in-law. Although Duan Lingtian had been to this area before, he had never been to this area before. However, at that time, it wasn't the Chaos region yet. This area hadn't overlapped with one of the 2 other planar battlefields' inner regions. Now, when they overlapped, not only did the environment and landscape change, even the atmosphere became much more solemn. For example, Duan Lingtian didn't dare to fly in the air. He only dashed forward on the vast land, crossing mountains and ridges. At the same time, he looked around vigilantly. Even though his strength could be considered to be not bad in the Chaos region, there were still many people who could defeat or even kill him. Not to mention the high-level supreme gods. Among the mid-level supreme gods, there were many who were stronger than him. In the past, when this was the battlefield of the God's Judgment, there were high-level supreme gods and mid-level supreme gods, but there weren't as many as there are now. The number of high-level supreme gods and mid-level supreme gods is more than 3 times more than before. It might even be 5 times more, or even 10 times more. Duan Lingtian was very clear about this point. Many mid-level supreme gods and high-level supreme gods came here because of the opening of the Chaos region. Their goal was to seek fortuitous encounters in the Chaos region and obtain what they wanted. The Chaos region was said to be a place that was specially taken care of by the strongest because this area overlapped with the resources of the 3 planar battlefields, secret zones, and other resources. Under such circumstances, the probability of encountering a secret realm and other opportunities would naturally be much higher than before. / it was more than 2 to 3 times more. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was carefully moving forward. He didn't know that he was being watched. Duan Lingtian was shuttling through the mountains and ridges. His figure was sometimes hidden in the forest and sometimes revealed. All of this was seen by 2 people. The 2 people who were watching Duan Lingtian were middle-aged men. One was tall and the other was short, one was thin and the other was fat. The tall one was thin and the short one was fat. It shouldn't be difficult for the 2 of us to take him down, right? The short and fat middle-aged man stuck out his tongue and licked his slightly dry lips as he asked the person beside him with a sharp look in his eyes. The tall and thin middle-aged man was calm and indifferent when he heard that. Don't be hasty. Let's observe a little more. Don't act rashly before we know more about his strength. The Chaos region has just opened. Although there are many opportunities, there are also many hidden dangers. Although he's only a lower ultimate god, we're also lower ultimate gods and we're not considered the best among the lower ultimate gods. The short and fat middle-aged man did not take the tall and thin middle-aged man's words seriously. You're being too careful. This young man is obviously a lower ultimate god who has just entered the ultimate god realm. He hasn't even consolidated his cultivation base yet. How strong can he be? If you ask me, you're getting more and more. The short and fat middle-aged man did not finish his sentence. It was because the purple-clad young man they were watching had already encountered 3 enemies. The 3 lower ultimate gods joined forces and attacked at the same time. As soon as the 3 lower ultimate gods attacked, the short and fat middle-aged man could tell that they were all lower ultimate gods who had consolidated their cultivation base. Judging by their attacks, any one of them was not weaker than him and his companions. It's too late. They've beaten us to it. The short and fat middle-aged man sighed. At the same time, he felt some lingering fear. Fortunately, we didn't make a move. If we did, I'm afraid we'd be killed by those 3 even if we managed to take him down. The short and fat middle-aged man sighed. The tall and thin middle-aged man, on the other hand, was staring at the purple-clad young man. At his level of cultivation, his eyesight was very good. It was not difficult for him to see that the purple-clad young man was still calm when facing the 3 people who were attacking him. 100,000 miles weak light. At this moment, the short and fat middle-aged man beside him cried out in surprise. In the distance, the leader of the 3 people who were attacking the purple-clad young man released his power of law. A heaven and earth vision appeared as a faint weak light covered an area of 100,000 miles. The short and fat middle-aged man gasped. If the 2 of us are really targeted by the 3 of them, I'm afraid none of us will be able to escape. He and his companions had not comprehended the power of law to the level of 100,000 miles weak light. The tall and thin middle-aged man's originally calm face turned solemn at this moment. Something's not right. Suddenly he found another problem. That was, even if one of the 3 people who were attacking the purple-clad young man displayed such a power of law, the purple-clad young man still did not change his expression. Is he scared out of his wits? Or, just as the tall and thin middle-aged man stared at Duan Lingtian in the distance and found that Duan Lingtian was still calm in the face of the 3 people besieging him, Duan Lingtian was also a little surprised when he saw the 3 lower ultimate gods suddenly attacking him. He did not notice the 3 of them. It seemed that they were very well hidden. Also, with his current divine consciousness, if the other party deliberately hid and used some formations, he might not be able to detect the existence of a lower ultimate god. 100,000 miles weak light? A lower ultimate god who can master this level of power of law is very strong. However, his water law should have just broken through not long ago. Among the 3 people who had surrounded Duan Lingtian, the person who had comprehended the law of weak light to the extent of 100,000 miles was an expert in the law of water. At this moment, he was the first to charge at Duan Lingtian. Waves rolled out like the mouth of a giant beast as he attempted to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. The other 2 followed closely behind, full of murderous intent. Teleport. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as he teleported to the back. None of the 3 people was an expert in the law of space, so it was difficult for them to restrain his teleportation. However, it was difficult to restrain Gui Nan, so the 3 people sped up and chased after him. You're digging your own grave. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, then his divine power vibrated and the law of space erupted, illuminating 1,000,000 miles of heaven and earth vision spread out and enveloped the surroundings. At the same time, in front of him, a beautiful figure in a rainbow-colored dress seemed to merge with his power and turned into a rainbow-colored light sword that fell into his hand. Illumination 1,000,000 miles. The leader who comprehended the power of law to 100,000 miles weak light was a young man. His expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Kill him with all your might." He hasn't consolidated his cultivation base yet. It won't be difficult for the 3 of us to kill him together. As soon as he finished speaking, he exploded. As for his two companions, although their eyes were filled with shock at this time, they also used all their strength to attack at the first moment. Illumination 1,000,000 miles? In the distance, the tall and thin middle-aged man who was hiding in the dark was shocked, while the short and fat middle-aged man beside him was already stunned. He just entered the ultimate god realm and he already mastered the power of law to illuminate 1,000,000 miles? And it's the law of space. Chapter 4278. The chubby middle-aged man broke out in a cold sweat as he watched the scene unfold before him. If he went up alone, even with the help of his companions, he would definitely be killed. Duan Lingtian did not know that someone was watching him in the dark. His attention was completely focused on the three people who were surrounding him. When the three of them saw his power of law that illuminated millions of miles, they attacked him together without holding back. It was obvious that they wanted to use their strongest power to suppress and even kill him. The Seven Orifices exquisite sword has now completely merged with the two supreme artifact embryos. I wonder how powerful it is. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand. The Seven Orifices exquisite sword instantly whistled out. It carried a fierce sword intent that originated from the sword Dao as it charged toward the strongest person among the three. Of course, it was only the sword principle. Duan Lingtian did not use the sword principle of control. The seven-colored sword ray shone brightly and intertwined with the heaven and earth vision that illuminated millions of miles. It was exceptionally bright. No, an exclamation filled with shock and disbelief sounded in a timely manner. Then, a ray of light shone. In the next instant, a huge shadow soared into the sky and roared unwillingly before crashing to the ground. Impossible! How is this possible? When the other two people who were besieging Duan Lingtian saw that the strongest person among the three of them was killed with a single strike, their expressions changed. Shock and disbelief could be seen on their faces. However, just as they were subconsciously stunned, the seven-colored sword ray continued to sweep across the sky. By the time they reacted, the seven-colored sword light was already very close to them. No, one of them also let out a cry of unwillingness. The other person opened his mouth but did not have time to make a sound. Bang, bang. In the next instant, another two huge shadows soared into the sky. After letting out two unwilling cries, they crashed to the ground. The sound reverberated in all directions as if there was a violent earthquake. It turned out that the other two people who were surrounding Duan Lingtian were also killed by Duan Lingtian with one move. He had killed two people with a single strike. From the beginning until now, Duan Lingtian had only attacked twice. Not bad. It's a pity that you met me. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the remains of the lesser ultimate god who had comprehended the power of law to the 100,000 miles weak light realm, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He believed that if it was any other lesser ultimate god who had not consolidated their cultivation today, they would not be able to do so. Facing the encirclement of these three people, it was basically certain death. Continue walking. I'm so low-key and my cultivation is so weak. I don't think there's a middle-level ultimate god who would target me, right? Let alone a high-level supreme god. Even a high-level supreme god wouldn't want to look at me, right? As Duan Lingtian thought about this, he put away the three divine artifacts and continued forward. The three of them had died too quickly. Apart from the first one, whose attack had been shattered by Duan Lingtian. Even the artifact souls had been destroyed by Duan Lingtian, but the other two artifact souls were still alive and well. However, when Duan Lingtian put away the two divine artifacts, why were the two artifact souls behaving so obediently? They did not dare to show the slightest disobedience or resistance. This was because they knew that if they disobeyed or resisted, they would definitely die. Duan Lingtian continued forward. He did not know? At this very moment, behind a cliff behind him, there was a strange voice. Two figures were still looking at him from afar. The short and fat middle-aged man was trembling all over at this moment. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "Oh my God, isn't this too scary?" Comprehended the sword principle? That sword principle? It doesn't seem to be as simple as just comprehending it. This is the first time I've seen such a terrifying lesser ultimate god. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that this is someone who has just entered the lower ultimate god realm. Have you ever seen such a terrifying lesser ultimate god? I feel that although he has just entered the lower ultimate god realm, I'm afraid there are not many lower ultimate gods who can match him. He's too strong. The short and fat middle-aged man said as he looked at the tall and thin middle-aged man beside him. The tall and thin middle-aged man took a deep breath when he heard the short and fat middle-aged man's words. His back was soaked with cold sweat. With his strength, I'm afraid he can even protect himself against those who have just entered the intermediate ultimate god realm and have not consolidated their cultivation base yet. He's very strong. Fortunately, someone helped us test the waters first. Otherwise, we'd all be finished. The tall and thin middle-aged man still had some lingering fear when he recalled the scene of the three men being killed in just a blink of an eye. Yes, fortunately, someone made a move first. The short and fat middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Only those who stood at the top of this world knew that the world they were in had another name, the Defiant Divine Realm. In the Defiant Divine Realm, the 18 realms of gods stood at the top of the food chain. Below them were 81 Devata realms and countless mundane realms. The 18 realms of gods were the little worlds in the bodies of the 18 supreme powerhouses. They were also the 18 guardian gods of the Defiant Divine Realm. They seemed to be high and mighty, but in fact, they bore extremely important responsibilities. If the 18 realms of gods were shattered one day, this world called the Defiant Divine Realm would not be far from destruction. The positions of the 18 realms of gods in the Defiant Divine Realm were connected together and formed a circle. And in the center of this circle, there was an independent plane. This plane was known as the Conference Plane. The purpose of this realm's existence was for the supreme powerhouses to gather and open a meeting. Today, the long-awaited meeting of the supreme powerhouses was about to begin. In fact, this meeting of the supreme powerhouses had been launched 2 years ago. However, it was not easy to get a group of supreme powerhouses to gather together. Apart from those who could not leave, 2 years was enough for a group of supreme powerhouses to gather together. Of course, when supreme powerhouses gathered together, they usually gathered in the form of projections. The conference realm was an empty realm. Even for them, it was something they yearned for. In terms of value, it was even more valuable than all the resources they had spent on their descendants in the past. Previously, I heard that the Ningyuan realm and the Yuhuang realm discovered a divine corrupting spring in the outer realm's Tianwen Road. While they were fighting for it, someone stole it from behind. An old man looked at the young man with a shocked expression. Could it be? As for the others, their gazes landed on the young man in unison at this instant. Divine corrupting spring. A single drop of the divine corrupting spring was equivalent to a mid-grade lesser ultimate god cultivating in seclusion for 1,000 years. An entire drop. Chapter 4279. Battlefield of the Divine Inquisition. Chaos Region. This region did not only belong to the battlefield of the Divine Inquisition but also the other two-dimensional battlefields. To be precise, it was part of the inner regions of the three-dimensional battlefields that overlapped and formed the Chaos region known as the God Emperor and Ultimate God Grinder. Duan Lingtian had been keeping a low profile all the way. However, what puzzled him was that there were still people who dared to provoke him. Those who dared to provoke him were all lower ultimate gods. Without exception, all of them were killed by Duan Lingtian. This lower ultimate god has just entered the ultimate god realm and he's already so strong. I'm afraid he's not weaker than me. On one side of a mountain, a figure could not help but gasp as he watched the purple-clad young man who had just killed a lower ultimate god effortlessly. I'm a medium ultimate god, but I have a feeling that I'm not confident in defeating him. I even have a strange sense of danger. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that I, a medium ultimate god, would be frightened by a guy who just entered the ultimate god realm. He shook his head and left in a flash. Whether this feeling is real or not, there's no need to provoke him. There's no reward for killing him. Plus, his storage ring is self-destructed. I'll only get his divine weapon at most. A superior divine weapon that might even lose its artifact soul is not worth the risk. The medium ultimate god vaguely realized that Duan Lingtun was not to be trifled with and chose to leave. However, he did not know that he had just saved his life. Duan Lingtian, who had just killed a lower ultimate god, seemed to have noticed something. He frowned slightly and looked up at the sky. At the same time, the entire Chaos region, the entire battlefield of the Divine Inquisition, and even all the dimensional battlefields who were above the ultimate god realm looked up at the same time. After a few breaths, even the god emperors of the major dimensional battlefields looked up. They looked at the sky. At the same time, the sky of the major dimensional battlefields was no longer calm. It began to shake as if something was shaking the space above. What's going on? What is this phenomenon? This is the first time I've seen it. 900 years? I've never seen anything like this before. What is this? At this moment, a group of god emperors and reverends raised their heads. Looking at the constantly turbulent sky, their faces were filled with confusion. Only a few long-lived and knowledgeable ultimate gods? Everyone frowned. This is, the supreme expert in charge of the planar battlefield is going to speak? Changing the rules at the last minute? These people? They had either experienced a similar scene before or heard about it from others. However, Duan Lingtian was a newbie who had just entered a realm of gods. He had no idea what was going on. What's the situation? I've never heard of the planar battlefield sky being like this. Duan Lingtian raised his head, looking at the sky and smacking his lips. He had a puzzled look on his face, completely unable to understand what was going on. This was the first time he had seen it, and he had never heard of it before. He had been in the planar battlefield for at least a few decades. However, this was the first time he had seen such a situation. What's that? Finally, even the existences below the immortal emperor realm in the battlefield noticed the tremors in the sky. It was a shocking sight. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Many of them had their own guesses, and many of them were just as confused as Duan Lingtian. At the edge of the sky, the turbulent sky finally began to calm down. At the same time, an indifferent man's voice reverberated throughout the planar battlefield. It clearly entered the ears of everyone, including Duan Lingtian. In the next 100 years, the realm of chaos will no longer be open for 10 years. It will be open for 70 years. In the remaining 30 years, the upgraded realm of chaos will be opened. The three realms of chaos will be stacked together to form a single realm of chaos. Speaking up to this point, the voice paused for a moment before continuing. The rules of the planar battlefield won't always change in the last 100 years. However, every time the rules are changed, it means that there will be greater opportunities. After the upgraded realm of chaos is opened, there will be a same realm ranking for every cultivation level above the Celestial Emperor realm. There will be a ranking for the lower Celestial Emperor realm, another ranking for the middle Celestial Emperor realm, and so on until the upper Celestial Emperor realm. The ranking will be based on the number of chaos points. In the upgraded realm of chaos, killing someone of the same cultivation level will give you a certain amount of chaos points. If you kill someone of a higher cultivation level than you will receive 3 times the amount of chaos points. If you kill someone of a higher cultivation level than you will receive 10 times the amount of chaos points. After entering the upgraded realm of chaos, you will be given a brand new token. It is similar to the battle merit token, and its main purpose is to accumulate chaos points. Killing someone of the same cultivation level as you or someone of a higher cultivation level will give you chaos points. If you kill someone of a lower cultivation level than you, not only will you not receive any chaos points, but you will also lose some chaos points. If you kill someone of a lower cultivation level than you will lose 3 chaos points. If you kill someone of a lower cultivation level than you will lose 10 chaos points. If you kill someone of a lower cultivation level than you will lose 30 chaos points, and so on. 1 month before the realm battlefield closes, the same realm ranking will be calculated. The top 10 people will receive additional rewards. Even the 10th place will receive a drop of divine corporeal spring water. In the upgraded realm of chaos, not only can you obtain chaos points by killing, but you can also obtain chaos points if you are lucky enough to encounter a fortuitous encounter. You can also obtain chaos points by challenging the difficulty of the secret realm. The indifferent voice of the man entered the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others, causing the shocked Duan Lingtian and the others to gradually calm down. When the man's voice resonated in the air, Duan Lingtian knew he was a supreme powerhouse. As the man continued speaking, Duan Lingtian also learned that the last 100 years of the realm battlefield would not be the same as before. The realm of chaos would only be open for 10 years, and the remaining 90 years would be the same. This time, the realm of chaos would be open for 70 years. At the same time, in the last 30 years, the upgraded realm of chaos would be opened. At the same time, the same realm ranking and chaos points would appear in the upgraded realm of chaos. In the end, the top 10 people on the ranking would receive additional rewards. / Divine Corporeal Spring Water. What's that? Duan Lingtian had never heard of the Divine Corporeal Spring Water. No matter how hard he tried to recall, he still felt that the term was very unfamiliar. No matter where he went, he had never heard of it before. The top 10 and last place on the ranking will all receive a drop of Divine Corporeal Spring Water. It's just a drop of divine corporeal spring water. How valuable is it? Could it be comparable to the divine power of an ultimate expert? At this moment, even Duan Lingtian felt that the ultimate experts were a little stingy. When the 9 great planar battlefields converged, how many ultimate experts would there be in one planar battlefield? 9 planar battlefields meant that there would be dozens of ultimate experts. With so many ultimate experts, the upgraded realm of chaos ranking would only receive a drop of divine corporeal spring water for the last place? Too stingy. Even if you get a drop of ultimate expert's divine power for the last place, no one will think that you're stingy. Are all ultimate experts so stingy? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Previously, although the supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan in the land of Xianxia had saved his descendant and caused Duan Lingtian to no longer feel that the supreme powerhouse was mysterious, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, the supreme powerhouse was still very lofty and impressive. After all, although the Ning clan's ultimate expert had taken his descendant away, he had still given him 2 ultimate artifact embryos. Too stingy. In comparison, the Ning clan's ultimate expert is too generous. The 10th place doesn't even get a drop of ultimate expert's divine power. Who knows, the reward for the first place might not even be as valuable as the 2 embryos of ultimate artifacts. No one knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Otherwise, they would have scolded him. In the reverse divine world, a drop of divine corporeal spring water was worth 10 drops of ultimate expert's divine power. Sometimes, even if you exchanged 10 or 20 drops of ultimate expert's divine power for a drop of divine corporeal spring water, the other party might not even be willing to trade. How many ultimate experts are there in this world? Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of this question after he finished complaining about the stinginess of the ultimate experts. In this world, there were 18 realms of gods, and there were 18 realms of gods. Moreover, the number of realms of gods could not be increased. Since ancient times, there had always been 18 realms of gods. I've heard before that in order to become the master of a realm of gods, one must replace the original master of a realm of gods. Otherwise, one won't be able to turn one's little world into a realm of gods. This world can only accommodate 18 realms of gods. Although there are only 18 realms of gods, there are more than 18 supreme powerhouses in this realm. Apart from that, it seems like there are many other supreme powerhouses as well. There are 9 realm battlefields, and each realm battlefield only has a few ultimate experts. That means there are dozens of ultimate experts. Any realm battlefield was created by many supreme powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian had long heard about this when he was in the Mystic Handle Land. Moreover, he was sure this news was true. Apart from these dozens of ultimate experts, are there any other ultimate experts? If there are, perhaps there are more than 100 ultimate experts? If there are more than 100 ultimate experts, then there are quite a number of ultimate experts in this world. It's not a big deal to become one of them. After all, there are so many ultimate experts. Unless I'm stronger than the other ultimate experts. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian stopped thinking about this. At this moment, even he felt like he was getting carried away. He could not continue thinking about it. Now that he thought about it, it was not a big deal to become an ultimate expert. If he continued thinking about it, he might be able to become an ultimate expert before the realm battlefield closed. Chapter 4280. When the voice from the sky came to an abrupt end, the turbulent sky had also completely returned to its original calm state. Of course, there was a process in between. However, it was this process that caused many people to not be able to recover in time. They were still in shock. An immortal had personally spoken and informed them of the sudden change in the dimensional battlefield's rules. I actually heard an immortal's voice. Many people's faces were flushed with excitement. There were also some who began to float. I didn't expect to actually hear an immortal's voice when I came in this time. When I go back out, I'll tell my big brother who didn't come in with me about this. He'll definitely be so jealous of me that he'll go crazy. An immortal. I really didn't expect that I would be able to hear his voice in my lifetime. An immortal's voice. Even if it's a man's voice, it feels like the sound of nature. Usually, it was impossible for an immortal's voice to appear in the dimensional battlefield. At least, most people would not be able to hear it. Moreover, to most people in the dimensional battlefield, an immortal was a legend. Although they knew of the existence of an immortal, they also knew that they were very, very far away from an immortal. In the past, even hearing an immortal's voice was harder than ascending to the heavens, let alone seeing one. Today, however, everyone in the dimensional battlefield had all heard an immortal's voice. In the dimensional battlefield, most people, at this moment after regaining their senses, had an indescribable excitement on their faces. Of course, other than most people who were excited, there were also a few people who were very calm. These people were either people who had experienced similar situations before or people who came from powerful ultimate god forces. Previously, not only had they heard an immortal speak, some had even seen an immortal. After all, powerful ultimate god forces all had immortals behind them. Even if an immortal was elusive, as long as the force behind him appeared once every 10,000 years, as long as he showed his face, there would definitely be some people who would be able to see his true appearance. Now, some people's elders in the dimensional battlefield had never even heard an immortal speak in their entire lives. It was because of this that they were excited. In another chaotic region, streaks of sharp sword light that seemed to be able to tear the heavens and earth apart? Falling from the void? Were they like angry dragons? Wherever the sword passed, the mountain rocks cracked and souls scattered. A trembling scream rang out. It was a young man who stared at the green figure in the distance with shock and disbelief. A young man in casual clothes? Standing with his hands behind his back? Surrounded by sword light? He was like a god of swords. How is this possible? How could a mere god emperor like you kill a lower ultimate god? The young man felt like he was going crazy. Him and his elders? As Tao protectors, they would venture into the chaos region together. It wasn't easy for him to meet someone with the same level of cultivation as him. Should he let his elder take care of the formation while he personally made a move? He wondered if he could borrow the other party's hand. Stepping into the Upper God Emperor realm. That was right. How far away was he from the Upper God Emperor realm? It was only half a step away. Merely, he did not expect that Wang Chang would declare that he was no match for him right from the start. Then, he turned his attention to the protector beside him and ordered him to attack him. His guardian was a lower ultimate god who had completely consolidated his cultivation base. Even among the lower ultimate gods, he was not considered weak. However, even though Wang Chang had given his guardian enough space to unleash his full strength, he was still easily killed by Wang Chang. Bang! A huge figure rose into the sky, and after letting out a cry of indignation, he landed on the ground with a loud crash. The heaven and earth vision of a lower ultimate god falling. And all of this, the instigator was merely a middle god emperor. Also, he is only a god emperor, but he has mastered the power of the law of time to the extent of illuminating millions of miles. How could there be such a god emperor? Could he be the reincarnation of an ultimate expert? Thinking of the ultimate expert's voice 2 hours ago before he met the person in front of him, the young man suddenly had such a thought. However, this also became the last thought in his life. A sharp sword light swept past his body and merged into his body. Then, tens of thousands of swords shot out from his body and he turned into a bloody mist. The upgraded chaos region? At that time, if nothing goes wrong, I should be able to step into the Upper God Emperor realm. After the sword light around the green-robed young man disappeared, a sword floated into the air and merged into his body. He looked in front of him and muttered to himself. Little Tian should have entered the chaos region as well. However, the chaos region where the Shengang land is located is not the chaos region where I am. I'm afraid I'll have to wait 70 years before I can meet him again when the upgraded chaos region opens. The green-robed young man was none other than Duan Lingtian's master in the lower secondary realm, the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Ever since Feng Qingyang came to the solitary destructive heaven alone, he had begun his journey as a lone ranger. At first, he was aimless and left everything to fate. However, later on, there was an item left behind by the Supreme Being's inheritance that suddenly lit up and heated up. Then, it actually guided him to a certain region. That region was the place where that Supreme Being had stayed in the past. That region did not exist in any of the realms of gods. One had to forcefully break through space in the realm battlefield to enter it. It belonged to another realm. With Feng Qingyang's strength at that time, it was naturally impossible for him to do so. However, with the help of the item left behind by the ultimate expert, he easily broke through space and opened the door to that realm. After that, Feng Qingyang entered the realm and discovered it was the ultimate expert's home. It was different from the temporary cultivation ground in the Azura Hell or the place of inheritance left behind by the ultimate expert before he died. This was the ultimate expert's true home. There were many things left behind by the ultimate expert. Many of them were useful to Feng Qingyang. Even if they were temporarily useless, they could still be useful in the future. It was also because of this opportunity that Feng Qingyang grew rapidly. Currently, he had already stepped into the intermediate God Emperor realm and consolidated his cultivation base. He had even mastered the law of time to the extent that he could illuminate 1,000,000 miles. The law of destruction that he was good at in the past had also been left far behind. As for the law of time, the reason why he could improve so much was entirely because there was an ultimate expert's divinity in the ultimate expert's home. It was not the ultimate expert's divinity. It was another ultimate expert's divinity. Moreover, the ultimate expert who had left behind the divinity was also good at the law of time. Even Feng Qingyang only realized at that moment that the ultimate expert who had left behind the inheritance for him had obtained an ultimate expert's divinity in the past. That was why he had a smooth journey until he became an ultimate expert. The ultimate expert's divinity that he had obtained could be considered the ultimate expert's divinity of his grandmaster. Moreover, it was an ultimate expert's divinity that had been comprehended for a long time. It was equivalent to being polished. After Feng Qingyang obtained it, he was able to comprehend it with twice the result with half the effort. Of course, the reason why he improved so quickly was related to the sword principle that Feng Qingyang had mastered. His sword principle had recently made another breakthrough. Now, he had even begun to try to integrate it with the law of time. It was not a simple combination, but a complete integration. According to some of the ancient records that the ultimate expert had left behind for him at home, Feng Qingyang had also seen the description of this. Generally speaking, this was a technique that only the extremely powerful ultimate experts could master. Even the ultimate expert who had left behind the inheritance for him had not reached that step. Feng Qingyang, a mere middle god emperor, had already begun to walk the path that many ultimate experts could not walk. The root of all this was the sword principle that he had mastered. The sword principle that he had mastered was above the ultimate expert level for the time being. Below the ultimate expert level, there was probably no other person who had mastered the four principles of heaven and earth. Only when one's attainments in the sword principle had reached a certain level could one begin to take that step. And that step did not have a high requirement for the power of law. However, one method led to 10,000 methods. Feng Qingyang's sword principle had reached a certain level of attainment and tried to integrate it with the law of time. In this process, he realized that he had gained many new insights into the law of time. This was one of the reasons why his progress in the law of time was so fast. Previously, when he killed the lesser ultimate god who had consolidated his cultivation base, Feng Qingyang had tried to integrate his sword principle with the law of time. With just one strike, he had killed his opponent. Little Tian is really my lucky star. Feng Qingyang sighed inwardly when he thought about his disciple. Originally, although his path had been smooth sailing, it definitely wouldn't have been as exaggerated as it was now. In fact, although he was more than 10,000 years old, he had not attained godhood even though he had extraordinary achievements. However, ever since his disciple, Duan Lingtian, was hunted down by the Yun clan from the divine offering land in the realms of gods and was forced to enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, his life began to change dramatically. First, he obtained the Supreme Expert's inheritance and successfully attained godhood. Then, after leaving the Devata realms, he found the Supreme Expert's home and obtained an even greater fortuitous encounter. If I didn't have anything to do with Little Tian, I wouldn't have been hunted by the Yun clan from the divine offering land in the realms of gods. If I wasn't hunted by the Yun clan, I wouldn't have gone to the Azura Hell. I'm afraid the luckiest thing in my life is to have such a disciple. I didn't find this disciple myself. He came to me on his own accord. Feng Qingyang could not help but sigh whenever he thought about this. Perhaps this was the fate of the underworld. Chapter 4281. Even Feng Qingyang himself did not expect that he would have such an exaggerated improvement within 1,000 years after he was 10,000 years old. He had not yet become a god, but he was now an expert among the gods, a god emperor. Although he was only a middle-level emperor god, he felt that he was not far from becoming a high-level emperor god. He was confident that he could become a high-level emperor god before the upgraded version of Chaos Territory opened 70 years later. He was even confident that he could consolidate his cultivation in a short time. What he had obtained from the Supreme Expert's house was enough to support him to reach the ultimate god realm quickly. Of course, he could only rely on himself when he reached the ultimate god realm. Although the Supreme Expert had left some useful things for ultimate gods in his house, they were not very useful. This was also the reason why even the Supreme Expert's son might not be able to progress further when he reached the lower ultimate god realm. Previously, the Supreme Expert could still rely on his own ability and accumulation to help him break through. However, once he reached the ultimate god realm, without stubborn talent and comprehension, it would be difficult for him to achieve great things even if he had help. According to the senior, the supreme expert's children and even his descendants wasted their lives in the lower ultimate god realm and died under the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. As a result, many supreme experts now realize that their children and descendants do not have enough talent and comprehension. They only let them become ordinary gods and did not let them break through. After all, as long as they do not enter the divine king realm, they will not face the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. Feng Qingyang could understand why Xianxia was acting like this. After all, if one did not become a divine king and did not face the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, they would live as long as heaven and earth. Once they became a divine king, they would have to face the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. Moreover, the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation did not care if one's cultivation speed was fast or not. Every 1,000 years, the heavenly tribulation would greatly increase in difficulty. It would continue until one could not take it anymore. I wonder how little Tian is doing now, although Feng Qingyang had left other law clones in the lower dimensions, but the one in charge had been cultivating in seclusion recently. Moreover, his disciple's law clone had not looked for him for a long time. Therefore, he did not know how his disciple was doing. However, with his progress, he might have already entered the ultimate god realm. Feng Qingyang thought to himself, "It's a pity that there isn't anyone from the profound handle realm in the chaos region this time. Otherwise, I might have been able to find out some information about him." Feng Qingyang was very clear about this. His disciple? In the past, he had already made a name for himself in the profound handle land and stunned everyone. Knew who he was? There were many of them. The planar battlefield where he was now? He had come all the way here? He had also heard of many young prodigies, including the number 1 prodigy of some overlord ultimate god sect or the top 3 prodigies of some realms of gods. What's more, he had even heard of this plane's battlefield. They were the names of geniuses in the realms of gods that had nothing to do with the chaos realm. Ning Yixuan, the most outstanding descendant of the land of Xianxia's giant godly venerable rank family, the Ning family, was known as the number 1 person of the younger generation in the land of Xianxia's. Some even said that no one in the 18 realms of gods was a match for him. The realm battlefield he was in did not have a sanctioned ground between 2 realms of gods. Even in the chaos realm where he was now, people from the 6 realms of gods were gathered. There were no people from the land of Xianxia's among them. He had accurately brushed past Duan Lingtian. Of course, Feng Qingyang did not know that Duan Lingtian was not in the realm battlefield or the chaos realm where the people of the profound handle land were. Instead, he had gone to another realm battlefield and entered another chaos realm. Moreover, his disciple Duan Lingtian had already met Ning Yixuan, who was widely recognized as the number 1 person of the younger generation in the land of Xianxia's. In the Divine Offering Land. Many people in the Divine Offering Land still remembered that there was once a giant godly venerable rank family, the Ling family. However, after the Ling family's strongest person of that generation died, the Ling family declined. Later on, the family was annihilated. As for who was the one who annihilated the family, very few people could confirm. Some people said that the Ling family's strongest person had offended another strongest person. After he died, that strongest person added insult to injury and even sent people to annihilate the Ling family. As for the details, very few people knew. Most people only heard about it from rumors. Now, the once prosperous Ling clan had been reduced to ruins. As a matter of fact, the divine crystal mine beneath the Ling clan had been dug up when the Ling clan was destroyed in the past. As a result, the ruins of the Ling clan had become a barren land where very few people would come for no reason. Moreover, the space where the Ling family ruins were located was very unstable. From time to time, space cracks would appear. It was said that there were Emperor God experts who had been drawn into the space cracks and died immediately when they got close. Of course, there were also people who said that although the Ling family was annihilated, the methods left behind by the Ling family's strongest person were still there. Many space passageways spread around the Ling family ruins. Even if one did not rely on the divine crystal mine to cultivate, one's progress would not be slow. However, those spatial tunnels were not places that anyone could enter as they wished. Even an ordinary godly venerable rank expert would most likely die in there. Only a space passageway that had been strengthened by an expert could be stable and not crack. Otherwise, once the space passageway cracked, anyone below the strength of a higher godly venerable would be doomed to die if they were sucked into the spatial turbulence. At this moment, a beautiful figure was sitting cross-legged in one of the passageways. Her eyes were closed as she cultivated. At the same time, the energy of the law was pulsing around her. The beautiful figure was none other than Kerr, the eldest miss of the Xia family in the Divine Offering Land. I'll be able to reunite with Brother Tian if I stay here for 1,000 years. Even now, Kerr was pleasantly surprised when she thought about how her father no longer forced her and the Yun family no longer forced her. She even began to look forward to reuniting with her husband after 1,000 years. It's only been about 800 years since I left. Although Brother Tian's innate talent and comprehension are very strong, he should be wandering in the Devata realms at most, right? He must be very worried about me, father, mother, and sister Fei being brought to the Divine Offering Land. With his character, he'll definitely cultivate with all his might and even take risks for some fortuitous encounters. I hope he'll be safe. After 1,000 years, I'll leave this place and look for him. The Ling clan's ruins were deserted. When the wind blew, one could only vaguely hear the echoes from the ruins. A large area around them was deathly silent at this moment. A hint of desolation could be heard in the silence. At this moment, a blue figure appeared outside the Ling clan's ruins. However, the figure was far away from the Ling clan's ruins as he looked at them from afar. The figure was dressed in a long blue robe. Based on his figure, one could vaguely tell he was a man. He wore a bamboo hat that hung low and covered half of his face, making him look mysterious. Father, mother, sister, I've already become a divine emperor. I came back from the realm battlefield to retrieve the items left behind by the old ancestor. Now, I'm capable of retrieving those items. The face under the bamboo hat was that of a young man. It was also because Duan Ling Tian was not here. Otherwise, he would have recognized the young man as Ling Jueyun with just a glance. It was Ling Jueyun who had given him the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Huang. Ling Jueyun had met Ling Jueyun in the Devata realm. At that time, Ling Jueyun had an independent sword soul. In order to prevent the sword soul from being destroyed, he had taken the initiative to let the sword soul follow Duan Ling Tian. The sword soul was none other than Huang. Huang's predecessor was the sword soul of Ling Jueyun's sister's prominent Devata artifact. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian would be shocked if he saw Ling Jueyun now. This fellow had become a divine emperor in such a short time? The old ancestor had high hopes for me. Before he passed away, he even gave me the key to unlocking one of his cultivation places. I won't let him down. I'll definitely revive the Ling clan and avenge all of you. Ling Jueyun muttered to himself as his eyes shone with determination. Then he flashed to the side of the Ling clan's ruins and took out something that resembled a talisman. He shook the void, causing a tear to appear in the void. Soon after, the tear opened. Ling Jueyun flew into the tear in the void. As soon as Ling Jueyun made his move, a gust of wind blew. Suddenly, a huge face appeared in the space beside Ling Jueyun. It stared at Ling Jueyun's back as he disappeared into the spatial crack. This lad from the Ling clan is not bad. It hasn't been long, but he's already become a divine emperor. The giant face sighed, then gradually turned into nothingness and disappeared into the void. At the same time, the surrounding space trembled as though a formation was being destroyed. Where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. Although I don't have much of a friendship with that old geezer from the Ling clan, I won't allow you to act so presumptuously in my little world. An indifferent voice rang in the air as the formations were destroyed one after another. The owner of the voice was the huge face that disappeared a moment ago. He said that this was his little world. His identity was on the verge of being revealed. Obviously, he was the owner of the divine offering land, a powerful expert. Ling Jueyun had no idea what was happening outside. He did not know that an expert had tampered with the formation outside. He also did not know that he had avoided a crisis because of the intervention of the owner of the divine offering land. At the same time, in the void of the Ling clan's ruins, the space passageways began to shake violently. Then, the space passageways began to break. No, what's going on? There were some mid-level ultimate gods cultivating in the space passageways, but their expressions changed. Once the space passageways broke, they would definitely die. However, it was too late for them to react. As the space passageways broke, they were sucked into the space turbulence one after another and completely disappeared. What's going on? After a while, there was only one space passageway that was not broken and was as stable as before. However, it was also on the verge of collapse as the formations that stabilized it were being destroyed one by one. The beautiful figure inside the space passageway was shocked. Father. Without any hesitation, the beautiful figure immediately took out her soul pearl. As soon as she opened her mouth, she received a reply. I'll be there in a minute. At this moment, a figure that was ridiculously fast was approaching from the north at lightning speed. Chapter 4282. Duan Lingtian did not know that his wife, Ke, was no longer in the battlefield of the divine judgment, much less in the chaos territory. He also didn't know that his wife was facing an extremely great danger right now. He also did not know that the danger his wife was facing originated from the only heir of the Ling clan in the world of divine remains who had been annihilated, Ling Jueyun. Of course, all of this was out of Ling Jueyun's control. If he knew that Duan Lingtian's wife was in the spatial tunnel behind the Ling clan and that opening the sealed cultivation ground left behind by his old ancestor would cause the spatial tunnel to break, he would have thought of a way to inform her in advance. Duan Lingtian could be said to be his only friend in this world. Although they had not known each other for long, they appreciated each other. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was wandering in the chaos territory, killing one lower ultimate god after another who was looking for trouble. Of course, he did not hold back if he encountered other lower ultimate gods in the battlefield of dimensions. They were all rewards of the rules. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. However, as time went by, he realized that it was very difficult for him to encounter lower ultimate gods. Occasionally, he would encounter a few medium ultimate gods who took the initiative to attack him. However, after he killed those medium ultimate gods, it was difficult for him to even encounter a medium ultimate god. Duan Lingtian had not encountered a single person for half a year. Not only did he not encounter any lower ultimate gods, but he also did not encounter any medium ultimate gods. This situation gave him a bad feeling. Could it be that I've been targeted? Duan Lingtian's face gradually turned solemn. Otherwise, this situation would be too strange. Duan Lingtian thought he was keeping a low profile, but he did not know that he had become famous and was called the most terrifying lower ultimate god by the people in the surrounding area. A guy who had just entered the ultimate god realm and obviously had not consolidated his cultivation base. Not only did he kill lower ultimate gods like cutting grass, but he also killed medium ultimate gods like slaughtering dogs. Even some middle-level ultimate gods who had consolidated their cultivation base and were relatively strong died at his hands one after another. Don't go in that direction. There's a god of slaughter moving forward. He has the strength to easily kill most medium-level ultimate gods, but he's keeping a low profile. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you really go over there, even if you take the initiative to attack him, you won't be able to escape death. Brother, since we're from the same realm of gods, I advise you not to go there. It's very dangerous there. How dangerous? Don't you know that there's a lower-level ultimate god in that direction? He's invincible and invincible. He can even kill a mid-level ultimate god who has consolidated his cultivation base. I'm not lying to you. If you really want to go, don't blame me if you die. Don't go there. It's best not to go there. There's a monster sweeping through that direction. What monster? A low-level ultimate god who hasn't even consolidated his cultivation base can kill a mid-level ultimate god who has consolidated his cultivation base. Are you afraid? At this moment, a large area in the direction Duan Ling Tian was heading in had become a forbidden area due to the word of mouth of some passers-by. It was a forbidden area that even lower ultimate gods and medium ultimate gods did not dare to enter. In the beginning, there were still a few mid-level ultimate gods who were not afraid of death who took the risk. However, when they saw a few mid-level ultimate gods being killed from afar, those who were hiding in the dark retreated in fear. He's a monster. Although he's just a lower ultimate god, his comprehension of the law of space has reached the point where he can illuminate 1,000,000 miles. On top of that, he's also mastered the terrifying sword principle and control principle. I even feel that the sword in his hand is not simple. It must be a divine sword that has fused with the embryo of a supreme divine weapon. Some of the sharp-eyed mid-level ultimate gods who were hiding in the dark saw through some of Duan Lingtian's techniques. Due to this reason, as the news about Duan Ling Tian spread, everyone was shocked. The monster. When the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory opens in 60 years, who will be able to compete with him on the lower Ultimate Gods ranking list? As far as I know, the competition for the lower Ultimate Gods ranking list should be the most intense. It's said that the rewards this time will tempt even Ultimate Gods. The higher the ranking, the more divine corrupting springs there will be. What? You don't know what the divine corrupting spring is? You're ignorant. The divine corrupting spring is a divine item that is said to be equivalent to a mid-level lower ultimate god's 1,000 years of cultivation. That's not something that belongs to our world. To be precise, it's impossible for such a thing to exist in our world. What does not belong to our world mean? I don't really understand. I've only heard about it from others. As people talked about the upgraded version of the Chaos Territories ranking list, more and more people knew about Duan Ling Tian, the peerless monster among the lower ultimate gods. At this time, some people who were observant felt that Duan Ling Tian was being too high profile, especially those in the upper echelons who knew a lot more. If that purple-clad young man is not a descendant of an ultimate god, I'm afraid he'll be in trouble soon. You heard about it too? I think so too. If that person doesn't have a backer, he'll be in trouble. 60 years later, when the upgraded version of the Chaos Territories ranking list is released, the competition for the lower ultimate gods will undoubtedly be the fiercest. Moreover, many descendants of ultimate gods will compete for this ranking list. Although they're usually taken care of by the ultimate gods, there's a limit to how much they can take care of them. Even the ultimate gods themselves don't have something like the divine corrupting spring. This time, they'll definitely fight to the death for this ranking list. In their eyes, that purple-clad young man is just a stepping stone. We can't rule out the possibility that someone already has their eyes on him and is even gathering experts to kill him. I think so too. That person can fight against a medium ultimate god, but what if he's a top medium ultimate god? What if he's a higher ultimate god? How can he be a match for them? Let's not talk about top medium ultimate gods, let alone higher ultimate gods. Even if a dozen or 20 medium ultimate gods surround him, how can he be a match for them? This is the consequence of being high profile. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. While many people in the upper echelons thought Duan Ling Tian was going to be in trouble, Ning Yixuan, who had just entered the Chaos Territory, heard the news. A purple-clad young man who has mastered the sword principle. Have you heard of the control principle? This piece of information sounded familiar to him. It was unforgettable for him. Back then, in the single secret realm that he had opened after accumulating many years of battle merits, he had almost died in the hands of his opponent. His opponent was a purple-clad young man who was also skilled in the sword principle and the control principle. He had also mastered the law of space. He had not consolidated his cultivation base yet. The only difference was, at that time, his opponent had only mastered the law of space to the point where the weak light could reach 100,000 miles. Now, he was hearing about a monster who had mastered the law of space to the point where the light could reach 1,000,000 miles. Of course, even so, he did not think that there were two people. I didn't expect. He had another big breakthrough so soon. The law of space has improved further. His current strength is even stronger. Ning Yixuan felt powerless. Now, everyone is guessing whether that fellow has an ultimate god as his backer. Thinking about the words he had heard recently, Ning Yixuan could not help but shake his head. No one knew better than him that that person was just someone from a lower dimension and did not have an ultimate god as his backer. He had specially asked around to understand the other party. The other party did not have a backer. He was just a nobody. It was also because of this that he had almost been killed by the other party last time, which made him very frustrated and even a little self-destructive at one point. Fortunately, he had recovered in the end. Now, he also had a new goal, which was to defeat the other party. This would be the motivation to spur him on. In particular, when he heard that the other party had mastered the law of space to the point where the light could reach 1,000,000 miles, the pressure on him increased, and at the same time, the motivation also increased. Now, I don't know if he is still moving forward with a low profile. I also don't know if he knows that his so-called low profile has now become a joke. Ning Yixuan muttered as he shook his head. The descendants of those ultimate gods, especially those who have been stuck in the lower-level ultimate god realm for many years and are not confident about the next heavenly tribulation, must see him as a thorn in their side now. Now, I'm afraid there are people gathering to deal with him. If he dies, does that mean my goal is gone? Originally, this should have been a good thing. After all, if the other party died, he would still be the most outstanding existence among the younger generation in the various planes of gods. However, Ning Yixuan always felt that he would lose his goal and his original motivation would also be gone. This is not a good thing for me. What a worrisome fellow. A few days later, Duan Lingtian, who felt that something was wrong, was just about to leave the area ahead when the road ahead was blocked after walking for a while. More than a dozen figures appeared in front of him, staring at him fiercely. More than a dozen people, all of them medium ultimate gods. Only one of them was not a medium ultimate god. This person was a lesser ultimate god. He was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Boy, you're really strong. You've just entered the ultimate god stage, but you're able to kill a medium ultimate god who has consolidated his cultivation base. When the middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes said this, there was a strong sense of jealousy in the depths of his eyes. As the grandson of an ultimate god, he was usually high and mighty. Even a higher-level ultimate god would be respectful in front of him because he had an ultimate god grandfather who doted on him. However, at that moment, he did not feel any sense of superiority in front of the purple-clad young man in front of him. Although he was the descendant of an ultimate god, his talent and comprehension were limited. He even felt that he would be severely injured in the next heavenly tribulation because the previous heavenly tribulation had already injured him. This time, the appearance of the divine corrupting spring gave him hope of increasing his strength in a short period of time. Because of that, when he heard that there was a tiger in the road, he did not even plan to go out and ask for help from a higher-level ultimate god. Instead, he directly gathered more than a dozen unfamiliar medium ultimate gods. He even promised them that once they killed the target, they would not be mistreated. In fact, after confirming that the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was the descendant of an ultimate god, these medium ultimate gods could not wait to curry favor with him and eagerly followed him. You came especially for me? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Chapter 4283. Duan Lingtian was certain that he was being watched. Recently, he had not met anyone along the way. It seemed that there was a reason for this. Perhaps he was already famous now. There must be someone spying on him but did not show up. Unless he searched everywhere, it would be difficult to find all the people hiding in the dark. Those he had killed earlier were basically people who took the initiative to show up. There were only a few people who he had killed. Kid, remember to keep a low profile if there's an afterlife. The middle-aged man smiled coldly and raised his hand. Everyone, let's do it. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the dozen or so medium-level ultimate gods behind him flew out one by one. Their auras shook the area and their auras surged. Rays of dazzling attacks pierced through the sky and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's face turned solemn when he saw the dozen or so mid-level ultimate gods attacking him in unison and discovered that there were many outstanding mid-level ultimate gods among them. Although there were no top-level mid-level ultimate gods among their attacks so far, there were a few outstanding mid-level ultimate gods among them. A few heaven and earth vision that illuminated 1,000,000 miles had appeared. A mid-level ultimate god who had comprehended the power of law to the point of illuminating 1,000,000 miles was considered one of the best even among the mid-level ultimate gods. Even though Duan Lingtian was confident in his own strength, his expression could not help but change. It was one thing to be confident in himself. However, the dozen or so mid-level ultimate gods in front of him were no weaklings. All of them had joined forces to attack him, leaving him with no way to deal with them. Even if he used all his techniques and had the divine tree of life, he would not be able to fight them head-on, unless all of the 5 divine elements had recovered and awakened. Moreover, the 5 divine elements had to be at their peak. However, the 5 divine elements were currently in deep slumber and recovering. It was impossible for them to recover to their peak in a short period of time. Therefore, it was unrealistic to fight the dozen or so people in front of him. If half of them were eliminated, he might still be able to fight them. Who the hell is this person? I can't believe he found so many mid-level ultimate gods to kill me. There's no lack of outstanding mid-level ultimate gods among them. Duan Lingtian's gaze? In the blink of an eye, it landed on the middle-aged man. It was as if she wanted to imprint his appearance in her heart. And at this very moment, he wanted to teleport? But it was also a discovery? The other party also had an existence that was proficient in the laws of space, and clearly knew that he was proficient in the laws of space. As soon as he made his move, he immediately disrupted the surrounding space. There was no way to teleport. He could only brace himself? He dodged to the side, avoiding the combined attack of more than 10 people. Whoosh! The 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's avatar of the laws of space also appeared in a flash. Similarly, he wielded his sword and attacked. But even so, even though he did not face the attacks of the dozen or so people head-on, he was still suppressed to the point that he instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. At the same time, the dozen or so people attacked again. They all charged at him. Kid, what are you looking at me for? You want to take revenge on me? I'm afraid you can only wait for your next life. Remember, this young master's name is Hong Zhang. This young master's grandfather is the omnipotent expert, Hong Weilu. The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes smiled brightly. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too high profile. As the grandson of an omnipotent expert, even I am not as high profile as you. Today, unless you also have an omnipotent expert behind you, and he left you with a life-saving method, you will definitely die. Speaking of this, the middle-aged man's face seemed to be smiling like a flower. In his eyes, there was a mixture of jealousy and gloating. So what if his talent and comprehension were strong? Wasn't he still going to die here? So what if his talent and comprehension were not as good as his opponents? With a raise of his arm, there would still be a group of middle-level ultimate gods who would risk their lives for him to kill this peerless genius for him. After you die, there will be a place reserved for the upgraded version of the Chaos region's lower-level ultimate gods list in the future. This is also the reason why I want to kill you. In the eyes of the middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian was already a dead man, so there was no hesitation in his words, and at the same time, there was a strange sense of pleasure. This was a peerless genius. But he died in his hands. In the future, when he met the descendants of other omnipotent experts, he would be able to brag. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with extreme excitement. The grandson of an omnipotent expert? After hearing the middle-aged man's words, Duan Lingtian also understood why the middle-aged man was targeting him. It was obvious that the middle-aged man was worried that he would occupy a place in the top 10 of the lower-level ultimate gods list in the upgraded version of the Chaos region more than 60 years later. He was blocking the middle-aged man's path. When the middle-aged man first appeared, he could see that the middle-aged man was also a lower-level ultimate god. It seems that even the descendants of omnipotent experts value the upgraded version of the Chaos region's lower-level ultimate gods list very much. Otherwise, why would they spend so much effort to kill me? But isn't the last place in the top 10 of the list just a drop of some kind of liquid? Could it be that the liquid is not simple? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized that he might have misunderstood something. The drop of liquid obtained from the 10th place in the upgraded version of the Chaos region's same level list might not be that simple. In a hurry, Duan Lingtian once again avoided the attacks of more than a dozen middle-level ultimate gods. This time, he still could not find a breakthrough point. The attacks of more than a dozen middle-level ultimate gods were too concentrated. This time, he was injured. The blood in his body was churning and his divine power was vibrating. If it were not for his 99 heavenly veins, he would not have been able to suppress his restless divine power. I have to think of a way to escape. If I continue to fight and get injured again, it will be even more difficult for me to escape. At this moment, although he was in danger, Duan Lingtian's heart was extremely calm. At this moment, he could only face it calmly. If he did not calm down, he would only die faster. Keep an eye on him. He's trying to escape. There were a total of 17 middle-level ultimate gods. 4 of them had mastered the ability to illuminate 1,000,000 miles. Among them, there was no lack of insightful people. Very quickly, they saw some clues from Duan Lingtian's trembling body and rhythmic divine power. Immediately, the 4 strongest middle-level ultimate gods took the lead and went forward to intercept him. The remaining 13 middle-level ultimate gods followed suit. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression became extremely ugly. Now that he was exposed, it would be even more difficult to escape. Originally, he did not have much confidence. Now, his chances were even lower. I've been too careless. Ever since I entered the dimensional battlefield, I've never encountered an absolute crisis. I've gotten used to everything going smoothly. I should have known that someone might have seen me kill those people. I should have also known that once many people saw me kill them, I would be exposed to a lot of people. This time, I've been too careless. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also knew that he had been too careless. If he had not stayed in this place all the time and changed places every once in a while, he would not have become a target for others. However, he had been moving in a straight line, which undoubtedly gave others a chance to find him. Sister Shui, can you all wake up and help? In the face of 17 middle-level ultimate gods, Duan Lingtian could only rely on the power of the sacred tree of life to avoid further injuries. The small world in his body opened up and the sacred tree of life's life force continuously swept out and entered Duan Lingtian's body, quickly healing his light injuries. At the same time, the sacred tree of life projected a looming shadow to block the attacks of the 17 middle-level ultimate gods. However, the stalemate only lasted for a moment before the shadow of the sacred tree of life was instantly shattered. Even the weaker higher ultimate gods would not be able to escape death if they did not run away and fought head-on with 17 middle-level ultimate gods of such strength. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was a lower ultimate god who had just entered the ultimate god realm. Even if he had the ability to kill some middle-level ultimate gods, he could only kill 2 or 3 middle-level ultimate gods who had comprehended the power of law to the point of illuminating millions of miles and had not mastered the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. This was under the condition that he was relying on the power of the sacred tree of life. Today, you will die without a doubt. Boy, you have nowhere to run. After the 17 middle-level ultimate gods destroyed the shadow of the sacred tree of life, they charged towards Duan Lingtian. Colorful energy shrouded the void and dazzled brilliantly. However, Duan Lingtian did not have the time to enjoy the beautiful scene in front of him. In his eyes, it was like the Grim Reaper's scythe that could take his life at any time. At this moment, the eyes of the lower ultimate god Hongzhangyi, who claimed to be the grandson of an ultimate expert, burned with jealousy again. This guy even has the sacred tree of life. He has mastered the sword Tao and the Tao of heaven, and he has a complete sacred tree of life in his small world. This guy is really lucky. As the descendant of an ultimate expert, even if his strength was average, his vision was not comparable to ordinary people. He could see at a glance that Duan Lingtian had a complete sacred tree of life in his small world. It was not the manifestation of the sacred tree of life that the ultimate expert had given him. If this guy grows up in the future, he may become an existence on par with my grandfather one day. I must kill him. If he doesn't die and becomes an ultimate expert in the future, even my grandfather might not be able to protect me if he really wants to kill me. Hongzhangyi knew very well that although his grandfather doted on him, if he offended an ultimate expert, his grandfather would most likely give up on him in order to avoid offending the ultimate expert. After all, he was not the only grandson of his grandfather. Little Tian. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's small world. It sounded weak. We haven't recovered much from the previous battle. Even if we attack with all our might, we won't be able to help you much. However, since you've come to us, it means you're in a very dangerous situation. That's the case with... At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water knew it had no choice but to awaken the other 4 divine elements to help Duan Lingtian with the remaining energy it had just regained. Chapter 4284. From the world-cleansing divine water's point of view, she and the other 5 divine elements had no choice but to help Duan Lingtian even if there was not much of a chance. Even if there was only a slim chance, they had to help him. Duan Lingtian was their chosen host. Throughout their journey, Duan Lingtian had not let them down. In just a few hundred years, he had brought them close to their highest form. Coupled with Duan Lingtian's current achievements, they even felt that Duan Lingtian would be able to become a supreme powerhouse within 10,000 years. In fact, he might even be able to turn them into independent life forms. They no longer needed to look for a host to attach themselves to. Because of this, whether it was her or the other 4 divine elements, they did not have the option of being unlucky. However, the world-cleansing divine water was about to awaken the other 4 divine elements when it was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. Sister Water, there's no need for that. The reason he interrupted the world-cleansing divine water was not because Duan Lingtian had the ability to escape. Instead, it was because someone else had arrived. This person had attacked his opponents as soon as he arrived and had taken some of the pressure off him. The newcomer was also a lower ultimate god. Although he was only a lower ultimate god, his combat strength was extremely strong. However, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned when he saw the newcomer. Why was it him? At that moment, the person who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was none other than the opponent he had met in the solo secret realm in exchange for his battle merits. He was Ning Yixuan, the young genius of the Ning clan from the land of sanctions. Initially, Jian Wushuang did not know much about Ning Yixuan. However, when he went to several military camps, he heard many people talking about Ning Yixuan. It was only then that he realized how outstanding Ning Yixuan was. It turned out that he was only a few thousand years old. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to join forces with Ning Yishuan, one of the 17 medium ultimate gods' faces changed when he saw Ning Yishuan's face. Stop! This is young Master Ning Yishuan from the Ning family of the Land of Sanctions. This medium-level ultimate god was one of the 4 strongest among the 17 medium-level ultimate gods. He was a high-ranking official of one of the ultimate god-level factions in the Sanction lands. Who was the faction behind him? Was it related to the Ning family in countless ways? Many generations had arranged marriages, and even the current generation had arranged marriages between direct descendants. So, he knew Ning Yishuan, the Land of Sanctions, the Ning clan, Ning Yishuan. The expressions of the other medium-level ultimate gods changed as soon as the middle-aged man spoke. Ning Yishuan? They naturally knew each other. He was the strongest person in the younger generation of the Ning family in the Land of Sanctions. In fact, there was no one more outstanding than him among the younger generation in the Land of Sanctions, or even the younger generation in the various divine planes. He was once publicly acknowledged as the #1 person of the younger generation. It was also because of this that they had all heard that this Ning Yishuan was highly valued by that supreme expert of the Ning family, and his status was extremely high in the eyes of that supreme expert. This person? He wasn't someone they could afford to provoke. In the blink of an eye, everyone stopped. Then, they all looked at the middle-aged man behind them at the same time. It was Hong Zhangyi who claimed to be the supreme expert's grandson. Both of them had supreme experts as their backers. They couldn't afford to provoke them. Now, they regretted helping Hong Zhangyi. If they had known that Ning Yishuan was behind the target, they wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Ning Yishuan. At this moment, Hong Zhangyi also recognized Ning Yishuan. He had seen Ning Yishuan once in the past and was envious of this genius Ning Yishuan. Although he wasn't the grandson of that supreme expert of the Ning family, according to his grandfather, that supreme expert of the Ning family regarded Ning Yishuan as more important than his own grandson. Hong Zhangyi. Ning Yishuan obviously knew Hong Zhangyi as well. He said calmly, "You got someone to kill him because you're worried that he'll occupy one of the spots on the upgraded lower ultimate god ranking list in the Chaos region. I'll definitely enter the realm of a medium-level ultimate god before that. By then, one of the top 10 spots on the lower ultimate god ranking list will be empty. Give me some face and leave with your people. How about it?" Ning Yishuan opened his mouth. Although his tone was calm, it was not aggressive. No matter what, the person in front of him was the grandson of a supreme expert. He was used to being arrogant. In order to not cause any trouble, Ning Yishuan did not pressure him with his power. It was a completely negotiable tone. Hong Zhangyi's ugly expression eased a lot at this moment. At the same time, he nodded. "Since you, Ning Yishuan, want to protect him, I'll naturally give you face. Let's leave it at that." After that, Hong Zhangyi glanced at Duan Lingtian again with some unwillingness in the depths of his eyes. He was so close to killing him. He did not expect Ning Yishuan to appear halfway. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Zhangyi left with the dozen or so medium-level ultimate gods. The dozen or so medium-level ultimate gods also transmitted their apologies to Ning Yishuan and Duan Lingtian at this time, saying that they had eyes but failed to recognize such a great person. More than half of them said that they had been coerced by Hong Zhangyi. In this regard, Duan Lingtian only listened to them with one ear and out with the other. However, he would remember Hong Zhangyi. "I thought that someone who was more outstanding than I, Ning Yishuan, was a smart person. I didn't expect you to be so stupid to put yourself in such a dangerous situation." Ning Yishuan looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled coldly after Hong Zhangyi and the others had completely disappeared from sight. Duan Lingtian did not get angry, although he heard the disdain in Ning Yishuan's tone. He looked at Ning Yishuan solemnly and said, "I owe you my life." Pumph. Ning Yishuan snorted coldly. "I saved you because I wanted to get back the 2 embryos of the supreme divine artifacts that Ancestor gave you back then. It should be worth it to exchange your life for those 2 embryos of the supreme divine artifacts, right? Of course. Not to mention 2 embryos of supreme artifacts, even if there were hundreds or thousands of embryos of supreme artifacts, Duan Lingtian did not think that they were more important than his life. If he lost his life, he would lose everything. If he had died in my hands, no one would be able to save me today. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He felt that fate was fickle. Originally, there were some things that he was unwilling to accept, but now, he felt that he was lucky. Before today, he did not even dare to think that he would overturn his previous thoughts. I must always remember this encounter in my heart to remind myself, no matter what, I must not be careless. I must think of all possibilities. Duan Lingtian secretly warned himself that he would never make the same mistake a second time. Not long after Duan Lingtian left, several groups of people entered the area where Duan Lingtian had gone. Without exception, these people were the descendants of supreme experts and the people they had brought with them. Among them, there were many high-level ultimate gods. Where is he? Did he run away? Why can't I find him? Didn't they say that he was in this area? With his speed, he can't have reached the front so quickly, right? Let's go ahead and look for him. Although Duan Lingtian could only occupy a place on the lower-level ultimate gods list in the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone 60 years later, the group of descendants of supreme experts thought much more. With Duan Lingtian's strength, it was possible for him to reach the top of the lower-level ultimate gods list. Among them, a few descendants of supreme experts even knew that Ning Yixuan had been defeated by the purple-clothed young man. Some people even knew the purple-clothed young man's identity. Land of Xianxia, Myriad Arts Academy, Duan Lingtian. Chapter 4285. In the past, the battle between Duan Lingtian and Ning Yixuan in the secret realm was supposed to be a very private matter. However, as the Ning clan's utmost powerhouse broke the rules of the planar battlefield and hastily intervened to save Ning Yixuan, he was punished in the utmost powerhouse conference. At the same time, many utmost powerhouses who were curious about the ins and outs of this matter also found out about it. Some of the supreme powerhouses also told their descendants about this matter. The descendants of the strongest experts were also very curious about the lower-level ultimate god who almost killed Ning Yixuan, especially when the other party was just a lower-level ultimate god who had yet to consolidate his cultivation base. After a large-scale investigation that encompassed all the planes of gods, they quickly locked onto a single person, the mysterious Handle Land, the Myriad Arts Academy, Duan Lingtian. Among the strongest lower-level ultimate gods in the current generation of the Planes of Gods, Duan Lingtian was the only one who had yet to consolidate his cultivation base. Of course, the Duan Lingtian that appeared in the Myriad Arts Academy in the end was a higher-level god emperor who had consolidated his cultivation base. However, Duan Lingtian's rapid advancement from a higher-level god emperor to a higher-level god emperor left them with no doubt that Duan Lingtian would be able to make another breakthrough in a short time in the planar battlefield. After making a breakthrough, he would naturally be a lower-level ultimate god who had yet to consolidate his cultivation base. Moreover, according to their strongest experts' fathers, grandfathers, and even ancestors, the young man who had almost killed Ning Yixuan was also wearing a purple robe at that time. The Duan Lingtian of the Myriad Arts Academy in the mysterious Handle Land was usually wearing a purple robe. This way, everything matched up. In addition, a lower-level ultimate god wearing a purple robe who was strong enough to kill most medium-level ultimate gods and had yet to consolidate his cultivation base appeared in the Chaos region where the three planar battlefield intersected. It was not difficult for them to guess that the other party was Duan Lingtian. As for why Duan Lingtian was not in the Chaos region where the profound Zen battlefield and the other two realm battlefields converged, they were puzzled as well. However, they did not deny the fact that Duan Lingtian was in the Chaos region. Although Duan Lingtian is very talented, he has yet to consolidate his cultivation base. the path of ultimate God realm cultivation is 1,000 times harder than the Emperor God realm. It's impossible for him to consolidate his cultivation base before the upgraded Chaos region opens, let alone enter the medium-level ultimate God realm. Therefore, he is a great threat to us lower-level ultimate gods. With his strength, the first place on the lower-level ultimate god list will be within his reach after the upgraded Chaos region opens. He has no background, we don't have to worry about getting into trouble if we kill him. Although there were shadows of supreme experts behind the Myriad Arts Academy, they were not supreme experts of the Myriad Arts Academy. It was almost impossible for them to take revenge on the descendants of supreme experts just because of a disciple of the Myriad Arts Academy. Moreover, a dead genius was even less worthy for those experts to make a move. Even supreme experts would weigh the pros and cons after the fact. Killing Duan Lingtian is equivalent to having one less competitor on the lower-level ultimate god list in the upgraded Chaos region. If I'm only at the 11th place now, I'll be able to enter the top 10 after his death. Kill him. We must kill him. Due to the fact that Duan Lingtian did not have any connections or background, the group of descendants of the supreme powerhouses had no qualms about killing him. Even Duan Lingtian did not know that after he left, so many descendants of the supreme powerhouses were conducting a thorough search in that area. Among them, more than half of the descendants of supreme experts had brought their upper-level ultimate gods with them. In the following days, many descendants of supreme experts would meet each other face to face in that area. The first thing they said when they met was, "Did you find that guy?" However, Duan Lingtian had left first, causing them to miss their target. Not long after, some descendants of supreme experts found out that Hong Zhangyi, who was also a descendant of supreme experts, had once led more than 10 middle-level ultimate gods to find and kill the target. At the same time, they also found out that Ning Yixuan had appeared in time to save Duan Lingtian. I was wondering why we couldn't find that guy. It turns out that someone had acted rashly and alerted the enemy. Hong Zhangyi is too useless. He brought more than 10 middle-level ultimate gods, but he still couldn't kill Duan Lingtian before Ning Yixuan showed up. Why would Ning Yixuan help Duan Lingtian? Didn't Duan Lingtian almost kill him? Could it be that this purple-clothed youth is not the same person as Duan Lingtian? Or the person Ning Yixuan met earlier wasn't Duan Lingtian? If it's really that person, why did Ning Yixuan save him? That's the person who almost killed him. Moreover, he even harmed the Ning family's ancestor because of this. The group of descendants of supreme experts whispered to each other, unable to understand why Ning Yixuan would save that purple-clothed youth. There were also many people who felt that Hong Zhangyi was not efficient enough. If he had killed that purple-clothed youth earlier, even if Ning Yixuan appeared later, he would be powerless. However, no one felt that Hong Zhangyi giving Ning Yixuan face was anything, because if it were any of them, if Ning Yixuan appeared before the other party died, they would not be able to kill him. Because they were not willing to offend Ning Yixuan. They were even happy to do Ning Yixuan a favor. Ning Yixuan was not an ordinary descendant of a supreme expert. He was a descendant of a supreme expert who had the potential to become the second supreme expert of the Ning family. This kind of supreme expert's descendant was also the most valued by the later supreme experts. As descendants of supreme experts, they knew this very well. Duan Lingtian fled tens of thousands of miles away. Next, he no longer walked forward in a straight line. Instead, he wandered to the south, then to the north, then to the east and then to the west. His whereabouts were erratic. Even if someone found him and spread the news, it would be too late by the time the descendants of supreme experts came with reinforcements. Having learned his lesson once, Duan Lingtian naturally would not put himself in danger again. He wandered here and there without any pattern, so he did not worry about being blocked. In addition, Duan Lingtian would not stay in the same place for too long. Later, although there were descendants of supreme experts who came with reinforcements, they still came up empty-handed. What Duan Lingtian did not expect was, as time passed, some descendants of supreme experts began to speculate about his identity and origin to others. Gradually, more and more people knew his identity. Have you heard? That low-level supreme god who could kill a medium-level supreme god when he just entered the supreme god realm is from the Myriad Arts Academy in the Xianxia land. His name is Duan Lingtun. Now, he's not even 1,000 years old. It's been confirmed. In the past, this Duan Lingtian almost killed Ning Yixuan from the Ning clan in the single-person's secret realm. Oh my god! This Duan Lingtian is really not even 1,000 years old? You have to know that Ning Yixuan is already a peerless genius. Not to mention him, there's no one among the younger generation in the various planes of gods who can catch up to his current achievements at his age. If all of this is true, doesn't this Duan Lingtian deserve to be called the #1 genius among the younger generation in the various planes of gods? I still don't quite believe it. A young man who's not even 1,000 years old can have such achievements? That's too exaggerated. Even if he's a descendant of a supreme expert, no matter how much they dote on him, it's impossible for him to have such achievements at his age. As the name Duan Lingtian spread, more and more people knew about his existence. At the same time, there were also people who deliberately went to the Myriad Arts Academy in the Xianxia land to inquire about Duan Lingtian. It would have been better if they did not inquire about it. After some investigation, they found it hard to believe. The speed of Duan Lingtian's rise was far more exaggerated than they had imagined. At the same time, they confirmed that Duan Lingtian did not have any powerful background behind him, nor did he have any supreme experts who stood behind him to support him and help him. He had to rely on himself for everything. It was also because of this that they were even more shocked. As a result, when they returned to the Chaos region where the battlefield of the Divine Judgment and the other two planes of existence intersected and brought back the news, it caused an even bigger commotion. Someone personally went to confirm. Duan Lingtian is indeed not even 1,000 years old. How terrifying! Do you think there's such a monster in the past? Maybe there has been. Who knows? After all, this world has a long history, and many things have been buried in the long river of history. What we can be sure of is that, if such a monster appeared in history, as long as he didn't die prematurely, he would definitely become a heaven-defying character in the future. At the same time, he would have a higher chance of becoming a supreme expert than others. This Duan Lingtian does not have any status or background, and he must have had many fortuitous encounters to reach where he is today from the lower planes. It won't be that easy to kill him. Last time, so many descendants of supreme experts wanted to kill him, but no one succeeded, right? I feel that since there's no news about Duan Lingtian recently, he might have been killed by some supreme powerhouse's descendant. However, they were afraid of offending Ning Yixuan, so they didn't spread the news. That's also possible. Recently, Duan Lingtian had found a secluded place to cultivate in seclusion. He did not expect his reputation to grow in the Chaos realm where the gods' judgment battlefield intersected with the other two planes' battlefields. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating in seclusion, in another part of the Chaos realm, a sloppy middle-aged man had just walked out of a secret realm. When he arrived at the military camp where the people from the 6 planes were gathered, he was stunned when he heard the news about Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian? He's from the lower planes? He has mastered the Sword Tao and the Tao of control of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. He's from the Myriad Law's palace in the Mystic Handle land? He's not even 1,000 years old. Also, the divine artifact he usually uses is a divine sword with 7-colored light revolving around it. Xianxia was completely dumbfounded when he heard the news. The name matched up. The divine artifact he used matched up as well. Wasn't it the 7 orifices exquisite sword that he had given away? Could he have been killed by someone named Duan Lingtian and taken the 7 orifices exquisite sword? Xianxia muttered to himself. If Duan Lingtian was really his nephew's son-in-law, how heaven-defying would his achievements be? Chapter 4286. In Xiajia's opinion, he had only met his niece's son-in-law not too long ago. 800 years was a very short time for him. In fact, if he were to enter seclusion for 800 years, he would be in seclusion for 800 years. How could a person from the mundane realm become a lower ultimate god in 800 years? Is that even possible? Although Xiajia hoped Duan Ling Tian was his niece's husband, he felt it was unrealistic. In fact, he felt it was impossible. But what was going on with all the things he had heard? Did these people conspire to deceive him? However, did they know him? They were from 6 realms of gods. Moreover, all of them had said the same thing. It did not seem like he was worthy of their cooperation. What's going on? Xiajia was still in a daze. After a while, Xiajia finally calmed down. At the same time, he was certain of a few things. First, it was impossible for the people around him to deceive him. Second, it was impossible for someone with the same name as Duan Ling Tian to kill his niece's son-in-law and impersonate him. Third, his niece's son-in-law was a sword user as well. Moreover, he was quite skilled in the sword as well. For this reason, he had given the 7 orifices exquisite sword to him. Fourth, if he wanted to know if Duan Ling Tian was his niece's son-in-law, all he had to do was look for him. After calming down, Xiajia no longer thought about it. I'll go look for him and see if he's my niece's son-in-law. As long as I see him, I'll be able to confirm if he's my niece's son-in-law or not. Although Xiajia was not completely sure if Duan Ling Tian was his niece's son-in-law. However, in his opinion, this was too much of a coincidence. It was very likely that Duan Ling Tian was his niece's son-in-law, even if he did not think it was possible for Duan Ling Tian to achieve so much in just 800 years. While Xiajia was learning about Duan Ling Tian, another person who knew Duan Ling Tian had also heard about Duan Ling Tian in the Chaos region where the God's Adjudication battlefield and the other 2 battlefields intersected. It can't be him, but isn't all of this too much of a coincidence? When Linghu Renfeng heard that there was a monster called Duan Ling Tian in the Chaos territory that she was in, her first reaction was that this was a monster with the same name as her son-in-law. She even thought that it would be great if her son-in-law was also so monstrous. In that case, it would definitely be a good thing for her poor daughter. Only men were strong enough? Only then could he better protect his woman. Of this, she firmly believed. Back then, if it wasn't for the fact that her man wasn't strong enough to recognize her existence, he wouldn't have been able to protect her life. She wouldn't have to wander around with her other daughter. Although, she had always felt that he was a heartless man, but in fact, it was more of a way to comfort herself so that she wouldn't have no one to vent her feelings on. This Duan Ling Tian? It was someone from the Profound Handle Land. It's also in the Profound Handle Land. With the same name, they're all from the Profound Handle Land, and they're all from the lower planes? They are all less than 1,000 years old. Is it really him? Linghu Renfeng was still in disbelief. She even asked her daughter at one point. Chuyin, what do you think? Could it be him? Mother. Linghu Chuyin said, don't forget? Back then, brother-in-law's achievements in the Profound Handle Land? It also surprised you, and you even personally went to find him and left him some things? At that time, brother-in-law was already not an ordinary person. Can an ordinary person enter the Profound Handle Land and become a god in a short few hundred years? When Linghu Chuyin's words fell into Linghu Renfeng's ears, it also made her wake up from her dream. That's right. Back then, if she hadn't seen Duan Ling Tian in the Profound Handle Land with her own eyes, how would she dare to believe that he was the husband that her daughter had found in the lower planes in this life? Even if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, if it had been someone else who told her, she also wouldn't dare to believe that he could kill his way from the mundane world to the Profound Handle Land in a short few hundred years. Then it should be him. His talent and comprehension ability really can't be measured by normal logic. Linghu Renfeng nodded and sighed. It's just that I didn't expect him to have entered the realm of lesser god. Regardless of strength, just based on cultivation alone, he's already ahead of me. As for strength, Linghu Renfeng admitted that she was far inferior. After all, The other party could even kill lesser gods. Moreover, there were many lesser gods who had died in his hands. Clearly, the one he killed might not be the weakest lesser gods. Mother, brother-in-law must have come here for elder sister, Ling Hu Chuyin said. Ling Hu Chuyin said. She felt that this was not difficult to guess. If Ling Hu Chaui could think of this, what more Ling Hu Renfeng? Now that he's here, I can be more at ease. This chaos region is too chaotic. Ling Hu Renfeng glanced at Ling Hu Chuyin and sighed. Your mother has let you down. I'm the one who's looking for my daughter, and I even brought you here to take risks. Since that brother-in-law of yours has come in, and he's so powerful, and his reputation has spread far and wide, as long as that girl Xue is still alive, as long as she's still in the God's Inquisition battlefield, she'll definitely hear about him and go find him. We definitely won't be as efficient as him in finding Xue. Let's go out. Now, there's not much use in continuing to stay here. Along the way, she had brought her daughter Ling Hu Chuyin to search for her other daughter, Xianxia. During this time, they had encountered many dangers. Although they had averted danger several times, every time she thought of it, she would still be frightened and break out in cold sweat. It didn't matter if she died. She was more concerned about her daughter's safety. Originally, she felt that it was unfair to put her other daughter in danger in order to find her other daughter. However, she had no choice. She couldn't watch her daughter die. Now, she knew that her daughter's husband had come, and he was even more powerful than her. Now, in the Chaos region where the God's Inquisition battlefield and the other two battlefields intersected, the probability of finding her daughter was much higher. Under such circumstances, there was not much use in her staying. Mother, why don't we go look for brother-in-law? Ling Hu Chuyin said, we can meet up with brother-in-law and then go look for big sister together. Look for him for what? Ling Hu Renfeng shook her head. To drag him down? Let's go. Ling Hu Renfeng did not say anything more to her daughter. Instead, she brought her to the teleportation formation in the military camp and teleported to the military camp of the God's Inquisition battlefield outside the Chaos region. The teleportation formation in the military camp of the Chaos region was unable to teleport people out of the dimensional battlefield. One could only teleport to a military camp of a certain dimensional battlefield and then leave through the teleportation formation in the military camp. Duan Lingtian was currently in closed-door training. He did not know that many of his acquaintances had already found out about him in the Chaos region. His mother-in-law and sister-in-law had cleverly left the Chaos region and the dimensional battlefield. Xianxia, the third uncle of his wife Ker's previous life, was also looking for him. However, as Duan Lingtian had found a secluded place to train in closed-door training, he had not shown himself recently. Although Xianxia had looked for Duan Lingtian in several places where Duan Lingtian had last appeared, he had not been able to find Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, he could only choose to give up. That's not right. Suddenly, Xianxia remembered something. Since that kid has come to the battlefield of the God's Inquisition, it means that he can go to the world of divine remains at any time, and he doesn't know that Xue is not in the world of divine remains. Xianxia remembered clearly that his niece, Xianxia, had entered the dimensional battlefield back then. Duan Lingtian's parents and family did not know about it. Therefore, even if Duan Lingtian had reunited with his family later on, it was impossible for him to know that his niece had entered the dimensional battlefield. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian would definitely go to the Xia family in the world of divine remains first. Leave the Chaos realm, leave the dimensional battlefield, and return to the Xia family. Xianxia quickly made up his mind. However, Xianxia would never have thought that Duan Lingtian had long known that Ker had entered the dimensional battlefield. However, he had not heard it from his parents, family, or friends. Instead, he had heard it from Ling Hu Renjie in the Mystic Handle Land. Ling Hu Renjie was the elder brother of his mother-in-law. Ling Hu Renjie had also heard about this from his mother-in-law, Ling Hu Renfeng. However, although Duan Lingtian had known about this for a long time, After arriving at the battlefield of the God's Inquisition, he had indeed gone to the world of divine remains and the Xia family. Of course, his purpose was to find out if Kerr had returned to the Xia family. At the same time, he also wanted to make a trip to the Yun family. After leaving the Chaos Realm and returning to the military camp in the battlefield of the God's Inquisition, Xianxia immediately teleported back to the world of divine remains. After that, he headed north and returned to the Xia family. After returning to the Xia family, Xianxia learned from the people around him that someone had looked for his niece, Xia Ningxue. At that time, that person had looked for the son of the person beside him. He said that his name is Duan Lingtian. Is he Xue Er's husband? It's really him. It's finally confirmed. Good lad. Amazing. How long has it been? In just 800 years, he has actually come this far from the mundane realm. After confirming that Duan Lingtian, who had caused a stir in the Chaos Realm, was his niece's husband, Xianxia's face lit up with joy. At the same time, he looked as if this was how it should be. How can the person that my niece has taken a fancy to be a mediocre person? Xue really has good taste. After saying that, Xianxia looked at the person beside him and asked, "Has Miss Xue returned recently?" However, the person beside him seemed to have something to say at this moment. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. Did something happen to Miss Xue? He knew the person beside him very well. Judging by the expression on his face, he knew that something bad must have happened. Moreover, it was most likely related to his niece. Third Master. The middle-aged man beside Xianxia smiled bitterly. Some time ago, I saw the Patriarch bringing Miss Xue back. However, not long after that, the Patriarch of the Yun family came as well. After that, I didn't see Miss Xue again. I didn't hear anyone saying that they had seen Miss Xue in the family either. Chapter 4287. Big Brother. Xianxia was stunned when he heard the words. Then he flew into a rage. Is he going to continue being a fool? Previously, before entering the dimensional battlefield, he had met his big brother once. When he saw that his big brother looked apologetic, he thought that his big brother would stop forcing his niece after she was released. He did not expect that his big brother would do such a thing again when he returned. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have entered the dimensional battlefield. Xianxia regretted his decision. Although he had obtained some unexpected gains by entering the dimensional battlefield to look for his niece, he would have preferred not to enter the dimensional battlefield if he had known this would happen. I'll go look for him. Without any hesitation, Xianxia left the middle-aged man beside him and left like a gust of wind. The middle-aged man who was left behind sighed. The third master is still as hot-tempered as ever. The middle-aged man's unkempt figure looked eccentric, but his eyes were filled with sincere respect. His life was saved by the third master. If the third master needed it, he was willing to give up his precious life for him. After leaving, Xianxia went to look for his big brother, Xia Yu, the current patriarch of the Xia family. Where's Xue? As soon as he saw Xia Yu, Xianxia immediately asked about his niece. I heard you brought her back to the family? Where is she now? Xia Yu glanced at his impatient brother and frowned slightly. How old are you? Why are you still acting like a child? Can't we talk things out properly? In the past, he felt guilty in front of his third brother. After all, he felt that his third brother loved his daughter more than he loved his daughter. He felt guilty in his heart, so much so that when his third brother mentioned his daughter, he felt a little ashamed to show his face. However, he no longer felt guilty. This was because he no longer forced his daughter to marry Yun Qingyan from the Yun family. Xianxia was furious when he saw his big brother acting as if nothing had happened. Where's Xue? Didn't she come back? Didn't you hand her over to Yun Tingfeng? Yun Tingfeng was the patriarch of the Yun family in the Divine Offering Land. He was also Yun Qingyan's father. You just came back, but you know quite a lot. Xia Yu faintly smiled. Don't worry, I didn't hand Shui over to him. Xianxia frowned. Where is Shui? Could it be that you grounded her after she came back? She's not allowed to meet anyone? It had been over 700 years since he last met his niece. His niece had been in the planar battlefield for over 700 years. After such a long time, the soul energy in his niece's soul bead had been completely annihilated, and it could no longer transmit messages. Sort of. Xiaoyu nodded. Sort of. Xia Jie was enraged again. What do you mean? Didn't you tell me that if she made it out of the realm battlefield alive, you wouldn't force her to marry Yun Qingyan? Facing his third brother's wrath, Xiaoyu's expression remained unchanged as he smiled. If you're worried about this, then you don't have to. Shui-er's engagement with Yun Qingyan has been annulled. As for the Yun family, Yun Tingfeng personally promised that he would not force Shui-er to marry him again. So, you can rest assured now? As soon as Xiaoyu's words left his mouth, the furious Xia Jie was dumbfounded. The engagement was annulled? What was going on? Moreover, the patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Tingfeng, personally said so? Since when was Yun Tingfeng so agreeable? Also, Xiaoyu continued to say, Shui-er has been in the realm battlefield for over 700 years. Not only has she recovered her cultivation base from her previous life, but her current strength has also increased by a level. This time, she had a fortuitous encounter in the realm battlefield. Now that I've told you this, you should be even happier, right? Xiaoyu smiled. Xia Jie had a headache when it came to his third brother. However, he was still his biological brother. Moreover, he loved his daughter dearly. Therefore, he had always been tolerant of his third brother. Otherwise, if it was someone else who dared to act so rudely in front of him, the patriarch of the Xia family, he would have been punished by the family. Really? Xia Jie's eyes lit up when he heard Xiaoyu's words. In such a short time, she has recovered her cultivation base from her previous life. Moreover, her strength has increased by a level. It seems that the secret method of reincarnation passed down in the family does have its own uniqueness. Shui-er is not even 1,000 years old in this life. A mid-level supreme god who was not even 1,000 years old. Xia Jie could imagine that once this news spread, it would cause a stir in the entire divine offering land. Even the various planes of gods would be shaken. Of course, something passed down by the ancestor is not simple. Xiaoyu sighed. However, in the history of the Xia family, there were very few ancestors who used that secret technique before the heavenly tribulation of 1,000 years. However, none of them succeeded in reincarnating. Shui-er is the only successful case in the history of the Xia family. Of course, in the history of the Xia family, it was said that the ancestor who created the secret technique also succeeded in reincarnating. In other words, Shui-er is the second case after him. As for whether the ancestor had succeeded in reincarnating, no one knew. This was because it was too long ago. Even if he was the clan leader of the Xia family, he could not be 100% sure of this. Perhaps it depends on the person's courage. Xia Jie shook his head and said, how many people would dare to use the secret technique unless they were facing the heavenly tribulation? Perhaps the secret technique requires a courageous person to try it. In the history of the family, it's not like there haven't been people who didn't have such courage. Xiaoyu shook his head. It's just that there are very few of them. Perhaps, in order to succeed in reincarnating, one must not only have courage but also other factors. Of course. Xia Jie said, otherwise, in the history of the Xia family, Shui-er wouldn't be the only one who succeeded in reincarnating after the ancestor who created the secret technique. My niece is indeed extraordinary, Xia Jie said with a smug expression on his face. Although Xiaoyu did not want to hurt his pride, he still reminded him when he saw how smug Xia Jie was. She's my daughter. My biological daughter. That's right. She's your niece. However, she's also my biological daughter. If she's not my biological daughter, she wouldn't be your niece. Why are you acting so smug in front of me? Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, the smug expression on Xia Jie's face froze. Then he scolded in exasperation, "Now you know she's your daughter? What about when you forced her in the past? This time, she managed to reincarnate with great difficulty, but you still forced her." Xianxia became even angrier when he spoke about this. Xiaoyu didn't get angry at the furious Xianxia. Instead, he sighed and said, "Third brother, you should know that I was also coerced." Xianxia snorted coldly. "You told me about that last time. Didn't I tell you? If the Yun family is really so ruthless and wants to destroy the Xia family, as soon as the old ancestor's soul pearl shatters, we'll immediately attack the Yun family and fight to the death. Who's afraid of you? Even if that old man comes back in time, there won't be many people left in the Yun family. If they want to recover, they'll have to wait and see." Xia Jie said in a deep voice, "I'm certain Yun Tingfeng won't dare to do that. Otherwise, he'll be a sinner of the Yun family." Xia Jie said decisively, "This time I threatened him in the same way. He no longer insisted on marrying Shui or his son," Xiaoyu said. Xia Jie nodded. "You should have done that earlier." Xia Jie replied as he looked at Xiaoyu with a frown. "You said so much. Where's Shui?" "She's in a stone chamber in the Xia family's ancestral hall." Xiaoyu looked at Xia Jie and did not hide anything from him. "However, you're not allowed to see or communicate with her for 1,000 years. Why?" Xia Jie frowned. What kind of logic was this? His own niece had returned home, but he could not see or communicate with her? "It's because of the Yun family," Xiaoyu said. "This time, even though the Yun family has agreed to us canceling the engagement, Yun Tingfeng isn't willing to let the matter rest. His request is to confine Shui for 1,000 years and forbid her from contacting the outside world during this time. After 1,000 years, Shui will regain her freedom." Xiaoyu paused for a moment. He glanced at Xia Jie, who was looking around before he added, "Don't think that Shui is in the Xia family. You can ignore Yun Tingfeng's request. Since you know that Shui has returned, I'm sure you know that Yun Tingfeng came by some time ago. He came to set up a formation outside the stone chamber where Shui is grounded. If anyone breaks the formation to meet or communicate with Shui, he'll ask the person from the Yun family to harm the old ancestor. It's still the same threat. However, the conditions have changed this time. They only want Shui to be grounded for 1,000 years. They want the Xia family to give the Yun family an explanation." Xiaoyu said. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xia Jie's expression turned for the better. Although he felt that it was shameless for Yun Tingfeng to use the old ancestor of the Xia family to threaten them, he felt that this punishment was nothing. Back then, the Yun family was not the only one who was interested in the engagement between the two families. The Xia family had also agreed to it. If the Xia family wanted to annul the engagement, they would naturally have to pay a price. Being grounded for 1,000 years was not a big price to pay. "Big brother, is it true that the Yun family only wants Shui to be grounded for 1,000 years? Xia Jie frowned slightly. Based on his understanding of the Yun family's clan leader, Yun Tingfeng, he was not someone who would compromise easily. Was he really worried that the Xia family would fight to the death with him? Even if that was the case, was there a need to make such a small request? In his opinion, 1,000 years would pass in the blink of an eye. Being grounded for 1,000 years was not much different from not being punished at all. It was as though the Yun family only wanted a way out. Yes. Xiaoyu nodded. Yun Tingfeng is doing this because he wants a way out. He did not tell Xia Jie that Yun Tingfeng still wanted to kill his son-in-law because he knew that Xia Jie would be angry with him if he found out. Therefore, he did not plan to tell his third brother about this. Yes. Chapter 4288. Xiaoyu knew that his third brother had been in contact with his son-in-law before. He also knew that his third brother wouldn't let him help the Yun family deal with his son-in-law, so he didn't mention this matter from the beginning to the end. If he did, he would only be asking for trouble. Therefore, he did not intend to bring it up. In addition, there was news in the chaos territory of the divine adjudication battlefield that a lower ultimate god named Duan Lingtian could kill a medium ultimate god as easily as killing a dog. His strength was comparable to a top medium ultimate god. Most importantly, he had just entered the ultimate god realm and had not consolidated his cultivation base yet. Moreover, it was said that he came from the Myriad Art Academy, a heavyweight ultimate god force in the mysterious gangland, and he was not even 1,000 years old. When Xiao Yu heard the news, he guessed who it was. This person must be his son-in-law. He was even more monstrous than what Yun Tingfeng had told him. However, no matter how monstrous he was, there was nothing he could do. The supreme expert of the Xia clan might really be in trouble because of his momentary willfulness. If that happened, he would be condemned by the Xia clan for eternity. The only thing I can do is not to do it myself. I won't even let the Xia clan deal with him. I can only follow Yun Tingfeng's instructions and cooperate with him to lure him out. Although Xia Yu was the patriarch of the Xia clan and was used to seeing life and death, he was not cold-hearted. If it did not concern the safety of the supreme expert of the Xia clan and the fact that his daughter approved of the man, he would not let him die. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. Xia Yu sighed inwardly. After confirming that the Yun clan only wanted his niece to be grounded for 1,000 years, Xia Jie was in a better mood. 1,000 years will pass in the blink of an eye. Then, I'll bring Shui out after 1,000 years. Xia Jie's mental state was completely different from when he first arrived. A smile finally appeared on his face. However, when he noticed that his brother was staring at him, the smile disappeared and was replaced by a stern expression. I really don't know how you fell for Yun Qingyan. That boy can't even compare to Shui. He's not good enough for Shui. He's a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Shui, only her husband in this life is worthy of her. Xia Jie had a smug look on his face when he said that. It was as though he was waiting for Xia Yu to ask him why he said that. However, he soon discovered something. Xia Yu just looked at him quietly without saying anything. You, in the end? Xia Jie couldn't help but ask, aren't you curious at all about why I said that? Xia Yu heard this. How could he not guess what his third brother was thinking? A few days ago, I heard that there was a peerless genius less than 1,000 years old in the Chaos region where the battlefield of the God's Inquisition intersects with the other two planar battlefields. After hearing his name and origin, I guessed who he was. Xia Yu said. He nodded and said, not bad indeed. From the mundane plane? To have such an achievement in less than 1,000 years. Was it that genius of the Ning clan who was known as the #1 person in the younger generation of the god-defying realm? I'm not as good as him. I heard that the genius of the Ning clan almost died at his hands. What if the person behind the Ning clan hadn't made a move? That genius from the Ning clan is gone. However, fortunately, the Ning clan's genius was saved. Otherwise, he would have died in the chaos region of the God's Inquisition battlefield not long ago. Xia Yu shook his head. He's just a young man less than 1,000 years old. He doesn't have any sense of danger at all. Or perhaps, he's used to having a smooth journey and thinks the Chaos region is just like any other place? Xia Yu was no less knowledgeable than Xia Jie. Xia Jie snorted when he heard this. So what if you make a mistake once in a while? When you were young, you couldn't even compare to a finger of his. Sometimes, a mistake can cost you your life. Xia Yu glanced at Xia Jie and said indifferently. Xia Jie snorted again. My niece-in-law is a person with great luck. Even if it seems like there's no chance of survival, there's still a chance for a turnaround. He's the same as Shui. Shui successfully reincarnated and cultivated again. In less than 1,000 years, she's already a medium-level ultimate god. Her strength is even stronger than in her previous life. In my opinion, Ning Yixuan from the Ning clan is not only inferior to my niece-in-law, but he's also far inferior to my niece-in-law. He might not even be a medium-level ultimate god now, said Xia Jie. Xianxia did not refute Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu didn't refute Xiaojia's rebuttal. Instead, he looked behind Xiaojia and asked in surprise, "Second brother, why are you back?" "Second brother?" Xiaojia instinctively turned his head when he heard Xiaoyu's words. However, as soon as he turned his head, he seemed to have sensed something and his expression changed drastically. Xiaoyu, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was suppressed by an extremely powerful force before he could even finish speaking. He even fainted from the pressure before being tossed into a spatial artifact and trapped there. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing?" Xiaojia asked with an ugly expression when he woke up after being imprisoned. "Third brother." Xiaoyu sighed. "The Yun clan didn't only imprison Shui. They also asked me to imprison you when you returned. Now that they know that Duan Lingtian has entered the Divine Adjudicator battlefield, they think that Duan Lingtian's achievements today have something to do with the help you gave him when you met him in the past. That's why they asked me to imprison you as well. I'll release you after 1,000 years, said Xiaojia. Xiaojia sneered. Nonsense. Xiaojia cursed. Back then, I only gave my niece-in-law a prominent divine tool. It's a prominent divine tool that doesn't even have an artifact soul. He achieved what he has today on his own. What does that have to do with me? Third brother, just stay in there. Just as you said, 1,000 years will pass in the blink of an eye, said Xiaojia. Xiaojia nodded. Without waiting for Xiaojia's reply, Xiaoyu sealed the spatial divine tool in his hand and connected it to the Xia clan's protective grand formation when the spatial divine tool shook violently. The spatial divine tool immediately suppressed the spatial divine tool. At this moment, Xiaojia, who was desperately trying to escape from the spatial divine tool, became completely obedient. Xiaoyu, when I get out, I won't let this matter rest. I'll burn your room down. One more. At this moment, Xiaojia was exasperated. In the end, he stopped causing trouble. However, at the same time, he could not help but feel worried. Based on what his elder brother, Xiaojia, said, did the Yun family already know about his niece-in-law? At this moment, Xiaojia seemed to have forgotten what he had said to his elder brother, Xiaoyu, about how his niece-in-law was a son of providence. Even if he encountered a situation where there was no chance of survival, he would still be able to survive. I hope he'll be careful. The Yun family is too big for him right now. It was true that Xiaoyu had asked the Yun family to imprison Xiaojia. However, the Yun family's explanation was different from what Xiaoyu had said to Xiaojia. According to Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, he planned to lure Duan Lingtian out after the realm battlefield was sealed for 100 years. During this process, he could not allow anyone to spoil his plan. Xiaojia was someone who would spoil his plan. He had also said that if Xiaojia spoiled his plan and failed to lure Duan Lingtian out, he would think that the Xia family was not cooperating with him. Xiaoyu had no choice but to agree that he would keep Xiaojia in check. As Xiaojia's elder brother, he, naturally, knew the only way to keep Xiaojia in check was to imprison him. Meanwhile, in the Yun family's residence in the northwestern region, even Xiaoyu, the patriarch of the Xia family, knew that a peerless genius, Duan Lingtian, had appeared in the chaos region of the Divine Adjudication battlefield. How could the Yun family not know about this? Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, had an unsightly expression on his face when he heard the news. At this moment, he was certain that Duan Lingtian was the person who had almost killed his son, Yun Qingyan. Moreover, according to the news, Duan Lingtian was much stronger than when he had dealt with his son previously. How long has it been? His strength has actually improved again. Although Yun Tingfeng was usually calm, he could no longer maintain his composure at this moment. Father! Yun Qingyan had also received the news and came looking for his father. I heard that Duan Lingtian is currently in the chaos region of the Divine Adjudication battlefield. I don't think he knows that cousin has left the realm battlefield. Father, send someone in to kill him. He's in the chaos region. Yun Qingyan's expression was unsightly. After all, he had an irreconcilable enmity with Duan Lingtian. In the past, he had regarded Duan Lingtian as an ant. However, the last time they met, Duan Lingtian had almost killed him. It made him realize that Duan Lingtian had grown to the point where he was no longer a match for Duan Lingtian. Initially, when he learned that his father had a plan to kill Duan Lingtian, he was still relatively calm. However, when he heard the news from the Divine Adjudication battlefield that Duan Lingtian's strength had improved again, he began to panic. At the same time, he regretted not killing Duan Lingtian back then. Calm down. What's wrong with you now? Yun Tingfeng frowned when he saw his son losing his composure. A hint of disappointment flashed in the depths of his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Do you think I'll be able to kill him if I send someone in? Since you've heard the news, you should know that a group of descendants of supreme powerhouses are currently searching for him in the Chaos region. However, they can't find him. Many of the people brought in by the descendants of supreme powerhouses are higher ultimate gods." Yun Tingfeng paused for a moment before he continued to say, "Apart from that, there hasn't been any news of Duan Lingtian for a long time. Now, he's either dead and the news has spread, or he's cultivating in seclusion in the Chaos region. That's why no one has seen him recently." "Father, do you think he's dead or alive?" Yun Qingyan's eyes were filled with hope. "There's a high chance he's still alive." Yun Tingfeng said indifferently, "A monster like him won't die so easily. Especially after experiencing such a life-or-death situation, he must have become more careful." This was the first time Yun Tingfeng had seen a monster like Duan Lingtian in his life. It was also the first time he had heard of someone from the mundane realm who had achieved such a feat in just 1,000 years. Yun Qingyan's expression turned ugly when he heard Yun Tingfeng's words. "I really don't know what Ning Yixuan from the Ning clan is thinking. Duan Lingtian almost killed him, but he's still trying to save his enemy's life." Yun Tingfeng had cursed Ning Yixuan 1,000,000 times in his heart since he learned of the news. If Ning Yixuan had not intervened, Duan Lingtian would have been dead. Chapter 4289. In fact, Yun Qingyan was not the only one who questioned Ning Yixuan. In the Chaos Zone where the battlefield of the Divine Adjudication and the other two-dimensional battlefields were located, Ning Yixuan would be questioned whenever he met someone he knew. "Ning Yixuan, I heard that Duan Lingtian almost killed you in the past. It was the senior from the Ning clan who saved your life at a great cost. Although it's not as deep as the ocean, it's not shallow either, right? Why did you save him?" However, when faced with such questions, Ning Yixuan only had one sentence. "Before I defeat him, I will not allow him to die in front of me." To Ning Yixuan, defeating Duan Lingtian or even defeating Duan Lingtian was his obsession. This obsession had allowed his cultivation base to improve rapidly. He was only half a step away from becoming a medium ultimate god. He only needed an opportunity to enter the intermediate ultimate god realm. Even if he did not find an opportunity, he was confident he could make a breakthrough and become a medium ultimate god within 10 years based on his obsession to surpass Duan Lingtian. Once he learned about Duan Lingtian's death, his obsession would disappear. If he did not have an opportunity, he would not be able to become a medium ultimate god within 20 or 30 years, let alone 10 years. "Duan Lingtian, I hope you can live well after that lesson. Wait for me. I'll defeat him and take back the glory that belonged to me in the past." Although Ning Yixuan was not surrounded by people who gossiped about him, many of them did not think it was true that he had been defeated by Duan Lingtian. However, only Ning Yixuan felt that his past glory had become a joke the moment he was defeated by Duan Lingtian. There was only one way for him to take back his past glory. He had to defeat Duan Lingtian and defeat Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not know what Ning Yixuan was thinking. He had chosen to exit his closed-door cultivation. If he continued to cultivate, the improvement would be minimal. It would be useless. Why not come out and try? He might be able to find an opportunity to make a breakthrough. Feels like it's a long way to go before I can consolidate my cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. although he had been in closed-door cultivation for a few years. However, to Duan Lingtian, the improvement was not enough to satisfy him. In fact, it had disappointed him. After all, this was considered a fast cultivation speed. A few years? Perhaps it was because of the pressure, he felt that his cultivation base, there was still room for improvement. Which was why he chose to cultivate in closed-door cultivation. Now, he had already used up all the motivation he had gained from converting the pressure back then. I can still get more battle points as worth its time to open the secret territories, secret realms. Should I get more battle points? Open the secret territories, secret? The past? Should I get more points? I only opened a single-person secret realm and met that Ning Yishuan. This time, I'll accumulate a little more battle merits. Open A's secret, open a secret to open secret. The more people there are, the more battle merits will be consumed. The various opportunities and fortuitous encounters in the secret realms will definitely be better. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he decided on his next step. Of course, while achieving his goal, he did not forget his wife, Ke, his sister-in-law, and his mother-in-law, Linghu Renfeng. The three of them were the targets he was looking for this time. He also knew that finding the three of them in the realm of chaos was like finding a needle in a haystack. Therefore, he could only leave it to fate. I'll find a military camp and stay there for a while. I'll see if the descendants of the ultimate gods have stopped targeting me. This time, Duan Lingtian did not plan to stay in one area for a long time like before. However, if there were still many descendants of the ultimate gods looking for him, he would definitely have to be more careful. In addition, he also wanted to know the current situation in the realm of chaos. Of course, he still had a small fantasy of going to the nearby military camp. Could he occasionally see his wife, Ke, there? Or meet his sister-in-law, Linghu Chuyin, and mother-in-law, Linghu Renfeng? It seems like there are only a few military camps in the realm of chaos. However, there are many entrances and exits in those few military camps. This must be one of the entrances. Duan Lingtian continued to travel. Following his memories, he spent a few days before he finally arrived at the nearest military camp entrance. He had passed by this place in the past. The military camp was located in the realm of chaos. Anyone from any realm of gods could enter it. However, although the military camp seemed to be right in front of him, it might not be there. The military camp in front of Duan Lingtian was covered by a layer of light blue energy barrier. It looked real, but if one looked closely, they would find it to be illusory. In fact, although the military camp was there, it did not seem like there was anyone inside. Clearly, these were all illusions. In the realm of chaos, even if two people entered the same military camp at the same time, they might not necessarily appear in the same military camp. In the realm of chaos, there were only a few military camps. However, there were many entrances. Moreover, every entrance led to a military camp that was constantly changing. If one entered a military camp at the same time, they might end up in military camp. However, if one's companions entered the same military camp at the same time, they might end up in military camp B. In fact, if there were 3 people in a group, even if they entered the same military camp hand in hand, they might end up in 3 different military camps. Therefore, when people traveled in groups in the realm of chaos, unless their lives were in danger, they would not choose to enter a military camp. Once they entered a military camp, their group would be disbanded. It was the same when they exited the military camp. People in the same military camp would be sent to different entrances. Moreover, the entrances were not fixed. They could be sent to any place in the realm of chaos, unless they had some sort of method left behind by a supreme expert. That way, they would be able to bring people into or out of the military camp together. They would always end up in the same military camp or outside the same military camp. Of course, even if they had such a method, they would need the other party's permission before they could bring people in or out of the military camp. For example, the descendant of the supreme powerhouse who had gathered more than a dozen medium ultimate gods to deal with Duan Ling Tian was able to gather more than a dozen medium ultimate gods in a military camp and lead them out to kill Duan Ling Tian because of the treasure given to him by his supreme powerhouse grandfather. Enter. After standing outside the military camp entrance for a while, Duan Ling Tian entered the military camp in a flash. Then, in the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian discovered that he had appeared in a vast military camp. Moreover, he was surrounded by an empty space. After Duan Ling Tian entered, no one noticed him for now. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, with just a thought, Duan Ling Tian transformed his face into another one. In fact, even a lower ultimate god or a high-level ultimate god could see through his disguise and see his true face with their divine consciousness, let alone a medium ultimate god or even a high-level ultimate god. However, in a peaceful place like the military camp, it was rare for people to use their divine consciousness to investigate others as it was an offense. It was fine if they were just ordinary people. However, if they were to meet someone with an extraordinary background, they would often get into trouble. At first, Duan Ling Tian was worried that he would attract attention if he hid his true appearance. However, he soon realized that he was overthinking. First of all, this military camp covered a large area. There were not many people he met along the way. In addition, some people might have hidden their true appearance like him. However, if one did not use their divine consciousness to investigate, no one would know who was and who was not. In next to no time, a voice drew Duan Ling Tian's attention. Do you think that Duan Ling Tian who came from the Xianxia land's Wanda Law Palace died as some people said, or did he find a place to hide? Not far away, a few people gathered together and happened to be talking about him. When Duan Ling Tian heard these people's words, he was inexplicably shocked. How did these people know about his background? However, when he thought that those who were searching for him were the descendants of the ultimate experts, Duan Ling Tian was relieved. The descendants of the ultimate experts, even if they did not seek help from the ultimate experts, used the influence of the ultimate experts. It was not difficult to find out his origin after a period of time. Soon, with the in-depth discussion of these people, Duan Ling Tian also realized that his background in the Xianxia land had been dug up thoroughly. Even the fact that he was less than 1,000 years old had spread. Do you think that Duan Ling Tian really defeated Ning Yixuan? I don't think it's possible. Although I also don't think it's possible, my cousin knows a descendant of the ultimate experts, and according to what that person said, this matter is true. It said that the ultimate expert ancestor of the Ning clan was also punished for making a move in the planar battlefield. The ultimate expert was punished? Who can punish him? At this time, Duan Ling Tian also realized that the matter between him and Ning Yixuan had spread. Many people also knew that Ning Yixuan had saved his life. Many people could not understand. And some people also said the words that Ning Yixuan had said to other people about this matter later on. It was nothing more than wanting to defeat Duan Ling Tian with his own hands. I didn't expect that after so many years, the popularity of this matter still hasn't died down. Duan Ling Tian shook his head inwardly. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also heard many other things, but compared to his popularity, these things were rarely mentioned at the same time. It was unlike him, where he could hear people talking about him after walking for a while. During this time, Duan Ling Tian also heard that many descendants of the ultimate experts no longer had eyes on him and were looking for their own fortuitous encounters. Although they were the descendants of the ultimate experts, they usually only had one ultimate expert behind them. In the realm battlefield, there were some fortuitous encounters that even the ultimate experts behind them could not provide. Most of the time, these fortuitous encounters were obtained by a group of ultimate experts in the realm battlefield and were used to nurture their descendants. During this time, Duan Ling Tian also learned more about the ultimate experts in the realm battlefield. The mysterious ultimate experts in the realm battlefield. Their realm battlefield encompassed 18 realms of gods, 81 Devata realms, and countless mundane realms. They were collectively known as the God-defying realm. Chapter 4290. There are 81 Devata realms. There are 18 realms of gods. Is this a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was certain this world, including the realms of gods, Devata realms, and mundane realms, was part of the reverse divine realm. Apart from that, the outer realm should be outside the reverse divine realm. Apart from that, the independent realms, such as the realms created by supreme powerhouses and those created by those with some strength, could also be considered as realms. However, they were not stable realms. In fact, the little world in each person's body could be considered as a realm. It feels like this world is much bigger than I thought. At this moment, the world in Duan Lingtian's eyes had changed. It no longer included this piece of heaven and earth. In the past, he thought this piece of heaven and earth was this world. However, that was not the case now. This world was just the world of the reverse divine realm. It was not necessarily the entire world. Naturally, it was also possible to say the reverse divine realm was a world. For example, Earth in his past life was also considered a world. Outside of Earth, including Earth, could also be considered as a world. After all, Duan Lingtian did not know much about the God-reversing realm and the outer realm since he did not ask them face to face. However, it was a huge blow to him. He was a little absent-minded. I don't think this can go on. It's going to affect my cultivation. I don't even want to accumulate battle merits to open secret realms. What I want to do now is to learn more about the outer realm. It had to be said that the God-defying realm and the outer realm had a huge impact on Duan Lingtian. It had almost overturned his understanding of the world. For this reason, it was difficult for him to extricate himself from it. I should leave the chaos realm and the realm battlefield for a while. In the end, Duan Lingtian decided to temporarily leave the realm of chaos and the realm battlefield after he discovered he could no longer suppress the shock and confusion in his heart. Not only did he leave the God's Judgment battlefield, he also crossed from the God's Judgment battlefield to the profound Zen battlefield of the profound gangland, then left from there and returned to the profound gangland. Once again returning to the profound handleland, Duan Lingtian felt as if a lifetime had passed. In the past, when he had left the profound handleland, he had left with his third senior brother Yang Yuchen. At that time, he had only been a high god emperor. In the blink of an eye, he had stepped into the ultimate god realm and became a lower ultimate god. Although the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace is only a heavyweight ultimate god force and not a giant ultimate god force, it has been around for a long time. As a higher ultimate god, the old dean probably knows a lot. After Duan Lingtian returned to the profound handleland, he did not stay outside and directly returned to the Myriad Arts Academy. During this process, although he knew that there was a high probability that he could move in a high-profile manner, he still chose to move in the dark. Now that the news of him being in the chaos zone of the battlefield of the divine judgment had spread, the people here must have received the news as well, including the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. In the past, if the Mon-Origin Spirit sect wanted to kill him, they only needed to send a ultimate god. Now, not to mention an ordinary lower ultimate god, even a stronger middle ultimate god would not be able to take him down. Even a top middle ultimate god might not be able to stop him if there was only one of them. Unless a higher ultimate god made a move. However, the Mon-Origin Spirit sect only had one higher ultimate god on the surface, and it might even be only one. For such an expert to personally deal with Duan Lingtian, it would be possible if they could confirm when Duan Lingtian would appear in a certain place. It was almost impossible for such an existence to wait outside the Myriad Arts Academy for Duan Lingtian. Especially now that in everyone's eyes, Duan Lingtian was in the chaos zone of the battlefield of the divine judgment, it was almost impossible for the Mon-Origin Spirit sect to send someone to wait outside the Myriad Arts Academy. However, because of the previous lesson, even if Duan Lingtian felt that it was impossible, he still carefully returned to the Myriad Arts Academy. It was not until the moment Duan Lingtian stepped into the Myriad Arts Academy that he removed the mask on his face and revealed his true appearance. At this time, The patrolling teachers of the Myriad Arts Academy who recognized Duan Lingtian also exclaimed in surprise. It's Duan Lingtian. He's back. Isn't Duan Lingtian in the chaos zone of the battlefield of the divine judgment? He's actually back? Duan Lingtian has really entered the lower ultimate god realm. It's said that although Duan Lingtian has just entered the lower ultimate god realm, he has the strength to surpass most middle ultimate gods. Moreover, those middle ultimate gods who are very strong in our eyes may not be his match. I think that apart from a few deputy palace masters, the rest of the medium ultimate gods in the academy may not be his match. After Duan Lingtian returned to the Myriad Arts Academy, the news spread like wildfire. A group of Myriad Arts Academy teachers and students wanted to see Duan Lingtian, who had entered the ultimate god realm. It was said that this person had almost killed a descendant of a supreme expert in the battlefield of the divine judgment. However, although they rushed over as soon as possible, they still missed him. Where's senior brother Duan? Where's senior brother Duan? When the group of people did not see Duan Lingtian and felt that it was a pity, Duan Lingtian had already returned to the independent dimension where the internal palace was located. As soon as he entered, he was stopped by someone. Little junior brother, you're finally back. You and third senior brother have been gone for too long this time. My cultivation has improved recently, you can practice with me. Don't worry, I'll be gentle and won't hurt you. The person who stopped Duan Lingtian was Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. During the trip to the Divine Trials, Lang Chunwan had successfully entered the lower ultimate god realm and quickly consolidated her ultimate god realm cultivation base. Now that a few decades had passed, Lang Chunwan's strength was naturally stronger than before. That's not right. Suddenly, Lang Chunwan seemed to have noticed something and her eyes narrowed slightly. Little junior brother, you've also entered the ultimate god realm? Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. You haven't consolidated your cultivation base yet, right? Lang Chunwan murmured. No. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and shook his head. The cultivation of a lower ultimate god is too difficult. Although I've broken through for some time, it's still difficult to completely consolidate my cultivation base. That's good. Lang Chunwan breathed a sigh of relief. She felt great pressure when she saw that her little junior brother had entered the ultimate god realm. After all, she was his senior sister. How could a senior sister be surpassed by a junior brother? After entering the ultimate god realm, the cultivation speed has indeed slowed down a lot. Lang Chunwan sighed. Duan Lingtian nodded and agreed. Now, I just hope that I can get more divine corrupting spring when the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory opens 60 years later. Divine corrupting spring. In the past, Duan Lingtian did not know much about the divine corrupting spring. He even thought that the divine corrupting spring was not as good as the divine energy of an ultimate god. It was not until he was chased by a group of ultimate god descendants that he vaguely realized that the divine corrupting spring was not ordinary. Later, he confirmed the benefits of the divine corrupting spring from some people and learned that it was a treasure that could rapidly improve an ultimate god's cultivation base. Even an ultimate god would covet the divine corrupting spring. Some ultimate god descendants and even their own sons might not have used the divine corrupting spring before. The divine corrupting spring was too rare and did not exist in the god-defying realm. It came from outside the realm. Divine corrupting spring? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lang Chunwan lost her composure. Junior brother, are you sure you're not wrong? You're talking about the divine corrupting spring? At that moment, Duan Lingtian saw that his fourth senior sister's eyes were a little red. It's the divine corrupting spring. Fourth senior sister, do you know about it? Yes. Lang Chunwan nodded hurriedly and then said unhappily, First senior sister brought back a drop of the divine corrupting spring before, but she gave it to third senior brother. It was because of that third senior brother was able to break through the bottleneck and enter the intermediate ultimate god realm. According to first senior sister, the divine corrupting spring is very precious. Even she was lucky enough to get it by chance. The divine corrupting spring does not exist in the God-defying realm where we are. It only exists in the outer realm, Lang Chunwan said. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to ask after hearing Lang Chunwan's words, Lang Chunwan stared at Duan Lingtian with sparkling eyes. Junior brother, tell me about the method to obtain the divine corrupting spring in the chaos territory. I'll see if I can get a few drops of the divine corrupting spring to drink. Duan Lingtian suddenly regretted mentioning the divine corrupting spring earlier. Would his fourth senior sister abandon her responsibilities and run away because of this? According to third senior brother, the inner palace branch could not be left unguarded, right? Once there was no one to guard it, the independent space dimension where the inner palace branch was located would not last long before it collapsed and turned into ashes. Even if everyone from the inner palace branch left, they would not be able to leave for too long. Fourth senior sister, Duan Lingtan smiled bitterly and said, "It's fine if you want me to tell you. However, you have to promise me that even if you want to go to the chaos territory, you can't go with your original body. You should know that your original body can't leave this place for too long. Otherwise, the independent space dimension where the inner palace branch is located will collapse and shatter." This was actually the reason why Yang Yuchen, the previous ruler of the inner palace branch, had specially left the inner palace branch in Lang Chunwan's hands before he left. Only the ruler of the inner palace branch could stabilize this space. Junior brother, why don't I pass the position of the ruler of the inner palace branch to you? Lang Chunwan stared at Duan Lingtian and asked tentatively. If it was said that she had been tricked into accepting the responsibility of the inner palace branch, now she completely realized that her third senior brother was completely passing the responsibility to her. She regretted it. However, she had no other choice now. If she left, the independent space dimension where the inner palace branch was located would disappear. Not only would she lose her home, but her third senior brother, second senior brother, little junior brother, and eldest senior sister would also lose their home. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.